37 high-ranking court officials in the capital were exterminated overnight. And the mastermind behind it all was actually you, the disgraced prince who had been banished to the cold palace. Everything was because you, who had crossed over, activated the Filial Piety System. The filial son of the imperial dynasty not only frees you from the fate of being plagued by strange poison, he even utilized the 50 netherworld death warriors rewarded by the system. Overnight, all corrupt officials in the capital were eradicated root and branch, only to help His Majesty alleviate worries and rectify the court. Who knew that the next day, when Emperor Chu Wei of the Great Xia dynasty stepped into the Hall of Supreme Harmony for the morning court assembly, his footsteps came to a halt, because the hall was excessively vast and empty. In the past, the civil official ranks that used to stand fully packed were now short by nearly one-third. An ominous premonition silently crept into Chu Wei's heart. My esteemed ministers, why are so many people absent today? Chu Wei asked. The assembled officials exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to utter a word. Everyone wore expressions of fear and confusion. No one dared to respond. At this moment, the magistrate of the capital stumbled into the grand hall in a frenzied rush, falling flat on the ground. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Seeing this, Chu Wei felt his heart sink violently. Speak quickly. The governor of the capital trembled as he pulled out a report from his robes. Your Majesty, last night, 37 officials in the capital. Not a single soul survived in the entire household. His left thumb was even severed by a vile person. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Taiha hall erupted in an uproar. The officials in the hall could no longer restrain themselves. Panicked whispers buzzed through the crowd. Silence! Chu Wei let out an angry roar. His face was so dark it looked like water could drip from it. Where is the Imperial Guard commander? Where are the Imperial Guards? Investigate for me. I want to see who has the audacity to do this. How dare you commit such annihilation under the Emperor's very nose? Two grim-faced officials stepped forward to receive the Imperial edict. He immediately strode away with swift steps. Court adjourned. Chu Wei solemnly sat upon the dragon throne, looking at the list of deceased officials one by one. 100 thoughts raced through my mind. Most of the dead were from Li Dequan's faction. This was a case of silencing witnesses by eliminating them. Is it just about eliminating dissent or framing others? Such methods are beyond ordinary people. Could it be those sons of mine who've been fighting bloody battles for the throne? This has gone too far. The investigation was launched with lightning speed. The Imperial Guards sealed off all the mansions related to the incidents. Countless spies infiltrated every corner of the capital. However, all the doors and windows of the mansions remained intact. There was no sign of any forced entry. All the deceased, whether officials themselves or their family members and guards, were killed with a single strike. There were hardly any signs of struggle or fighting at the scene. In the Imperial study, Chu Wei reviewed stack upon stack of confidential reports. His limbs gradually turned cold. Such horrifying methods. Even my own son must never be allowed to have it. If such forces are not eradicated, I cannot rest easy. At this moment, the chief imperial spy, Wang Yang, knelt before him. Your Majesty, after careful comparison, last night, 37 officials died. All are followers of Li Dequan's faction. After hearing Chu Wei's words, a chill shot up his spine, piercing straight through to the crown of his head, the list in his hand. It was privately selected based on his years of imperial intuition. Except for himself and his most trusted seal-holding eunuch, Wang Difu, absolutely no third person knew of it. Your Majesty, there is also news from the heavenly prison. Wang Difu's voice rang out from the side. The principal culprit, Minister of Revenue Li Dequan. He also died in prison last night. His death was extremely gruesome. The coroner's examination revealed that the deceased had endured extreme torture before death. Chu Wei's body swayed slightly. He had just imprisoned Li Dequan in the celestial prison, prepared to take action against his cronies. When someone used such brutal methods to share his burdens and solve his problems, who could possibly uncover the secrets hidden deep within one's heart? Is it even done so perfectly? It feels like there's an invisible ghostly presence, watching his every move intently, even able to penetrate his thoughts. An hour later, an interrogation record from the heavenly prison was placed on his imperial desk. Wang Yang said in disbelief, Your Majesty, a jailer in the imperial prison said that around the first watch last night, he saw a young man in plain white robes passing by the dungeon. It seems to be the 9th prince, Chu Xiu. Absurd! Chu Wei's first reaction was these two words. How could it possibly be that trash Xiaojiu? Wang Yang hung his head, not daring to make a sound. He couldn't believe it either. That sickly prince whom his majesty hadn't even glanced at properly in over a decade, afflicted with a strange poison, gasping for breath with every few steps. How could such methods exist? Chu Wei stood up and began pacing, his complexion shifting continuously. This must be a coincidence. Or was it someone intentionally creating a smokescreen? Framed someone least likely to be suspected, trying to muddy the waters of the capital, leaving me utterly clueless. Yet once the seed of doubt is sown, it would grow wildly with the wind. After a long pause, Chu Wei took a deep breath. and solemnly declared, "Prepare the carriage for the cold palace." He had to see it for himself. Look at that son who had been neglected by oneself for over a decade. Is he still the same weakling without any strength that I remember? The imperial carriage came to a silent halt outside the cold palace. Chu Wei only brought Wang Difu with him. Step by step, he approached the dilapidated palace. His heart was unprecedentedly on edge, fearful yet carrying a hint of unexplainable anticipation. Through the overgrown courtyard, he came to the long shattered window, peering through the gaps in the window lattice inside. Inside the room, you were sitting upright at the table. His face remained pale and ghastly, yet appears focused and content, carefully wiping a pair of cloth shoes. Noticing the movement outside the window, you raise your head. It just happened to meet Chu Wei's peering gaze. You froze for a moment. A pure and joyful smile immediately blossomed on his face. "Father, your voice is clear and melodious, with a touch of flattered excitement. What brings you here? Have you come to see your son?" Chu Wei stood outside the window, gazing at your innocent, radiant smile. It felt as though all the blood in his body had frozen at that moment. "Emperor Father," you called out again, joyfully pushing open the door. Walking swiftly forward, "I respectfully greet your majesty. What brings you to such a remote place? It's windy outside, please come in quickly. Your demeanor is respectful and kind." His words were filled with the joy of seeing his father. Chu Wei instinctively took half a step back, avoided your outstretched hand. This slight movement froze your hand in midair. The smile on his face also froze for an instant. It instantly turned into a trace of disappointment and panic. It was presumptuous of this child, your son/daughter, to act so rashly. "You look like that." A flicker of hesitation flashed in Chu Wei's eyes. He stared into your clear eyes. He secretly wondered, might I be overthinking this? Then he forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his heart. "Restored imperial majesty. No matter. We merely happened to pass by and thought to check on you. You seem to be feeling better?" Hearing this, your face immediately lit up with radiance again. "Thanks to the Emperor's boundless grace, your son feels much better now." With that, you turn sideways and make a welcoming gesture. "Father, I have been reading some books lately. I'd like to share some insights with you." Chu Wei's gaze swept over the cloth shoes on your feet, stained with yellow mud. "And then I looked again at your sincere face. In the end, I stepped into this dilapidated palace. He wants to see what trick you're really up to." The furnishings inside were simple and worn, yet the room was spotless. After Chu Wei sat down, Chu Xiu did not discuss any insights from his studies. Instead, he addressed an elderly eunuch standing by his side. "Luan, bring up the gift your son has prepared for his majesty." "Yes, your highness." The elderly eunuch Luan responded with a nod, then turned and carried a heavy wooden box measuring about half a foot square from the inner chamber. He placed it carefully upon the table. The box was simple and unadorned, yet it radiated a weighty presence. Chu Xiu gazed at the box, his face radiating anticipation and reverence. In a tone bordering on reverence, he murmured to Chu Wei, "Father, you attend to countless matters each day, tirelessly laboring for the state. Your humble son, confined to the cold palace, has little to offer in return. This modest gift is but a token of filial devotion." A hint of nervousness tinged his voice, like a child eager for his father's praise. "I hope it will bring you some joy, father." Chu Wei's pupils suddenly contracted. A gift? At this critical juncture? He stared at the wooden box as though it were not a container, but a predatory beast waiting to devour its prey. In the end, he did not open it immediately. "You've been thoughtful." Chu Wei rose to his feet, his tone flat. "I have state affairs to attend to. I shall take this gift back to the Hall of Mental Cultivation to examine it." He did not wish to linger here a moment longer. He couldn't shake the feeling that within these cold palace walls lurked a malevolent spirit. Any moment now, it might open its gaping maw and devour him. With that, he departed the cold palace without a backward glance, accompanied by the eunuch Wang Difu bearing the imperial seal. Half an hour later, Yangxin Hall. The palace doors were tightly shut, and all palace attendants had been dismissed to a distance of 100 paces. 2 imperial spies were circling the wooden box brought from the cold palace, meticulously examining it 7 or 8 times with silver needles, incense, and even poison detectors procured from the western regions. "Your Majesty, this box contains no poison nor any hidden mechanisms or weapons within." Upon receiving the confirmed report, Chu Wei dismissed everyone except Wang Difu, who remained to attend him. Alone before the imperial desk, he stared intently at the wooden box. Deep within, a voice screamed frantically, warning him not to open it. Yet another voice, born of imperial pride and refusal to yield, compelled him to personally unravel this mystery. He drew a deep breath, extended his slightly trembling hand, and slowly lifted the lid. Instead of the expected dazzling jewels or priceless treasures, a thick, nauseating stench of blood instantly assaulted his senses, making Chu Wei feel dizzy and lightheaded. Inside the box lay a small mountain of fingers, stacked one upon another, dozens of them. Blood flowed freely, pooling at the bottom of the box. Chu Wei felt as though he could see the owners of each finger crawling out of the box, howling at him with piercing screams. "Ugh! Wang Defu could only bear one glance before rushing to the corner, clutching his mouth as he retched violently. Chu Wei froze in place as if struck by lightning. His gaze swept past the bloody mountain of fingers and landed on the blood-soaked white cloth stuffed beside it. Having weathered storms, Chu Wei slowly reached out, lifted the cloth, and unfolded it. Row upon row of names, written in blood, from the Vice Minister of Personnel to the chief clerks of various ministries. Exactly 37 names, the number of officials whose families had been wiped out last night. At the very end of the list, a line of blood-inked characters appeared, the handwriting slightly immature, yet radiating an endless chill. The Emperor's worries are my worries. May His Majesty rest easy and enjoy good health. Signed. Your humble son, Chu Xiu, respectfully submits. Boom. Chu Wei's mind exploded. Darkness swirled before his eyes as if every drop of blood in his body had been drained in that instant. The last shred of self-deceptive hope was shattered by this bloody reality. Fear gripped him like an invisible, icy hand, clutching his heart so tightly he could barely breathe. He staggered back 2 steps, collapsing onto the dragon throne, his body shaking like a sieve, teeth chattering. His eyes were fixed on the 4 characters, your humble son, Chu Xiu. Wang Defu, his face deathly pale, stared at the white cloth lying on the ground. His voice trembled with both fear and joy as he exclaimed. Your Majesty, it truly is His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. Though confined to the cold palace, he still thinks to ease your Majesty's troubles. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness's filial devotion is truly precious. Chu Wei gritted his teeth and snarled. Rebellious son. Monster. Hidden away in the cold palace for over a decade, cut off from the world, yet he has cultivated such a terrifying force. He is not expressing filial piety. He is warning this emperor. He is baring his fangs before me. He's telling me that if he can silently eliminate every corrupt official in the court, he can just as silently enter this hall of mental cultivation. Wang Defu trembled violently, kneeling to beg for mercy. Your Majesty, forgive this servant's foolishness. I spoke out of turn. Meanwhile, in the cold palace, Chu Xiu sat by the window, basking in the warm sunlight after his narrow escape, a faint smile playing on his lips. At that very moment, the system's cold notification sounded in his mind once more. Ding! Detected, your imperial father has received your filial gift. Deeply moved, His Majesty is overjoyed, all worries swept away. His Majesty is profoundly moved by your filial devotion, rendered speechless by the emotion. Father and son united, their bond cuts through steel. Overall evaluation of this filial act, SSS grade. Rewards granted, 15,000 filial piety points. Permanent summoning privilege, 10 netherworld death knights. Hearing the reward, Chu Xiu's smile deepened. It seemed His Majesty greatly favored this direct, problem-solving approach to filial piety. If it pleased him, so be it. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, murmuring with slight dissatisfaction. Only 10 permanent death warriors? That's a bit stingy. Within the hall of cultivating the heart, after experiencing the utmost terror, Chu Wei was now consumed by overwhelming fury and a bone-deep sense of helplessness. He wanted to order the imperial guards to storm the cold palace and tear the traitorous son limb from limb. But he dared not. He had no idea if those 50 elusive bronze masked figures were merely the tip of the iceberg. He had no idea what terrifying power lay hidden behind this son he had neglected for over a decade. He could not afford to lose. After sitting motionless on the dragon throne for a long while, Chu Wei took a deep breath and regained his composure. He had to do something. His voice hoarse, he commanded Wang Defu, who still trembled in the corner. Issue an edict. Summon the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, the Fourth Prince, and the Grand Marshal of the army to the palace immediately for an audience. Soon, the most powerful princes of the court and the commander-in-chief, who held military authority, arrived at the hall of mental cultivation with solemn expressions. Seeing Chu Wei looking utterly distraught, as if he had aged 10 years overnight, they all assumed his exhaustion stemmed from the capital's bloody massacre. Crown Prince Chu Xiu spoke first, his voice stern and sharp. Father, rest assured. Your son will thoroughly investigate this matter, root out that audacious madman, and have him torn limb from limb to appease the spirits of our fallen ministers. Father, please calm your anger. Your health is paramount. Second Prince Chu Mo hurriedly echoed. Chu Wei watched them, each brimming with righteous indignation and delivering impassioned speeches, yet he could not utter a single word. Thorough investigation? Can you even find them? With a voice thick with fear, suspicion, and exhaustion, he slowly uttered a single sentence that left everyone stunned. Slowly, he uttered a question that stunned everyone. What kind of child do you think Ninth Prince is? As the words fell, the hall of cultivating the heart fell into a deathly silence. The Crown Prince, the Second Prince, the Fourth Prince, and the Grand Marshal all exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Jiu? That useless fool who was nearly dying in the cold palace? Why would His Majesty suddenly bring him up? An invisible undercurrent, stirred by this abrupt question, began to flow from the center of the court, slowly surging toward that palace long forgotten by the world. Chapter 4, New Troubles. The dutiful son sharpens his blade against his elder brother. Within the hall of cultivating the mind, Chu Wei's abrupt question froze the air around them. Crown Prince Chu Xiu, Second Prince Chu Yuan, Fourth Prince Chu Mo, and Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian all froze in place. Xiao Jiu? To them, that name was little more than a symbol representing frailty, incompetence, and oblivion. Why would His Majesty bring up a useless waste about to die in the cold palace at this critical juncture? The Crown Prince Chu Xiu, with his deep-seated cunning, was the first to recover. He cautiously replied, "Father, ninth brother. He has been frail since childhood and confined to the inner palace. Your son is not well acquainted with him. I imagine he must be a well-behaved child." Well-behaved? Second Prince Chu Yuan curled his lips in a faint sneer. He's nothing but a sickly invalid who can't even leave the palace gates. Why trouble yourself, father? Chu Wei paid no heed to their responses. With bloodshot eyes, he fixed them with a piercing stare before waving his hand wearily. All withdraw. Continue investigating the capital's bloodshed. The assembled officials bowed and withdrew, their minds swirling with unanswered questions. None of them noticed, as they turned to leave. Chu Wei, seated upon the dragon throne, clenched the armrest so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged, his knuckles turning white from the force. The overnight massacre of dozens of key officials in the capital yielded immediate consequences. A vast power vacuum suddenly loomed over the imperial court. The Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Revenue, these most crucial departments, were nearly paralyzed. Countless official documents piled up like mountains, left unprocessed. Urgent reports dispatched from all regions lay unanswered, with no corresponding officials to receive them. The administrative heart of the entire Great Xia dynasty seemed to have its backbone ripped out, teetering on the brink of collapse. For certain individuals, however, this presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and the Fourth Prince, these contenders for the throne, already locked in fierce rivalry. Like sharks sensing blood, they instantly descended into frenzy. The morning court session was no longer a place for deliberating state affairs, but had become a grotesque marketplace. Crown Prince Chu Xiu stepped forward first, his voice booming. "Father Emperor, the position of left Vice Minister of Personnel remains vacant. This concerns the appointment and dismissal of officials throughout our Great Xia Empire, a matter of utmost importance. Your humble son recommends Zhang Chang'en, a scholar of the Hanlin Academy. He possesses profound learning and upright character, making him well suited for this important role." Before he could finish, the Second Prince Chu Yuan immediately retorted, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. Master Zhang is merely a scholar who theorizes on paper, lacking any practical experience in local governance. How could he possibly oversee the Ministry of Personnel? In this son's view, the most suitable candidate is Lu Jing, former prefect of Jiangzhou and a strategist under my tutelage." The Fourth Prince, Chu Mo, joined the fray, demanding, "Second brother, Lu Jing's tenure in Jiangzhou was marred by numerous scandals. What are your intentions in recommending him?" In an instant, the Hall of Supreme Harmony erupted into a cacophony of voices, spittle flying as arguments raged. Emperor Chu Wei sat upon the dragon throne, observing his sons below who had torn their faces apart in the struggle for positions. The ministers, taking sides and hurling accusations at each other, only made him feel dizzy and disoriented. The problem of corrupt officials had been resolved. Yet the vacancies they left behind had sparked a struggle far more troubling to Chu Wei. Not one of his sons cared about stabilizing the court or handling the backlog of state affairs. All they saw was power and personal gain. An unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over Chu Wei. Not only did he have to clean up this mess, but he also had to constantly guard against that monster lurking in the cold palace. From that day onward, Chu Wei never slept soundly again. He constantly felt a pair of eyes silently watching him from the dark corners of the hall of mental cultivation. The whistling wind outside the window no longer sounded like wind at all, it was the footsteps of some specter drawing near. He ordered the imperial palace guards tripled in number. The imperial study was sealed off so tightly that not even a bird could fly in. Within his own bedchamber, a web of surveillance was woven, with dozens of elite palace guards lurking in the shadows day and night. He had turned himself into a prisoner, a pitiable man imprisoned by fear upon the imperial throne. Chu Wei gazed at the chaotic court proceedings, then turned his eyes toward the direction of the cold palace. Weary and resigned, he sighed. Ah! In stark contrast to the palace's atmosphere of constant vigilance, the cold palace was a haven of tranquil peace. Chu Xiu sat leisurely in the courtyard, basking in the sun. 2 rewards, totaling 25,000 filial piety points. System, what can I exchange for here? As the words fell, a light screen, visible only to Chu Xiu, materialized before his eyes. Lines of item descriptions and required exchange values filled the screen. Chu Xiu casually scrolled through the list, raising an eyebrow in surprise before gasping in astonishment. Whoa, the eternal life technique. Mastering it extends lifespan and preserves eternal youth. The first tier costs 1 million filial piety points for 10 extra years of life, while the second tier demands 2 million for a full 20-year extension. Way too expensive. Can't afford it. AK-47 comes with 2 magazines, 200,000 filial piety points. Desert Eagle comes with 3 magazines, 150,000 filial piety points. Underworld assassin, possesses assassination and stealth abilities, capable of taking on 10 foes alone. Mounted, it can match 5 iron cavalry. 50,000 each. Who knew the system rewarded Netherworld assassin would be this powerful and this pricey? My basic poison immunity skill needs 100,000 points to upgrade to intermediate level. Wow! The items in the system store left Chu Xiu wide-eyed and thrilled. With sufficient filial piety points, he would only grow stronger. Let me see what I can get for this little bit of filial piety points. Got it. Divine medical skills, 5 tiers total. The first tier, introduction, only costs 10,000 filial piety points. It lets you identify 100 herbs, diagnose injuries and toxins, and memorize 100 formulas. While it can't tailor remedies to specific ailments, it can treat common headaches, fevers, and minor injuries. It also enables medicinal cooking and body conditioning. It can even slightly alter pulse, breathing patterns, and complexion. Impressive. I can keep up the act of being sick. Identifying injuries and toxins, that'll be super useful for me. Plus, using medicinal cuisine to regulate the body? Not bad, not bad. I'll exchange for it. Photographic memory, remember everything you see, never forget. Only 5,000 points? Got it, got it. I'll save the remaining 10,000 points just in case. He spent 15,000 filial piety points to exchange for divine level medical skills beginner and photographic memory. Now, he no longer needed to feign weakness. Divine level medical skills granted him microscopic control over his own body. He could freely control his pulse, breathing, and even his complexion, reverting to the frail, gasping invalid at any moment. As for photographic memory, it allowed him to cram the countless texts accumulated in the cold palace into his mind within mere days. He now gave off the aura of a bookish scholar pale from years of seclusion, his mind enriched by vast reading. As for the 10 newly acquired underworld assassins, he had dispatched them. Like a drop merging into the ocean, they began establishing his own intelligence network across every corner of the capital. To become his father's most trusted confidant, he needed to know everything happening around the emperor. Just as he was leisurely flipping through a medical text, that familiar voice echoed in his mind once more. Beep. Detected Emperor father experiencing anxiety and distress due to the unstable court situation caused by the prince's power struggles. New mission issued, stabilize the court and ease the emperor's burdens. Mission hint, a harmonious family is the source of his majesty's joy. Chu Xiu set down the scroll in his hands. He stared at the task prompt, lost in brief contemplation. A harmonious family. The source of my father's joy. He understood. The reason father was troubled was because his brothers were too noisy. They fought tooth and nail over those vacant official posts, breaking father's heart. How utterly unfilial. As the foremost filial son of Great Xia, he bore both the responsibility and the duty to assist his father in cultivating a harmonious, affectionate family atmosphere where brothers respected and cherished one another. A pure, slightly enlightened smile spread across Chu Xiu's face. If only my brothers could be made to quiet themselves and cease their rivalry, would not father cease to be troubled? His gaze seemed to pierce through the palace walls, settling upon the imperial court. Ultimately, his focus settled on the second prince, Chu Yuan, the most boisterous and ambitious of them all. Backed by his mother's clan and wielding considerable influence within the military, Chu Yuan stood as the crown prince's foremost rival. He was also the most aggressive in this power struggle. Then he would start with him. However, directly silencing the second prince would cause too much commotion, potentially adding new troubles for the emperor. A more subtle, more filial approach was needed. Chu Xiu had a brilliant idea. He wanted to help the emperor see through his second brother's treasonous ambitions, so the emperor could personally deal with this troublesome son. For instance, framing someone for a crime. He set his sights on the second prince's most trusted aide, the newly appointed assistant minister of war, Wang Mang. Several days later, in the imperial garden. The autumn air was crisp and clear, chrysanthemums in full bloom. The second prince, Chu Yuan, basked in triumph as he admired the flowers with several trusted ministers. Having just orchestrated the promotion of his confidant Wang Mang to the position of Vice Minister of War, he had dealt a severe blow to the crown prince's prestige. At that moment, a slender figure slowly approached from the other end of the garden path. It was Chu Xiu. He wore a faded, plain-colored robe, his face still pale. As he walked, he covered his mouth with a silk handkerchief, coughing softly, appearing frail and delicate. Upon seeing him, Chu Yuan's brow instinctively furrowed, his face revealing undisguised disgust and contempt. Chu Xiu seemed oblivious, approaching and bowing respectfully before Chu Yuan. Younger brother pays his respects to second brother. His voice was faint, tinged with the hollow weakness of illness. Chu Yuan couldn't be bothered to look at him, merely snorting a dismissive humph through his nose. Chu Xiu, however, seemed utterly unfazed. He lifted his head, his jet-black eyes fixed on Chu Yuan with sincere earnestness, his tone brimming with genuine concern. Second brother, seeing you toil day and night for state affairs, your figure has grown so thin. Your younger brother truly feels heartbroken. You must take care of yourself and not overwork. Chu Yuan listened to this, utterly baffled. He glanced at him as if looking at a little cutie. Just manage your own illness properly. With a cold snort, he didn't even bother to bid farewell. Instead, he strode past Chu Xiu with his trusted aide, striding away without a backward glance. He didn't see that after he turned away, his frail, harmless ninth brother slowly straightened his back. The innocent, concerned smile on his face remained unchanged. Yet behind that smile lurked something colder than the autumn wind. Chapter 5, My Second Brother's Ambition, written by me. The encounter in the Imperial Garden was merely a test. When Chu Xiu returned to that dilapidated, cold palace, the sickly frailty that had clung to him vanished like receding tide. He straightened his hunched back, and the perpetually fawning, humble smile that had graced his face vanished, replaced by a depth and focus unbecoming of his years. With a gentle wave of his hand, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes materialized without warning in the darkest corner of the chamber, as if born to reside there. The underworld assassin knelt silently, awaiting his master's command. Chu Xiu said nothing, walking straight toward the worn writing desk. He unfolded a sheet of premium Xian paper, lifted a wolf hairbrush, and dipped it heavily in ink. Closing his eyes, he pushed his photographic memory to its absolute limit. Every stroke, every nuance of pressure, every pause and thread of connection in the handwriting of the second Prince Chu Yuan which he had once casually encountered in the Imperial Library was dissected and reconstructed in his mind, etched as clearly as a brand. The next moment, he opened his eyes and began to write. The tip danced across the paper, at times wild and untamed, at others piercing through the paper with sheer force. The handwriting was indistinguishable from Chu Yuan's own, even capturing the arrogance and ambition permeating every stroke with perfect imitation. A secret letter quietly took shape. Its contents were simple, yet deadly. This was a handwritten letter from Chu Yuan to his confidant, Wang Mang. It strictly ordered Wang Mang to use his authority as Assistant Minister of War to secretly mobilize an elite border army stationed outside the capital. The objective, to orchestrate a brutal accident during Crown Prince Chu Xiong's next inspection tour of the imperial estates outside the city. At the letter's close, he specifically instructed Wang Mang to ensure that after the deed was done, all clues must be directed toward the fourth Prince Chu Mo, who also coveted the throne, setting them against each other like dogs fighting. The entire text brimmed with the commanding tone of a ruler and the cold-blooded disregard for human life. Finishing the letter, Chu Xiu gently blew on the ink to dry it, folded the paper neatly, and slipped it into an ordinary envelope. He then spent 1,000 filial piety points in the system store to exchange for a small accessory. It was a polished wolf's fawn, engraved with strange totems, emanating a savage aura of the grasslands. This amulet, unique to a small frontier tribe, was extremely rare in the capital. Place the letter in the most hidden secret compartment of Wang Mang's study. Chu Xiu's voice was soft yet carried an unquestionable command. Place this item inside as well. The black-robed assassin extended his withered hand, took the letter and wolf tooth, and vanished in a flash, merging back into the darkness without a trace. Throughout the entire process, not a single unnecessary sound was made, as if nothing had ever happened. Second brother, you always say the crown prince stands in your way, yet you hesitate to act. Chu Xiu murmured softly into the air, as if engaged in a heart-to-heart with his elder brother. Little brother has a kind heart and can't bear to see his brothers troubled. So, I've come to help you make up your mind. Chu Xiu gazed at the empty hall, his face once again lighting up with that pure smile. Family Harmony Plan, Step 1. Initiated. The next day, at dawn. The night was at its darkest, all sounds hushed. The residence of Wang Mang, Vice Minister of War, was heavily guarded. Guards stood every 3 paces, sentries every 5, all personal troops Wang Mang had brought back from his military service, their vigilance extreme. A shadow, almost indistinguishable from the night, drifted over the high walls as silently as a weightless falling leaf. He evaded every patrol, ignored the lurking sentries, and even the few hunting dogs kept within the compound merely twitched their noses uneasily, uttering not a single sound. The shadow assassin's stealth was as elusive as the spirits themselves. Wang Mang's study was the most heavily guarded core of the entire estate. Yet to the assassin, it remained as good as non-existent. Like a wisp of smoke, he slipped through the window and precisely located a hidden compartment behind the study wall, one that could only be opened by a special mechanism. This was where Wang Mang stored his most confidential documents. The assassin gently placed the forged secret letter and the wolf tooth ornament into the hidden compartment, then restored everything to its original state, leaving not a trace. With his task complete, he vanished once more into the shadows, slipping away unnoticed. From infiltration to departure, it took no longer than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. No one in Wang Mang's residence noticed a thing. 2 days later, in an inconspicuous tea house in the southern part of the capital city, Chu Xiu sat leisurely by the window on the second floor, a pot of hot tea and a plate of pastries before him. Dressed plainly with a pallid complexion, he blended seamlessly among the tea-drinking patrons, appearing as nothing more than a destitute scholar. A Yomi assassin he had just dispatched approached, disguised as an ordinary tea server, head bowed as he refilled his water. Your Highness, the matter is settled. The assassin's voice was hushed, audible only to Chu Xiu. The Imperial Guard in the capital has received the denunciation letter. It details the specific times and locations where a steward from Wang Mang's residence has been meeting with the Black Wind sect in the southern part of the city to smuggle salt. Chu Xiu lifted his teacup, sipping gently as steam misted his brow and eyes. Well done. The Black Wind sect was a low-level criminal organization in the capital, typically involved in smuggling contraband like salt and other banned goods. Though not large in scale, it was sufficient for the patrol corps to claim a victory. Of course, the Black Wind sect had absolutely no connection to Wang Mang, the Assistant Minister of War. The so-called liaison steward was merely a setup orchestrated by Chu Xiu. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Chu Xiu needed a legitimate, reasonable, and lawful justification for the authorities to storm into the Vice Minister of War's residence and conduct a thorough search. The charge of smuggling salt was neither too grand nor too trivial, it was just right. It would allow the patrol corps to establish contact with Wang Mang, the newly appointed Vice Minister of War, while providing sufficient motivation to pursue the case. After all, the Deputy Minister of War held significant influence. If the patrol camp could substantiate the charge of smuggling salt, they stood to gain considerable rewards. Yet it avoided alerting the old foxes at the Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice too early, thereby avoiding alerting the target. Everything was precisely within his calculations. Chu Xiu took another sip of tea, his gaze drifting to a burly farmer seated at a tea stall below. A smile touched his lips as he murmured to himself. Father truly cares for me. That night, at the hour of the dog. Wang Mang's residence. Wang Mang, having just returned from the Ministry of War, was eating his meal. Having risen through the ranks of the military, he ate with the same decisive speed and wolfed down his food. Having just finished one bowl, he was about to serve himself another. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the residence. What's going on? Wang Mang frowned, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, his face clouding with displeasure. A personal guard rushed in, his face tense. Kneeling on one knee, he exclaimed urgently, "Sir, it's terrible. The Imperial Guard has broken in." What? Wang Mang flew into a rage, slamming his palm down on the table. The hard redwood desk instantly cracked. What audacity! The Imperial Guard of the capital dares to invade my residence. He sprang to his feet, snatched the sword hanging on the wall, and strode purposefully toward the front courtyard. Upon reaching the front courtyard, he saw dozens of soldiers in patrol corps uniforms, armed with swords and spears, already occupying half the courtyard. They stood facing off against his household guards. The leading patrol captain, a military officer, bowed respectfully yet firmly upon seeing Wang Mang emerge. "Minister Wang, forgive our intrusion." Wang Mang's eyes widened, his gaze fierce and menacing. He bellowed, daring to storm this official's residence. "Are you plotting rebellion? Who gave you the audacity?" The captain remained unflinching, pulling a document bearing the official government seal from his robe and holding it high. "Minister Wang, we act under orders. An informant reported that your steward, Lin Fu, is involved with the Black Wind gang in the city, smuggling salt. We just apprehended him at the designated location red-handed. Under the laws of the Great Xia Empire, we have the authority to search the suspect's residence and the estates of any related parties." Wang Mang's pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Fu? Smuggling salt? Though quick to anger, he was no fool. The patrol camp had caught him red-handed. Searching the residence was both reasonable and lawful. Smuggling salt was a serious crime. If he resorted to force to obstruct them, it would be open defiance of the law, adding another charge to his case. Wang Mang could only watch helplessly as the captain waved his hand and coldly ordered, "Search." The patrol camp soldiers scattered like wolves and tigers, charging into every corner of the residence. Wang Mang's face darkened so much it seemed water could drip from it. He fixed his gaze on the commander, speaking slowly and deliberately, "Fine. Very well. I'll see what you can possibly find in my residence. If you find nothing, Wang Mang will not let this matter rest." Rage boiled within him, yet a thread of doubt also lingered. How could a petty smuggling case implicate him? The patrol corps had even stormed his residence without warning. Who was pulling the strings behind this? Yet he could never have imagined that this was merely the beginning. A storm capable of dragging both him and the second Prince Chu Yuan, who stood behind him, into an abyss of utter ruin had already begun to unfold silently. A patrol captain, accompanied by two subordinates, strode directly toward the study deep within the mansion. A subtle, meaningful smile played at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 6, Searching for Smuggled Salt, Uncovering a Treasonous Conspiracy. Wang Mang's residence descended into utter chaos. Patrol soldiers swarmed like hyenas sensing blood, ransacking every room and courtyard. The sharp crack of shattering porcelain, the shrieks of servants, and the soldiers' coarse shouts blended into a deafening cacophony. Wang Mang stood in the center of the courtyard, his face ashen, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Having spent his life on the battlefield, his hands stained with the blood of countless victims, he had never endured such humiliation. Were it not for that search warrant bearing the official seal, he would have ordered every last one of these scoundrels be cut down. "Sir, should we?" A trusted guard stepped forward, making a throat-slitting gesture. "Damn it!" Wang Mang growled under his breath. "Do you want me to be accused of openly defying the law?" The soldier hung his head, his face twisted with frustration. But Your Excellency, this is too much to bear. Wang Mang stood with hands behind his back, chest thrust out, sneering. Let them search. I, Wang Mang, walk upright and sit with dignity. In this mansion, they won't find a single extra hair beyond the weapons and armor officially registered with the authorities. Just wait and see how I deal with this bunch of scum. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he saw the patrol captain leading two men stride directly toward his study. Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. The study was a sacred space, containing only routine correspondence between him and the second prince, nothing improper. As for smuggled salt? Utter nonsense. He was eager to see what tricks these men could possibly pull. Wang Mang snorted coldly and strode after them. Inside the study, two patrol soldiers were roughly ransacking the bookshelves, scattering bamboo slips across the floor. Wang Mang's eye twitched. These were rare copies of military treatises he had treasured for years. The sergeant, however, showed no interest in the books. He paced around the study, as if inspecting the walls, his fingers tapping them intermittently. Wang Mang watched clearly, his confusion deepening. Was this how they searched for contraband salt? This setup looks like they're searching for some secret passageway. Found it. The sergeant abruptly halted, coming to a stop before a wall adorned with a landscape painting. His voice was not loud, yet the entire study fell instantly silent. Wang Mang's heart sank. Behind that wall, there was indeed a hidden compartment. It was where he stored his most confidential documents, a secret known only to himself. Not even the second prince was aware of it. But how did this lowly sergeant from the patrol corps discover it? The corporal reached out and pressed a specific sequence of seemingly ordinary protrusions on the wall. A soft click sounded. The wall split open, revealing a dark, cavernous secret compartment. The personal guards following Wang Mang all paled. They had never heard of such a mechanism in the mansion. Wang Mang's breath nearly stopped in that moment. He stared fixedly at the sergeant, his mind in utter chaos. Impossible. This secret couldn't possibly be known to anyone else. The sergeant seemed oblivious to Wang Mang's unease as he reached into the hidden compartment. First to emerge was an envelope. A very ordinary envelope. Next, he pulled out a small accessory. It was a wolf's tooth, glowing faintly in the lamplight. What's this? A soldier inquired, leaning in curiously. Looks like something from the northern barbarians, another replied. Wang Mang froze upon seeing the wolf's tooth, then erupted in fury. He had never seen such an object before. This was clearly a frame-up. How dare you? Fabricating evidence to frame an imperial official. Wang Mang roared, reaching for his sword. Minister Wang, please calm your anger. The sergeant remained remarkably composed, waving the envelope in his hand. Whether this belongs to you or not, just read what's written inside, and it will be clear. With that, he opened the envelope in front of everyone and pulled out the letter inside. His face drained of color as if struck by lightning, freezing him in place. The color drained from his face at a visible pace, leaving him as pale as paper. His hand, clutching the letter, began to shake violently, as if the thin sheet of paper weighed 1,000 pounds. Thud! The patrol captain, who had been so imposing moments before, suddenly lost his footing and collapsed to his knees. The two soldiers beside him were startled and rushed to help him up. Sergeant! What's wrong? The sergeant's lips quivered, his teeth chattering so violently he could barely form coherent words. His voice trembled as he barked. Quick, quick! Seal off the scene! No one enters or leaves. Right. Notify the superior officer and request reinforcements. His voice was shrill and hoarse, filled with utter terror. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Wang Mang froze too. It's just a letter. Is this really worth such panic? One soldier beside the sergeant, bolder than the rest and relying on his ability to recognize a few characters, leaned forward curiously and glanced at the letter. At that single glance, his reaction was even more exaggerated than the sergeant's. He let out a shriek, as if he'd seen a ghost, scrambling backward until he collapsed onto the ground, his pants quickly soaking wet in the crotch. Rebellion, they're plotting a rebellion. Treason. This is a case of high treason. These shrill screams exploded like thunderclaps in Wang Mang's mind. Treason? What a joke! He shoved aside the guards blocking his path and lunged forward, snatching the letter from the petrified sergeant's trembling hands. The handwriting on the letter was all too familiar to him. It was the handwriting of the second prince, Chu Yuan, wild and untamed, radiating an air of arrogance that seemed to look down upon the world. Yet the contents of the letter sent Wang Mang into a deep freeze, his entire body growing cold. Mobilize the border troops, orchestrate an accident, assassinate the crown prince, and frame the fourth prince. Each word felt like a red-hot dagger plunging deep into his heart. No, this can't be true. Wang Mang murmured to himself, his entire body drained of strength as if in an instant. The letter slipped from his trembling hands and drifted to the floor. How could this be? How could the second prince write such a treasonous letter? And how had it ended up in his secret compartment? And that wolf's tooth. This is a frame-up. Who did this? Who exactly did it? Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet he found no answers. He felt the world spinning wildly, as if an immense, invisible net had already ensnared him. Hurry! Hurry! At that moment, Li Si, the captain of the patrol regiment who had received word, also came sprinting over. He snatched the letter and the wolf tooth, carefully wrapped them in a piece of cloth, and tucked them tightly into his bosom. It was as if he were holding a priceless treasure, or perhaps a death warrant summoning him to the underworld. Without a glance at the utterly distraught Wang Mang, his face lit with excitement as he bellowed at his men. Guards! Arrest Wang Mang! Throw him into the imperial dungeon. Anyone who dares to interfere will be treated as an accomplice. And you! He pointed at the sergeant. Prepare the finest steed at once. Follow me to the palace. This matter is of the utmost urgency. It must be reported immediately. Hurry! The night grew deep. What should have been a minor case of apprehending a salt smuggler had spiraled completely out of control. A squadron of swift horses charged out of Wang Mang's residence, defying the curfew. They kicked up clouds of dust on the silent streets, galloping madly toward the imperial palace. The clatter of hooves shattered the capital's tranquility and sounded the death knell for someone. Chapter 7, The Second Son Plots Rebellion? May it not be a gift from a devoted son. Deep into the night. Within the hall of cultivating the heart, flickering candlelight stretched Emperor Chu Wei's weary silhouette across the floor. He massaged his throbbing temples. The mountain of memorials piled on his desk felt like a weight crushing his heart. For half a month, the crown prince and second prince had openly and covertly vied for a lucrative provincial post in the court, dragging their factions into bitter infighting. The entire court was thick with toxic atmosphere. Useless. All of them useless. Chu Wei slammed a memorial onto the floor, his chest heaving violently. Chief Eunuch Wang Difu hurriedly bowed low, picked up the memorial, and whispered soothingly, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your health is paramount." He replaced the emperor's cup with calming ginseng tea, and the chamber finally regained a moment of quiet. Just as Chu Wei lifted the cup to his lips, a flurry of hurried, chaotic footsteps outside shattered the fragile calm. A young eunuch scrambled in, nearly falling over himself, his voice trembling with emotion. Your Majesty. Trouble. Captain Li Si of the Capital Patrol Corps, bearing an urgent token, seeks audience outside the hall. He claims to report a treasonous conspiracy of the highest order. Treason? Chu Wei's hand trembled, spilling scalding tea onto his dragon robe, yet he remained oblivious. Admit him. His voice was dry and hoarse. Soon, the patrol captain named Li Si was brought in. The moment he entered the hall, he fell to his knees with a thud, trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, not daring to lift his head. Your Majesty. Your humble servant. Your humble servant was ordered to search the residence of Wang Mang, the Vice Minister of War, to confiscate contraband salt, but I accidentally discovered a secret compartment. Li Si pulled a bundle tightly wrapped in yellow cloth from his robe and held it high above his head. Within the secret compartment, there was a secret letter of rebellion written in the hand of the second prince, Chu Yuan. Boom! Chu Wei felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his skull, darkness swirling before his eyes. Chu Yuan? His ambitious son who constantly boasts about his military achievements? Wang Difu trembled as he stepped forward, took the yellow cloth bundle from Li Si's hands, and presented it upon the imperial desk. As Chu Wei's fingertips touched the cloth bundle, he felt a faint chill. He slowly unwrapped the cloth bundle. Inside lay a letter and a wolf's tooth pendant that glowed with a faint, eerie light. His gaze fell first upon the letter. The envelope bore no signature, yet the handwriting was all too familiar. Wild, untamed, and sharp as a blade. It was Chu Yuan's handwriting. Chu Wei tore the letter from its envelope. Its contents made his blood run cold. Deploy the Western Mountain garrison under the guise of military drills. Set an ambush along the ancient Chongting Road. When the crown prince's carriage passes, rain arrows upon him. Stage it as an attack by barbarian assassins, then frame the fourth prince. Each word pierced Chu Wei's eyes like a poisoned steel needle. His breathing grew ragged, his chest clenched as if by an invisible fist, nearly suffocating him. Impossible, handwriting can be forged. Chu Wei muttered to himself, unwilling to believe it, or rather, afraid to believe it. That a prince would plot so viciously against his own blood brother. Wang Difu, he roared. Your servant is here. Go! Bring all of Chu Yuan's memorials from past years to this throne. Hurry! Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Difu scrambled toward the archives in the side hall. Within the hall of mental cultivation, a deathly silence hung heavy. Li Si knelt on the floor, his breathing nearly ceasing. Chu Wei stared fixedly at the letter, his mind in turmoil. He knew Chu Yuan's ambitions all too well. But would he truly dare to go this far? Just then, a frail, pale face with an innocent smile flashed unexpectedly through his mind. It was Chu Xiu. The harmless ninth son who had languished in the cold palace for over a decade. The dutiful son who had delivered that miracle cure to him just days ago. An inexplicable chill rose from Chu Wei's spine, instantly spreading through every limb and bone. He shook his head, trying to banish that absurd notion. No, impossible. He was merely a pitiful wretch forgotten in the cold palace, a sickly invalid struggling to survive. How could he possibly possess such extraordinary abilities? It must be Chu Yuan. It has to be him. Blinded by power, he's plotting rebellion. Chu Wei repeated this to himself over and over, trying to convince himself with this conclusion, to suppress the deeper, more incomprehensible fear lurking within his heart. Soon, Wang Difu returned to the hall with several young eunuchs, carrying heavy camphorwood chests. The boxes were opened, revealing nothing but memorials submitted by Chu Yuan over the years. Chu Wei grabbed one volume, then picked up the secret letter. Holding them close to the candlelight, he began comparing them word by word. The rise and fall of the brushstroke, the structure of the characters, the subtle habits at the end of each stroke. Identical. Not a single difference. If this was an imitation, then the forger's skill had reached a level beyond comprehension. Chu Wei's hands began to tremble as he flipped through the books one by one, comparing them meticulously. The result? They were all identical. Irrefutable proof. Ha, ha. A feral growl erupted from Chu Wei's throat. His eyes blazed crimson, his facial muscles contorted in a grimace that was both rage and terror. He would rather believe this was Chu Yuan's utter madness than contemplate the other possibility. Because the former he could still confront, still deal with. But the latter, that was an unknown he could neither comprehend nor control. A monster lurking in the darkest depths. Thud. He swept all the memorials and that letter onto the floor. The papers scattered like offerings to the impending storm. He thought of Wang Mang, that confidant of Chu Yuan, the assistant minister of war. How deep must Chu Yuan's cunning be to make a fierce general like Wang Mang utterly devoted? No, that can't be right. If all this was a frame-up, then how terrifying must the perpetrator's methods be? He could slip a letter capable of annihilating an entire clan into the most secret compartment of a deputy minister of war's desk without a sound. He could perfectly mimic a prince's handwriting to the point of flawlessness. He could even predict that the patrol corps would conduct a search and that they would certainly find it. This was no longer mere scheming, it was the work of demons and spirits. Chu Wei shuddered violently, cold sweat instantly soaking through his inner robe. He dared not think further. He must make a decision immediately. He must stir this pool of water even murkier, dragging everyone into it. He needed allies, witnesses, and above all, a blade. Someone. Chu Wei roared with every ounce of strength he possessed. His voice echoed through the vast hall, resonating with imperial authority yet unable to mask the terror seeping deep into his bones. Summon Crown Prince Chu Xiu, 4th Prince Chu Mo, and Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian to the palace immediately. Tell them. I have matters of utmost urgency to discuss with them. Chapter 8, The Crown Prince's Ecstasy. The Shadow Emperor's dramatic performance betrays his own brother. Night winds swept through the hall of mental cultivation, causing the flames of the massive candelabras to flicker wildly, flickering between bright and dim. Emperor Chu Wei's roar had barely faded. Chief Eunuch Wang Difu, accompanied by a squad of junior eunuchs, practically sprinted out of the hall. A shrill voice pierced the night sky, echoing throughout the palace grounds. Announce His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness the 4th Prince, and the Grand Marshal of the Army are to enter the palace immediately to attend the Emperor. Inside the hall, only Emperor Chu Wei's heavy breathing remained. Like an old beast trapped in a cage, he paced back and forth around the imperial desk. His feet crushed the scattered memorials and that fateful letter beneath him, rustling with each step. Each step felt like trampling on his own taut nerves. The patrol captain named Li Si remained kneeling where he was, his head bowed even lower, as if desperate to squeeze himself into the cracks between the floor tiles. He dared not move, dared not speak, terrified that the emperor's wrath might engulf him at any moment. Chu Wei halted, gazing down at the letter on the floor. The once unrestrained handwriting now twisted in his eyes into a series of mocking grimaces. There were letters from Chu Yuan, from the crown prince, and even from his ninth son, Chu Xiu, who had smiled at him from the cold palace. Fear seeped from the deepest recesses of his heart, numbing his limbs. He must steady himself. He was the emperor, the son of heaven. Whether the forces behind this were human or demonic, he must remain the one holding the reins, not a pawn at their mercy. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed outside the chamber. Crown Prince Chu Xiu burst in first, still clad in his nightgarments with only a robe hastily thrown over them. His hair was disheveled, his face etched with anxiety and concern. Father! You summoned me in the dead of night. Is your majesty unwell? Your son is consumed with worry. Following closely behind was the 4th Prince, Chu Mo, his face pale. Upon entering the hall, he cautiously assessed the emperor's expression before standing respectfully at attention with hands clasped at his sides. Last to enter was the Grand Marshal of the Army, Lin Xiaotian. The old marshal wore full military attire, his stride steady and unwavering, showing no sign of panic. His sultan pepper beard was meticulously trimmed, and his weathered face bore deep, crisscrossing lines. His eyes swept across the chamber before settling on the emperor. He bowed with clasped hands, saying nothing. Chu Wei paid no attention to anyone. He merely gestured with his chin toward the letter on the floor. Everyone, take a look. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a heart-stopping weariness. Wang Difu hastily bowed, picked up the letter and the wolf tooth pendant, and presented them first to the most honored figure present, Crown Prince Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu took it with puzzlement and unfolded the paper. At a single glance, his expression changed. First came bewilderment, then shock. Immediately after, beneath the mask of composure, an unmistakable fury began to seethe. This is my second brother's handwriting. His hand trembled as he held the letter, as if unable to bear its weight. Absurd! Impossible! How dare he! How dare he! Chu Xiu spun around abruptly, crashing to his knees before Chu Wei with a thud, sobbing uncontrollably. Father! Father, you must avenge your son. He held the letter aloft, weeping with heart-wrenching anguish. My second brother, he actually planned an ambush to kill me. And he intends to frame our fourth brother. He seeks to exterminate us brothers entirely, undermining the very foundation of our great Xia. Father! As Chu Xiu wailed his accusations, he stole glances at Chu Wei's reaction from the corner of his eye. Beneath his grief-stricken expression lay a barely contained surge of wild elation. He had waited far too long for this chance to bring down Chu Yuan. He never imagined this chance would fall from the heavens in such a manner. It was as if heaven itself was aiding him. Fourth Prince Chu Mo also leaned in to read the letter. Upon seeing the words frame the fourth prince, his legs gave way in terror, and he too fell to his knees. Father, I swear by heaven. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. I am innocent. In an instant, two princes knelt on the floor of the Hall of Cultivating the Heart. One wept as if his heart were breaking, the other trembled as if his soul had left his body, a truly lively scene. Only Lin Xiaotian remained composed. He took the letter and the wolf tooth pendant from Wang Difu's hands. He did not read the letter first. Instead, he held the wolf tooth pendant under the candlelight, examining it closely. He assessed the quality of the wolf's tooth, the craftsmanship of its polish, and the minute engravings upon it. Only after a moment did he pick up the letter. He read it very slowly, word by word, not overlooking even the texture of the paper or the depth of the ink. This veteran general, hardened by 50 years on the battlefield, sensed something unusual in this letter purported to be ironclad evidence. Too perfect. The handwriting was flawless, the plan was flawless, the timing was flawless. So perfect it felt like a meticulously laid trap. Especially that wolf tooth pendant, an unnecessary flourish that only served to draw attention to itself. Lin Xiaotian finished reading the letter, gently placed it back on Wang Difu's tray, then returned to his seat, still silent. Chu Wei observed every reaction. He saw the excitement beneath the crown prince's performance, the genuine fear in the fourth prince's eyes, and most of all, the bottomless silence of Lin Xiaotian. The old marshal's silence unsettled him more than the combined tantrums of his two sons. Lin Xiaotian suspected something was amiss, and Chu Wei must have noticed it too. But where was the evidence? The evidence was right before his eyes. Chu Yuan's handwriting, the secret compartment in the Vice Minister of War's residence, everything pointed to the second prince, Chu Yuan. The crown prince still wailed on the ground, his cries blood-curdling, his words piercing to the heart. Father! My second brother wields military power and colludes with Wang Mang, the Vice Minister of War. His treachery deserves death. Today he dares to plot against his son, tomorrow he will dare to commit even greater treason. For the sake of the great Xia dynasty and the imperial family's honor, father, please make a swift decision and severely punish this traitor. Chu Wei closed his eyes. He felt as though his skull would split open. He knew the crown prince was forcing his hand, using the foundation of the nation and the empire to pressure him. If he shielded Chu Yuan, it would mean disregarding the nation's safety. But if he punished Chu Yuan, he would play right into the crown prince's hands and into the trap set by the shadowy figure pulling the strings behind the scenes. Unbidden, a face surfaced once more in his mind. Chu Xiu. That frail, innocent, and dutiful son. The medicine he brought cured his own headache. His filial piety brought down corrupt officials and their cronies in the Ministry of Revenue. Now, he was troubled by the prince's struggle for succession. Then, the second son who troubled him most was promptly presented with the grand gift of treason. Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? Chu Wei's heart plunged into an abyss without bottom. He would rather believe Chu Yuan had brought about his own downfall through foolish arrogance, rather than confront the far more terrifying truth. For that truth meant that he, the emperor, had been manipulated like a puppet from the very beginning. And that person was none other than his most inconspicuous son. He slowly opened his eyes, and the chamber fell instantly silent. The crown prince's sobs abruptly ceased. He lifted his tear-streaked face, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Chu Wei's gaze swept past him, brushing over the terrified fourth prince before finally settling on the silent Lin Xiaotian. He said nothing, only ground out a single sentence through clenched teeth. Someone. The voice was not loud, yet it caused the temperature of the entire hall to plummet. Bring Chu Yuan before me. Chapter 9, Beyond Defense, Your son is innocent. Bring Chu Yuan before me. Within the Hall of Mental Cultivation, the Emperor's command crashed like a boulder into stagnant waters, its echoes lingering long after. Two young eunuchs scrambled out the palace doors, disappearing into the deep night. An eerie silence descended upon the grand hall. Candlelight flickered, stretching everyone's shadows long and thin. They danced wildly across the floor and walls, like ghostly apparitions. Crown Prince Chu Xiu remained kneeling on the floor, head bowed. His wide sleeves concealed his tightly clenched fists. His fingernails dug deep into his palms, the sharp pain the only thing suppressing the overwhelming joy threatening to burst from his chest. It's done. It was done. This second brother who had weighed upon him for years, this thorn in his side wielding military power with arrogance and tyranny. After tonight, he would vanish from the chessboard forever. He had already begun plotting how, after Chu Yuan's downfall, how he would swiftly seize control of Chu Yuan's military faction. How to plant his own men. How to transform this monumental achievement into the most solid stepping stone on his path to the throne. Fourth Prince Chu Mo knelt on the opposite side, his body trembling slightly. Unlike the Crown Prince's excitement, he felt only a chill seeping from his very bones. Too fast. Too ruthless. Too precise. This blade had pierced precisely into Chu Yuan's heart, striking the Emperor's most sensitive nerve. This was not political maneuvering, it was slaughter. Who exactly had orchestrated this flawless killing trap behind the scenes? He dared not think about it. The more he pondered, the more a chill ran through his entire body. His sole priority now was to extricate himself completely from this storm. To play the role of an innocent, terrified younger brother caught in the crossfire. To avoid becoming collateral damage. Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian stood like an iron tower. His eyes, which had witnessed countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, calmly fixed upon the letter on the ground. In his mind, the entire incident was being rapidly replayed. The denunciation, the search, the secret letter. Each link fits seamlessly into the next, flawless in its execution. Yet a soldier's instinct told him something was terribly wrong. That wolf-tooth pendant was an emblem used only by a tiny tribe of northern barbarians. That tribe had been wiped out by Chu Yuan himself 3 years ago. Chu Yuan using such an item as a token? It was laughable. This seemed more like a frame-up, a piece of evidence cleverly planted by someone who only exposed their own ignorance of military affairs and border conditions. But he couldn't say so. At a time like this, suspicion without proof amounted to a challenge to imperial authority. He could only remain silent, letting his silence speak for his stance. Emperor Chu Wei sat on the dragon throne, leaning back, his entire figure submerged in a vast shadow. He gazed at his two sons kneeling before him, one consumed by grief, the other filled with dread. His gaze fell once more upon the silent Lin Xiaotian. His head began to ache again. It wasn't a headache, but a deeper pain, as if his very soul were being torn apart. He forced himself to calm down. But that sickly, innocent face kept dancing uncontrollably before his eyes. That son named Chu Xiu haunted him like a specter, lodged in his heart, refusing to fade. Amidst this suffocating weight, a clatter of disorderly footsteps echoed outside the chamber, mingled with the clang of armor and coarse shouts. Let go! Do you know who I am? You insolent dogs! Who gave you the audacity? The voices grew louder as they approached, filled with terror and fury. Soon, the second Prince Chu Yuan was dragged into the Hall of Mental Cultivation by 2 imperial guards, one on each side. He wore only a thin nightgown, his hair disheveled, his face still bearing the confusion and fury of being rudely awakened from sleep. But when he took in the scene within the hall, all his fury froze instantly. His father's face, dark and watery. The Crown Prince and his fourth brother, kneeling on the floor with peculiar expressions. And the expressionless commander-in-chief of the imperial army, clad in full military regalia. An ominous foreboding seized his heart. Father! Chu Yuan's voice was dry. He broke free from the guard's grip, adjusted his robes, and prepared to kneel in salute. But Chu Wei wouldn't give him the chance. Without another word, he merely lifted his chin. The eunuch in charge of the imperial seal, Wang Defu, understood the signal and promptly presented the letter and the wolf-tooth pendant before Chu Yuan. Your Highness, please take a look. Chu Yuan took the letter with puzzlement and unfolded it. At a single glance, his pupils contracted sharply to the size of pinpricks. That familiar, wild and unrestrained handwriting, the viciously cruel plan within the letter. Each character felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing his eyeballs. No. His lips trembled, uttering a broken syllable. His entire body felt as if struck by lightning, his blood seemingly drained from his veins in that instant, leaving his limbs ice-cold. I didn't write this. I didn't. He jerked his head up, staring at Chu Wei seated upon the dragon throne. All color drained from his face, leaving only terror and dread. With a thud, his knees slammed against the cold, hard gold bricks. Father! Your son is innocent. This is a frame-up. Someone is trying to destroy me. He banged his head frantically against the floor, again and again, the dull thuds echoing through the chamber. Someone has forged my handwriting to frame me for death. Father, see clearly. Father! Crown Prince Chu Xiu slowly raised his head, his face etched with grief and despair. Second brother, at this point, you still insist on making excuses? His voice was quiet, yet it pierced Chu Yuan's ears like a sharp needle. This letter was discovered in a secret compartment within Wang Mang's residence, a clear case of red-handed evidence. The handwriting is identical to your past memorials, how could it be anything but genuine? As Chu Xiu spoke, he observed Chu Wei's reaction out of the corner of his eye, continuing to fan the flames. We were brothers. I truly cannot believe you could be so ruthless. Not only did you attempt to kill me, but you also framed our fourth brother. What is your heart made of? You're talking nonsense. Chu Yuan, like a cornered beast driven to desperation, whipped his head around, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Chu Xiu. It was you. It must have been you. Chu Xiu, you framed me. Second brother, you've lost your mind. Chu Xiu looked utterly heartbroken. With His Majesty the Emperor here, with the Marshal here, how dare you make such baseless accusations? It's you. Who else could it be? You've wanted me dead for ages. Chu Yuan roared, his eyes wild with fury. He lunged forward, only to be held back by the Imperial guards beside him, struggling futilely in place. Chu Wei watched the farce of brotherly devotion unfold before him with cold detachment. He stared at Chu Yuan's face, twisted by utter despair. Looking at Chu Xiu's face, which appeared especially sincere due to his grief. Everything seemed so real. Chu Yuan's despair was genuine, and Chu Xiu's schadenfreude was equally real. Yet, upon Chu Yuan's face twisted with sheer terror, Chu Wei couldn't help but see another face. A face with a sickly pallor, always wearing an innocent, harmless smile. Father, please take care of your health. Father, your son pays his respects. Father. That voice, that smiling face now intertwined with Chu Yuan's shrieks and Chu Xiu's wails wove a vast net that trapped him utterly. He couldn't tell anymore. He truly couldn't tell anymore. The two before him, one a hysterical madman, the other a masterful hypocrite. But what of that son, confined to the cold palace, whom he could not even see? Was he the true actor, or the director orchestrating it all? A bone-chilling coldness shot up Chu Wei's spine, from the base of his tailbone to the crown of his head. He gazed at his three sons kneeling before the throne, yet felt himself to be the caged beast on display for others to gawk at. Chapter 10, The more loyal they are, the more I fear them. The endless bickering between his two sons filled Chu Wei with irritation. His voice grew stern. Take the second prince away. Confine him to the prince's residence. Station 1,000 imperial guards to surround the estate. Until the matter is investigated, no one is permitted to visit him. Anyone who disobeys this order shall be executed. Father, you cannot treat your son this way. Chu Yuan's eyes blazed crimson as he roared in anguish. Father, this is all the crown prince's scheme. He framed me. Father, you must vindicate me. Chu Yuan was dragged out. His shrieks and curses echoed through the empty halls, growing fainter until they faded away entirely. The hall of mental cultivation fell silent once more, though the air now held an indescribable, oppressive heaviness. Chu Wei waved his hand wearily, his voice hoarse. Everyone, withdraw. Your son takes his leave. Crown Prince Chu Xiu respectfully kowtowed before rising slowly. As he turned, the grief on his face faded, replaced by an uncontrollable sense of triumph. He walked slowly, his straightened spine seeming to declare to all present that he was the ultimate victor in this struggle. Fourth Prince Chu Mo kept his head bowed the entire time, like a true timid bird, silently following the others out without uttering another word. In the grand hall, only Chu Wei and Lin Xiaotian remained. Chu Wei did not look at him, his gaze fixed instead on the golden brick stained crimson by Chu Yuan's blood. He remained silent for a long while. Minister Lin, what is your assessment? Lin Xiaotian clasped his fists, his voice steady as a mountain. Your Majesty, I am a warrior, not a judge. A clever yet distant reply. Chu Wei slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon this veteran general who had served as his subject for decades, weathering storms alongside him. He saw neither support nor opposition in Lin Xiaotian's expression. Only the pure, iron-blooded resolve and cool-headedness of a soldier. That very composure made Chu Wei's heart sink even deeper. He understood that Lin Xiaotian had spotted the problem. But he remained silent. For his loyalty lay with the state of Great Xia, not with Chu Wei's personal affairs. I am weary. Chu Wei waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw as well. Only when the grand hall was left empty, with him alone, did he finally shed all pretense. He slumped limply into the dragon throne, gasping for breath in ragged heaves. He closed his eyes, trying to rest for a moment. Yet in his mind, those two faces began to alternate once more. One face was Chu Yuan's, twisted with despair. The other was Chu Xiu's, innocent and frail. One roared in fury, the other smiled. Someone come here. Your servant is here. Wang Difu slid out of the shadows and knelt on the ground. Prepare the carriage. To the imperial prison. The heavenly prison. On the damp, slippery walls, a dim torch crackled and popped. The light barely pierced the thick darkness, only making the shadows in the corners seem more sinister. Chu Wei descended the slippery stone steps, surrounded by imperial guards and eunuchs. His dragon robe seemed utterly out of place in this place. Each step felt like treading on sticky, rotting flesh, causing his stomach to churn violently. This was the first time Chu Wei had set foot in this place since ascending the throne. Dark and damp. The air was thick with mold, rotting straw, and a faint tang of blood, seeping into his nostrils and weighing heavily on his chest. Prisoners in the cells lining the walls caught sight of the figure in bright yellow. First came deathly silence, then erupted into frenzied commotion cries, pleas for mercy, curses mingling into a cacophony of wails and howls. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I beg you to see clearly. Chu Wei, you damned scum. I curse you to suffer worse than death. Chu Wei, you've condemned my entire clan to death. Why keep me alive? You bastard. If you've got the guts, kill me now. Wang Difu flinched, instinctively wanting to order the Imperial Guards to silence the chaos. But Chu Wei waved him off, his expression unreadable as he continued walking inward. These voices, strangely enough, brought a fleeting sense of eerie calm to his mind, which felt as if it were about to explode. In the deepest dungeon cell, Wang Mang, the Assistant Minister of War, hung suspended from a wooden frame, bound by two thick iron chains. His prison robe was soaked through with blood, stained a dark crimson. Crisscrossing whip marks covered his body, the skin torn and flesh exposed. Yet he held his head high. Beneath his disheveled hair, his eyes burned with an astonishing intensity, like a trapped beast. Hearing footsteps, Wang Mang slowly turned his neck and saw Chu Wei. His mouth twisted into a mocking sneer as blood-stained saliva dripped onto the floor. "Pa!" His voice was hoarse, yet brimming with contempt. "How dare you?" The eunuch Wang Difu, bearing the imperial seal, barked the reprimand, reaching for his whip. Chu Wei raised a hand, halting him. He walked to the cell, gazing through the cold iron bars at the once feared general who had expanded his empire. "Wang Mang." Chu Wei's voice betrayed no emotion. "I ask you one last time, what is the truth behind that letter?" Wang Mang burst into laughter, the sound tugging at his wounds and sending him into a violent coughing fit. "I've already said I don't know. I, Wang Mang, failed to govern my household strictly. My steward secretly colluded with bandits to smuggle salt. This is my crime. I admit it. But I refuse to admit to treason." He lifted his eyes, burning with fury, and fixed them intently on Chu Wei. "Your Majesty, do you truly believe I, Wang Mang, am the sort of fool who would follow some greenhorn into an act deserving of having my entire clan executed?" His words were crude, direct, and brimming with a soldier's arrogance. Chu Wei's brow knotted into a tight knot. Chu Yuan is no young upstart, he is the second prince. A prince? Wang Mang snorted derisively, as if he'd heard the most laughable joke in the world. "In my eyes, he is first and foremost the commander who dared to fight the barbarians to the death for 3 months on the frozen plains of the northern frontier, personally cutting down 36 enemy heads. He is a man I, Wang Mang, deeply admire. Unlike certain creatures in the court who only know how to hide behind their pens, scheming against their own people." Chu Wei paid no heed, only feeling his headache intensify. Wang Mang's loyalty to Chu Yuan felt like a red-hot iron rod, jabbing viciously into his nerves. Chu Wei had assumed that with just a little torture, this brute would confess. But now it seemed he was wrong. Wang Mang's resolve was harder than the iron chains in the heavenly prison. And this very resilience stemmed precisely from his unreserved loyalty and admiration for Chu Yuan. A terrifying scenario began to play out uncontrollably in Chu Wei's mind. To make a fierce and unyielding general like Wang Mang so utterly devoted. How long had Chu Yuan been cultivating influence within the military? How deep had his roots truly taken hold? Had the military inspectors and spies he sent into the ranks all become blind and deaf? Or had they been bought off by Chu Yuan long ago? The thought took root like a vine, twisting and choking his heart until he could scarcely breathe. Staring at Wang Mang's face, resolute even in the face of death, a chill rose from the soles of his feet. Or, there was an even more terrifying possibility. Wang Mang was telling the truth. He knew nothing. Chu Yuan had been framed too. That letter, that wolf tooth pendant, everything, it was all a trap. A flawless, chillingly precise killing trap. Who possessed such formidable power? To forge the prince's handwriting. Who could uncover the secrets of the Vice Minister of War's residence? Manipulate the Patrol Corps, the Supreme Court, and even the Emperor himself with utter ease? That name again. Chu Xiu. The son who, in the cold palace, held a bowl of soup and smiled at him with innocent innocence. The son who executed Li Dequan's entire family in the most filial manner. The son who made him feel, for the first time, what it meant to be utterly powerless. Chu Wei clenched his hands into fists behind his back. He would rather believe it was Chu Yuan who had schemed for years, plotting rebellion. For that was a threat he could comprehend, one he could extinguish. An enemy he could see and touch. But if it was Chu Xiu, what then? A specter lurking in the shadows? A monster in human skin? An existence he could neither comprehend, predict, nor even fathom. Compared to this unknown terror, the prince's rebellion seemed insignificant. Chu Wei closed his eyes and drew a deep breath of the foul air within the imperial dungeon. He couldn't think about it anymore. If he did, he would lose his mind. He had to choose a truth he could accept. Wang Mang. He spoke again, his voice restored to the imperial majesty and coldness of a ruler. Stubborn and obstinate, your crime is compounded. Out of consideration for past ties, I shall grant you a proper burial. With that, he turned away without another glance at Wang Mang, striding forcefully toward the exit. With Wang Mang's death decreed, everything could be pinned on treason and usurpation. Moreover, Chu Yuan, his second son, truly needed to be disciplined. This way, Chu Yuan's life could be spared. It would also spare him from overthinking. He wouldn't have to dwell on that seemingly filial face. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Wang Mang roared from behind. Even as a ghost, I, Wang Mang, will never let those who framed the second prince go unpunished. Chu Wei. You will be blinded by those petty men for the rest of your life. Chu Wei's footsteps did not falter in the slightest. Instead, he quickened his pace. He practically fled from this suffocating place. He needed sunlight. He needed to return to the resplendent hall of cultivating the heart, where everything lay within his grasp. Only there could he convince himself that he remained the sole master of this realm. The next day, at the morning court session, the atmosphere in the grand hall was oppressive. Chu Wei, having not slept all night, sat on the dragon throne looking haggard. He listened to the officials' reports, his mind elsewhere. At that moment, Crown Prince Chu Xiu stepped forward, holding his jade tablet, and knelt before the throne. Father Emperor. His voice, filled with grief, echoed throughout the Taiha Hall. Your humble son has a matter to report. My second brother, Chu Yuan, has colluded with court officials in an attempt to rebel. The evidence is irrefutable, and his treachery has provoked the wrath of both heaven and earth. I implore your Majesty, for the sake of preserving the realm of Great Xia and upholding the law of the land, to punish these traitors with the utmost severity. No sooner had he finished speaking. Your servants second the motion. We beseech your Majesty to severely punish the second prince. The Minister of Personnel stepped forward. This subject concurs. The Vice Minister of Revenue followed suit. We all second the motion. With a clatter, a large group of the Crown Prince's supporters and a host of opportunistic officials knelt down in unison. In an instant, half the court had fallen to their knees. The remaining officials exchanged glances, some lowering their heads in silence, others wearing complex expressions. Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian stood at the head of the military officers, motionless as a statue, uttering not a word. Only his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. The political winds had shifted decisively to one side. An immense, invisible pressure forged from the collective will of the officials descended like a storm upon Chu Wei seated upon the dragon throne. Chapter 11. A kind father and dutiful son, the elder brother falls silent. Chu Wei, seated upon the dragon throne, felt as though he were a clay statue slowly cracking apart. The vast expanse of officials kneeling below resembled a field of rice flattened by a fierce gale. Their silence and pleas coalesced into an invisible atmospheric pressure. It weighed heavily upon his chest, making each breath a searing agony. He gazed at Crown Prince Chu Xiu's face, etched with bitter indignation. That grief and indignation were too perfect, so perfectly crafted it resembled the very image of a loyal minister and filial son from a play. Yet in Chu Wei's mind, the image of Wang Mang's face in the imperial dungeon remained vivid, bloodied and mangled, yet still defiantly arrogant. He is Wang Mang, a man I admire. Chu Wei. You are a tyrant. The roar still echoed in his ears. A fiercely loyal warrior. An ambitious son. Which was the truth? Or perhaps both were the truth? He no longer cared to distinguish the facts. Chu Yuan had won over the hearts of the army, and Wang Mang was his staunchest supporter. The Crown Prince seized this opportunity, going with the flow to eliminate his brother once and for all. It made perfect sense. It was the kind of princely rivalry he knew well, having experienced it himself. Bloody, yet logically clear, with a discernible thread running through it. He preferred to believe this truth. For the other possibility, that ninth son, hidden away in the cold palace, wearing an innocent smile. That possibility sent a chill deep into his soul. It was an incomprehensible, uncontrollable unknown. He dared not dwell on it further. Enough. Chu Wei finally spoke, his voice dry and raspy, like two pieces of sandstone grinding against each other. The entire hall of supreme harmony fell silent in an instant, even the sound of breathing vanished. All eyes lifted, awaiting the emperor's final verdict. Chu Wei's gaze swept over Chu Xiu, then over the fourth prince, Chu Mo, who remained silent with his head bowed. Finally, it settled upon the foremost general, Lin Xiaotian, who stood like an iron tower. Lin Xiaotian kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, eyes on his nose on his heart, appearing like an emotionless stone statue. Yet Chu Wei had shared the same boat with Lin Xiaotian for decades. From that profound silence, Chu Wei read a silent disappointment. A wave of overwhelming exhaustion washed over Chu Wei like a tidal surge. He was exhausted. He didn't want to argue anymore. He only wished for all this to be quieted. Transmit my imperial decree. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every corner of the grand hall. The second prince, Chu Yuan, has shown moral failings and harbored ill intentions, betraying my profound trust. It is decreed, all his titles shall be stripped, and he shall be confined to his residence. He may not leave without summons. Wang Mang, Vice Minister of War, failed to enforce discipline and was implicated in treason. He is sentenced to execution by beheading, to be carried out after the autumn harvest. The imperial decree was issued. Each word struck like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly into the hearts of all present. Crown Prince Chu Xiu's body trembled slightly. He buried his head deeper, shoulders heaving violently as suppressed sobs escaped him. Father's judgment is wise, but my second brother. Alas, my heart aches. The fourth Prince Chu Wei never lifted his head throughout the entire ordeal. Lin Xiaotian's tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed at that moment. He closed his eyes and exhaled a long, silent breath. The kneeling officials wore a variety of expressions. Those loyal to the crown prince could barely conceal their joy, yet they forced themselves to suppress it, heads bowed low until their faces flushed crimson. The rest wore expressions of utter despondency. They understood that from this day forward, within the halls of the great Xia court, the crown prince would reign supreme. Dismiss the court. Chu Wei waved his hand, as if it had drained him of all strength. He could bear to look upon their faces no longer. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Amidst the thunderous cries of long live the emperor, Crown Prince Chu Xiu was the first to rise. As he turned, the sorrow on his face had vanished without a trace. In its place was a triumphant spirit, deeply rooted in his eyes, the spirit of a victor. He walked with steady, measured steps, his straightened spine silently proclaiming his triumph. Passing by Lin Xiaotian, he even gave a slight nod, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Lin Xiaotian, however, did not even lift an eyelid. The crown prince's expression froze. Yangxin Hall. All palace attendants had been dismissed, leaving only the chief eunuch, Wang Defu, standing like a shadow in the corner. Emperor Chu Wei sat alone in the empty hall, motionless for a long while. The clamor from the court had faded. Shu Yuan's roars had ceased. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Yet why did my heart feel even more unsettled? He clutched his chest, where an empty void lingered, as if a piece had been forcibly torn away. He had resolved one apparent trouble, yet felt himself sinking into a deeper, darker mire. Wang Defu. Your humble servant is here. Wang Defu shuffled closer and knelt on the ground. Tell me, Chu Wei murmured to himself, hasn't it grown much quieter? Wang Defu flinched, unsure how to respond, and could only bang his head against the floor. Yes, it is quieter. Chu Wei suddenly laughed, his laughter tinged with an indescribable sorrow and self-mockery. Had he won? He had preserved the majesty of imperial authority and quelled a potential rebellion. Yet he felt utterly defeated. He had personally cast one son into the abyss, yet remained utterly powerless against another son he could never see. He thought of Chu Xiu. That sickly, pale son who always smiled at him. What was he doing now? Was he reading? Or taking medicine? Or perhaps, he was hiding in some corner of the cold palace, gazing toward the hall of cultivating the heart with those innocent eyes, silently mocking his helpless father? Chu Wei staggered, feeling the world spin and darkness cloud his vision. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Wang Defu gasped in alarm and hurried forward to steady him. Chu Wei waved him off, leaning heavily on the dragon throne's armrest as he gasped for breath. I am fine. He merely felt that this resplendent hall of mental cultivation had now transformed into a gilded cage. And he was the frightened bird trapped within it. Everything hinged on that enigmatic figure Chu Xiu, the ninth prince whose true intentions and power remained utterly unknown. Chu Wei frowned, clenching his fists as he probed. Tell me, what kind of person is Xiaojiu? Wang Defu pondered for a moment, then, relying on his long-standing relationship with His Majesty, spoke frankly. In my view, judging from the recent Ministry of Revenue affair, His Highness the Ninth Prince has been quietly building his strength for years without revealing it. He has concealed his talents and feigned ignorance, only revealing himself to ease the Emperor's anxieties when needed. This shows profound respect for your Majesty and a heart full of filial devotion. Upon hearing Wang Defu's analysis, Chu Wei nodded. Then, as if plunged into an ice cave, he forced a bitter smile. All these years of concealment, only to emerge with a move that shook the realm, purging both court and countryside, a filial act that fills this emperor with dread. The ninth prince truly is remarkable. Wang Defu, hearing this, trembled at the possibilities and knelt, pleading. Your Majesty, I have spoken out of turn. Please forgive this humble servant, Your Majesty. Chu Wei sighed again, saying nothing. He merely waved his sleeve, signaling Wang Defu to rise. The cold palace. The window of the side chamber stood open, allowing the afternoon sun to stream in at an angle, casting a warm patch of light upon the floor. Chu Xiu sat beneath the window, engrossed in a yellowed ancient text held in his hands. He was utterly absorbed, undisturbed even by the birdsong outside the window. The entire world seemed to shrink to just him and the words within the pages. Just then, a cold, mechanical electronic voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that His Majesty has dealt with his most troublesome son. Family conflict preliminarily resolved. Chapter 12 SSS Rank Filial Piety. Rewards galore. Chapter 12 SSS Grade Filial Piety. Rewards galore. The emotionless mechanical voice continued its unhurried broadcast within Chu Xiu's mind. Analysis of target subject Chu Wei's emotional fluctuation curve. Following resolution of the Chu Yuan incident, Chu Wei's associated negative emotions anger, suspicion, irritability plummeted precipitously. Although his overall mental stress, fear, and fatigue have significantly increased, the core issue second Prince Chu Yuan has been resolved. System assessment. Though the Emperor is physically and mentally exhausted, he feels relieved deep down regarding your exceptional problem-solving abilities. He believes family relations are progressing toward a broad path of harmony and stability. Chu Xiu turned a page, his fingertips lightly skimming the rough paper. Relieved. He savored the word, a faint curve forming at the corners of his lips. His father truly loved him. It was just that, as an emperor, he was not adept at expressing it. The matter concerning his second brother had troubled him so deeply, and he had resolved it for him. Father might not say it aloud, and might even resist out of fear. Yet the system's existence rendered every reaction of the emperor's heart utterly honest, beyond dispute. His father's physical exhaustion and mental strain were but temporary burdens. The profound relief he felt after resolving that great burden that was the true reality. This is what brings comfort. This is the echo of filial piety. This act of filial devotion was executed with remarkable efficiency and yielded significant results, playing a decisive role in mediating core family conflicts. Overall rating, SSS class. An unprecedented act of pure filial devotion. In that instant, a blinding golden light seemed to explode within Chu Xiu's mind, accompanied by the resounding and solemn sounds of ceremonial music. Reward issued, 30,000 filial piety points. Special reward item, mantra water 1 bottle. With a thought, Chu Xiu summoned his attribute panel. Host, Chu Xiu. Constitution, frail chronic toxicity suppressed. Filial piety points, 35,000. Equipped item, mantra water 1 bottle. Seeing those numbers, Chu Xiu felt his breathing ease slightly. Exchanging for the wolf fang ornament cost 5,000 points. Now with 35,000 points of filial piety, this substantial sum would allow him to accomplish many things. At the very least, until he found a way to completely eradicate the poison, his capital for prolonging his life had grown considerably. His attention quickly shifted to the newly acquired item. Truth water, an interrogation potion originating from an unknown advanced civilization. Colorless and odorless, it dissolves instantly upon ingestion. Within half an hour of ingestion, the subject's mental defenses collapse, revealing their truest thoughts to any question posed. Note, after the effects wear off, the subject will lose all related memories. A fine thing. Chu Xiu let out a soft sigh, his slender fingertips tapping lightly on the pages, producing a rhythmic, faint sound. This stuff has immense potential. Used on enemies, it could extract every secret. Used on allies, it could test their loyalty. A bolder thought even crossed his mind. Could it be that His Majesty still harbors many worries he feels too embarrassed to share with his son? As a dutiful son, it is my duty to proactively ease the Emperor's burdens. But what if he misread the Emperor's true intentions? Wouldn't that turn good intentions into misdeeds? Perhaps this bottle of truth water could enable him to serve his father with greater precision. Chu Xiu slowly closed the book and placed it neatly on the windowsill. He rose to his feet, stretching his stiffened limbs. The second prince, Chu Yuan, had fallen. This outcome would likely bring unease to everyone in the court, save for the crown prince's faction. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. Previously, the second prince, with his deep military connections, served as a shield at the forefront. Crown Prince Chu Xiu, though powerful, had always been restrained, unable to act too boldly. Now, he had personally removed this greatest shield. The delicate balance of the court has been utterly shattered. Crown Prince Chu Xiu now stands alone at the pinnacle of power. What does a crown prince of overwhelming power, unchecked by any counterbalance, signify to a paranoid emperor? It signified a greater threat than any ambitious prince. It signified new, deeper troubles. Chu Xiu reached the palace door, pushed it open, and the afternoon sunlight stung his eyes. He instinctively squinted. He could imagine his father in the hall of mental cultivation, likely even more restless now than before dealing with the second prince. Father must be suffering from headaches again, Chu Xiu murmured softly. As his son, how could I stand by and watch him fret day and night over my elder brother's affairs? A signature, innocent smile spread across his face. Family harmony must be upheld. Brothers should cherish each other. The second brother was merely confined, still too noisy. The eldest brother was too prominent now, too noisy. Father loves quiet. He would help the emperor, bringing complete tranquility to this household. Chu Xiu extended his hand. With a thought, a small, crystal-clear porcelain bottle appeared in his palm. Inside lay a clear liquid, refracting a faint halo in the sunlight. He toyed with the bottle of true word water, as if admiring a masterpiece of art. His eldest brother, Chu Xiu. This crown prince was hypocritical and deeply calculating. The power he had secretly cultivated over the years likely eluded even the emperor's full understanding. To deal with such a man requires more intricate methods. Directly framing someone once might work, but the risk is too high and it's far from elegant. He needed an opportunity. An opportunity to lure his elder brother into the trap himself. An opportunity that would allow him, with full justification, to clean house for the emperor. And this opportunity required a key to unlock it. Chu Xiu carefully tucked the vial of truth-revealing water into his sleeve, feeling its icy chill against his skin. He smoothed his robes, ensuring not a single wrinkle remained. Then, he stepped out of the side hall of the cold palace and walked toward the palace gates. The eunuch guarding the gate bowed deeply upon seeing him emerge, his demeanor more deferential than ever before. "Your Highness, where might you be headed?" "To pay my respects to my eldest brother." Chu Xiu's voice was soft, tinged with the characteristic hoarseness of one who was ill. Yet to the eunuch's ears, it sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. The eunuch lifted his head, staring at Chu Xiu's innocent, harmless face, yet felt a chill run through every bone in his body. Chapter 13, Father, why do you look even more worn out? In the Imperial Garden. Chu Xiu admired the profusion of blossoms. Watching the rippling emerald waves. How many years had it been? He had been confined to the barren wasteland of the cold palace. Never once had he beheld the splendor of the imperial gardens. And now, bearing the burdens of his father the emperor. At this moment, his heart felt utterly at ease. Chu Xiu sighed softly, his voice brimming with heartfelt concern. The emperor manages countless affairs daily, his heart devoted to the realm, laboring day and night. Yet none of his sons bring him peace of mind. Brother really should learn to keep a lower profile. Couldn't you spare our father a little worry? He smoothed his robes, ensuring not a single wrinkle remained, still appearing as the clean, innocent youth he once was. It seems I, as his younger brother, must truly persuade my eldest brother. The young eunuch accompanying him overheard Chu Xiu's words. Then he recalled the task his majesty had entrusted him with. A chill ran through his body. He couldn't help but ask, looking at that face that was sunny yet radiated a cold aura. Your Highness, you mentioned paying a visit to the Crown Prince. After wandering the Imperial Gardens for so long, wouldn't that be rather inappropriate? Chu Xiu halted, his pallid face adorned with an innocent smile. My eldest brother is admiring the flowers in the Imperial Garden. I'm merely taking a longer walk to admire this harmonious domestic scene I've personally created. What? Are you going to spoil my good mood? This ninth prince, long confined to the cold palace, unloved. How did he know the Crown Prince was in the Imperial Garden without ever leaving his quarters? And what did he mean by the harmonious family scene I created with my own hands? It was all foggy and confusing, truly baffling. The young eunuch listening to this felt as though he'd been thrust into an icehouse on the hottest day of summer. His body grew colder than cold could possibly be. He began to understand why His Majesty had stationed him in the cold palace, tasked with watching the ninth prince's every word and deed. The young eunuch forced a strained smile and agreed. It is this servant's fault. This is the first time I've ever seen His Royal Highness the ninth prince strolling through the Imperial Gardens. And with such a pure, joyful smile. I was too forward, disturbing your Highness's leisure. I beg your Highness's forgiveness. Chu Xiu's smile remained as kind and innocent as ever, and he chirped cheerfully. It matters not. I know you asked in such detail. It was to inform His Majesty. Tell father that his son is doing well. And please remind him that amidst his concerns for the state, he must take care of his health. Should any troubles weigh upon your Majesty, confide in your son. Your humble son will do his utmost to resolve them for your Majesty. The young eunuch hadn't expected this sickly ninth prince to know his true identity. His limbs went numb with cold as he forced an awkward smile and replied. Your Highness, your filial devotion is truly heartrending. His Majesty must be deeply comforted. The hall of cultivating the heart was deathly still. The finest ambergris burned in the bronze brazier in the corner, yet it could not dispel the chill that seemed to seep from the very bones of the chamber. Chu Wei sat on the dragon throne, having not slept all night. His sunken eyes were bloodshot. The majesty of a former emperor had been replaced by profound exhaustion and dread, making him appear years older overnight. The second prince, Chu Yuan, had been confined. Wang Mang, the vice minister of war, awaited execution in the autumn. The crown prince's faction celebrated triumphantly in the court. Officials who had once aligned themselves with the second prince now trembled in fear, rushing to submit petitions declaring their innocence and severing ties. The court had never been so clean. The quarrels that had troubled him, the factional strife that had irritated him, seemed to vanish overnight with the downfall of his second son, Chu Yuan. Quiet. Truly quiet. Yet Chu Wei felt that within his ears and his heart, the noise was louder than ever before. He dismissed all the palace maids, leaving only the chief eunuch, Wang Defu, standing by his side. The vast, empty hall amplified every breath he took, echoing between the beams and pillars. He picked up a memorial from the imperial desk. It was submitted by Crown Prince Chu Xiu, a lengthy document spanning thousands of words. Its core message was singular, a plea for the emperor to thoroughly investigate the remnants of Chu Yuan's faction and eradicate them completely. Between the lines, an impatient air of triumph emanated. Chu Wei's fingers traced the edges of the memorial, as if the excitement of the crown prince's writing still lingered there. He recalled the crown prince Chu Xiu's face yesterday in the throne hall, a mix of bitter resentment and wild elation. What a masterful performance. He recalled Chu Yuan, dragged into the hall, kneeling on the floor, frantically kowtowing, screaming at the top of his lungs that he was innocent. He acted very well too. Finally, his mind froze uncontrollably on another face. The face that belonged to his ninth son. Frail, pale, innocent, and guileless. Those clear eyes always held a hint of timidity and reverence for him. A series of innocent voices drifted into Chu Wei's ears. Father, I only wish to ease your burdens. Father, are you happy? Chu Wei's hand trembled violently. The memorial slipped from his fingers, landing with a soft thud on the gold brick floor. In the deathly silent hall, that faint clatter sent a shiver down his spine. Which one is real? Which one is the fake? He muttered to himself, his voice raspy as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. He would rather believe it was Chu Yuan, driven by excessive ambition and ruthless tactics, who had orchestrated this elaborate scheme. He would rather believe that Crown Prince Chu Xiu, desperate for the throne, had resorted to framing his own brother. He would even prefer to believe some unknown hostile force was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. He refused to consider the most improbable and most terrifying answer. That answer. Like a colossal beast lurking in the abyss. Should he dare to look upon it even once, he would be dragged into an abyss of eternal darkness. A son forgotten in the cold palace, defenseless and frail. How could such a colossal upheaval be stirred up in such a short time? How could it uproot a prince who held sway over the Ministry of War and possessed deep roots within the Great Xia military? That letter bore flawless handwriting. The wolf's tooth pendant was perfectly placed. The smuggling ring emerged at precisely the right moment. Each link in the chain fit together with precision that seemed less like human design and more like divine will. Or perhaps, the devil's scheme. Silence. The court is finally silent. Chu Wei propped his forehead, his body swaying slightly. But why does my heart feel even more unsettled? He felt as though he were walking a tightrope suspended over a 1,000-foot precipice. Below lay an abyss of unfathomable dread. He had resolved the immediate crisis, only to find himself one step closer to the abyss. Wang Defu, standing nearby, dared not even breathe. Having served the emperor for most of his life, he had never seen his majesty so utterly distraught. Even during the most perilous succession struggle of years past, even when facing the dire crisis of barbarian tribes knocking at the gates, his majesty's spine had remained straight. But now, it seemed as though something invisible was crushing the emperor's back. Wang Defu lowered his head, catching a glimpse of the emperor's slightly trembling hands out of the corner of his eye. His own heart trembled in response. He knew this transformation stemmed entirely from the ninth prince. The once insignificant, frail prince who had been more invisible than a favored eunuch within the palace walls. That ninth prince had now become an inescapable nightmare in his majesty's mind. Chapter 14, The First Confrontation, The Marshal's Gaze. The palace path leading to the imperial garden was paved with blue stone slabs. Towering palace walls flanked both sides, slicing the sky into a narrow strip. Chu Xiu walked slowly. It seemed his physical condition prevented him from moving faster. Each step seemed slightly unsteady, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. He relished this quietude. After second brother's confinement, the restless atmosphere within the palace had settled, and even the air felt fresher. Father Emperor must be at peace now. Without second brother vying for power with first brother in the court, he should finally sleep soundly. Though the process of pulling teeth was painful, the outcome was good. Father should be grateful for this son of his. A faint smile graced Chu Xiu's face, pure in content. He relished this sense of contributing to family harmony. However, Chu Xiu suddenly furrowed his brow slightly, slowing his pace as he sighed inwardly. The introductory level of divine medical arts and the basic stage of the body immune to all poisons can only temporarily suppress the deadly poison within my body. As a powerless and influenceless prince, who could possibly harbor such deep hatred toward me? They've poisoned me with such a dreadful toxin, meant to kill me slowly. Just as he was about to turn a corner, his steps halted. Not far ahead, a figure stood in the center of the palace road. The figure was imposing, clad in the dark-colored uniform of a grand marshal, broad-shouldered and thick-backed. Even standing still, he radiated a mountain-like presence. Grand Marshal of the Great Xia Army, Lin Xiaotian. He did not appear to be passing by, but rather had deliberately waited here. His massive frame stood in the middle of the road like an iron tower, completely blocking the entire path. Chu Xiu halted his steps, his smile unchanged, though tinged with a perfectly measured hint of puzzlement. He bowed slightly, his voice soft and faintly weak, characteristic of one recovering from illness. Chu Xiu greets the Grand Marshal. Lin Xiaotian, as Grand Marshal of the Great Xia's military forces, held the additional title of Grand Protector, one of the three dukes. According to Great Xia's protocols, the three generals and three high officials all held positions above the rank of prince. Apart from Emperor Chu Wei himself, no one was worthy or even dared to prompt Grand Marshal and Grand Protector Lin Xiaotian to offer a formal bow. On the contrary, even imperial princes and dukes were required to yield respect when encountering Lin Xiaotian. Chu Xiu, a sickly prince long confined to the cold palace, did not even hold the rank of a prince. To put it bluntly, if Chu Xiu wished to seek an audience with Lin Xiaotian, he wouldn't even be allowed through the gates. Facing Chu Xiu's salute, Lin Xiaotian did not respond immediately. He turned, his eyes fixed directly on Chu Xiu. What kind of eyes were those? Devoid of any emotion, they held only the sharpness and scrutiny honed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He scrutinized Chu Xiu from head to toe, as if his gaze could peel away the prince's frail exterior to reveal the bones and organs within. The air around them seemed to freeze solid. Several passing young eunuchs and palace maids caught sight of the scene from afar. Terrified, they immediately ducked their heads and took a wide detour, not daring to come near. Chu Xiu allowed himself to be scrutinized, leaning forward slightly while maintaining his bowed posture submissive and humble. He swayed slightly from standing too long, his face turning even paler. After a long silence, Lin Xiaotian finally spoke, his voice low and heavy, each word landing like a stone hitting the ground. Your Highness, the capital has been in turmoil lately. Having resided deep within the palace for so long, are you aware of the situation? His question was direct, without any preamble. Chu Xiu slowly straightened up, lifting his head to reveal an innocent, harmless smile, accompanied by a suppressed cough. Covering his mouth with his sleeve, he coughed several times before catching his breath, offering an apologetic smile. The marshal jests. I never step beyond my inner chambers. My days are spent reading the classics within my palace halls and tending to my health. The storms raging outside, I truly know nothing of them. His response was flawless, his demeanor utterly sincere. For a prince forgotten by his father in the cold palace, confined to his sickbed, to be unaware of the shifting winds in the court was perfectly natural. Lin Xiaotian asked no more. He simply stared at Chu Xiu, silently watching. Time ticked by, moment by moment. Chu Xiu returned his gaze quietly. In those clear eyes, there was only composure and a hint of unease at being scrutinized by a powerful figure. He showed no evasion, no awkwardness whatsoever. He was simply a pure, innocent, and utterly ignorant sickly prince. Finally, Lin Xiaotian turned aside, clearing the path. That mountain moved aside. Your Highness, please proceed. Thank you, Marshal. Chu Xiu offered another faint smile, nodded to him, then began walking past. His pace remained slow, his slender silhouette seeming as though it might be scattered by the draft sweeping through the palace corridor at any moment. Lin Xiaotian did not turn back. He remained standing in place until Chu Xiu's figure vanished completely at the end of the palace corridor. He slowly closed his eyes. Yet in his mind, that pale, innocent, and guileless face remained stubbornly etched, impossible to shake. He replayed the entire downfall of second Prince Chu Yuan. A denunciation letter, a smuggling ring, a implicated steward, a flawlessly forged treasonous letter hidden in a secret compartment, and the crowning touch a wolf's tooth accessory. Especially that wolf tooth ornament, it had seemed like overkill. Yet its appearance made everyone believe the plot had a flaw. Yet it was precisely this flaw that convinced His Majesty and them that Chu Yuan, the second prince with immense military clout, must be punished. Every link in the chain was perfectly aligned, terrifyingly precise. This did not resemble human scheming. It resembled the perfect trap set by the most skilled hunter, luring its prey step by step toward its demise. Perfect. Too perfect. And that youth from earlier, the one who claimed to know only books, not the storms of life. Lin Xiaotian's eyes snapped open, a flash of icy killing intent flickering from his body. He recalled the intelligence report when his eldest son fell on the battlefield. That intelligence had been equally flawless, luring his son and 3,000 elite troops into the barbarian encirclement. Perfection itself is the greatest flaw. This ninth prince understood disguise better than Crown Prince Chu Xiu and scheming better than second Prince Chu Yuan. More terrifying than any ambitious schemer he had ever encountered. He was a venomous snake lurking in the deepest shadows. No, he was not a snake. He is a monstrous unknown entity far more dangerous than any serpent, any wolf, or even the fiercest alpha wolf on the steppe. Lin Xiaotian drew a deep breath, yet the heaviness in his chest remained undiminished. He could wait no longer. He couldn't wait for the Emperor to realize the truth, nor could he wait for this venomous snake to grow even deadlier fangs. He turned and strode purposefully toward the palace gates. He was going to see someone a pawn he had planted within the Imperial Guard, the most inconspicuous yet most reliable one. In the Imperial Garden, Chu Xiu met Chu Xiu. His elder brother stood by the Imperial Garden lake, feeding koi with spirited vigor. As Chu Xiu waved his hand, pellets of fish food drifted down onto the tranquil lake surface. Swarms of koi gathered together, vying for the food, creating ripples across the water. Watching this scene, Chu Xiu felt as though he were witnessing his own commanding presence in the imperial court. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. Ahem, ahem. Your humble brother greets the crown prince. A weak cough, tinged with reverence, drifted into Chu Xiu's ears. He turned his head to look at his ninth younger brother, who stood before him pale and exhausted, a flicker of contempt passing through his eyes. His expression remained impassive as he spoke in a flat tone. Ninth brother, with your frail constitution, what brings you to the Imperial Garden today? Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Your servant has been feeling somewhat better these past few days, so I thought I'd come to bask in the sun of the Imperial Garden. I didn't expect to encounter my eldest brother again, so I came to pay my respects. Seeing your cheerful smile, I imagine good fortune has been following you today. At the thought of good fortune, Chu Xiu's expression softened considerably. He smiled and nodded approvingly. It's commendable that you're taking care of yourself. Sunbathing is good for you, but don't linger too long here, the wind is strong. Thank you for your concern, brother. Simply seeing you has satisfied me. Chu Xiu bowed with a smile. I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb your leisure. With that, he turned and walked away. Chu Xiu watched Chu Xiu's cheerful yet pallid face, feeling utterly perplexed. When he noticed the young eunuch trailing behind Chu Xiu, whose eyes met his with fear and trepidation, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This little ninth seems rather peculiar. Chapter 15, Barbarians at the Gate, Father Emperor's New Headache. Lin Xiaotian stepped out of the palace gates. The afternoon sun was blinding, yet he felt a chill run through his body. That chill did not stem from the weather, but from his brief encounter with the ninth prince, Chu Xiu. Instead of heading straight back to the marshal's residence, he turned into a quiet alley. Quickly changing into civilian clothes, he wound his way through 7 turns and 8 twists before entering an unassuming tea house. The tea house was nearly empty. A storyteller narrated tales of scholars and beauties in a listless voice. Lin Xiaotian settled into a corner seat. The waiter eagerly offered tea, but he waved him away. Soon after, a young man dressed in the uniform of a patrol captain entered with his head bowed, walking briskly to sit directly across from Lin Xiaotian. "Commander," the young man whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. Lin Xiaotian didn't look up, his fingers tapping lightly on the rough wooden table. "You're handling the Wang Mang case." It was not a question. The young man stiffened and replied, "Yes, I participated in the search." "What progress have you made tracing the source of that anonymous letter?" Lin Xiaotian inquired. The young man's face darkened. "Commander, the letter was sent from the pigeon station in the west of the city. The sender used a pseudonym, and the trail ends there. Both the Supreme Court and the Patrol Corps believe that since the case has been classified as treason, the identity of the informant is no longer relevant." "Fools," Lin Xiaotian ground out through clenched teeth. He paused his tapping fingers, leaning forward slightly. An invisible pressure settled over the young man across from him. "Now, it matters. I don't care what methods you use. Investigate. Dig up that messenger for me. Find out when he went to the pigeon station, what he looks like, who he's been in contact with. Turn the entire capital's underground channels upside down if you have to find him." Cold sweat beaded on the young man's forehead. He had never seen the Grand Marshal look so grim. "Marshal, this case is already closed. Investigating further might draw the attention of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the palace." "Then let them notice." Lin Xiaotian lifted his teacup but did not drink. "Just remember this matter is far greater than you imagine. Handle it well and you'll be changing into a new set of clothes." The young man snapped his head up, his breathing quickening. He nodded emphatically. "Your subordinate obeys." With that, he rose and hurried away, as if lingering another second would crush him under the weight of that pressure. Lin Xiaotian sat alone in the corner, his tea now cold. He knew it would be difficult to uncover the whistleblower. Someone who had meticulously planned to conceal their identity would not leave clues easily. But the second prince's downfall had unfolded with such smooth precision as if scripted in advance. He had to find the one who wrote that script. Within the Hall of Cultivating the Heart. After the second Prince Chu Yuan was confined, the atmosphere in the imperial court did indeed become much more harmonious. In the past, the Crown Prince's faction and the second Prince's faction clashed fiercely, turning the court into a daily marketplace of arguments that made one's head ache. Now, only the voice of Crown Prince Chu Xiu's faction remained. During the morning court session, Zhang Chang, the Crown Prince's supporter and Minister of Personnel, knelt before the throne and passionately presented his proposal. He proposed that Li Mu, a disciple of the Crown Prince, should succeed Wang Mang as the vacant Assistant Minister of War. Several officials then stepped forward to second the motion, extolling Li Mu's youthful promise and suitability for the important role. Seated upon the dragon throne, Emperor Chu Wei watched it all unfold with an expressionless face. He wore the majestic dragon robe and crown, yet his face bore an inescapable pallor. His sunken eyes and graying temples seemed to have grown more pronounced. He had indeed found peace. No more fratricidal dramas played out before him, no more exhausting efforts to balance the faction's power. Yet this tranquility made his heart race. Pulling out a tooth leaves the socket empty, yet the tongue still instinctively licks that hollow space. It constantly reminded him of what had once been there. Chu Wei's gaze swept over the spirited crown prince and the sycophantic ministers who echoed his words, yet another face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That pale face, bearing an innocent smile. His ninth son, Chu Xiu. That child had said he loved quiet, loved family harmony. Now, it was quiet. It was harmonious. But why did this stillness carry a distinct scent of blood? This harmony, is it the stillness before a grave? Your Majesty? Your Majesty? The soft call of Wang Difu, the chief eunuch, snapped Chu Wei out of his chaotic thoughts. He snapped back to reality, gazing down at the ministers still awaiting his decision. Granted. He uttered the 2 words wearily, feeling as though his body had been hollowed out. Crown Prince Chu Xiu's face broke into a triumphant smile as he bowed in gratitude. Your Majesty is wise. The assembled ministers echoed the acclamation. Chu Wei waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. He wanted only to be alone now. Just then, a series of hurried and frantic footsteps echoed outside the hall. A border messenger, covered in blood and wearing damaged armor, stumbled and crawled his way inside, shouting hoarsely. Report! Urgent military dispatch from the northern frontier 800 Li. The atmosphere in the entire hall froze instantly. All officials who had been preparing to withdraw halted in their tracks, turning back in astonishment and suspicion. The smile on Crown Prince Chu Xiu's face froze. Wang Difu hurried forward, taking the red-feathered dispatch tube from the messenger and presenting it to Chu Wei. Chu Wei drew out the military dispatch. After just one glance, his breath caught sharply. His steady hand trembled involuntarily. The handwriting on the dispatch was hasty and sloppy, each character seeming to drip with blood. The northern barbarian tribes have torn up the alliance treaty. They've assembled 100,000 iron cavalry, personally led by their barbarian king, Hayden, to launch a surprise attack on our border forts. Caught completely off guard, the three cities of Blackstone, Eagle's Grief, and Yenbei fell yesterday. The barbarian vanguard now besieges the gates of Yenmin Pass. Boom! The news exploded like a thunderclap in the deathly silent hall. The entire court erupted in uproar. What? How dare the barbarians? 100,000 iron cavalry? Have they lost their minds? A censor suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Your Majesty!" The wolf's tooth pendant seized from Wang Meng's residence during the investigation into the second prince's treason case is none other than the token of the barbarian king's court in the northern frontier. This matter must be connected to the second prince. The moment these words were spoken, others immediately echoed the sentiment. Exactly. The second prince must have colluded with the barbarians from within and without. Now that his plot has been exposed, the barbarians are desperate. A flicker of delight crossed Crown Prince Chu Xiu's eyes as he immediately knelt on the ground, feigning deep sorrow. Father! I have long warned you of my younger brother's treacherous intentions. Now he has colluded with foreign enemies, inviting wolves into our home, plunging our great Xia into chaos and suffering. He deserves death 1,000 times over. As he knelt, the officials under his command followed suit, pleading with the emperor to punish the second prince severely as a warning to others. Chaos erupted once more within the grand hall. Some hurled curses at the second prince, others argued over who should lead the counterattack, some calculated provisions and military supplies, while others shifted blame onto one another. Chu Wei sat upon the dragon throne, observing the ugly faces of the crowd below. He listened to their quarrels, each word like a needle piercing his heart. Colluding with foreign enemies? No. Chaos swirled in Chu Wei's mind, yet he grasped a faint, far more terrifying clue. The military report stated that the barbarian tribes claimed their invasion was due to the second prince's downfall, which had severed their vital smuggling trade routes. So it wasn't the second prince who invited wolves into the house. But rather, his filial ninth son, in toppling the second prince, had casually stirred up this enormous hornet's nest of northern barbarian tribes. He had resolved one problem for himself. But he had brought tenfold, 100-fold trouble upon himself and the entire Great Xia. Is this filial piety? This is a death sentence. Chu Wei gazed down at the crown prince, still arguing fiercely over who should command the forces, and at the court officials who could only engage in empty rhetoric. A wave of profound absurdity and helplessness washed over him. He thought of Lin Xiaotian. But Lin Xiaotian was stationed in the capital, his elite troops guarding the imperial capital. Water far away cannot quench a nearby thirst. Then he thought of Chu Xiu, the son who could send a powerful prince to ruin with a single letter. If he were to be tasked with resolving the border troubles, Chu Wei dared not think further. He felt only a violent churning in his chest, followed by a sweet taste in his throat. Put! He opened his mouth wide, spewing a torrent of blood that splattered the memorials before him crimson. The clamor throughout the grand hall abruptly ceased. Everyone stared in horror at the emperor seated upon the dragon throne. Father! Your Majesty! Quick! Summon the imperial physician! Quickly, summon the physician! Amidst the screams and chaos, Chu Wei's vision darkened. His body slumped limply from the dragon throne, and he lost consciousness completely. The palace descended into utter chaos. Meanwhile, in the remote cold palace at the far corner of the imperial city, all remained serene and undisturbed. Chu Xiu held a pair of small scissors, meticulously trimming the withered leaves from a pot of clivia. His movements were gentle and patient, as if handling a priceless treasure. At that moment, a cold, emotionless electronic voice rang clearly in his mind. Ding! Detected, His Majesty is gravely distressed over barbarian invasions at the frontier. Imperial health severely compromised. Life in critical danger. New filial duty assignment issued, uphold our nation's prestige and repel the barbarians. Chapter 16, Father, fear not, your son shall uphold our nation's might. Chu Xiu set down the small silver scissors in his hand. Crystal clear droplets clung to the neatly trimmed leaves of the clivia plant. His expression remained utterly unchanged, still bearing that serene and tranquil demeanor. As if the voice echoing in his mind were merely the rustle of wind outside the window. Uphold our nation's prestige and repel the barbarian tribes. Chu Xiu murmured softly, rising to his feet and walking to the window. He gazed toward the depths of the imperial palace and continued. Father has coughed up blood and fallen unconscious due to the military situation at the border. This news will surely spread throughout the palace soon. One trouble resolved, another arises. But for Chu Xiu, this was hardly a misfortune. His father's troubles were the very source of his filial devotion. The greater the worry, the fuller the filial devotion. He lightly brushed imaginary dust from his sleeves and turned toward the door. Attendant. A silent assassin from the underworld appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness. Prepare the carriage for the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, Chu Xiu said in a flat tone. Father is ill. As his son, it is only right that I pay my respects. Without a moment's hesitation, the assassin bowed his head in acknowledgement before his figure dissolved into the shadows. Outside the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, chaos reigned. Court physicians bustled in and out with medicine chests, each face etched with dread and solemnity. Crown Prince Chu Xiu paced outside the hall, hands clasped behind his back, his face ashen. He was indeed worried. But not for Prince Chu Wei's health. Rather, he feared the timing of his death. Though the faction of the second prince had been uprooted from the court, his own foundation remained far from secure enough to rest easy. On the military front, that old bastard Lin Xiaotian recognized only military orders, not men. Within the court, numerous veteran ministers still sat on the fence, watching and waiting. If the emperor were to pass away at this critical juncture, the crown prince's title as regent might not be enough to suppress the restless ambitions lurking beneath the surface. And to make matters worse, 100,000 barbarian cavalry were besieging the northern border. This was like pouring a bucket of cold water into the boiling cauldron of trouble he was about to inherit. It was as if the entire cauldron had exploded. Your Royal Highness, His Majesty, An elderly court physician emerged, his voice trembling and words stumbling. Speak! Chu Xiu grabbed him by the collar and growled. His Majesty suffered a sudden surge of rage that overwhelmed his heart, causing his chi and blood to reverse. That is why he vomited blood and fainted. We elders have administered acupuncture to temporarily stabilize his heart pulse, but when His Majesty will awaken, that depends on fate. Useless. Chu Xiu shoved him aside, his chest swelling with mounting frustration. Just then, Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian strode in, his military uniform gleaming. Glancing at the scene within the hall, he bowed to Chu Xiu with a deep, resonant voice. Your Royal Highness, the nation cannot endure a single day without its sovereign, nor a single day without its commander-in-chief. His Majesty's health is failing, and the military situation is urgent. I implore your Highness to issue orders immediately, appoint a commander-in-chief for the expedition, allocate provisions and supplies, and rush reinforcements to Yanmen Pass. Lin Xiaotian's words struck each person present like a heavy hammer. Chu Xiu stared at the face etched with the harshness of battle and a murderous aura, a surge of intense resistance welling up within him. He disliked this veteran general who commanded vast armies yet never fawned over him. Commander, please calm your impatience. Chu Xiu forced himself to suppress his emotions, adopting the demeanor befitting the crown prince. This king shares your concern for the border's security. But the choice of commander is a matter of utmost importance. It requires careful deliberation. My proposal is to first order the commander of Yanmen Pass to hold the line, then transfer 30,000 troops from the imperial garrison, led by Your Highness. Lin Xiaotian cut him off abruptly. Distant water cannot quench an immediate thirst. The barbarian cavalry advances with overwhelming force, covering 1,000 miles in a single day. With fewer than 50,000 troops at Yanmen Pass, how can they withstand 100,000 elite warriors? By the time reinforcements from the imperial garrison arrive, Yanmen Pass will have fallen long ago. The only hope now is for this humble commander to personally lead the black armor heavy cavalry on a night-long dash to reinforce the front. Black armored heavy cavalry. Chu Xiu's pupils contracted. That was His Majesty's personal guard, the most elite cavalry unit in the Great Xia Empire, and Lin Xiaotian's trump card for commanding the military. Allowing him to take the black armor heavy cavalry? What if he amasses troops and asserts his authority elsewhere? Marshal Lin's loyalty and valor are commendable, Chu Xiu said with a forced smile. But as the nation's pillar, you must remain in the capital to stabilize the people's hearts. How could you lightly expose yourself to danger? In my humble opinion. The civil and military officials in the court watched this scene unfold, each harboring their own thoughts. The crown prince clearly distrusted Lin Xiaotian and sought to install his own loyalists. But matters of state and military affairs were no child's play. Just as the standoff reached its peak, the atmosphere thick with tension, a sharp, high-pitched voice suddenly cut through the silence. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince has arrived. This announcement stunned everyone. The Ninth Prince? Which Ninth Prince? Following the sound, the crowd turned to see a frail, pale youth standing out starkly among the sea of ornate robes and powerful nobles. Dressed in plain imperial robes, he walked slowly, each step seeming to drain him of energy, radiating an air of frail weakness. It was none other than Chu Xiu, the prince forgotten in the cold palace. The same thought flashed through every mind. How did he come? Chu Xiu frowned, a flicker of displeasure and wariness rising within him. Lin Xiaotian also turned his gaze toward the boy, his sharp eyes locking onto the seemingly harmless youth. Ignoring the varied stares around him, Chu Xiu walked straight to the entrance of the Hall of Mental Cultivation. He knelt deeply, his bow directed toward the tightly closed palace doors. Your humble son, Chu Xiu, having heard of your Majesty's illness, has come to pay his respects. His voice was soft, tinged with a faint hoarseness of illness, yet it carried clearly to every ear present. Chu Xiu snorted coldly, about to rebuke him for his lack of propriety. Chu Xiu lifted his head, meeting Chu Xiu's gaze with a face full of anxiety and innocence. Brother, how is father? Even confined in the cold palace, I've heard of the northern barbarian tribes besieging our borders. Father must have fallen ill from worrying over this matter. State affairs take precedence, and the border is in peril. Father must not falter now. He paused, as if catching his breath, then continued, as crown prince and regent, you must shoulder father emperor's burdens. Who in the court today understands military affairs better than Marshal Lin? I implore you, brother, to prioritize the nation's affairs. Formulate a strategy to repel the enemy swiftly, so our father may rest assured and recover. His words were sincere and reasonable. It expressed concern for the emperor, highlighted the pressing urgency of the situation, and subtly challenged the crown prince. The surrounding officials listened, their gazes toward the crown prince growing subtly charged. Indeed, if even the ninth prince, a sickly exile long confined to the cold palace, understood this truth, why did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince still hesitate? Chu Xiu's face flushed crimson, then drained pale, as if publicly slapped. He wanted to lash out, yet found no grounds for it. Every word Chu Xiu spoke stood firmly on the moral high ground of filial piety and state affairs, leaving him utterly speechless. He could only grit out a few words through clenched teeth. Ninth brother, you've shown great consideration. Lin Xiaotian fixed a deep, lingering gaze upon Chu Xiu, who knelt before him. This youth was no ordinary boy. His seemingly offhand remarks had effortlessly defused the crisis and driven the crown prince into a corner. Such cunning and skill were not befitting a frail, ailing prince. Your humble servant dares not. Chu Xiu bowed his head, his expression submissive. I am of lowly status and little influence. I can offer no real assistance. I can only return to the palace to transcribe sutras for His Majesty's recovery, praying for his swift healing and for the great Xia to achieve victory in battle. Having said that, he struggled to his feet, bowed once more toward the palace gates, then turned to leave. A flawless performance, perfectly timed, stopping just short of overdoing it. As he passed by Lin Xiaotian, he paused and tilted his head slightly. Grand Marshal. Your Highness. Lin Xiaotian returned the bow. The safety of our great Xia rests upon you, Marshal, Chu Xiu murmured softly, his voice so faint it seemed ready to vanish into the wind at any moment. With that, he lingered no longer. Accompanied by his silent attendant, he slowly vanished at the end of the palace path. Lin Xiaotian watched his departing figure, frozen in place for a long moment. Back in the cold palace, Chu Xiu closed the door, sealing out the outside world. The sickly, worried expression on his face instantly faded, replaced by a calm, unruffled composure. He walked to the desk and sat down, summoning the interface visible only to him in his mind. This act of filial piety, caring for the emperor's health, alleviated the chaos in the court caused by barbarian invasions at the frontier, uniting the court and the people. The devotion is commendable. Overall rating, S grade. An act of pure filial piety, true and virtuous. Reward issued, 20,000 filial piety points. Chu Xiu gasped at the sudden system notification. The barbarians at the border must be causing quite a disturbance for the emperor. Just for stopping the court from bickering, they gave me 20,000 points of filial piety. I wonder how many filial piety points completing the task of repelling the barbarians would yield. Chu Xiu tapped lightly on the tabletop, summoning the system shop. A dazzling array of exchange options unfolded before him, from divine weapons and sharp tools to elixirs and miraculous medicines. Everything imaginable was available. His gaze swept past the conventional choices, finally settling on two entries radiating a faint golden glow. Divine Tier Alchemy Beginner unlocks blueprints for black powder and basic metallurgy techniques. Required filial piety points, 50,000. He glanced at his current filial piety points balance, 55,000 points. This included the SSS-rated reward from the system for taking down the second prince, plus some scattered leftover points from before. Enough. A faint smile curved the corners of Chu Xiu's lips. How could the empire of His Majesty the Emperor be allowed to fall into the hands of mere barbarians? These 50,000 filial piety points shall serve as this son's advance offering to His Majesty, a generous gift to secure the realm. Without a moment's hesitation, his mind simultaneously selected and confirmed the options for the God-tier chemical engineering. Exchange successful. Chapter 17, Departing for the Frontier to boost father's troops' morale. Exchange successful. The cold notification faded from his mind. The next instant, a torrent of information so vast and complex it defied description crashed into Chu Xiu's consciousness. Not words, nor images, but a more fundamental kind of understanding. The precise ratios for black powder, the proportions of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal required to produce the most devastating explosions. The principles of blast furnace iron smelting, how to elevate furnace temperatures, how to decarburize, how to forge steel of unparalleled toughness far surpassing this era. This knowledge felt as though he had possessed it since birth, becoming part of his very instincts. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes. The world before him seemed transformed. The palace beams were no longer mere timber, he could discern their quality and load-bearing limits. The bronze candlestick on the table dissolved before his eyes into its most primitive minerals and the imperfections of smelting. Power. This was the sensation of power. Not the reckless courage of a common man, but a power born of higher dimensional perception power sufficient to crush an entire era. He felt not the slightest thrill of ecstasy. His mind was as still as a bottomless ancient well. All of this was merely a tool. Tools he used to fulfill his filial duty. Chu Xiu rose to his feet, walked to the door, and gently pulled it open. Moonlight in the courtyard was as cold and clear as water. Your Highness! A Yomi assassin emerged like a specter from the shadows, kneeling silently on one knee before him without stirring a whisper of air. Two matters. Chu Xiu's voice was soft in the night, yet carried an undeniable weight. First, starting now, use every channel and manpower at our disposal to acquire 3 items in the capital and surrounding prefectures at any cost. He held up a finger and tapped it in the air. Charcoal as much as possible. Sulfur every last bit available. Iron or the entire stockpile from every blacksmith's shop in the city. Whether pig iron or wrought iron, I want it all. The assassin looked up, his voice beneath the visor devoid of emotion. Your Highness, such a large-scale acquisition will inevitably draw the attention of the Ministry of Revenue and the Prefectural Office. The traces will be difficult to erase completely. No need to erase them. Chu Xiu's response caught him off guard. Not only should we not erase them, but we should deliberately leave some clues behind. He paced a few steps before continuing his instructions. Divide the acquisition teams into over a dozen groups, each unaware of the others. Have them transport the goods separately to different abandoned estates, charity burial grounds, or even mass graves scattered across the outskirts of the city. Store a portion at each location, then withdraw immediately. Then send another group to take over these supplies and transport them to our true secret base. Ensure all leads trail off at those abandoned estates. Even if the Crown Prince investigates, he'll only find a bunch of empty, dilapidated houses and a group of laborers who took their pay and know nothing. The loyal retainer bowed his head and respectfully replied, understood. This operation would not only maximize confusion but also trap investigators in a quagmire of misdirection, wasting their efforts in vain. Doesn't the Crown Prince find the capital rather chaotic lately? Then let's make it even more chaotic. The second matter. Chu Xiu's tone grew even more detached. Prepare the most ordinary merchant caravan wagon, stocked with ample provisions and fresh water. Additionally, select 10 of our most skilled brothers and have them don merchant attire. The assassin's heart stirred, but he asked no questions, merely listening quietly. Chu Xiu turned, his gaze returning to the depths of the palace, toward the direction where his father, the emperor, resided. The night wind stirred his plain robes, making his slender figure appear even more solitary in the moonlight. Father has fallen ill with worry over the border conflicts and now lies bedridden. As Crown Prince and Regent, my eldest brother endlessly quarrels with Grand Marshal Lin in court, delaying the dispatch of reinforcements. This is disloyalty. The entire court, feeding on the emperor's bounty, fails to share his burdens. They stand idly by as barbarian tribes knock at the gates. This is disloyalty. Since none of them can be relied upon, this burden of worry must fall upon this son to share with his majesty. His voice was soft, as if speaking to himself, yet also as if declaring to the heavens and all the gods. With the nation in peril, though I am frail, I shall still do my utmost. He turned to face the kneeling loyalist, his face breaking into a pure, harmless smile tinged with the pallor of illness. Transmit my orders, divide the troops into 2 columns. One force shall gather supplies as I just instructed. The other shall follow me. He paused, his tone lightening slightly. To the frontier to entertain the troops. Chapter 18, the Crown Prince acts as regent who was stirring trouble in the capital's backyard? The Eastern Palace, Chunhua Hall. Candlelight cast Prince Chu Xiu's shadow onto the bright yellow walls, stretching it into distorted shapes. Before him, a mountain of memorials piled high on the rosewood desk, yet he couldn't bring himself to read a single one. His father, the emperor, had fallen ill. This should have been earth-shattering good news, the opportunity he had longed for. Holding the reins of regency meant he was but one step away from the supreme dragon throne. Yet these past days, Chu Xiu found the taste of regency far less sweet than he had imagined. Instead, it felt like swallowing a handful of scorching hot gravel, stinging his throat raw and burning his insides to ashes. Your Highness, Grand Marshal Lin awaits outside the chamber, claiming urgent military matters. A young eunuch bowed low, scurrying in with tiny, hurried steps, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Chu Xiu's brow twitched. He slammed the wolf hair brush in his hand onto the desk, sending splatters of ink flying. Not again. These past days, that old rascal Lin had been like a door god, stationed daily at the military affairs office, pestering him with every trivial matter. In name, it was consultation. In reality, it was obstruction. Frontline reports poured in like snowflakes, reporting that the barbarian cavalry was advancing like a knife through butter, and the border was in dire straits. He proposed dispatching trusted generals to lead reinforcements, which would both relieve the border siege and allow his faction to establish roots within the military. But that old dog Lin Xiaotian, in front of the entire court, shot him down with a single phrase: changing commanders in the midst of battle is a cardinal sin in military strategy. A bunch of old fossils who only know how to gobble up military pay. What else can they do besides fight? The empire had enjoyed prolonged peace. Military power could no longer be held by these mere warriors. Chu Xiu suppressed the fire in his heart, adjusted his attire, and restored his usual gentle tone. Let him enter. Lin Xiaotian strode into the hall in full military attire, his steps steady and deliberate. The clinking of his armor plates echoed crisply. He did not kneel in homage, merely offering a respectful bow with clasped hands. Your Highness, the northern frontier has lost 2 garrison cities within 3 days. The barbarian vanguard now approaches Yunzhou. Your Highness, I request immediate orders to dispatch 200,000 sure of provisions and mobilize 30,000 elite troops from the imperial garrison to reinforce the northern frontier. His voice boomed like thunder, each word striking Chu Xiu's nerves like a hammer blow. Chu Xiu lifted the teacup beside him, gently skimming the foam with the lid, yet made no haste to respond. Troop deployment? Grain dispatch? Easier said than done. Could he simply mobilize the imperial garrison? The slightest movement of provisions would send the Ministry of Revenue into an uproar. More crucially, should defeat occur, he, the crown prince acting as regent, would be the first to bear the blame. Yet if he did not fight, allowing the frontier to fall, he, as crown prince, would be equally culpable. Your Excellency has served with great dedication and merit. Yet this matter is of immense gravity. A single move affects the whole. I must consult with the senior ministers. Chu Xiu slowly set down his teacup, his expression one of genuine difficulty. Lin Xiaotian's weathered face betrayed no emotion. The opportunity for battle is fleeting. By the time the Grand Councilors reach a decision, the barbarian blades may already be visible against the walls of Yunzhou City. How dare you? Chu Xiu finally lost his composure, slamming his fist on the table as he rose. Lin Xiaotian, are you instructing me on how to govern? As regent, I make my own decisions. Lin Xiaotian's expression remained utterly unruffled as he calmly met his gaze, his voice steady. Your servant dares not. I only know that the realm of Great Xia must not be lost. With that, he bowed once more and turned to leave. Chu Xiu remained alone in the hall, his chest heaving violently. That old bastard. At that moment, Zhao Quan, his most trusted personal eunuch, emerged from the side chamber, holding an unassuming scroll in his hands. Your Highness, the matter you ordered me to investigate has yielded results. Chu Xiu's anger subsided slightly as he sat back down and took the booklet. Speak. Your Highness, over the past 5 days, a mysterious force has indeed been frantically buying up 3 items throughout the capital and its outskirts. Zhao Quan lowered his voice. Charcoal, sulfur, and iron ore. How much? Nearly 100,000 caddies of charcoal and several thousand caddies of sulfur. The strangest part is the iron ore. Dozens of blacksmith shops across the capital, large and small, have been nearly emptied. They haven't even spared the pig iron used for making farm tools. Chu Xiu's hand paused as he flipped through the ledger. Charcoal, sulfur, iron ore. Individually, these 3 items seemed unremarkable. But taken together, they pointed toward a direction that sent a chill down his spine. Military equipment. Could it be third brother Chu Zhan? That single-minded war maniac, was he exploiting the chaos at the frontier to secretly expand his iron floating pagoda? Have you found out who's behind this? Zhao Quan hung his head even lower, repenting. We haven't. The other side operates with extreme secrecy. The buyers are all low-level thugs and laborers from the streets, split into over a dozen groups with no central command. After the cash and goods were exchanged, they dispersed immediately. There's no way to trace the source. Chu Xiu frowned and asked, what about the goods? Where were they transported? Your servants followed the trail and discovered these supplies were transported to abandoned estates, mass graves scattered across the city outskirts, and even several dilapidated temples. Zhao Quan's voice carried a hint of confusion as he continued. But when our men arrived, every location was empty, leaving only tire tracks behind. Every single lead just vanished there. Chu Xiu's expression darkened considerably. This was absolutely not the work of that brute, the third brother. His modus operandi was always bold and direct. He'd never stoop to such underhanded tactics. Then who was it? Fourth brother Chu Mo? That gloomy fellow who hid away in his study, poring over every matter under heaven? Or could it be that there were forces within the court he hadn't noticed, quietly gathering strength, preparing to take advantage of the chaos? The feeling of being at a disadvantage, the enemy in the shadows while he was exposed, unable to grasp the full picture, made Chu Xiu restless. He felt like a blindfolded target, hearing the whistling of hidden arrows tearing through the air, yet unable to discern from which direction they would strike. Useless. Chu Xiu slammed the scroll in his hand onto the floor. Zhao Quan collapsed to his knees with a thud, trembling violently. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Your servant has already dispatched additional men. As soon as they make their next move, we will surely catch them red-handed. Wait for them to strike again? Chu Xiu sneered coldly. That'll be a long time coming. Suddenly, Chu Xiu pressed, with such a commotion, did those incompetents at the Ministry of Revenue and the Jingzhou Prefecture not notice a thing? They seem to have dismissed it as ordinary merchants stockpiling goods and paid it no mind. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. He understood. Their tactics were too sophisticated, splitting large quantities into smaller ones, spreading operations across multiple locations, perfectly evading official scrutiny. This was undoubtedly a tightly organized, immensely powerful adversary. Right under his nose in the capital city, a venomous snake had been lurking unnoticed. No. He couldn't afford to remain passive any longer. He snapped his eyes open and strode to the wall-mounted map of the capital's defenses, his fingers tracing its contours slowly. He couldn't waste any more energy chasing these elusive leads. If the snake cannot be found, then seal off every possible snake hole. Chu Xiu turned and issued a cold command to Zhao Quan, who knelt before him. Deliver my secret order to Commander Chen of the Imperial Guard. Starting today, under the pretext of reinforcing the capital's defenses, have him keep a tight watch on my third brother Chu Zhan's residence and the military camp outside the city. If a single fly enters, I want to know whether it's male or female. Also send men to my fourth brother's residence. Tell him I care about his studies and have sent some writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Keep a close watch on who comes calling, especially any scholars paying visits lately. Yes, Your Majesty. Your servant obeys. Zhao Quan, as if granted a pardon, scrambled out on all fours. Silence returned to the grand hall. Chu Xiu gazed out at the deepening night beyond the window. The unease in his heart not only failed to dissipate but grew ever more intense. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something. In the most unlikely, most inconspicuous place. Chapter 19, Riding Solo Through the Pass. Who's the madman? 3 days later, the night was as dark as ink. An inconspicuous blue cloth carriage slipped silently out of the western city gate, blending in among several caravans departing the capital. The Imperial Guards had just finished their shift change. The new captain, yawning, asked only a few cursory questions before waving them through. These days, the residences of the princes under the Crown Prince's strict surveillance lay utterly silent. Particularly in the direction of the Cold Palace, where spies had been stationed for days on end. Apart from the occasional sighting of a young eunuch emerging to dispose of medicinal dregs, the dilapidated palace lay utterly still, as lifeless as death itself. In their eyes, the ninth prince, the one rumored to be on the brink of death, likely lacked even the strength to rise from his bed. Such a spectacle hardly warranted such a massive mobilization. Little did they know that the supposedly dying ninth prince had already left the city at that very moment. Inside the carriage, Chu Xiu leaned half reclined against soft cushions. His complexion appeared even paler under the flickering lamplight. His eyes were closed, seemingly enduring the jolting of the long journey. His breath was faint, appearing as though he might cease breathing at any moment. Outside the carriage, 10 men dressed as ordinary merchant convoy guards rode silently on horseback, forming a protective circle around the carriage. Each wore an expressionless face, their breathing steady and deep, a stark contrast to the boisterous guards of the surrounding caravans. They never spoke, never rested, and the horses beneath them seemed to know no fatigue. They raced day and night at a pace far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. This peculiar caravan thus slipped from the capital's sight, merging like a drop into a mighty river as it sped toward the northern frontier, where beacon fires blazed. 7 days later, Yunzhou City. The shadow of war hung heavy over this northern frontier stronghold. On the city walls, tattered banners bore splatters of blood. Within the city walls, the streets were desolate. Wounded soldiers withdrawn from the front lines were everywhere, their pitiful cries and feeble moans filling the air. The air thickened with the mingled scent of herbs and blood, weighing heavily on the heart. Within the garrison headquarters, lamps burned brightly. Gao Shan, the fortress commander of Yunzhou, a hardened warrior in his 40s bearing a scar across his face, stared intently at the massive sand table, his eyes bloodshot. General! The barbarian left wing has bypassed the Black Mountain Pass. They'll be at the city gates within 2 days at most. A scout burst in, his voice hoarse. Gao Shan slammed his fist onto the edge of the sand table, sending splinters flying. Where are the Crown Prince's reinforcements? Where's the supplies? Damn it, it's been 7 days and not a damn thing has arrived. Those civil officials in the court and pampered princes, I wish they could see how our frontline soldiers are sacrificing their lives to plug the holes. Damn it all, this is just. Ugh. Gao Shan slammed his fist against the sand table once more in frustration. Just as his frustration reached its peak, a personal guard hurried in. General, a merchant caravan has arrived outside the city. Their leader claims to be from the capital and wishes to supply the troops. He also claims to be the ninth prince of the current dynasty, Chu Xiu. A prince? Gao Shan froze for a moment, then his face twisted with deep disgust and impatience. What business did a pampered prince have in this godforsaken place at a time like this? To cause trouble? Or to polish his image? Tell him to get lost. This isn't his playground. But General, the guard hesitated, he has the imperial insignia. We dare not. Gao Shan took a deep breath, suppressing the rage boiling within him. Bring him in. I'll see for myself which fool dares to show his face. Moments later, Chu Xiu entered slowly, supported by a Yomi assassin. He wore a plain white brocade robe, covered by a fox fur coat for warmth. His already pale face looked even more bloodless in the biting northern wind. As he walked, he covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed softly, as if taking a few more steps might cost him his life. The moment Gao Shan laid eyes on him, the disgust in his heart transformed into utter contempt. This was a prince? A sickly weakling. Have those fools in the capital lost their minds? Sending such a useless fool to the battlefield, did they think the barbarian blades weren't sharp enough? May I ask what brings His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince to this humble abode? Gao Shan didn't even bother to bow, his tone stiff and dripping with sarcasm. Chu Xiu seemed oblivious to the barbs in his words, instead flashing an innocent, harmless smile. General Gao misunderstands. I did not come here in my capacity as a prince. His voice was soft but clear. I represent merchants from the capital who are concerned about the state of the nation. I've brought some provisions for the soldiers on the front lines, a token of our support. Supplies? Gao Shan scrutinized him from head to toe, along with the wooden statue-like bodyguard behind him. What we lack here are provisions, iron armor, and battle blades. Not the silk brocades and antique paintings your capital's young masters play with. You speak wisely, General. Chu Xiu nodded, his expression as gentle as ever. What we've brought is precisely what the general needs. He paused before continuing, however, to ensure these supplies reach the most critical areas, I must first understand the specific conditions on the front lines. Therefore, I wish to inspect your military supply depot and the most detailed military map in your possession. The moment these words left his mouth, the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze. The contempt on Gao Shan's face vanished instantly, replaced by an intensely wary scrutiny. A sickly prince posing as a merchant envoy demanding access to the armory and the most classified military maps? What was he up to? Was he plotting treason? A faint clink sounded from the sword at Gao Shan's waist. Several guards behind him immediately gripped their hilts, and a palpable aura of hostility filled the hall. Your Highness, do you realize what you're saying? Gao Shan's voice was as cold as ice. The armory and military maps are the lifeblood of our entire army. How dare you demand to see them? Yet, faced with this murderous aura that seemed ready to devour anyone, Chu Xiu's expression remained utterly unchanged. He did not even glance at the soldiers who had drawn their blades. Instead, he calmly addressed Gao Shan. General Gao, the barbarians' southern invasion is indeed formidable in scale. They boast of a 30,000-strong army, but their main force consists of no more than 10,000 iron cavalry. Their Khan, Batu, is arrogant and reckless, craving nothing more than head-on assaults. But his deputy commander, Hayden, is a cunning fox, skilled in surprise attacks. Chu Xiu spoke slowly and deliberately. With each word, Gao Shan's expression darkened further. This intelligence had been paid for with the blood of frontline commanders, some of the top-secret military intelligence that had only just been relayed back. How did this ninth prince, who had long resided deep within the palace walls, never venturing beyond its gates, come to know this? You? Gao Shan's throat felt dry. With you commanding Yunzhou's defenses, the front lines are impregnable. But Tu Kang's inability to breach them will inevitably breed impatience. Chu Xiu completely ignored Gao Shan's reaction, continuing his analysis unabated. At this moment, his deputy commander, Hayden, will surely advise splitting the forces for a surprise attack, bypassing Yunzhou and striking directly at the heartland of Daxia. And there is only one route that can allow their army to pass swiftly. Gao Shan's heart lurched violently. He stared intently at Chu Xiu's face, pale to an alarming degree, and for the first time felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. This seemingly harmless, frail prince before him appeared to see through human hearts and penetrate the battlefield. Silence. Dead silence. After a long while, Gao Shan slowly released his grip on the sword hilt and waved to the personal guards behind him. Escort His Highness to the central command tent. Inside the command tent, a vast leather map of the region was spread across the long table, meticulously marked with mountains, rivers, passes, and towns. Gao Shan stood nearby, arms crossed over his chest. His scarred face was set in a tight, unyielding expression, not uttering a single word. He intended to see what tricks this mysterious ninth prince had up his sleeve. Chu Xiu paid him no mind, as if back in his own study. He extended his slender, pale fingers and slowly traced the rough map. His fingertips traced over cities engulfed in fierce battles, over the jagged, interlocking lines of both armies. Finally, his long fingers came to rest on the northwest corner of the map, a vast and desolate mountainous region. There, a deep, narrow gorge lies, its name marked in small print on the map. One line heaven. Chu Xiu lifted his head, a faint, inscrutable smile playing across his pallid face. General, suppose I were the Khan of the barbarian tribes, having been thoroughly humiliated at the gates of Yunzhou city. Wouldn't I choose to deliver a surprise to my great Xia Empire from this very spot? Gao Shan's pupils suddenly contracted. The one-line sky gorge stretched 100 li, its terrain treacherous and regarded by the military as a perilous route. Mass troop movements proved exceedingly difficult, so it had never been prioritized for fortification. Without waiting for a reply, Chu Xiu picked up the vermilion brush from the table. He drew a heavy circle around the winding line representing the one-line sky gorge. The vivid red circle, under the dim lamplight, resembled a gaping, blood-red maw. Chu Xiu set down the brush and looked up at Gao Shan, who stood gaping in astonishment. The smile on his face grew both more innocent and more chilling. Now, may I be shown the supply depot? I want to take stock of how many gifts we can prepare for our barbarian friends. Chapter 20, Midnight Construction. The terrifying efficiency of the underworld assassins. The northern frontier was swept by biting cold winds. The military supply warehouse in Yunzhou City was dry and cold. The moment the warehouse doors swung open, a pungent blend of rust, leather, and tung oil assaulted their senses. Gao Shan stood at the doorway, the cold wind making him tighten his armor. He did not follow inside, merely watching as the frail white figure, supported by a guard, entered the foul-smelling warehouse. Chu Xiu did not pause for even a moment before the 100 times tempered steel blades and the finest armor. This made Gao Shan frown deeply. He couldn't fathom what the prince sought to see, bypassing the blades and armor. Chu Xiu walked straight past rows of neatly stacked weapon racks, heading to the most inconspicuous corner of the warehouse. There, military odds and ends were piled high. There were sulfur chunks left over from refining fire oil, charcoal for heating fires, and saltpeter powder used to repair city walls. I'll take all of this. Chu Xiu's voice was soft, yet it left the warehouse captain following behind him frozen in place. Your Highness, these are all useless items, the garrison captain cautiously reminded him. Chu Xiu ignored him, pointing instead to another pile of thousands of empty clay jars, originally used to store food and water. And these too. Furthermore, gather every scrap of iron from the treasury, new or old, and deliver it all to the abandoned quarry west of the city walls. His tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. Gao Shan's personal guard hurried to his side and quietly repeated Chu Xiu's demands. Upon hearing this, the scar on Gao Shan's face twitched violently. Sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal. He was a rough man, but he knew alchemists used such ingredients for their potions. But why did this ninth prince need so much? Why also iron ore and clay pots? What exactly was he planning? Alchemy on the battlefield in pursuit of immortality? Absurd! Yet for some reason, a chill deepened within Gao Shan's heart. He recalled the circle Chu Xiu had drawn on the map, remembered those eyes innocent yet piercingly perceptive. Gao Shan ground out the words through clenched teeth. Do as he says. General, this goes against protocol. The bodyguard tried to dissuade him further. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Gao Shan growled, cutting him off. A powerful premonition gripped him. He was witnessing something that would overturn everything he'd known in his half-century of military service. Whether it was a mad rush to self-destruction or the birth of a miracle, he would see the outcome with his own eyes. The night was as deep as ink. The abandoned quarry west of Yunzhou City was completely surrounded by Gao Shan's personal guards. No one was permitted to approach within 100 paces. In the quarry's center, over a dozen massive bonfires blazed, illuminating the entire valley as bright as day. Chu Xiu sat upon a large boulder, wrapped in thick fox fur robes. Before him stood a small table holding a warm teapot. He leisurely sipped his tea, occasionally clearing his throat, as if merely admiring the snowy night scenery. On the open ground before him lay goods procured from the capital city, combined with items looted from Yunzhou City's warehouse, piled up into a small mountain. 10 Yomi Death Knights, along with dozens of blacksmiths, were engaged in a silent yet terrifying labor. Divided into 3 teams, they worked in a seamless assembly line. One group ground the delivered sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal into the finest powder using stone mills. The heavy, monotonous hum of the grinding stones echoed through the silent valley. Another group carefully blended the 3 powders together according to a bizarre ratio written by Chu Xiu. Their movements were precise to the millimeter, their faces expressionless, as if performing some sacred ritual. Yet another group carefully poured the mixed black powder into the clay pots, then fashioned crude yet deadly fuses using cloth strips and lamp oil. Finally, the sole remaining suicide soldier stood by the furnace, directing the blacksmith to melt scrap iron into countless palm-sized, spiked iron plates. Throughout the entire process, not a single word was spoken, not a single unnecessary movement made. Only the whistling wind, the crackling fire, the grinding of stone wheels, and the hissing sound of cooling metal filled the air. Gao Shan stood in the shadows of a distant hillside, his gaze fixed intently on this bustling yet eerie scene. He had seen countless elite armies in his many battles. Yet he had never witnessed a unit like this one. These 10 men seemed not human. They knew no fatigue, required no food or drink, and feared no bitter cold. From nightfall to dawn, and from dawn back to nightfall, for 2 full days and nights, their movements showed not the slightest hint of slowing. The blacksmiths had rotated shifts multiple times. Even Gao Shan's personal guards, shivering from the cold, had been replaced several times. Yet those 10 men never even altered the rhythm of their breathing. These were not human. The thought echoed relentlessly in Gao Shan's mind. They were ghost soldiers crawling out of hell. If these truly were ghost soldiers, then what of the frail, ailing prince who commands them? Gao Shan gazed at the pale figure seated upon the stone, occasionally sipping tea. A chill shot up his spine from the base of his skull to the crown of his head. For the first time, he sensed that the savage barbarian cavalry on the battlefield might not be the most terrifying thing in this world. At dawn on the 3rd day, before the sky had fully brightened, all preparations were complete. Thousands of clay pots filled with black powder and tens of thousands of sharp iron shards were packed into dozens of large crates. 10 underworld assassins, each shouldering several heavy crates, moved with agile grace, making not a sound. They vanished into the rugged mountain path leading to the one-line sky gorge as if walking on level ground. This scene left Gao Shan speechless. His personal guard beside him swallowed hard and murmured to himself. They know no fatigue, need no rest, and possess boundless strength. What on earth are these beings? Gao Shan clenched his fists, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and issued a low, trembling command. Issue the order. Nothing witnessed or heard these days is to be disclosed. Disobedience will be punished by decapitation. Exterminate their entire clan. The personal guard nodded swiftly. Yes, General. At that moment, Chu Xiu rose to his feet, brushed imaginary dust from his robes, and strolled after them. Gao Shan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and brought along his two most capable guards, trailing far behind. He intended to witness firsthand how these things were to be used. The one-line sky gorge lived up to its name. 100-foot-high cliffs towered on either side, leaving only a narrow passage in the middle barely wide enough for 3 or 5 riders to pass side by side. The terrain was so treacherous that even hunters seldom ventured here. Yet beneath the feet of the underworld death warriors, it resembled a broad highway. Following the locations Chu Xiu had marked on the map beforehand, they began their preparations. Some buried clay pots deep beneath the loose soil in the road center, leaving only inconspicuous fuses exposed. Others scaled the walls, securing pots at vulnerable points along the cliff faces. Most, however, skillfully concealed poison-coated iron shards within grassy patches, crevices between rocks, and any spot likely to be trodden upon. Within mere hours, the entire gorge was transformed into a vast, interconnected death trap. From the outside, it remained the same desolate, silent gorge as before, indistinguishable from its former state. But Gao Shan knew that beneath this calm surface lay a terror capable of swallowing an entire army of 100,000. He watched as the underworld assassins finished setting their traps, then retreated like ghostly specters to the mountaintops flanking the gorge, blending seamlessly with the rocks and shadows. Gao Shan's throat felt parched. Behind him, his two personal guards had turned as pale as paper, their hands gripping their sword hilts trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Gao Shan watched the gaunt figure in the distance, his heart churning with turmoil. He looks frail and weak, yet after walking for so long, his pace remains steady. After standing for hours, he shows only weariness, his spirit still full. Ghost soldiers like malevolent specters. What kind of terrifying being must their master be? The sky gradually brightened. Chu Xiu stood atop the highest rock at the entrance of the one-line heaven, the morning breeze rustling his robes and hair. He gazed down upon the path to hell unfolding beneath his feet, a satisfied smile spreading across his pallid face. A ghostly assassin materialized behind him like a phantom, kneeling on one knee without a word. Chu Xiu turned to face Gao Shan, who had followed him. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet clear enough to reach Gao Shan's ears nearby. Go. Deliver a gift to the barbarian army. Tell them our main force awaits them here. Chapter 21, The Arrogant Army's Trap. The barbarian king laughs at the gates of hell. On the grasslands, the wind should have carried a fresh, moist sweetness. Now it carried a thick, cloying stench of blood as it swept across the barbarian encampment. The mournful cry of a warhorse pierced the dawn's tranquility. A blood-soaked scout from the Great Xia Empire was dragged from his horse by two burly barbarian cavalrymen and thrown heavily before the golden tent of Tuli Khan. He wore the tattered leather armor of the Yunzhou garrison, a deep gash on his chest still oozing blood, exposing bone. His face was frozen in terror and despair. It was the very same Yomi assassin sent on the mission. Khan. We've captured a Xia spy. The bastard put up a fight. He ran over 30 li before we caught him. A barbarian centurion stomped on the assassin's back as he boasted loudly inside the tent. The tent flap lifted, revealing a man as burly as a bear, his face thick with curly beard. He was the barbarian leader of this southern invasion, Tuli Khan. He surveyed the trembling captive on the ground from above, his face brimming with contempt. You little bastard from Xia, daring to spy on this Khan's camp? Tuli Khan's voice boomed like a bell. Speak! Where is your commander Gao Shan? And where are Lin Xiaotian's main forces? The scout raised his head, his eyes feigning fear and hatred. He spat a mouthful of blood at Tuli Khan. Spit! Traitorous dog! Our General Gao has fallen in battle. The Grand Marshal's main force has been scattered by you. But our ninth prince will avenge us. Instead of anger, Tuli Khan laughed. Wiping the blood from his face, he lifted the scout's chin with his whip and sneered. The ninth prince? I hear the sons of your Xia Emperor are all masters at hiding. Which of those unweaned brats dares to take the field? Our ninth prince, he leads the last of our elite forces, waiting for you in the one-line sky gorge. He intends to fight you to the death. The scout's voice faltered with emotion, yet it brimmed with the reckless courage and innocence of youth. One-line heaven? A gray-haired shaman beside Tuli Khan furrowed his brow. Khan, that place is a natural fortress, easy to defend, hard to attack. If there's an ambush. Ambush? Tuli Khan erupted in a deafening, maniacal laugh, as if hearing the most absurd joke in the world. By a mere wet-beard prince? And a band of crippled, defeated generals? They didn't hide in the city to await death, but instead rushed into the gorge for a decisive battle. What else could this be but foolishness? With that, he kicked the scout aside and commanded his attendants. Drag him away. Make him spill everything he knows. This Khan demands to know how many men that little prince brought and how much provisions. Half an hour later, a detailed confession extracted through brutal torture was placed before Chu Khan. The confession stated that the main force of the Great Xia border army had collapsed, and Gao Shun had been killed in battle. The remnant forces numbered less than 5,000, led by the inexperienced and frail ninth prince, who had retreated to the one-line sky gorge. They sought to make a last stand behind the natural defenses. Their provisions would only last 3 days. Ha 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 ha. Khan Tuli slammed the confession onto the table, his eyes gleaming with greed. Truly heaven favors me. I had thought we'd have to expend great effort to storm the fortified city of Yunzhou, yet the Xia have delivered their heads upon a platter. Khan, you are wise. The generals in the tent echoed in agreement. A sickly prince leading a band of defeated soldiers, is this the last hope of the Great Xia? Utterly laughable. Once we breach the narrow pass, we'll annihilate these stragglers and capture that prince alive. Then nothing will stand in our way across the entire heartland of Great Xia. Then, gold and women will have as much as we desire. Ha 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 ha. Kill them all. Plunder everything. One by one, the barbarian commanders were lost in their glorious fantasies. The elderly shaman priest tried to interject once more, but before he could speak, he was impatiently waved off by Chu Khan, who snapped. Enough. The Xia have already lost their nerve. Their old emperor is only good at infighting, and their generals are no match for us. Now even their prince is beyond redemption. This is an opportunity granted to us by the eternal sky. Chu Khan rose to his feet, drew the golden scimitar from his waist, and pointed it toward the south. Transmit my command. The entire army shall advance. Ignore the flanks. Charge through the narrow pass at full speed. Before sunset, this Khan will twist off that Xia prince's head and fashion it into my drinking cup. The command echoed from the golden tent. Roar! The roar of 100,000 barbarian cavalry coalesced into a thunderous wave that shook the heavens, causing the entire steppe to tremble. The colossal army began its advance, a black torrent of steel. Abandoning their most proficient and reliable siege tactics, they surged forward in overwhelming numbers toward the entrance of the one-line sky gorge. Hoofbeats thundered like rolling thunder, dust obscuring the sun. The barbarian soldiers wore expressions of bloodthirsty excitement and a hunger for victory. To them, this was not a war, but a hunt. Their prey, the arrogant Xia prince and his 5,000 remnant troops. The one-line sky gorge lay in utter silence. Hidden behind a rocky crevice atop the mountain, Gao Shun watched as the dark torrent surged unhesitatingly into the narrow gorge entrance. His heart pounded so fiercely it nearly leapt from his throat. In his decades of military service, he had never witnessed such a spectacular nor such a foolish march. 100,000 soldiers, heedless of front or rear, all crammed themselves into this natural death trap. This was no army, it was livestock marching in formation to the slaughterhouse. Yet even in this foolish march, that vast, serpentine dragon of barbarians, spreading across the mountains and plains like a grassland, still bore a terrifying momentum, its killing intent piercing the heavens. The 2 personal guards behind him had drained of all color, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, barely able to hold onto their swords. Gao Shun forced his head to turn, gazing toward the distant figure. Chu Xiu still stood atop the highest rock. The fierce mountain wind whipped his thin white fox fur robe, making it flutter as if it might be swept away at any moment. His gaze did not fall upon the surging tide of iron below his feet. Instead, he lifted his head to watch the sun, just peeking over the horizon. His face even bore a look of contentment, as if he were admiring the dawn. A faint, sickly smile played upon his lips. As if the 100,000 lives about to be destroyed beneath his feet were no different from the mountain winds or the clouds on the horizon. General Gao, tell me I have resolved this barbarian invasion. Would father be pleased? Would he smile with satisfaction at my filial devotion? Hearing these words, a chill swept through Gao Shun's body, drowning out all tension and excitement. He finally understood that his earlier intuition had been correct. The most terrifying thing in this world is not the savages brandishing scimitars on the battlefield. It is this man before us, who can coldly treat 100,000 lives as mere pawns. All to win a single pleased smile from his father in the distant capital. Time slipped away silently. The vanguard of the barbarian army has already penetrated deep into the heart of the gorge. The main force continues to pour in relentlessly. The clatter of hooves, the blaring of horns, and the shouts of barbarian soldiers echoed and layered within the narrow gorge, forming a deafening cacophony that pierced the eardrums. Finally, the last column of cavalry vanished from the gorge's entrance. A full 100,000 troops had entered the one-line heaven. In that instant, the clamorous gorge seemed to fall eerily silent. Gao Shun held his breath. He saw the white figure on the rock finally move. Chu Xiu slowly withdrew his gaze from the dawnlight, lowering his head to survey the choked, writhing passage of death below his feet. He did not draw his sword, did not shout, nor did he show the slightest hint of emotion. He merely raised his right hand slowly, fingers long and slender, pale as if nearly transparent. Then, under the tense, fearful, and expectant gazes of Gao Shun and the others, he gently swung it down. Chapter 22. Heaven shatters, earth cracks, 100,000 iron horsemen descend into the netherworld. That pale hand fell. Silent, without warning, as gentle as brushing away an invisible speck of dust. Gao Shun's pupils contracted to their absolute limit in that instant. Time seemed to stretch and then compress. The next moment, at both ends of the one-line sky canyon, the entrance and the exit, two suns of destruction simultaneously erupted. It was not light, but pure, all-consuming energy. Only then did the sound catch up. Boom! It was a roar beyond description, not thunder, not an avalanche. It was more like the entire earth itself wailing in agony. The rock beneath Gao Shun's feet shot upward violently, an irresistible force hurling him to the ground. His ears were filled with nothing but a piercing, high-pitched ringing. Struggling to lift his head, everything in his vision swayed violently. He saw the sheer cliffs lining the canyon, those colossal rocks that had stood for millennia, crumbling and collapsing like sand. As if the earth itself were collapsing, a colossal mass of earth and stone, darkening the sky, descended with thunderous force. Crashing down, it completely sealed off the path the barbarian army had come in on, and also blocked the escape route they had hoped to flee through. In an instant, the narrow passage transformed into an airtight stone coffin. Within the gorge, the maniacal laughter of Khan Tuli remained frozen on his face. His magnificent warhorse let out a piercing whinny, rearing up on its front legs and throwing him to the ground. His personal guards, caught off guard, were instantly swallowed by the stampede of panicked horses surging behind them. What's happening? It's the Earth Dragon turning. Heaven's sake! The mountain is collapsing. The barbarian army's orderly stealth formation instantly collapsed into utter chaos. The vanguard attempted to retreat, while the rear ranks, unaware of the danger, continued to press forward. Countless soldiers in the center were trampled, bones snapping and tendons severed, their agonized screams filling the air. Yet this was merely the prelude. When the hoof of the first barbarian cavalryman struck an inconspicuous stone, the true feast of death had only just begun. The stone fell, reigniting the concealed firelighter beneath it. Flames erupted, igniting the fuse coiled around the device. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! A series of even denser explosions erupted from beneath the canyon floor. The earth transformed into the most ferocious beast, opening countless maws spewing fire and steel. The makeshift landmines Chu Xiu had ordered buried overnight were triggered one after another. The blast waves hurled entire cavalry units, men and horses alike, into the air before tearing them apart. Scorching iron shards and debris transformed into a deadly hail of bullets, mercilessly reaping lives. A barbarian centurion had just cut down a comrade blocking his path and was attempting to reorganize his ranks. The ground beneath his feet erupted violently. His lower body vanished instantly, while his torso flew over 10 meters away, his face still frozen in a savage expression. Blood, severed limbs, and entrails mingled with mud and shards of rock, forming a bloody quagmire. Tuli Khan crawled out from the pile of corpses, his face caked in blood and grime. A deafening roar echoed in his mind. One ear had been deafened by the blast, blood trickling from the ruptured eardrum. He stared blankly at the hellish scene before him, his mind devoid. An ambush? No, this is no ambush. When did the Xia people acquire such demonic arts capable of summoning thunder and fire from the heavens? Hold your ground. Everyone, hold your ground for this Khan. He roared with every ounce of strength, but his voice was pitifully faint amidst the relentless explosions. I refuse to die. I'll fight my way out. A barbarian soldier, his mind shattered, swung his scimitar wildly, hacking his closest comrade to death. Why are you attacking me? I'm your brother. You're no brother to me, you're blocking my path to survival. Unfathomable terror and the desperate will to survive proved sharper weapons than any blade. Amidst explosions and collapsing structures, the remaining barbarian army devolved into caged beasts, slaughtering each other in a desperate struggle for survival. They hacked and attacked one another, treating their own kind with the most brutal cruelty. Their sole aim was to slaughter everyone blocking their path, carving out a narrow escape. The valor they once prided themselves on now became the death warrant for their comrades. Atop the mountain peak, Gao Shun lay collapsed on the ground, his face as pale as paper. Having spent his life on the battlefield, he had always prided himself on a heart as hard as iron. Yet even the most brutal battlefields he had witnessed paled in comparison to this hell on earth. His stomach churned violently. Clutching a rock, he retched, but only sour bile came up. This was not war. This was a one-sided, merciless slaughter. Trembling, he forced his head to turn toward the instigator. Chu Xiu still stood there. The gale sweeping through the gorge, thick with the stench of blood, gunpowder, and scorched flesh, whipped his robes wildly. He did not look down at the churning mass of flesh beneath his feet, but tilted his head slightly. As if he were listening intently to the symphony of screams, wails, cries, and curses from the valley, a symphony composed of the voices of 100,000 souls. A faint, pure curiosity even lingered on his face. As if appraising whether the timbre of this melody was sufficiently pleasing. A chill rose from the very marrow of Gao Shun's bones, an unstoppable coldness. He finally understood. This sickly, harmless ninth prince, ignored by all his shell, contained no human emotions whatsoever. Instead, it housed a monster through and through, one that regarded all living things as mere straw dogs. Time itself lost all meaning in that instant. How long did the screams last? 1 hour? 2 hours? No one knew. When the last wail was scattered by the wind, when the final clang of weapons fell silent, the one-line sky canyon finally grew still. A deathly stillness. The moon rose, its cold, clear light piercing through the slowly dispersing dust to illuminate the valley floor. It was a path paved with corpses. Shattered weapons, torn banners, and twisted corpses piled high like mountains, stretching for miles. Blood pooled into streams, flowing slowly between the mountains of corpses, reflecting an eerie dark red glow under the moonlight. The 100,000 barbarian cavalry had been nearly annihilated. Only scattered survivors remained, kneeling in despair upon the earth, utterly shattered as they gazed upon the corpses of their brothers in arms. Gao Shun's 2 personal guards had long since fainted from terror. Even Gao Shun, a battle-hardened iron-blooded general. At this moment, he clung to consciousness by sheer force of will alone. He stared blankly at the field of death, his soul seemingly drained. A faint rustle of footsteps sounded behind him. Chu Xiu slowly approached and stood beside him, both men surveying their masterpiece together. General Gao, Chu Xiu's voice was soft yet clear in Gao Shun's ears. Look. It's quiet now. Gao Shun's body jerked violently. He dared not look at Chu Xiu's face. Chu Xiu reached out, as if to pat his shoulder, but paused mid-air. He drew a pristine handkerchief from his sleeve and carefully wiped the dust blown onto his fingertips. Let's go. Chu Xiu turned and began walking down the mountain path. Send men to clean the battlefield. Select the finest gifts to present to His Majesty. Chapter 23. Father, don't worry, your new toilet is on its way. Chu Xiu's voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, crushing Gao Shun until he could barely breathe. Gao Shun froze in place. Clean up the battlefield. Select the gifts. For His Majesty the Emperor. Each word was crystal clear, yet when pieced together. Yet it became the most absurd, most terrifying command he had ever heard in his life. With great effort, he turned his stiff neck to look down into the valley. That was not a battlefield. A battlefield was where the living fought the living. Below, however, lay a colossal tomb, freshly covered with earth. Chu Xiu did not urge him further. He simply began walking, following the rugged mountain path toward that realm of death. His pace was slow, even unsteady due to his frail condition, yet each step seemed to land precisely on Gao Shun's heartbeat. Gao Shun's body followed involuntarily. He didn't know why he was following. Perhaps it was a general's final duty to verify the battlefield's condition. Or perhaps he simply wanted to see with his own eyes whether the figure ahead was truly human. The deeper he descended, the more the stench of blood and scorched flesh thickened into an inescapable haze. The air was thick enough to drip blood. Gao Shun's boots made a squelching sound as they pressed into the ground, a mixture of mud and blood. He saw it. He saw twisted horse carcasses intertwined with human remains, indistinguishable from one another. He saw a broken scimitar lodged in a young face frozen in terror. He saw countless hands reaching out from between the corpses, grasping feebly at the cold sky. A few barbarian soldiers, lucky to be alive but utterly broken by terror, huddled in the corner of the corpse pile, clutching their heads and emitting meaningless whimpers. They watched Chu Xiu and his men descend, unable even to muster the will to resist, their trembling only intensifying. Fear had utterly shattered the fierce, wolf-like spirit they once prided themselves on. Chu Xiu paid no heed to these survivors. His footsteps did not falter as he strode directly toward the center of the gorge. There, the corpses piled highest. Several barbarian bodyguards, equally bloodied and armor shattered, formed a small circle with their bodies in shields. At the center of the circle, a towering figure leaned on his battle axe, struggling to remain upright. It was none other than the barbarian Khan, Tuli. His golden crown lay shattered, his ornate leather armor slashed open in countless places. His face was a mixture of blood and dust, and his once hawk-like, piercing eyes now held only blankness and bloodshot veins. He heard footsteps. He lifted his head and saw the youth approaching him, clad in immaculate white robes. A frail youth, seemingly fragile enough to be blown over by a mere breeze. A strange, hoarse sound escaped Tuli Khan's throat. He tried to laugh, but the movement tugged at his wounds, twisting his expression into something utterly grotesque. It's you. His voice was as raspy as two stones grinding together. You did this? Chu Xiu stopped 3 paces before him, offering no reply. He merely tilted his head, scrutinizing the mighty ruler of the steppes from head to toe with the appraising gaze of one inspecting merchandise. Sorcery. This is the sorcery of the great Xia. Khan Tuli roared, unable to accept it. His proud, 100,000-strong iron cavalry capable of sweeping across the land had been defeated by a youth who looked incapable of lifting a chicken using mere mortal means. This must be sorcery, the devil's trickery. No. Chu Xiu finally spoke, his voice as calm as ever. This is no sorcery. He extended a finger, pointing first at the sky, then at the earth beneath his feet. This is science. Science? Khan Tuli couldn't comprehend the word at all. But that didn't stop him from reading something deeper in Chu Xiu's pure face. Something deeper, something that made his soul tremble. It was indifference. An indifference toward the lives of 100,000 souls. As if what he had just annihilated was not an army capable of toppling a dynasty, but merely a troublesome nest of ants. Who are you? Tuli Khan's hand gripping the blade trembled violently. Chu Xiu paid him no mind, instead drawing closer. He circled around Tuli Khan, as if admiring a work of art. Finally, his gaze settled upon the massive head of Tuli Khan. Tuli Khan felt a chill run down his spine under that stare, an unprecedented wave of humiliation and dread gripping his heart. Khan, you are a guest from afar, but this king has little to offer you. Chu Xiu halted his steps, his face breaking into a gentle smile tinged with a hint of apology. I hear the Khan's skull is the hardest bone on the steppe, hailed as a gift from the eternal sky. He paused, his smile growing more innocent. How convenient. My father's hall of cultivating the heart is in need of a suitable chamber pot. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Gao Shun, standing nearby listening to the two kings' conversation, felt his pupils shrink to pinpricks. Then came overwhelming elation and dread. Every expression on Tuli Khan's face froze, replaced by utter, twisted horror. A toilet? He intended to fashion his own head into a toilet? Ah! Tuli Khan let out a beastly roar. The pride and dignity of the steppe's ruler shattered completely in that instant, transforming into the most frenzied killing intent. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he swung his battle blade, aiming a vicious chop at Chu Xiu's neck. Yet his blade only reached halfway through its arc. A dark shadow appeared silently behind him. Thud! A faint, sharp sound of blade-piercing flesh. A blade as black as ink pierced through Tuli Khan's back, its blood-stained tip glinting coldly against his chest. Tuli Khan's movements froze. He looked down, staring in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest, then raised his head to meet Chu Xiu's expressionless, unchanging smile. He opened his mouth, blood gushing forth, yet no words came out. Thud! The mighty ruler of the steppes knelt straight down, then collapsed forward, utterly silent. Chu Xiu took half a step back, narrowly avoiding the spattering blood. He drew a pristine handkerchief from his sleeve and gently wiped his fingers, as if they bore some invisible stain. Dispose of it cleanly. He ordered the shadowy assassin who had revealed himself. Yes. The assassin knelt on one knee, his voice utterly flat. Quickly, but not too quickly. Chu Xiu's tone was as if instructing a master craftsman carving a priceless treasure. Father is still awaiting good news from his son in the capital. This gift must be worthy of his imperial majesty. When father sees it, I want him to feel the burning devotion of his son. General Gao, the rest is in your hands. With that, he casually tossed the handkerchief onto the corpse of Tuli Khan. He turned and walked back the way he had come. All strength drained from Gao Shun's body. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The rest was left to him. What remained? A sea of corpses numbering nearly 99,000, with scarcely 1,000 survivors. The barbarian cavalry, soulless and indistinguishable from the dead. Gao Shun watched Chu Xiu's retreating figure a silhouette that appeared particularly frail and desolate under the moonlight. Yet it made him feel as though he were gazing up at a god-demon risen from the depths of the nine hells. The shadowy assassin rose and approached the corpse of Tuli Khan. A cold gleam flashed in his hand as the head rolled to the ground. Another assassin produced an exquisitely crafted wooden box from somewhere, its interior lined with thick golden silk. Even more spine-chilling was the sight beside the box, a neatly arranged set of silver tools, varying in size and shape. Small knives, small hammers, small chisels. It was clearly a set of tools for meticulous craftsmanship. The assassin picked up the severed head, placed it carefully on the ground, then bowed respectfully in the direction Chu Xiu had departed. Then, he picked up a small silver knife and began meticulously working on the skull. Chapter 24, The Capital Trembles. Is this a victory report or a death warrant? The capital. The gloom that had hung over the capital for days seemed to lift slightly with the downfall of the second prince, Chu Yuan. For nearly 10 days, not a single military report had arrived from the north. The court of the Great Xia dynasty began to believe the barbarian tribes had laid down their arms and abandoned their ambitions. Though arguments still erupted in the court, they lacked the previous life or death ferocity. Crown Prince Chu Xiu, acting as regent, basked in triumph. Everything seemed to be returning to some fragile equilibrium. Within the hall of cultivating the mind, the scent of dragon's saliva incense could not mask the heavy medicinal odor. Chu Wei lay slumped against the dragon bed, his face sallow and waxen, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets. He could now manage a few steps, yet the illness triggered by terror seemed to have drained him of most of his vitality. Wang Difu. Your servant is here. Chief Eunuch Wang Difu hurriedly bowed and approached. Chu Wei's voice was weak and strained as he inquired, "What has the Crown Prince been doing lately?" "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince attends diligently to state affairs. He convenes the 6 ministries and 9 ministers daily for deliberations, displaying much of his father's bearing," Wang Difu replied, choosing his words carefully. Chu Wei tugged at the corner of his mouth, but it was hardly a smile. He waved his hand, signaling Wang Difu to withdraw. He closed his eyes, yet another face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That sickly, innocent face, forever wearing a harmless smile. The 9th Prince, Chu Xiu. The name felt like a poison thorn lodged deep within his heart. Touch it and it hurt, think of it and it terrified him. Chu Wei's second son fell silent. The imperial court fell silent. Yet why did Chu Wei's heart feel even more unsettled? Just then, a series of hurried and disorderly footsteps echoed outside the hall. A young eunuch scrambled in, nearly tumbling over himself, his voice shrill and distorted. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! An urgent dispatch from the frontier. A great victory. A great victory? Chu Wei's eyes snapped open as he struggled to sit up. Wang Difu hurried forward to steady him, sternly reprimanding the young eunuch. What's the rush? Speak clearly. Soon, a messenger, dusty and weary, his armor still stained with dried blood, was brought in. Kneeling on one knee, he held two items aloft in both hands. One was a military dispatch sealed with wax. And beneath it, resting on the heavy scroll, was an extraordinarily luxurious-looking box of rosewood. Wang Difu took the dispatch first and presented it to Chu Wei. Chu Wei unfolded it with trembling hands. The chamber fell deathly silent, broken only by Chu Wei's heavy breathing and the rustling of paper. His expression shifted through multiple phases within mere breaths. From confusion to shock, then bewilderment, and finally, it crystallized into a bone-chilling dread. The waxen yellow pallor drained from his face in an instant, leaving it as white as the Xian paper itself. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Wang Difu sensed something was amiss and called out softly. Chu Wei did not respond. His hands trembled violently, yet the thin military report now felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. It slipped from his limp fingers and drifted to the floor. Victory, victory. He murmured, as if in a delirium, 100,000 barbarian cavalry, annihilated, buried alive, at one line heaven. Wang Difu listened with his heart pounding. He quickly picked up the report and glanced at it, only to gasp in horror. The report stated it plainly. Prince Chu Xiu, the 9th imperial prince, had ambushed the enemy at one-line sky gorge with only 10 personal guards. The heavens shattered, the earth split apart, and even the gods and demons fled in terror. Not a single one of the 100,000 barbarian troops survived, not even their king, Tuli Khan. This was no victory report. This was nothing short of a myth. No, for a prince who had long resided in the depths of the palace and was soon to die of illness, this was nothing short of a miracle. Wang Difu's gaze drifted involuntarily to the rosewood box. He recalled the fingered court official from last time. Wang Difu's voice trembled uncontrollably. What is this? The messenger lifted his head, his face bearing a peculiar expression that blended fervor with reverence. Your Majesty, this is a gift specially prepared for you by the 9th prince. His Highness said he wished to present His Majesty with his filial devotion. Filial devotion. Those two words sent a chill through Chu Wei's entire body. He stared fixedly at the box, as if it contained some monstrous beast of unimaginable ferocity. Chu Wei ground out two words through clenched teeth. Open it. Wang Difu shuffled forward, trembling. His fingers touched the cold clasp of the box. After hesitating for a long moment, he gritted his teeth and opened it. The moment the box opened, a faint scent of blood mingled with the opulent aroma of gold, overwhelming the senses. Wang Difu saw what lay inside. Then, his entire body froze. It was a golden object shaped like a toilet. A golden skull toilet, crafted from a human skull polished smooth, then inlaid with molten gold to form intricate patterns. Two enormous, luminous night pearls were set into the eye sockets of the skull. The shape and size of that skull spoke volumes about the imposing stature and majesty of its owner in life. Wang Difu's throat emitted an indistinct gurgling sound. His eyes rolled back and he fell straight backward, fainting on the spot. Chu Wei didn't faint. He merely stared at the gift. A work of art embodying the ultimate in savagery and extravagance. A gift brimming with his son's burning filial devotion. He recalled Chu Xiu's words. Your humble son will resolve all your troubles, father. Your son wishes to make you the happiest father in the realm. The barbarian tribes were his troubles. And so, 100,000 troops were lost. The barbarian Khan's head was fashioned into an instrument for relieving his bodily needs. What a twisted logic! What a terrifying notion of filial piety! Chu Wei's body began to shake violently beyond his control, his teeth chattering. He felt not as though he sat upon the dragon throne, but atop a volcano on the brink of eruption. No, he himself was that volcano. A searing, metallic sweet stench surged from his chest straight to his throat. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out violently, staining the bright yellow brocade quilt crimson. Chu Wei's eyes bulged as he stared fixedly at the golden chamber pot. His body slumped backward heavily, and he lost consciousness completely. Chaos erupted once more within the hall of cultivating the heart. The news could not be concealed. Or rather, no one dared to conceal it. When the military report from the frontier and the tale of that gift reached the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the entire court, which moments before had been arguing fiercely over who should command the troops and lead the campaign against the rebels, fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Every neck felt a chill run down its spine. Crown Prince Chu Xiu stood at the regent's position, his face pale and lips trembling slightly. He had believed only the second and third princes posed threats to him. The fourth prince, wealthy yet of lowly birth, was hardly worth mentioning. But now he realized. The ninth prince, long confined to the cold palace, frail and weak, appears as if on the verge of death each day. He should not be underestimated. No, not to be underestimated. He is a grave threat. He annihilated 100,000 troops. He fashioned the barbarian king's severed head into a chamber pot. Is this something a human being could do? His ninth brother, if he's not mad, he's a devil incarnate. Countless court officials broke out in cold sweat, trembling in fear. They had been busy impeaching the second prince, gloating over their strategic alliances. But now, compared to the ninth prince's truly heinous achievements, their previous schemes of forming factions and eliminating rivals seemed like child's play. All eyes converged unbidden upon one man. Grand Marshal of the Great Xia Army, Lin Xiaotian. This veteran general, who had devoted his entire life to the battlefield, now held a copy of the military report in his hand, utterly silent. His face bore no expression. There was neither joy at ridding the Great Xia of a grave threat nor pity for the 100,000 souls lost. He merely stared calmly, as if studying an ordinary intelligence report. A long time passed. Lin Xiaotian slowly folded the copy and tucked it into his robe. Then, he lifted his head and scanned the courtroom, taking in his colleagues, their faces frozen in terror and utter bewilderment. His gaze lingered on the equally dazed crown prince seated before the imperial throne. The Grand Marshal of the army said nothing. He merely turned and began walking with steady, deliberate steps. Under the reverent gazes of the assembled officials, he exited the Hall of Supreme Harmony one step at a time. A trusted general hurried to catch up, whispering, "Marshal, where are we going?" Lin Xiaotian didn't pause. Gazing up at the gray, overcast sky, he uttered 4 words. "To the armory." Chapter 25, System explodes again. Reward, Heart of the War God. Beyond the one-line sky gorge at the frontier, the wind still carried faint traces of scorched earth and the tang of blood. The soldiers of Yunzhou City were cleaning up in the hellish gorge. Their initial terror had faded into numb resignation. Chu Xiu stood atop the mountain peak, his white robes fluttering wildly in the gale. His frail, sickly form formed an eerie harmony with the desolate hellscape stretching behind him. 10 Yomi death warriors stood beside him like stone statues, silently awaiting their master's next command. Chu Xiu remained silent. He waited. He waited for a response from 1,000 miles away, for a celestial voice echoing from the depths of his soul. Finally, the cold, familiar mechanical voice arrived as promised. Ding! Detected, host has employed decisive measures to completely resolve the border barbarian threat, a grave concern for His Majesty. His Majesty's imperial health is fragile, and his spirit is unsettled. Yet deep within his heart, he feels unprecedented awe and relief at your ultimate capability to resolve this matter. System comprehensive assessment. His Majesty's Dragonheart is highly pleased by your filial devotion in this matter. Chu Wei was so shocked he nearly spat blood, so relieved he nearly fainted. He was overjoyed beyond measure. A faint smile curved silently at the corners of Chu Xiu's lips. Chu Xiu murmured. Father Emperor is truly delighted. The system's announcement continued, its voice now tinged with a hint of excitement. Comprehensive evaluation of this Filial Piety Act, SSS plus grade. Reasoning, the host achieved the most glorious outcome with minimal cost, completely eliminating an external threat that had endangered the Great Xia for decades. The approach was efficient, direct, and thorough, perfectly embodying the core filial principle of resolving problems. His Majesty's shock stems from an overload of happiness caused by the overwhelming intensity of filial devotion. Reward processing underway. Reward distribution. Filial Piety points, 100,000. 2. Special passive skill, Heart of the War God. God of War's Heart, Mythic tier passive. When you personally lead troops on the battlefield or command operations, your charisma and military genius are unleashed to their fullest potential. All soldiers under your command gain a permanent 200% morale boost and a 50% increase in overall combat effectiveness. They will develop absolute reverence and fervent loyalty toward you, treating your orders as divine decrees, fearing neither death nor questioning your commands. 100,000 filial piety points. And another mythic tier passive skill. Chu Xiu slowly closed his eyes, feeling an intangible force permeate every fiber of his being. This was not a physical enhancement, but a transformation originating from the spiritual realm. When he opened his eyes again, the world appeared unchanged. But when he looked at the Yomi Death Knights beside him, those 10 puppets already utterly loyal were now trembling slightly. Beneath their hoods, suppressed, heavy breathing could be heard. If before they had been machines obedient to command, now, they seemed transformed into fervent devotees, gazing upward at their sole deity. After absorbing the system's reward, Chu Xiu's calm gaze swept down the mountainside. The remnants of the garrison forces, who had narrowly survived the border defeat and been rallied by him, now gazed from afar at the mountaintop. As Chu Xiu's gaze swept over them. Thud! Someone knelt first, their identity unknown. Soon, the dull thuds of armor hitting the ground echoed in waves. Hundreds of defeated soldiers prostrated themselves, offering the most humble yet fervent homage to the white figure atop the mountain. Their eyes had shifted completely from the earlier awe and fear to a near religious worship. No words were needed. The power of the heart of the war god was silently forging an army of fanatical devotion, one that belonged solely to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was satisfied. Withdrawing his gaze, he spoke in a level tone. Issue the order, clear the battlefield. Collect all usable weapons, armor, and warhorses. Then prepare to return to the capital. Yes, sir. From below the mountain, a thunderous chorus of responses echoed. At that moment, in the capital, the hall of mental cultivation, chaos reigned within the hall. Court physicians knelt scattered across the floor, each drenched in sweat, their hands trembling even as they took Emperor Chu Wei's pulse. The emperor's pulse had grown erratic once more. At times, it was faint as a thread, as if it might cease at any moment. At other times, it raced wildly like a galloping horse, as if enduring immense terror. Your Majesty, this is a disease of the heart. A trembling voice came from an elderly chief physician. Fear has assaulted his heart, causing qi and blood to flow backward. If this continues, His Majesty's life is in grave danger. Wang Defu, who had just been splashed awake by a palace maid, heard these words and felt darkness swirling before his eyes. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed again. Grasping the pillar for support, Wang Defu gazed at the emperor lying on the dragon bed, his face as pale as gold paper, eyes tightly shut. Then he recalled the hastily covered and carried away golden skeleton chamber pot. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Heart disease? This was no mere heartache. It was a death sentence. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince's filial piety was truly deadly. If this filial devotion continues, His Majesty might not survive the winter. Quickly summon His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Wang Defu, his face etched with worry, shrieked at the top of his lungs. But just then, Chu Wei's fingers twitched slightly on the dragon bed. He slowly opened his eyes. Where once lay an aura of authority, now only endless emptiness and exhaustion remained. Everyone, withdraw. His voice was as raspy as an old bellows. The imperial physicians, as if granted a pardon, scrambled out in a panic. Wang Defu hurriedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, you're awake. How do you feel? Chu Wei ignored him, staring fixedly at the bright yellow bed curtains and murmuring to himself. A demon. He is a demon. My empire. My son. Chu Wei was talking nonsense. Beside him, Wang Defu listened in terror, holding his breath. After a long while, Chu Wei seemed to regain a shred of sanity. He turned his head and asked Wang Defu, "Where is that thing?" Wang Defu stiffened, his voice breaking as he stammered. Your Majesty, this servant has already ordered it wrapped in black cloth and locked away in the deepest recesses of the inner treasury. Burn it. Chu Wei forced out the two words with difficulty. What? I said burn it. Immediately. Right now. Chu Wei's emotions suddenly flared, and he struggled to sit up. Yes. Yes. Your servant obeys. I shall see to it at once. Wang Defu was terrified out of his wits, scrambling out on all fours. Chu Wei watched Wang Defu's retreating figure, then lay back down, his eyes bloodshot. Burn it. Burning it is best. Once it's burned, it'll be gone from sight, no longer a source of annoyance. But then, Chu Wei realized what good burning it did. That toilet made from human heads had been forever etched into his mind, a vision he'd likely never shake for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian of the Great Xia Army, surrounded by his generals, entered the imperial armory within the capital city. The Armory Bureau, a vital facility responsible for manufacturing and stockpiling military equipment, was heavily guarded. Upon seeing the Grand Marshal in person, the chief official stepped forward with trembling reverence. Greetings, Grand Marshal. No need for formalities. Lin Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively. His weathered face betrayed no emotion as his voice, steady as a mountain, declared. I have come today to inspect several items. Commander, please state your orders. I require all procurement records for sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal within the capital and surrounding prefectures for the past month. The head clerk of the Armory Department froze. Sulfur? Saltpeter? Aren't those materials used by alchemists for refining elixirs, or for making fireworks during festivals? Why is the Grand Marshal investigating this? The chief clerk dared not ask further questions and immediately ordered someone to search the ledgers in the treasury. Lin Xiaotian did not wait in the main hall but personally entered the warehouse where the raw materials were stored. A pungent odor permeated the warehouse. He approached a pile of black powder, pinched a small amount between his fingers, and brought it to his nose. It was high-quality charcoal powder. He moved to the other side, observing the pale yellow sulfur chunks and the crystalline saltpeter. The trusted general following behind him couldn't help but ask. Marshal, what do you think these are for? I've racked my brain trying to understand Prince Zhou battle tactics. The victory report speaks of earth-shattering devastation. Could it truly be divine intervention? Lin Xiaotian brushed the charcoal dust from his hand and shook his head. There are no gods in this world. His voice was low, yet exceptionally clear. Only methods to kill. Lin Xiaotian had spent his life on the battlefield, seeing more dead bodies than living souls. He believed in battle formations, in blades and spears, in blood and fire, but never in tales of ghosts and gods. The battle report from One-Line Heaven was too bizarre. Yet the more bizarre it seemed, the more it hinted at some underlying truth he had yet to grasp. The shattering of heaven and earth must stem from some immense force. That force had shattered the mountains and rocks. And things that can explode. In his mind, fragments of ancient texts flashed by those rare accounts of alchemical furnaces exploding during alchemists' experiments. Sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal. A vague yet utterly terrifying notion gradually took shape in his mind. Just then, the head clerk of the armory rushed over, clutching several thick ledgers. "Commander, we've found it. Over the past month, a mysterious caravan has indeed purchased nearly all the sulfur and charcoal we could find in the capital and surrounding areas at several times the market price. In the capital and surrounding areas, they've practically bought up every last bit of sulfur and charcoal we could find." Lin Xiaotian took the ledgers and flipped through them page by page. The clues ultimately led to several inconspicuous freight brokerage firms outside the city walls, then vanished. But he no longer needed to investigate further. Lin Xiaotian slowly closed the ledger, looked up at the gray, overcast sky, exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes blazing like torches, and said in a deep voice, "Transmit my orders. Order my elite heavy cavalry to leave the city immediately. Follow the main road and conduct an armed patrol toward the northern border." His trusted commander was startled and asked in confusion, "Marshal, what are you planning to do?" Lin Xiaotian offered no explanation, only gazing northward with eyes that seemed to pierce through everything. He wasn't going to protect the Ninth Prince. Nor was he going to assassinate him. He was going to see for himself. To see the youth who, single-handedly, had altered the very nature of war. To see the monster who had sent a chill down the spine of this battle-hardened veteran. More importantly, he sought to discover whether remnants of that weapon capable of shaking heaven and earth still existed. That was what would truly determine the future of Great Xia. Chapter 26. The Crown Prince could no longer sit idly by. This youth must be eliminated. The Eastern Palace, study. A burner held the finest sandalwood incense, its blue smoke curling upward, yet it could not dispel the palpable tension filling the room. Clang! A sharp crack echoed as the white jade cup holding ginseng tea was hurled violently onto the floor, shattering into a spray of porcelain shards. Crown Prince Chu Xiu's chest heaved violently. His face, usually composed and refined, now twisted into a grimace of unchecked fury. The palace maids and eunuchs who had been attending in the hall had long been roared out by him. Only one trusted advisor remained, bowing low in a corner, not daring to breathe a word. Scattered on the floor lay several memorials. One was a victory report from the frontier, while another was an urgent dispatch from a secret palace informant. The advisor had already read the good news. Prince Chu Xiu, the 9th Imperial Prince, had employed a brilliant stratagem at the One-Line Sky Gorge to annihilate 100,000 barbarian troops and personally beheaded their king. Upon first hearing this news, it seemed utterly preposterous. Yet after repeated verification, only a bone-chilling dread remained. This was no mere military achievement, it was a feat only a god or demon could accomplish. Yet what truly sent His Royal Highness the Crown Prince into a rage were the few terse lines in another confidential report. The barbarian king's skull had been fashioned into a golden urinal. Upon seeing it, His Majesty vomited blood and collapsed unconscious and remains so to this day. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, and a bloody, absurd image automatically surfaced, refusing to fade from his mind. A chill shot up his spine, striking the back of his skull. That was not his sickly ninth brother, it was a madman, a monster in human form. Chu Xiu prided himself on ruthless tactics. To secure the Crown Prince's position, he had framed others, used proxies to eliminate rivals, nothing was beyond his reach. Yet all his schemes remained within the confines of the chessboard of power. Meticulously crafted with justifiable causes and interlocking pieces. He leveraged court rumors and exploited his father's paranoia. But Chu Xiu? He had wiped out 100,000 barbarian troops from the Great Xia's borders. He presented the barbarian king's severed head as a gift, delivered directly to the sickbed of the emperor. What utter madness, what utter lawlessness! Your Highness, please calm your anger. The strategist finally dared to speak, his voice dry. While His Royal Highness's actions may be extraordinary feats, they are also utterly shocking and outrageous. The entire court and the people were filled with dread. For him, this must surely spell disaster. Disaster? Chu Xiu whipped his head around, his eyes bloodshot. You call this a disaster? He strode forward, snatched another urgent military report that had just been delivered, and slammed it directly into the strategist's face. See for yourself. The strategist staggered from the blow, too flustered to care about his disheveled state as he scrambled to pick up the dispatch. A single glance turned his face deathly pale. The remnant garrison at the frontier from the commander down to the cooks have jointly penned a blood-stained petition of 10,000 words, beseeching His Majesty to confer upon His Royal Highness the 9th Prince the title of Prince of Martial Peace, Guardian of the Realm. They call His Royal Highness the 9th Prince the living god of war. Chu Xiu's voice was strained, like a caged beast on the verge of breaking free. He now possesses military achievements, the loyalty of the troops, and renown. A forgotten pawn banished to the cold palace for over a decade, overnight his prestige threatens to eclipse this crown prince. With His Majesty gravely ill and this crown prince acting as regent, what does he think he's doing returning now with such glorious military achievements? How will everyone see him? How will they see me? The last sentence was practically a roar. He, Chu Xiu, crown prince and regent. Barbarian tribes invaded the border. In the imperial court, he argued with the grand marshal, the ministers, and the other princes over who should lead the expedition and command the troops. Days passed without resolution. And his sickly ninth brother, who seemed to be on the verge of death. In those very days, he had vanquished 100,000 barbarian cavalry. Who was strong and who was weak, the entire realm witnessed it. He was terrified. An unprecedented dread gripped his heart. This feeling was tenfold, 100-fold more intense than when he had faced the arrogant second prince Chu Yuan, who held military power in his hands. Chu Yuan was a visible tiger. You knew the sharpness of his claws, you knew the boundaries of his territory. But Chu Xiu was a bottomless, dark pool. Peering into its depths, you felt only chilling winds. You had no idea what terrifying beasts lurked beneath that pitch-black surface. You have no idea what kind of towering waves its slightest movement might unleash. The strategist's hands trembled violently as he held the urgent report. He knew nothing of Chu Xiu obtaining the heart of the war god, nor did he understand its effects. But he could read the fervor and worship seeping through every word. This was no longer mere military loyalty, it bordered on blind devotion bordering on faith. Whoever commanded such authority within the army could lay claim to the throne within the palace. Indeed, whoever raised a blade toward that throne within the palace walls could claim it. The strategist's voice faltered. Your Highness, Ninth Prince, he may not have intended this. But even the strategist couldn't convince himself of those words. Chu Xiu let out a short, cold laugh, filled with self-mockery. No such intention? I once thought the same, that he was a stray dog, ignored by all, destined to die at any moment. Who could have imagined he wasn't a dog at all? He was a primordial beast lurking in the cold palace. Chu Xiu paced back and forth in his study, each step making the floorboards creak. As he walked, he muttered to himself. We can't wait any longer. He absolutely must not be allowed to return to the capital alive. His eyes flashed with savage intent as he spoke. With the second Prince Chu Yuan's downfall, Chu Xiu emerged as the greatest beneficiary, his position as heir apparent now as solid as a rock. But if Chu Xiu were allowed to return, all his previous scheming and efforts could vanish overnight. This ninth brother acted with utter disregard for convention. He won't engage in courtroom debates with you, nor will he play games with public opinion. He'll only use the most direct, brutal means. He will wipe you and everything you hold dear clean off the face of this earth. Just as he did to those 100,000 barbarians. Chu Xiu abruptly halted in his tracks. The agitation and terror on his face faded, replaced by a grim, resolute expression. Transmit my secret order. He spoke in a low voice toward a dim corner of the study. A shadowy figure emerged silently, as if seeping from the very fabric of the wall, kneeling before him on one knee. This was his most secret blade, the Night Owl, a loyal assassin he had nurtured at immense expense. Assemble all capable members of the Night Owls. Bring the finest poisons and the sharpest blades. Chu Xiu's voice was hushed, as if afraid of disturbing something. From the capital to the northern frontier, lay a killing trap along every official road and back path. After a pause, Chu Xiu added with a hint of madness. By whatever means necessary, make his disappearance seem perfectly natural. Only then did the strategist snap back to his senses. He cried out in alarm, pleading. Your Highness, you absolutely must not. The ninth prince has just achieved extraordinary feats that have captured the attention of the entire realm. Should anything befall him on his return journey, all eyes will turn to you. Pointed at me? A twisted smile spread across Chu Xiu's face as he sneered. He slaughtered 100,000 barbarians. Don't you think the scattered remnants and survivors among them will seek vengeance? After the border chaos erupted, bandits ran rampant. For a prince who's been sickly all his life to die on the road with just a few hundred guards, wouldn't that be perfectly normal? What he wanted wasn't for Chu Xiu to die quietly. What he wanted was for Chu Xiu's death to be justified and reasonable. The strategist's concern remained undiminished as he replied. But Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian has personally led the Black Armor Heavy Cavalry north out of the city. Officially, it's an armed patrol, but in reality, they're going to rescue His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. With the Black Armor Heavy Cavalry present, our men might. Chu Xiu's expression grew colder. Lin Xiaotian? The faster he moves, the more imperative it is for this palace to strike first. I shall see whether his horse is swifter, or my blade is sharper. He could not wait, nor dare he wait. Lin Xiaotian was loyal only to the Great Xia, loyal only to imperial authority. One could even say his loyalty to the imperial authority was loyalty to the individual who could bring prosperity to Great Xia. Chu Xiu had annihilated 100,000 barbarian cavalry without suffering a single casualty. Lin Xiaotian, who had always maintained neutrality, was likely to join forces with Chu Xiu. He could scarcely imagine the terrifying force that would emerge when Chu Xiu, the living god of war, and Lin Xiaotian, the veteran military deity, joined their powers. By then, not only would his position in the Eastern Palace be imperiled, but even the dragon throne within the Imperial Palace itself would likely become unstable. The strategist fell silent. He knew his master Chu Xiu's words were likely to come true. Chu Xiu waved to the Night Owl assassins. The Night Owl assassins bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Their figures flickered, merging once more into the shadows until they vanished without a trace. Silence returned to the study. Chu Xiu slowly sank back into his armchair, picked up a cup of tea that had long since grown cold, and drank it in one gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, cooling the heat in his head that had been fueled by fear and rage. He gazed out the window. Twilight was approaching. A net, cast from the capital to the northern frontier, was silently unfurling. Chu Xiu's expression darkened, a cruel curve forming at the corners of his mouth. He murmured softly to the empty space before him, his voice low enough for only himself to hear. "My dear ninth brother. You do enjoy presenting gifts to the Emperor, don't you? This time, your eldest brother has prepared a generous gift for you as well. You must take good care of it. Aren't you stationed at the frontier? The barbarians are gone, but those stragglers and mountain bandits are everywhere. You'd be best off, never coming back." Chapter 27, Big Brother's Generous Gift. Your ninth brother accepts it. Dust swirled along the official road, ruts deepening beneath the wheels. A modest convoy moved at a leisurely pace toward the capital. Surrounding the convoy were over 100 guards clad in light armor. They were former border guards from the northern frontier, now voluntarily accompanying Chu Xiu back to the capital. Yet something was amiss in the guards' expressions. Each stood with back straight, eyes darting warily over every rustle and movement around them. Yet upon closer inspection, a near feverish excitement flickered deep within their eyes. At the center of the procession stood a carriage that appeared ordinary on the outside but was lined with thick padding within. Chu Xiu leaned back against the cushioned seat, his face as pale as ever. He held a leisurely book in his hands, occasionally letting out a suppressed cough. A Yomi Death Knight materialized like a specter, moving without stirring a breath of air, the carriage curtains remaining perfectly still. Kneeling on one knee inside the carriage, the assassin's voice was flat and monotone, as if reporting a trivial matter. "Your Highness, 3 li ahead at Eagle's Sorrow Ravine, Crown Prince Chu Xiu's Night Owls are in position." 32 men, each hand-picked from the military ranks as skilled combatants, proficient in coordinated assault tactics. Chu Xiu's gaze remained fixed on the pages as he replied softly. Understood." He turned the page and gave a casual order. "Have the guards prepare themselves. Don't let the sight of blood frighten them." Understood. The assassin's figure melted back into the shadows and vanished. The carriage continued onward, slowly entering the rugged Eagle's Grief Ravine. Here, 2 mountains flanked a narrow gorge, creating a perilous terrain, an ideal spot for murder and robbery. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air as an arrow shot from a crevice in the cliff face, embedding itself precisely 3 inches from the feet of the lead guard, clearing the path ahead. Dust flew. "Halt! This mountain is mine to open, this tree is mine to plant. Pay your toll if you wish to pass." Rough shouts echoed from all directions as 32 masked bandits leapt from behind the rocks. Wielding gleaming steel blades, they blocked the convoy's path. The leader, a towering figure bearing a ghost-head broadsword, radiated a menacing aura. The guards in the convoy instantly gripped their weapons, shifting their formation slightly as a palpable aura of iron-blooded resolve spread through the air. A pale hand lifted a corner of the carriage curtain. Chu Xiu's sickly, harmless face appeared. Glancing at the scene outside, his expression shifted to a perfectly timed look of alarm. Gentlemen. His voice was soft, tinged with the characteristic weakness and wheezing of illness. "Whatever sum you require, just name it. I have, cough. I have it all here. I beg you all to spare us, do not harm anyone." As he spoke, he began coughing violently, as if he might suffocate at any moment. His appearance made anyone who saw him think he was a sickly, wealthy young master who couldn't lift a finger. "Ha ha ha." The leader of the bandits let out a wild, maniacal laugh. "You know your place." He strode forward, patting his shoulder with the flat of his blade. "Money? Of course we want it." His laughter abruptly halted, his tone turning sinister. "But we want your life too." The moment the words fell, the bandit-like aura vanished from him, replaced by a sharp, murderous intent. The ghost-headed broadsword in his hand traced a vicious arc. Without a moment's hesitation, it came crashing down toward the carriage where Chu Xiu sat. He seemed intent on cleaving the sickly prince and his carriage clean in two. Yet, his blade ultimately failed to fall. Clang! A plain, unadorned broadsword appeared beneath his blade at an unknown moment, steadfastly parrying the thunderous strike. The once ferocious ghost-headed broadsword clattered to the ground. The blade belonged to one of Chu Xiu's guards. His eyes glowed crimson, his face twisted with a mixture of fury and fanatical fervor. "Protect His Highness!" A roar erupted. It wasn't a single voice, but the simultaneous roar of over 100 guards. The passive effect of the god of war's heart was fully activated in that instant. In the hearts of these frontier soldiers, Chu Xiu was no longer merely a prince, he was the living embodiment of the god of war. Any disrespect toward the god of war was an unforgivable capital offense. The bandit leader froze in shock. He hadn't anticipated such lightning-fast reactions and terrifying ferocity from this group of guards. Before he could change his tactics, a dark shadow had already closed in beside him. He hadn't even seen the opponent's movement. All he felt was a chill against his neck. His final awareness was of his own body still frozen in the act of swinging his blade, while the entire world spun wildly around him. Thud! The head hit the ground. This was no battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Each of these Night Owl's elite assassins meticulously trained by the Crown Prince was capable of holding their own against 10 foes. Yet they faced a band of battle-hardened veterans, their combat prowess boosted by 50% through the God of War's heart, their morale elevated to a fearless, death-defying state. And 10 assassins from the Nether Hall beings scarcely deserving the title of human. Blades flashed, flesh and blood flew. Screams erupted only to be severed by sharp blades. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Eagle Grief Ravine fell silent once more. Of the 32 Night Owl assassins, 28 lay dead on the spot. The remaining 4 had their joints dislocated and were tossed aside like dead dogs. The thick stench of blood filled the air. The carriage curtain was lifted once more. Chu Xiu descended leisurely, a white silk handkerchief covering his mouth and nose. His brow furrowed slightly, as if deeply repulsed by the stench. He skirted the corpses on the ground and approached the 4 survivors, crouching down before them. The 4 men stared at the prince who had seemed on the brink of death moments before. Now, he regarded them with an expression of pure innocence and harmlessness, sending a chill that ran from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Big brother, he really was too impatient. Chu Xiu sighed softly, his tone brimming with regret. He couldn't even wait a few more days for me. The 4 survivors' pupils contracted sharply, stunned that Chu Xiu had uncovered their identities. Chu Xiu drew a small porcelain vial from his robe, uncorked it, and a faint scent of clear water wafted out. He pried open one man's jaw and poured the liquid down his throat. You look parched. Have a drink to moisten your throat. The assassin struggled violently, but it was futile. The sacred truth water entered his throat and slid down into his stomach. Chu Xiu spoke gently, then released his grip, offering a faint smile. Now, you can tell me. The Night Owl assassin's eyes bulged with fury. Chu Xiu wiped his fingers with a silk handkerchief and asked softly. Besides you lot, what other surprises did the boss arrange for me along the way? The assassin, forced to drink the truth-seeking potion, suddenly bulged his eyes. Veins throbbed violently on his face as a strange, guttural sound, a low, hoarse ho, escaped his throat. His body convulsed violently, as if struggling with every ounce of strength against something. But it was all futile. His mouth opened uncontrollably, and in an eerily foreign tone, he began to reveal the secrets, word by word. The second wave, at Tongzhou Ferry, disguised as boatmen. The third wave, at Shirley Slope outside the capital, will detonate the mountain rocks. He revealed every subsequent arrangement, every contact code, every personnel list, every detail of the Crown Prince's plans, laid bare with shocking precision. The 3 surviving Night Owl assassins beside him drained of color, their horror surpassing even death itself. Their loyalty to the Crown Prince was beyond question. Yet now, their comrade had spilled everything like beans spilling from a sack after just a sip of water. Seeing his comrade's utterly reluctant yet compelled expression, how could they not be terrified? Chu Xiu listened quietly, his face still bearing that innocent smile. I see. Brother has truly thought of everything. He nodded with satisfaction and stood up. Since my elder brother misses me so much and has prepared such a generous gift for me, wouldn't it be terribly rude of me not to return a grand gift in return? He turned and gave a quiet order to one of the underworld assassins behind him. This generous gift from my elder brother, your 9th younger brother, accepts it with gratitude. He paused, his voice dropping even lower, yet every word reached each ear with clarity. Cut out the tongues of these 4 men. Sever every tendon in their hands and feet. Find the most conspicuous spot and toss them onto the path Marshal Lin Xiaotian must take on his northern inspection tour. Chu Xiu's smile grew even more radiant as he looked at the utterly broken assassins and added one final sentence. Then use their blood to write a few words on the nearby rocks. Write, those who stand in my way shall die. And remember to sign it with the words, the Eastern Palace. Chapter 28, Marshal Lin, are you pleased with the Crown Prince's gift? On the official road, yellow dust swirled thickly through the air. A mighty cavalry force, flanked by a banner bearing the character Lin, advanced northward like a silent, black torrent of iron. At its head stood a figure as imposing as a mountain, none other than Lin Xiaotian, Grand Marshal of the Great Xia Army. He did not ride a fine steed, but sat in a plain, unadorned war chariot, eyes closed in meditation. His personal guards, each radiating a deep, subdued aura and concealed killing intent, were clearly battle-hardened veterans. Report. A scout galloped from the front, dismounting 10 paces from the chariot and kneeling on one knee. Commander, 5 li ahead, 4 unidentified survivors have been discovered. The situation is somewhat peculiar. Lin Xiaotian slowly opened his eyes. There was not a trace of cloudiness in them, only the cold sharpness honed by years on the battlefield. Speak. His voice was like 2 pieces of iron grinding together, deep and powerful. A flicker of reluctance and horror crossed the scout's face. All tendons in their hands and feet severed. Their tongues cut out. blood characters carved into the nearby rock. The scout glanced around before adding solemnly, "Commander, you should see the blood writing on the rock for yourself." Lin Xiaotian's brow furrowed slightly as he stared at the scout's terrified expression. "Lead the way." The war chariot rumbled onward, swiftly reaching the scene of the crime. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air while several crows circled overhead, too fearful to descend. Four men stripped of their outer garments lay discarded by the roadside like discarded sacks. They were still alive, their throats emitting hoarse gasps, eyes filled with endless terror and despair. Their wrists and ankles bore clean, precise wounds clearly the work of a skilled blade wielder. Lin Xiaotian's gaze swept past them, settling on a waist-high rock nearby. The startling crimson characters carved into the gray stone were jarringly vivid. "Those who stand in my way shall die." At the very bottom, two smaller characters were inscribed. Eastern Palace. Lin Xiaotian's personal guard captain stepped forward, his voice lowered, tinged with fury. "Marshal, these are the Crown Prince's men? How dare they be so brazenly arrogant?" Lin Xiaotian remained silent. He descended from the war chariot, approaching the four men personally. He knelt down, examining their wounds closely, then lifted the eyelid of one of them. His movements were slow and deliberate. Lin Xiaotian scrutinized several corpses before examining the injuries of the four survivors. After a long moment, he stood up, brushed the dust from his hands, and remarked, "The technique is professional. Cutting the tongues, severing the tendons, all to ensure they cannot speak or write, yet survive long enough to be discovered." He turned to face the blood-stained characters, his tone calm. "The writing carries force, a palpable killing intent, but it's too deliberate." The captain of the personal guard froze. "What does the marshal mean?" Lin Xiaotian explained slowly. "Crown Prince Chu Xiu is a hypocrite who values reputation above all else. He might do such a thing, but never in this manner. Even if he wanted to kill to establish his authority, he would do it silently, ensuring all evidence was destroyed. Leaving a survivor behind and signing his name like this is like beating a drum and striking a gong to announce to everyone, 'I did this.'" He paused, his voice growing colder. "This is a frame-up. More than that, it's a provocation." "Frame the Crown Prince?" The captain of the guard sucked in a sharp breath. Who would be bold enough to do this, and why? Lin Xiaotian didn't answer. In his mind's eye, a frail, pale figure appeared, one who always kept his head bowed and coughed constantly. The ninth prince, Chu Xiu. The sickly weakling who had annihilated 100,000 barbarian troops in the northern frontier, yet returned to the capital alone before receiving any rewards. This road was the only route Chu Xiu could take to return to the capital. The appearance of these four men here was no coincidence. Lin Xiaotian issued his command. "Take them away. Guard them well. Find a military doctor to tend to their wounds. Make sure they don't die. Additionally, dispatch riders at full gallop to ascertain the whereabouts of His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince's convoy and whether any incidents occurred along the route." "Aye, sir." Lin Xiaotian returned to his war chariot, and the ironclad cavalry surged forward once more. This time, however, the atmosphere within the ranks felt heavier than before. Lifting the curtain, Lin Xiaotian glanced back at the blood-inscribed rock, his eyes narrowing slightly. This game of chess was being played with far greater ruthlessness and speed than he had anticipated. Imperial Palace, Hall of Cultivating the Heart. Emperor Chu Wei paced restlessly within the hall, the finest dragon's breath incense unable to soothe his inner agitation. "Wang Difu, where is Xiaojiu?" Chief Eunuch Wang Difu hastily bowed and cautiously replied. "Your Majesty, according to the itinerary, His Highness the Ninth Prince should have passed Eagle's Sorrow Ravine by now. He will reach the capital by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Eagle's Sorrow Ravine. Chu Wei murmured to himself, the name causing his heart to skip a beat. Its treacherous terrain made it an ideal ambush site. Would his beloved crown prince pass up such an opportunity? Just then, a young eunuch scurried in, kneeling to present a sealed memorial. "Your Majesty, urgent news from the northern frontier." Wang Difu took it and presented it to Chu Wei. Chu Wei tore it open and scanned it swiftly. The report came from his secret agent in the northern frontier, written in code about an incident that had just occurred. The convoy of the ninth prince, Chu Xiu, had been ambushed by a band of fierce bandits at Eagle's Sorrow Ravine. Numbering around 30 to 40, the bandits were all highly skilled in martial arts, striking with ruthless ferocity. Their target was clear, the ninth prince alone. Yet the outcome was unexpected. The prince's over 100 guards unleashed astonishing combat prowess, slaughtering every last bandit with minimal casualties. Not a single one survived. The report concluded with a notable detail: His Royal Highness's guards fought with frenzied ferocity, fearless in the face of death. The prince himself suffered some fright but remained unharmed. Thud. Chu Wei slammed the report onto the dragon-carved desk, his chest heaving violently. His face turned ashen, veins bulging prominently on his temples. Bandits? What a bunch of bandits! How could such a bandit appear at such a convenient moment? Why not earlier, why not later, but specifically on His Highness the Ninth Prince's journey back to the capital? And each one skilled in martial arts? This is clearly the Crown Prince's secretly bred night owls. Chu Wei knew. He knew everything. That rebellious son, Chu Xiu, couldn't hold back any longer. But what sent chills down Chu Wei's spine wasn't the crown prince's assassination attempt itself, it was the outcome. Over 30 elite assassins sent to kill a sickly man and 100 guards only to be annihilated? Those 8 words on the report, acting like madmen, fearless of death, pierced his heart like steel needles. What kind of people were surrounding Xiaozhou? How much untapped power did his seemingly harmless son conceal? An uncontrollable dread washed over him like a cold tide, instantly flooding his entire being. Wang Defu, seeing the emperor's grim expression, held his breath in terror. Hesitating briefly, he summoned his courage to offer consolation. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your health is paramount. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, blessed by heaven, has returned safely. This is a blessing for the great Xia and a fortune for His Majesty. Chu Wei whipped his head around, fixing Wang Defu with a deathly stare. The fierce glare terrified Wang Defu, who immediately dropped to his knees. Chu Wei gritted his teeth and snarled. Blessing? Is this what you call blessing? This is a son who wiped out an entire army of elite soldiers carefully trained by the crown prince. This is the son who, with a smile and a laugh on the northern frontier, ambushed and slaughtered 100,000 troops. Now, this son of mine is marching toward the capital, while my foolish crown prince continues to provoke him with such despicable tactics. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Your Majesty, calm your anger. You must preserve your royal health. Wang Defu kowtowed incessantly. After roaring his words, Chu Wei felt the world spin violently before his eyes, darkness closing in. He could already envision the bloody battle his 2 sons were about to wage upon the stage of the capital. And he, their father, could only stand by like a spectator, watching helplessly. No, he couldn't even be a spectator. He felt more like a sacrificial offering bound to the altar. At the same time, inside the moving carriage, Chu Xiu's mind was pierced by the system's cold, metallic alert. Ding! Detected Emperor's rage over Crown Prince's assassination attempt. Emperor exhibits deep-seated fear toward your unknown power. Emperor's anxiety level skyrocketing. Side quest Brotherly Strife completion rate increased. Reward dispersed, 3,000 Filial Piety points. Chu Xiu turned a page in his book, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Father, no need to rush. This is merely the appetizer. I haven't had the chance to repay my eldest brother for this generous gift yet. But your Majesty's anxiety over my abilities truly saddens and grieves me. My filial devotion to you is as vast as the heavens themselves. At that very moment, scouts dispatched by Lin Xiaotian ahead of the convoy spotted the fluttering banner bearing the character Chu in the distance. Within the capital city, an urgent secret decree emerged from the depths of the imperial palace, delivered into the hands of the commander of the capital patrol corps. Transmit the emperor's decree, immediately seal off the eastern palace. No one shall enter or exit. Those who disobey shall be beheaded. Chapter 29, General Lin, this wind blows with a troubling noise. East Palace, Hall of Imperial Grace. Clang! A fine celadon vase from a previous dynasty crashed violently onto the floor, shattering into countless shards. Crown Prince Chu Xiu's chest heaved violently. His handsome features contorted with rage, all traces of his usual refined composure vanished. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Gritting his teeth, he snarled. Seal off the East Palace? No one is to enter or leave? What does Father Emperor mean by this? By the end, Chu Xiu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared like a trapped beast. On what grounds? The palace maids and eunuchs attending the hall had long since knelt in a sea of silence, trembling like leaves in the cold wind, breathing with utmost caution. A trusted advisor crawled forward on his knees, his voice trembling. Your Highness, please calm your anger. His Majesty's actions must have been prompted by compelling reasons. Wei. Chu Xiu whipped his head around, his eyes blazing crimson as he fixed him with a glare. A reason? What reason could there be besides the damned Ninth Prince? All my night owls fell at Eagle's Grief Ravine, yet Chu Xiu returned unscathed. Now Father Emperor, without any investigation, has directly sealed off my eastern palace. Chu Xiu was no fool. The moment news of the failed assassination reached him, he sensed extreme danger. But he never imagined the Emperor's response would be so swift, so ruthless. This wasn't a warning, it was a brutal stripping of his dignity, a severing of his power. Having weathered countless political storms in the imperial court, Chu Xiu instantly grasped the situation. Gritting his teeth, he declared. It's a frame-up. That little bastard must have tampered with something along the way and slipped Father Emperor a false accusation. Otherwise, Father would never treat me this way. That little bastard, Xiaozhou, how dare he? After the rage subsided, a chill crept up Chu Xiu's spine. Why had his plan, which he believed to be flawless, failed so utterly? Over 30 elite assassins. Prepared against the unprepared, ambushed and attacked. Even facing a 300-strong army, they would charge headlong into battle. Yet they hadn't even managed to scratch a single hair on that sickly weakling Chu Xiu before being wiped out entirely. What kind of monster lurked beside Chu Xiu? And then there was the Emperor. His Majesty's decree came too swiftly, leaving him no time to react. It felt as though His Majesty had been waiting for this moment all along. Chu Xiu slumped back into his chair, the opulent furnishings of the hall now glaring painfully in his eyes. He felt like a caged tiger, brimming with untapped power yet confined to a tiny space where he could only rage helplessly. He knew that his ninth brother, whom he had never taken seriously, had now bared his fangs. He wanted to strike at this ninth brother. But the moment his younger brother opened his mouth, he bit straight for his throat. On the official road, the atmosphere hung heavy as iron. Lin Xiaotian's army halted ahead, their black iron armor gleaming with a sinister coldness under the sunlight. Soon, a somewhat shabby convoy approached slowly. No banners fluttered, no gleaming armor shone, only 100 guards silently surrounded a plain carriage. These guards, originally border garrison soldiers, radiated an intimidating aura of heightened vigilance and fierce killing intent. What weighed most heavily on Lin Xiaotian's mind, however? The few figures flanking the carriage. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, their breaths held in tense stillness, as if they were a group of puppets manipulated by a single hand. Lin Xiaotian watched this procession, his eye twitching slightly. The iron cavalry under his command were all battle-hardened veterans, radiating a fierce aura. Yet these 100-odd men before him gave him an entirely different feeling. It wasn't a killing intent, but a kind of ferocity, a fearless, death-defying ferocity. And the few men guarding the carriage were even more terrifying than that ferocity. They radiated a deathly stillness. A deathly stillness that seemed to crawl out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, utterly indifferent to life. Before the convoy drew near, the curtain of the plain carriage was lifted. A frail young man, supported by his guards, stepped down unsteadily. Dressed in plain white robes, his face was pale as translucent paper. The biting wind sent him into a violent coughing fit, as if he might collapse at any moment. It was the ninth prince, Chu Xiu. Covering his mouth with a handkerchief, Chu Xiu coughed incessantly, his voice weak and heavy with illness as he said, "Ahem. I did not know the Grand Marshal was present. Chu Xiu begs your pardon." Lin Xiaotian dismounted, his imposing frame forming a stark contrast to Chu Xiu's frail appearance. Lin Xiaotian's voice was deep and devoid of emotion as he replied, "Your Highness has fought for the nation, an unparalleled achievement. How could there be any question of discourtesy? I have been commanded by His Majesty to escort your Highness back to the capital." With that, Lin Xiaotian stepped aside, revealing 4 bound men behind him, their mouths gagged. En route back to the capital, we encountered a few petty thugs. They looked somewhat familiar, so we brought them along as well. Chu Xiu's gaze swept over the 4 men writhing on the ground, their eyes filled with utter despair. His face remained utterly unruffled, only a perfectly measured trace of pity surfacing as he said, "Times are hard, and some inevitably stray from the right path. General Lin is kind-hearted and still wishes to spare them a path to survival." With this casual remark, Chu Xiu effortlessly diffused every probe Lin Xiaotian had thrown his way. Lin Xiaotian gave him a deep look and dropped the subject. Just then, the sound of urgent horse hooves grew louder from afar. A rider dressed as an imperial guard spurred his horse forward, galloping to their side. He dismounted swiftly, knelt on one knee, and reported, "Imperial decree. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince has labored tirelessly for the nation and endured the hardships of travel. Upon his return to the capital, he need not undergo the usual formalities but may proceed directly to the palace to present himself before His Majesty." This decree left everyone present momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, a scout dashed to Lin Xiaotian's side and whispered urgently, "Marshal, word from the capital: the Crown Prince's residence has been completely sealed off by the Imperial Guards." Lin Xiaotian's face remained expressionless, but the veins on the back of his hand, gripping the reins, bulged slightly. What a swift blade! What a ruthless scheme! That frail ninth prince hadn't even arrived in the capital yet, and already he'd stirred up such a colossal storm. As if hearing the murmurs, Chu Xiu turned his head. His pale face wore an expression of genuine confusion and concern as he asked, "General Lin, has something happened to my elder brother? Why would His Majesty issue such a stern order?" Lin Xiaotian gazed into those clear, innocent eyes, yet his heart grew icy cold. He offered no reply, only issued his command in a deep voice. "The entire army is to set out immediately and escort His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince back to the capital." The two forces merged into one and marched toward the massive city. The journey passed in silence. As the towering vermilion bird gate came into view, the oppressive atmosphere reached its peak. Beneath the gate, officials stood solemnly, yet not a sound was heard. Everyone knew the news of the Crown Prince's confinement. Those privy to the truth within the capital recognized that the Ninth Prince, who had just achieved unparalleled military glory in the northern frontier, stood at the center of this storm engulfing the capital. In the welcoming procession, there was no Crown Prince, no gongs or drums, no cheers. Only faces etched with complexity, reverence, and fear. The carriage came to a halt. A black-clad guard lowered the footstool. Under the gaze of all present, Chu Xiu descended from the carriage, step by deliberate step, with measured deliberation. He surveyed his surroundings, glancing at the assembled officials before lifting his gaze toward the depths of the palace. Finally, his eyes settled on Lin Xiaotian standing nearby. He covered his mouth, another wave of heart-wrenching coughing seizing him. When the coughing subsided, he offered a weak smile. His voice was faint, yet every word carried clearly to each ear. It's been a long time since I've returned, but the capital's winds are still as boisterous as ever. Thank you, General Lin, for escorting me all the way, and thank you, everyone, for waiting here." With that, he turned to one of his personal attendants, a member of the underworld assassins. "Go. Select a presentable offering from the modest gifts I brought back from the northern frontier and present it to the eastern palace." Chu Xiu paused, a look of concern softening his expression. "Tell my elder brother it's cold. Tell him to put on another layer of clothing, lest he catch a chill in his heart." Chapter 30, Father, why are you trembling? As Chu Xiu's light-hearted words fell, a deathly silence descended upon the vermilion bird gate. The official road, which had been filled with the clatter of horses and carriages against the biting wind moments before, now seemed to have its very breath cut off. "Send a small token to the eastern palace. Tell my elder brother it's cold. Put on more clothes. Don't let your heart grow cold." Each word seemed like a warm gesture of concern. Yet when strung together, they pierced the ears of the assembled officials like a chill colder than the northern winds. Was this concern? After the crown prince's confinement, this was a blatant declaration and show of force. He, Chu Xiu, had returned. The frail prince they had forgotten in the cold palace, treated as a laughingstock. Now he trampled upon the crown prince's spine, bent low to the ground after his imprisonment. He returned, trampling the bleached bones of the northern barbarians beneath his feet. And before everyone's eyes, he rubbed salt into the wounds of the crown prince, who had been imprisoned by the emperor. Lin Xiaotian's fingers gripped the reins so tightly that every knuckle stood out. Never before had the sunlight of the capital felt so bitterly cold. Gazing at the youth who still coughed, frail as if a breeze could topple him, he felt for the first time an uncontrollable sense of dread. This was no battlefield of clashing steel, yet it made his heart race more than any bloody battle ever had. A silent assassin from the underworld stepped out from behind Chu Xiu, bowing deeply before him. Then, holding a bundle, without a word, he turned and walked toward the East Palace. His pace was unhurried, yet possessed a steady rhythm, each step feeling like a stomp on the heart suspended in the air. Ahem. Chu Xiu coughed twice more, a hint of apology flickering across his pallid face. "My apologies for making a spectacle of myself, my lords. My body simply won't cooperate. His Majesty awaits in the palace. Chu Xiu shall not delay further." He gave a slight nod to the assembled officials, then turned and, supported by another guard, climbed into the carriage sent by the palace to escort him. Throughout the entire process, he did not glance at Lin Xiaotian once. Yet Lin Xiaotian felt an invisible gaze lingering upon him. Within the hall of mental cultivation, Emperor Chu Wei paced restlessly back and forth across the floor paved with gold bricks. Fine silver thread charcoal burned within the hall, radiating warmth like spring. Yet he felt chilled to the bone, his hair standing on end. "Has he not arrived yet?" he asked for the 17th time. Chief Eunuch Wang Difu bowed low, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. "Your Majesty, judging by the time, they should be approaching the palace gates soon." "Almost there." Chu Wei muttered to himself. He lifted the ginseng tea from the table to his lips, only to find his hands shaking violently, spilling the liquid. With a clatter, he slammed the cup back onto the table. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools." Chu Wei's roar echoed through the hall. "Over 30 night owls. The crown prince's elite troops, trained for 10 years. Sent to kill a sickly old man, and they were wiped out entirely, not a sound was heard. And now he's returned. Strolling back with a mere 100 men." Wang Difu knelt on the floor, his head bowed even lower, not daring to utter a word. Having served the emperor for most of his life, he had never witnessed his majesty so utterly discomfited. This was not the fury faced against a formidable foe, nor the apprehension held toward a powerful minister. This was fear born of the unknown. Chu Wei collapsed back into the dragon throne, his body sinking deep into the soft upholstery. He felt every muscle in his body go limp. He had read the battle report from Eagle Grief Ravine at least 10 times. Every word exuded an eerie quality. Over 30 elite warriors had been slaughtered with ease. Apart from 4 survivors at the scene, only 28 mangled corpses remained, ravaged by beasts. Yet Chu Xiu's convoy emerged unscathed. How could this be? That son who grew up under his very watchful eye. The son who gasped for breath even while walking, whose life depended on medicinal soups. What secrets did he harbor? What purpose had he served in returning this time? Chu Wei closed his eyes, and the image of Chu Xiu's face always wearing that innocent smile unwillingly surfaced in his mind. Yet now, that face overlapped with that of a ferocious beast, ready to devour its prey. "Your Majesty, the 9th Prince, is waiting outside the palace halls," came the trembling voice of a young eunuch. Chu Wei snapped his eyes open, drew a deep breath, and forced himself to sit upright, smoothing his dragon robe. "Admit him." His voice carried a tremor he himself hadn't noticed. The palace doors slowly swung open, flooding the chamber with light. Chu Xiu, clad in that thin white robe, stepped inside one step at a time. He moved slowly, each step seeming to drain every ounce of strength from his body. His face appeared even paler under the hall's dim light. "Your humble son, Chu Xiu, pays homage to His Majesty the Emperor." "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor forever!" He knelt on the ground, performing a formal bow with perfect precision, though his movements were slightly stiff, as if his frail body might fall apart at any moment. Chu Xiu spoke with shame. To cause your majesty such worry over the northern border is my profound failure as a son. Chu Wei stared intently at the kneeling ninth prince, searching his features for any trace of pretense. Yet all he saw was frailty, submission, and those clear, bottomless eyes. Suppressing the turmoil within, Chu Wei forced his voice to sound both authoritative and calm. Rise. Sure, this journey to the north will be arduous. I commend your dedication. With the support of his guards, Chu Xiu rose shakily to his feet and replied with emotion. To ease the emperor's burdens is this son's blessing. How could it be called hardship? A genuine smile spread across Chu Xiu's face. While in the north, I gaze daily toward the capital, praying for your majesty's health and well-being. As long as your majesty is well, I fear nothing. Chu Wei's heart clenched sharply. Here we go again. Those words again. Every word brimmed with filial devotion, yet each one felt like a needle piercing his heart. What exactly happened to you at Eagle's Grief Ravine? Chu Wei couldn't help but ask. A hint of well-measured fear and confusion flickered across Chu Xiu's face. Your majesty, your humble son does not know either. The fog was thick that night. Your son was resting in the carriage when a strange sound came from outside like the howling of wild beasts. When dawn broke, the guards discovered several corpses outside. None of them were recognizable. He lowered his head, his voice growing weaker as he added. Perhaps it was my own luck, or perhaps it was your majesty's divine protection that spared me from that calamity. Your humble son is incompetent, causing your majesty such alarm. His divine protection? Chu Wei felt his molars grinding to dust. Such a perfect excuse, shifting all blame onto the gods and himself, leaving him not a single opening to press further. This son was no longer the little ninth he once knew. He was a monster. A monster in human form. Good. Truly worthy of being my son. Chu Wei forced a smile as he rose from the dragon throne. You have achieved an extraordinary feat this time, and I am deeply gratified. Wang Defu snapped to attention and hurried forward. Your servant is here. Transmit my decree. The ninth prince, Chu Xiu, has shown commendable loyalty and valor. He is hereby granted 10,000 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of brocade, and the estate known as Rain Listening Garden in the eastern city. Furthermore, select the finest tonics and medicinal herbs from the imperial treasury and deliver them daily to the ninth prince's residence. A cascade of rewards, all gold, silver, and treasures, yet not a single word mentioned official rank or military command. A look of overwhelmed gratitude and trepidation immediately spread across Chu Xiu's face. He knelt with a thud and said, Father Emperor, how could your humble son possibly deserve such immense favor? I dare not accept such lavish rewards. All I ask is to be permitted to enter the palace often, to serve you with your medicines and meals that alone would satisfy me completely. His eyes reddened, his voice choked with emotion, as if genuinely overwhelmed by this immense grace. Watching this display of filial piety that moved heaven, Chu Wei felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He waved his hand repeatedly. My decision is final. No more discussion. Your health is fragile. Return to your residence and rest immediately. Chu Wei couldn't bear to look at that face for another moment. Yes. Your humble son thanks his majesty for his boundless grace. Supported by attendants, Chu Xiu retreated from the hall of mental cultivation, glancing back every few steps, reluctant to leave. The moment the palace doors closed, Chu Wei's legs gave way. He collapsed back onto the dragon throne, gasping for breath, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Your majesty! What has befallen you? Wang Defu, terrified out of his wits, rushed forward to help him catch his breath. Chu Wei seized his hand, his nails digging into Wang Defu's flesh. Did you see it? He was acting. He's been acting all along. Wang Defu grimaced in pain but could only stammer in agreement. Yes. Your servants saw it. Inside, he screamed frantically, Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince acted so convincingly that even this servant nearly believed it. The moment Chu Xiu stepped out of the hall of mental cultivation into the sunlight, the weakness and sorrow on his face vanished without a trace. His expression remained impassive as he gazed at the azure sky. A cold notification tone echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected deep concern in His Majesty regarding the Crown Prince's excessive power and overt ambition. Fears he may repeat the mistakes of past dynasties, causing sleepless nights. New mission issued, ease the Emperor's worries and stabilize the Crown Prince's position. A pure curve lifted at the corners of Chu Xiu's mouth. As he boarded the carriage back to the estate, he quietly instructed one of the accompanying underworld assassins outside. Go into the capital. Find the finest storytellers and songstresses with the most beautiful voices. Tell them this prince has a new song and wishes them to sing it for all the people of the capital. Chapter 31, Father, does my new melody sound pleasant? The next day, as dawn broke, the bustling energy of the capital rose from the breakfast stalls lining countless alleys and lanes. Unlike other days, today's air carried not only the aroma of food but also a distinct, unfamiliar scent. Inside the largest tea house in the southern part of the city, Deshun Tea House, before the storyteller's gavel had even struck the table, the patrons in the main hall were already buzzing with discussion. Have you heard? Starting last night, a new song suddenly began circulating throughout the city. What song is it? Why all the secrecy? It's called Frontier Ballad. They say it came back from the northern frontier, and it's about His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Oh? Sing it for us. A young scholar at the next table, swaying his head rhythmically, cleared his throat and began to sing softly, half chanting, half humming. The north wind sweeps across the land, bending the white grass. A lone carriage journeys northward for the Emperor's grace. In the ravine where eagles mourn, ghostly wails are heard, loyal bones nearly buried in nameless graves. Heaven still pities the blood of the innocent, while treacherous plots crumble in vain. Gazing toward the golden palace, my heart remains warm, yet I fear the chill seeps through the palace gates. The melody was simple, even somewhat rough, carrying the desolate flavor of the frontier. Yet every word in the lyrics pierces like a tiny embroidery needle, not fatal, but it makes the heart itch. The tea house fell instantly silent as every soul savored the meaning. The biting wind and solitary carriage. This spoke of the Ninth Prince setting forth lightly armed to defend the realm. Eagles grief ravine, ghostly howls, loyal bones buried in peril. Was this not the very assassination attempt on His Highness the Ninth Prince that had stirred such fervent rumors just days before? The most crucial part lies in the final two lines. The villain sighs in vain, his schemes unfulfilled. Which villain was this referring to? Fear that the chill pierces the palace gates. And where does this chill originate? A bold tea drinker whispered hoarsely, not long ago, the Ninth Prince was attacked. After that, the Crown Prince was confined to his quarters. What do you think? Could it be the Emperor? Before he could finish, his companion clamped a hand over his mouth. Are you out of your mind? Though no one dared voice it outright, the truth hung in the air, thin as transparent paper. Rumors spread like oil spilled on the ground, silent yet swift, seeping into every corner of the capital. In taverns, in brothels, even among street singers, blind performers all sang this frontier ballad in different melodies. The Eastern Palace. Crash. A fine imperial kiln celadone teacup was smashed violently onto the floor, shattering into dust. Crown Prince Chu Xiu's chest heaved violently, his handsome features contorted with rage. His eyes burned crimson, fueled by rage and a sleepless night. He stared fixedly at the open wooden box resting on the table. Inside lay a severed hand. A massive gold ring shaped like a wolf's head adorned the fingers. It was the symbol of the barbarian king. It was a gift from the underworld assassins. The frontier ballad? The treacherous villain? The chill that pierces the palace gates? He read each word slowly, his teeth grinding audibly. Excellent. Excellent, Chu Xiu. Excellent, my ninth brother. He's no little darling. This ballad spread through the capital overnight. No one would believe it happened without a mastermind behind it. This wasn't some folk song, it was a manifesto aimed squarely at his eastern palace. Now look at this barbarian king severing hands. His ninth brother's intentions were as clear as day. His trusted advisor bowed low, his face ashen. Your Highness, this matter is far too suspicious. His Highness the Ninth Prince has only just returned to the capital. How could he possibly wield such immense power to accomplish this overnight? How could he not have it? Chu Xiu cut him off sharply. How did the 10,000 barbarian cavalry vanish? How did over 30 night owls at Eagle's Grief Ravine disappear? Tell me. The advisor fell silent. Indeed, both incidents reeked of inexplicable malevolence. Chu Xiu paced the chamber, feeling like a lion being toyed with, possessing immense strength yet unable to strike the fly that taunted him. He couldn't send men to arrest the singers, that would only validate the lyrics, making him look guilty. He certainly couldn't confront Chu Xiu, that sickly weakling would only kneel with an innocent expression, claiming he knew nothing. Not to mention, he had no leads whatsoever. Even if he did, confined to the Eastern Palace, he couldn't go anywhere. This feeling of being powerless to act was driving him nearly mad. His advisor steeled himself to suggest. Your Highness, the urgent priority is to swiftly neutralize the impact of this ballad. We could circulate other news, or commission poems extolling your Highness's benevolence. Or perhaps we could shift the blame for this treacherous verse onto someone else. Chu Xiu whipped his head around, eyes bloodshot, screaming wildly. It's too late. The mud has already been slung. Father must have heard it by now. He deserves to die. He truly deserves to die. Yangxin Hall. The atmosphere here was even more oppressive than in the Eastern Palace. Emperor Chu Wei sat expressionless, clutching a sheet of paper transcribing the lyrics of the Frontier March. His knuckles turned white from the tight grip. Wang Difu knelt below, breathing with utmost caution. The first reaction he had upon hearing this song this morning was a chill running down his spine. It was ruthless. It was like placing a blade against the Crown Prince's throat, then smiling at everyone and asking, is this blade sharp enough? Ha! Chu Wei suddenly let out a low chuckle, devoid of any warmth. What a splendid border ballad, what a splendid line. Heaven's heart still pities the blood of the innocent. He crumpled the paper into a ball and hurled it violently onto the floor. Chu Wei roared in fury. What is he doing? He's teaching the emperor how to act. He was telling the entire court and all the people of the realm that he had been wronged. His brother wanted to kill him. He is forcing my hand. Forcing me to give him an explanation. Chu Wei's voice grew louder and louder until it became a roar. He wasn't afraid of the song itself, he feared the one who wrote it. The son who had coughed as if dying before him just yesterday, his face radiating innocence and filial piety. Chu Xiu had only returned to the capital yesterday, yet today this song had spread throughout the entire city. What terrifying skill! What a meticulously planned scheme! What kind of power lurked within his ninth son, that sickly child, hidden away in the cold palace for over a decade? Chu Wei felt himself enveloped by an invisible net, its weaver none other than his most inconspicuous son. Wang Defu stammered, trembling. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Perhaps this is merely the common folk expressing gratitude for His Highness the Ninth Prince's deeds, acting of their own accord. Even as he spoke, he didn't believe his own words. Chu Wei glared at him fiercely, demanding, do you believe it? Wang Defu immediately slammed his forehead against the floor, begging for mercy. This servant deserves death. This servant spoke nonsense. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. Chu Wei collapsed back onto the dragon throne, gasping for breath, enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. What could he do? Issue an edict banning the song? Wouldn't that be like drawing attention to something he was trying to hide? He could do nothing but watch helplessly as Chu Xiu, with this bloodless form of execution, slowly and painfully dismantled the crown prince's reputation, slice by slice. He could even picture Chu Xiu right now in that newly bestowed rain-listening garden, sipping his medicine while listening to the ballads echoing throughout the city, wearing that harmless smile. The mere thought of that scene sent a chill down Chu Wei's spine. Meanwhile, the Grand Marshal's headquarters. Lin Xiaotian listened to his deputy's report, remaining silent for a long time. He merely wiped the iron spear before him over and over with a hempcloth, his movements meticulous and deliberate. The deputy commander couldn't help but speak up. Commander, this matter reeks of intrigue at every turn. This method doesn't resemble the tactics of the imperial court. It feels more like the work of martial artists, yet it's 100 times more ruthless than anything they do. Lin Xiaotian finally paused his movements and explained. This isn't martial arts tactics. It's psychological warfare. He lifted his head, his aged face etched with solemnity. Using the softest blade to kill the hardest man. He doesn't seek the crown prince's life, he seeks his heart, his majesty's heart, and the hearts of every courtier. Marshal, then what should we? We wait and see. Lin Xiaotian cut him off, his gaze deepening. The storm has only just begun. Night fell once more. The capital, stirred all day by the frontier ballad, finally began to quiet down. Yet within the eastern palace, lights remained ablaze. Crown Prince Chu Xiu sat in his study, silent. The oppressive atmosphere inside the room was suffocating. He had sat motionless for an entire afternoon. Humiliation, rage, and unease churned within him, ultimately crystallizing into a cold, murderous intent. He could wait no longer. If he delayed further, his prestige as crown prince would be utterly destroyed by a mere folk song. Just then, a trusted eunuch slipped in silently, hands clasped around an unsigned letter. Your Highness, someone just shot this letter through the window. Chu Xiu frowned, took the envelope, and tore it open. The paper contained only a few sparse lines. There are still survivors from the incident at Eagle's Grief Ravine. To ensure the crown prince's safety, prepare 10,000 taels of silver. At midnight, meet at Room Tian in the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Exchange goods for money. The goods are the evidence the crown prince seeks. Chapter 32, Crown Prince, you've taken the fall. Chu Xiu crumpled the letter into a ball, then slowly unfolded it. After reading it 3 times, the anger on his face gradually faded, replaced by the cold, calculating gaze of a hunter spotting its prey. 10,000 taels of silver? He certainly has the nerve to ask for that much. Chu Xiu's voice was soft, yet it sent a chill down the spine of his advisor standing beside him. The advisor hurriedly interjected. Your Highness, this is a trap. This letter arrived under suspicious circumstances. The timing and location reek of calculation. If they can spread ballads like this, they're no ordinary foes. This is likely a trap set for you. A trap? Chu Xiu scoffed, flinging the letter onto the table. This king knows full well it's a trap. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the deep night. But it is also an opportunity. An opportunity to completely eliminate that last remnant of the Eagle Gorge faction. His advisor froze. Your Highness means. Chu Xiu turned, his face devoid of any trace of gentleness. A living witness who dared to extort this solitary king is a potential threat left unchecked. He thinks himself the hunter, unaware he has long been the prey in this sovereign's net. Rather than passively wait for him to leak his so-called evidence, we should strike first and bury both him and the evidence together. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he said coldly. A place like the Drunken Dream Pavilion is a den of thieves and scoundrels. Every night, people vanish into thin air over jealousy squabbles or gambling debts. One more won't make a difference. His advisor listened with a sinking heart, still feeling uneasy as he tried to dissuade him. But what if he has backup plans? Chu Xiu snapped back. There are no what-ifs. This king has had enough of this passive, defensive stance. That sickly bastard hides in the shadows to shoot cold arrows. I'll snap the very arrow he fires first. He thinks he can crush me with public opinion? I'll show him how laughable these petty tricks are in the face of absolute power. Ignoring his advisors, he commanded in a deep voice toward the shadows, "Summon Black Eagle to see me." Moments later, a ghostly figure materialized silently within the study. Kneeling on one knee, the figure was cloaked entirely in black, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. "Your Highness." Chu Xiu's voice held not a shred of warmth as he issued his order. "Midnight. Drunken Dream Pavilion. Room Tian. Someone will approach you to make a deal. Your task is not to make a deal." He paused, then spoke each word deliberately. "Take what is in his possession. Then make him and everyone else in that room who might have seen or heard anything permanently mute. Keep your hands clean. Make it look like a gangland hit. I." Black Eagle's voice was hoarse, without a hint of hesitation. His figure flickered and vanished into the darkness once more. Watching the direction Black Eagle vanished, a cruel smile spread across Chu Xiu's face. "Chu Xiu, oh Chu Xiu, you think sending a lowly pawn will disgust me? Tonight, this solitary king shall collect a little interest." Midnight. The capital's most notorious den of iniquity, the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Lights blazed brightly, and decadent music filled the air. Yet in a secluded private room marked heaven in the rear courtyard, the atmosphere was starkly different from the front courtyard's bustle. A middle-aged man dressed in plain cloth, his face bearing a sleazy expression, paced restlessly, wringing his hands. He kept lifting his teacup to take a sip, only to spill most of it due to his trembling hands. He looked every bit the nervous, greedy fool attempting this life-threatening scheme for the first time. This man was none other than the extortionist disguised as a Yomi assassin. The door slid open silently. Black Eagle drifted inside like a wisp of dark smoke. The extortionist jolted in fright, the teacup clattering to the floor. Who are you?" he stammered, recoiling in terror. Black Eagle offered no reply, merely scanning him with those lifeless eyes. Finally, his gaze settled on a wooden box tucked into the man's embrace. Black Eagle's voice was hoarse as he demanded, "Where's the money? The money, where's the money?" The extortionist stammered, his eyes darting nervously around the room, avoiding Black Eagle's gaze entirely. He was terrified there might be someone else besides Black Eagle. He was also searching for an escape route, ready to bolt if things went south. He played the part of a cowardly, life-loving man to perfection. Black Eagle pulled a silver note from his robe and tossed it onto the table. 10,000 taels. Now, hand over the goods. The extortionist's eyes lit up at the sight of the banknote, and he pounced to grab it. He examined it repeatedly by candlelight before carefully tucking it into his robe. He chuckled darkly and placed the wooden box from his bosom onto the table. "You're a man of your word. Everything's inside the waist badges and hidden darts of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's elite guards. And a letter, one that wasn't burned in time. Take it. From now on, we're even. I swear I'll take it to my grave. I know nothing." Black Eagle picked up the box, opened it, and glanced inside, confirming the contents were indeed Night Owl's belongings. Only then did he close the box. The gaze he now fixed upon the extortionist was as cold as death. His voice was icy. "You truly won't need to know anything anymore." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure blurred. One hand shot out like an eagle's talon, clamping down on the extortionist's throat. He possessed absolute confidence that he could crush this fool's throat bones in the blink of an eye, ensuring not a single sound escaped. Thus, he would become the perfect guardian of secrets, a dead man. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to touch the other's skin, bang! The door to the private room was kicked open with tremendous force from the outside, sending splinters flying. Imperial Patrol Corps investigating a case. Everyone inside, freeze. Hands on your heads, get down on the floor. A thunderous shout echoed as over a dozen patrol soldiers, clad in armor and wielding broadswords, stormed in like ravenous wolves. The glinting blades instantly filled the small room. Black Eagle's movements froze abruptly, his pupils contracting violently. The Patrol Corps? How did they end up here? His mind went blank. This was completely outside the plan. The patrol captain leading the unit froze at the sight inside. A black-clad figure was choking another man, a box lay on the table, and shattered teacups littered the floor. This wasn't the bandit turf war described in the report. This was clearly a murder to silence witnesses. Before the captain could react, the extortionist who'd nearly been choked seized the opportunity like a lifeline. He scrambled to his feet and threw himself at the captain's feet, wailing with tears and snot streaming down his face. "Your Honor, save me! Your Honor! I'm innocent!" As he wept, he summoned every ounce of strength to let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the entire rear courtyard of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wants to silence me by killing me. Just because I know about his secret plot to assassinate His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, he wants to wipe me out completely. Chapter 33, Your Highness, please publicly humiliate yourself." That piercing scream carried boundless grievance and terror. It pierced through the decadent music, exploding through the courtyard of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. The clamor in the front courtyard seemed to fall silent. The captain of the patrol regiment felt his scalp tingle, a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. An assassination attempt on His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince? An order from the Crown Prince? These words combined were far beyond the scope of a mere captain to handle. His eyes instinctively darted to the black-clad figure surrounded by soldiers. The man remained frozen in mid-lunge, stiff as a board, utterly motionless. The captain shifted his gaze to the victim clutching his leg, sobbing uncontrollably, his mind buzzing. The extortionist clung desperately to the captain's leg as if it were his only lifeline, wailing, "Your Honor! You must avenge this lowly commoner. He tried to silence me. Just because I found out something I shouldn't have." As he shouted, he pointed toward the wooden box on the table. "The evidence! It's all in there. All the tokens of the Crown Prince's loyal guards. And the secret letters they didn't have time to destroy." Cold sweat instantly beaded on the captain's forehead. He was now absolutely certain that what he had stumbled into wasn't just another gangland turf war, but a massive vortex capable of turning the entire capital upside down. The captain bellowed at his men, masking his own panic. "What are you all standing around for? Seize both of them. Tie them up tight." "Yes, sir." Several soldiers snapped out of their daze and swarmed forward. Black Eagle offered no resistance. He couldn't resist, nor could he. The extortionist had deliberately stepped back toward the wall, a clever ploy. The moment Black Eagle moved, he would be far from the door and windows. As the patrol soldiers entered, he was torn between escaping or grabbing the wooden box. Hesitation meant defeat. Now, numerous patrol camp soldiers crowded the room. The space here was far too cramped. He couldn't maneuver at all, making escape impossible. Moreover, the wooden box containing the evidence sat right on the table in the middle of the room. Regardless of whether he could escape or not, the moment he made his move and attacked the patrol camp soldiers, if he didn't dispose of the evidence and take it with him, it would all be for nothing. It would only solidify the Crown Prince's guilt of murdering witnesses. If arrested, as the perpetrator, he could still feign innocence. Black Eagle allowed the coarse hemp rope to bind him tightly, yet his heart grew icy cold. He couldn't fathom it. The plan had been flawless. Why would the patrol camp burst through the door with such precision at the critical moment? It felt as if the whole thing had been rehearsed in advance. The captain approached the table cautiously, personally picking up the wooden box. He gathered the silver notes from the floor, wrapped them in cloth, and solemnly handed them to his aide, ordering, "Seal off the scene. No one is to enter or leave. Summon the proprietor of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Every guest and servant in the back courtyard tonight, not a single one is to leave. Bring them all back to camp for questioning. Move it." The captain barked out a series of orders, his voice trembling involuntarily. He knew this matter had slipped entirely beyond his control from this moment on. All he could do now was rush through the formalities, then immediately report it, passing this hot potato up the chain of command. Meanwhile, Fourth Prince's residence, study. The candle flame flickered quietly. Chu Xiu held a black stone, his gaze fixed intently on an unfinished chessboard. A middle-aged man resembling a steward hurried in and whispered a few words into his ear. Chumo's hand, holding the stone, paused mid-air for a moment before murmuring, "The patrol corps? Drunken Dream Pavilion? The Crown Prince assassinating the Ninth Prince?" He let the words roll around in his mouth, a hint of amusement curling his lips. Slowly, he pressed the black stone into a corner of the board. With that single move, the previously deadlocked game suddenly came alive. Chu Xiu murmured softly, "Interesting. First the folks on border march, now an assassin caught red-handed. One move after another, swift and ruthless." The steward bowed his head and said, "Your Highness, this affair reeks of intrigue. Someone is undoubtedly orchestrating this behind the scenes. Could it be His Highness the Ninth Prince?" Chu Xiu lifted his teacup, blowing away the foam. "Besides our ninth brother, who just returned from Eagle's Grief Ravine, who else could it be? Third brother is a brute, he's incapable of such scheming. The others lack both the audacity and the skill. Only our ninth brother, who spent over a decade hidden away in the cold palace, yet single-handedly annihilated 100,000 barbarian cavalry, possesses such capability." Chu Xiu sipped his tea, feeling the warm liquid slide down his throat, and sighed. "He's forcing Father Emperor and all of us to choose sides. Then what about us?" The steward hesitated. Chu Xiu set down his teacup, his tone calm. "Watch the show. Send men to monitor the movements of the patrol corps and the Supreme Court. Also, keep a close watch on the Crown Prince's residence. My dear elder brother, who's been so thoroughly toyed with and deceived, is likely to be driven mad with rage." With that, Chu Xiu turned his attention back to the chessboard. As if the shocking news he'd just heard were nothing more than an insignificant interlude. The game has begun. Now it's up to the players to make their next move. The Crown Prince's mansion. Crash. Yet another exquisite imperial porcelain vase crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Chu Xiu's chest heaved violently, his face ashen, all traces of his usual refined demeanor vanished. He roared at the advisors and confidants kneeling across the study floor. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. You sent a top-tier assassin to eliminate the witness, yet both the target and the evidence were trapped in the room by the patrol unit. How did you handle this? The confidants and advisors felt bitter, but had no way to voice their grievances. They never agreed to send the assassin out. It was the Crown Prince who insisted on it. But now, the Crown Prince was shifting the blame onto them, and they had no choice but to endure it. The chief advisor trembled as he pleaded. Your Highness, please calm your anger. This is simply too bizarre. The patrol camp's men seemed to appear out of thin air. Our men didn't even have time to react. Chu Xiu laughed bitterly in anger. Strange? This isn't strange, it's a blatant scheme. That sickly bastard set this trap for this king. He finally understood everything. What extortion? What deal? From start to finish, it was nothing but a meticulously laid trap. The enemy wasn't after the 10,000 taels of silver at all. They wanted him to send out the Black Eagles, then have the patrol corps catch him red-handed. What a ruthless tactic. What a venomous scheme. He had always believed Chu Xiu to be an insignificant pawn, easily crushed at will. Even when Chu Xiu effortlessly annihilated 100,000 barbarian cavalry, he would merely regard him with slightly more caution. Even when Chu Xiu mysteriously wiped out his night owl assassins and framed him for it, he would merely think Chu Xiu possessed some skill worthy of serious attention. Only now did he realize that before Chu Xiu, he was nothing but a clown. Played like a puppet, bullied at will. His advisor spoke urgently, offering advice. Your Highness, the urgent priority is to silence him immediately. We absolutely cannot let this reach the Ministry of Justice, nor can His Majesty find out. Chu Xiu's voice bristled with fury as he retorted. Shut them up? How exactly? The entire city's patrol units have been mobilized. All guests at the Drunken Dream Pavilion have been taken away. The entire capital knows now, waiting to see this lonely prince's humiliation. You tell me how to silence them. Chu Xiu kicked over the desk before him, scattering brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones across the floor. Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu. He ground out the name, enunciating each syllable with venom, as if he wanted to tear the man limb from limb. The news swiftly reached the ears of Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian. The veteran commander, who commanded the million-strong armies of the Great Xia dynasty, had just finished a day of exhausting duties and was preparing to rest. Upon hearing his deputy's report, his withered face remained utterly expressionless. The Crown Prince's men attempted to silence someone at the Drunken Dream Pavilion and were caught red-handed by the patrol corps? Yes. It said the man who nearly escaped death claims he knows the inside story of the Crown Prince sending assassins to kill His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Lin Xiaotian fell silent. The air in the study seemed to freeze solid. He recalled the Ninth Prince returning in white robes outside the Vermilion Bird Gate. He recalled that battle report delivered with such casualness, yet unleashing a tidal wave of upheaval. Even then, he had sensed that this Ninth Prince was no ordinary figure. Now it was clear he was far more than just extraordinary. Lin Xiaotian spoke slowly, his voice steady and authoritative as he analyzed. This matter is riddled with inconsistencies. It doesn't align with the Crown Prince's usual conduct. The Crown Prince may be ruthless, but he's always cautious in his actions. He wouldn't leave such an obvious opening. The Deputy General nodded. I agree, sir. This feels more like a trap. Lin Xiaotian rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the pitch-black night. Even if it is a trap, someone must walk into it. Whether it's a trap or not, the Crown Prince's faction silencing witnesses by murder and attempting to kill the Ninth Prince, these two incidents have likely already become established facts in the eyes of both officials and commoners. He sighed. The struggle for the Crown Prince's succession was intensifying. This was by no means a favorable development for the Great Xia Empire, already teetering on the brink. As commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army, his loyalty lay with the state of Daxiao itself, not with any particular prince. He would never permit anyone to undermine the nation's foundations in such a manner. Lin Xiaotian turned, his gaze sharpening as he commanded in a commanding voice. Saddle the horse. Marshal, are you going to? Lin Xiaotian draped his marshal's robe over his shoulders and strode toward the exit, declaring. To the Supreme Court. The patrol corps can't contain this matter. Ultimately, it must be handed over to the Supreme Court. I intend to see for myself what this so-called eyewitness testimony and physical evidence entails. Chapter 34. The Grand Marshal investigates personally. The Crown Prince is finished. The Dali Temple's prison dungeons were 100 times more sinister than the patrol corps' large jail. Here, there was no clamor of prisoners, only the damp, musty stench and the stagnant air of death, as if even the light streaming in would be swallowed whole. Minister of Justice Sun Mingji stood at the prison entrance, wiping sweat from his brow as if it would never cease. Before him stood a towering figure. The Grand Marshal of the Army, Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian wore none of his imposing armor, clad only in plain black robes. Yet the blood-soaked aura of iron and steel emanating from him, forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, struck fear into hearts more profoundly than any armor could. Where is he? Lin Xiaotian's voice was not loud, yet it struck Sun Mingji's heart like a heavy hammer. Sun Mingji bowed low, unable to raise his head, and reported in a trembling voice. Reporting to the marshal. They're all being held separately. Lead the way. I want to see the assassin first. Lin Xiaotian strode inside. His personal guard separated Sun Mingji and the prison guards, instantly shifting control of the entire dungeon. In the gloomy cell, Black Eagle was chained to the wall, head bowed, silent. Lin Xiaotian stood silently, studying him. After a long moment, he spoke. Look up. Black Eagle's body trembled as he slowly raised his head. His face showed no fear, only a deathly calm. Lin Xiaotian asked, whose man are you? Black Eagle's voice was hoarse and dry as he replied. It's a matter of the martial world, no one else is to blame. Lin Xiaotian's lips twisted in a sneer. Martial world grudges? To start a fight in a place like the Drunken Dream Pavilion, only to get caught red-handed by the patrol camp. Your martial world sure is lively. Black Eagle fell silent, offering no reply. Lin Xiaotian pressed no further. He stepped before Black Eagle and seized his wrist. It was a hand thick with calluses, the webbing between thumb and forefinger, the knuckles of the index finger, all worn smooth by years of gripping weapons. Quite the martial artist. Lin Xiaotian released his grip and turned to leave the cell. Bring the other one to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, candlelight flickered. The moment the extortionist was brought in, he collapsed to his knees with a thud, desperately kowtowing to Lin Xiaotian. General! General, save me! Your humble servant is innocent. I was forced into this. He wept, his face streaked with tears and snot. No questioning was needed from Lin Xiaotian. He then poured out the whole story, how he'd stumbled upon the token by accident, how curiosity had driven him on, how he'd uncovered earth-shattering secrets. He poured out the whole story, how greed had clouded his judgment, how he'd wanted to trade it for money and flee far away. His voice was full of emotion, his words tugging at the heartstrings. Lin Xiaotian listened impassively until the man finished, then pointed to the wooden box on the table. The item. Hand it over. Yes. Yes. The man trembled as he lifted the wooden box and opened it. Sun Mingji leaned forward, carefully removing each item inside and laying them out on the table. One item was a peculiar black iron plaque engraved with a spreading winged night owl. The other was a secret letter, half charred by fire, its remaining characters faintly legible. Eagle Gorge. Must. Leave no survivors? Finally, a small porcelain bottle containing a grayish-brown powder. Lin Xiaotian's gaze settled on the iron plaque. He pinched it between two fingers. The iron plate felt slightly heavy in his hand, its edges polished to a smooth finish. The engraving of the night owl was particularly lifelike. Particularly at the eyes, the craftsmanship was sharp and fierce, radiating a menacing aura. Without looking up, Lin Xiaotian asked, Lord Sunday, do you recognize this? Sun Mingji leaned in for a closer look, shaking his head repeatedly. This humble official is ignorant. I have never seen it before. Lin Xiaotian explained calmly. This is iron from the Black Mountains of the northern frontier, alloyed with hundredfold tempered steel. Only the finest craftsmen in the military can achieve this luster through the quenching process. Across the entire Great Xia, fewer than 20 craftsmen possess this level of engraving skill. 12 of them serve in the Armory Bureau. The remaining 8 serve in the office of the Grand Steward at the Eastern Palace. Sun Mingji's face instantly drained of color. Lin Xiaotian picked up the porcelain bottle again, uncorked it, brought it to his nose, and continued. Soul-severing grass, a specialty of the western regions. The merchant caravans of the Wu clan, the crown prince's maternal family, are the only channel capable of bringing this substance into the central plains. Each word he spoke felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone in the interrogation room. The extortionist had already collapsed to the floor, trembling like a sieve. Lin Xiaotian set down the porcelain bottle and leaned back slowly in his chair. Human witness. Physical evidence. Motive. Everything formed a perfect closed loop, seamless and flawless. Too perfect. So perfect it felt like someone had written the script in advance and made everyone act it out. He could almost picture the frail ninth prince, sitting in the cold palace, coughing lightly as he casually orchestrated this intricate web of deception. This scheme wasn't aimed at the crown prince. It was aimed at His Majesty, at the entire court. He intended to use the crown prince's blood to declare to all. He, Chu Xiu, had emerged from the cold palace. Lin Xiaotian closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. His loyalty lay with the state of Daxia. The heir apparent's moral failings had shaken the very foundations of the state, something he could never tolerate. Even if he knew this was a trap, the crown prince had walked right into it himself. He could blame no one else. Minister Sunday. Your servant is here. Lin Xiaotian opened his eyes, his gaze regaining its deep, still sharpness. He ordered coldly. Seal all witness testimony and physical evidence. Keep them under strict guard. No one is to have access. Yes, sir. Rest assured, Marshal. Within the hall of mental cultivation, Emperor Chu Wei paced restlessly back and forth, nearly trampling a hole into the hall's precious carpet. Wang Difu knelt on the ground, his body curled into a ball, recounting everything that had transpired at the Ministry of Justice in a trembling voice, word for word. With every word he spoke, Chu Wei's expression darkened further. When Lin Xiaotian revealed the origins of the evidence, Chu Wei's footsteps abruptly halted. Black mountain iron from the northern frontier. Soul-severing grass. He muttered to himself, a chill rising from his spine and spreading instantly through his entire body. He did not doubt the authenticity of the evidence. What terrified him was the person capable of delivering this evidence so precisely into Lin Xiaotian's hands. That son he despised most, the one he considered utterly harmless. Chu Xiu. He didn't even have to lift a finger. Hiding in the shadows, he merely penned a folk song and set a small trap. And thus, the colossus that was the crown prince was plunged into an abyss from which there was no return. This was a broad daylight scheme. A blatant, naked scheme. Chu Wei felt his heart being crushed in a vice, nearly suffocating him. Gazing out at the deep night beyond the palace halls, he felt as though he could see a pair of eyes innocent yet cruel watching him silently from the darkness. Chu Wei's voice trembled slightly as he commanded, Wang Difu. Your servant is here. Tell me, did Xiaojiu plan all this long ago? Wang Difu bowed his head even lower, trembling too much to speak. Chu Wei gave a bitter smile. He recalled that battle report, remembered those 10,000 barbarian heads. His son never undertook anything without absolute certainty. When he acted, it was with thunderous force, leaving his opponents no chance to turn the tide. The crown prince, it's over. Lin Xiaotian stepped out of the Dali Temple prison. The night wind blew across his face, carrying a hint of chill. He halted and gave orders to the deputy general behind him. You. Go to the 9th prince's listening to rain garden immediately. The deputy commander hesitated. Marshal, it's so late. Lin Xiaotian gazed toward the direction of the imperial palace, his tone complex as he ordered. Tell him I said it. The winds are strong in the capital, and the weather is turning cold. Please remind His Royal Highness to wear warm clothes and take care of his health. Chapter 35, A bowl of calming soup. Father Emperor won't sleep tonight. Listening rain garden. This forgotten corner on the eastern edge of the imperial city felt colder than elsewhere, even the wind biting sharper. Relocated from the imperial palace's cold palace to listening rain garden within the imperial city. The living conditions were better, but it was far removed from the hall of cultivating peace. Still, compared to the cold palace, it was 100 times better. After Lin Xiaotian's deputy, Fu Zixuan, identified himself and stated his purpose to the gate guards. They were finally permitted to enter the residence under the guidance of an elderly eunuch on his deathbed. Along the way, they encountered no palace maids, eunuchs, or other guards. The vast Tingyu garden lay desolate and empty, radiating a sense of cold solitude. A cold wind swept through. Fu Zixuan felt a chill mingled with the scent of medicine and dampness wash over him. He couldn't help but shiver, his expression growing tense. He couldn't help but ask the old eunuch. Eunuch, why are there no other servants in this mansion? A sharp yet raspy voice drifted from the old eunuch's lips. His Highness received this residence as a gracious gift from His Majesty. The Imperial Household Department has assigned 100 or so eunuchs and palace maids. But His Highness has been frugal since childhood and is unaccustomed to being served. Moreover, he believes the state treasury is strained, and maintaining them would be a considerable expense. His Highness therefore bestowed some gold and silver upon them and dismissed them. Oh, my dear Prince, after enduring so much hardship, just as he's begun to enjoy a better life, he's still thinking of easing His Majesty's burdens. My heart aches for His Highness. With that, the old eunuch covered his face in sorrowful grief, sighing deeply. Fu Zixuan's lips twitched. His first thought was that Prince Chu Xiu, the 9th prince, was putting on a show. But then he recalled how the 9th prince had been confined to the cold palace since childhood. And now that he'd finally bared his fangs, he remained so frugal. Even if it wasn't genuine, it felt utterly real. Fu Zixuan recalled the message the marshal had asked him to deliver, and his eyes instantly filled with respect. He remained silent for the rest of the journey. Your Highness, the person has been brought. The room's furnishings were extremely simple. Apart from a table, chairs, and a bed, there was almost nothing else. A youth clad in thin garments sat at the table, straining to read a scroll by the dim candlelight. Hearing the announcement, he lifted his head. His face was pale as paper, devoid of any color, as if a breeze could knock him over. Deputy General Fu Zixuan of General Lin's command, paying respects to Your Highness. Cough, cough, cough. General Fu, you may rise. Chu Xiu set down his scroll, covered his mouth with a handkerchief, and began coughing violently, his gaunt shoulders shaking with each convulsion. Fu Zixuan remained in his bowing posture. He repeated the Grand Marshal's words verbatim. Your Highness, the Marshal has instructed me to convey this message. The winds are strong in the capital, and the weather is turning cold. The Marshal requests that Your Highness be sure to wear warm clothes and take care of your health. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's pale face softened into a faint smile of flattered gratitude. The Marshal's concern is deeply appreciated. Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was profoundly grateful. As he spoke, another wave of suppressed coughing seized him. The marshal handles countless affairs daily, yet still remembers this idle man. It truly, cough cough, it truly overwhelms me. He rose unsteadily, picked up a half-worn hand warmer from the bedside, and handed it to the Yomi assassin beside him. This hand warmer I made it myself during my idle hours. It's worth little. But the weather is cold, and the marshal labors tirelessly in the field. It must be grueling. You deliver this for me. Let it be a token of my heartfelt gratitude. Fu Zixuan stared at the crudely crafted hand warmer, then looked at Chu Xiu's sincere yet frail appearance. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He could only bow to accept it, replying in a solemn voice, "This subordinate will deliver it personally." With that, he hurriedly took his leave and walked away at a brisk pace. Facing this frail, sickly ninth prince, he felt a prickling sensation all over his body. Even though the other smiled sincerely at him and treated him with great courtesy, he felt an eerie chill permeating the air. It felt as though lingering another moment would drain the very life force from his body. Once Fu Zixuan had walked far away, the smile slowly faded from Chu Xiu's face. He sat back down in his chair, picked up the book from earlier, and gently turned a page. In the candlelight, the curve of his lips held a hint of amusement. Lin Xiaotian. This fierce tiger of the military had finally turned his attention to him. A warning shot across the bow? Too bad. Chu Xiu wasn't a tiger. He was a hunter lurking in the shadows. Fu Zixuan returned to the marshal's residence and presented everything he had seen and heard in Tingyu Garden, along with the hand warmer, to Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian picked up the hand warmer. It felt warm to the touch, clearly having been used recently. He ran his fingers over its rough seams, silent for a long while. Fu Zixuan couldn't help but speak up. "Marshal, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, he truly seems gravely ill. He speaks with labored breath, hardly seeming capable of. Unlikely to be the one who spun a web of intrigue, manipulating the crown prince like a puppet, is he?" Lin Xiaotian finished the sentence for him. Fu Zixuan lowered his head, daring not to speak further. Lin Xiaotian placed the hand warmer on the table with a soft thud. He exhaled slowly, and the iron-blooded aura seemed to have faded somewhat. Only then did he speak with profound emotion. "This is the most terrifying aspect. A man capable of annihilating 100,000 barbarian troops, a man who could silently corner the crown prince into a desperate situation. Yet before you and me, he presents himself as harmless as a sickly animal. Don't you find this more spine-chilling than any openly threatening foe?" Fu Zixuan shuddered. Lin Xiaotian rose and walked to the window, gazing toward the direction of the imperial city's listening to rain garden. There, shrouded in darkness, it loomed like a colossal beast waiting to devour its prey. What Lin Xiaotian needed to do now was not to expose Chu Xiu, because he had no proof. That scheme was flawless, all evidence pointed directly to the crown prince. What he needed to do now was stabilize the court. He couldn't allow the crown prince's downfall to trigger greater turmoil. At least not until he found someone who could replace the crown prince and suppress the terrifying ninth prince. As for supporting the ninth prince, every time Lin Xiaotian entertained the thought, he instinctively recoiled. Yongxin Hall. Chu Wei had already smashed 3 precious porcelain cups. Wang Difu knelt on the floor, burying his head in his arms, wishing he could faint on the spot. "Useless. All of you are useless." Chu Wei's chest heaved violently as he pointed an accusing finger at Sun Mingji, the Minister of Justice, and unleashed a torrent of curses. "An assassination attempt on a prince, and after all this time, you pin it on the crown prince? What the hell was Lin Xiaotian thinking? Is he trying to force a coup?" Sun Mingji turned ashen-faced, repeatedly kowtowing and pleading. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Please calm your anger. The evidence is irrefutable. The marshal has also acted impartially. Besides the marshal, this servant's investigation also reached the same conclusion." Chu Wei sneered coldly. "Evidence? What evidence? I see it all as evidence fed to you by the ninth prince." He kicked over the table beside him, scattering the memorials across the floor, and roared. "Lin Xiaotian will personally investigate this case. He's forcing my hand. He's telling me it's irreversible, I must abandon the crown prince immediately. He's telling me how to run my own court." Chu Wei's eyes were bloodshot, fear and rage intertwined, pushing him to the brink of madness. His fury wasn't directed at Lin Xiaotian's actions. Nor did he fear the crown prince's rebellion. What terrified him was that son lurking in the shadows, wielding filial piety as a blade to slowly torture his nerves. Everything that had transpired these past days, all of it was this filial son telling his father he could depose the crown prince. Once, twice, 3 times. No matter how unwilling his father was, he must obey. Just then, a young eunuch scrambled in, breathless and scrambling, his voice shrill as he reported. "Your Majesty, the ninth prince has sent a calming decoction." In an instant, the air in the entire hall of mental cultivation froze. Chu Wei's roar abruptly halted. He whipped his head around, fixing the young eunuch with a deathly stare as his voice cracked. "What did you say?" His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince said that upon hearing His Majesty had been sleepless from state affairs, he specially sought out an ancient recipe and personally brewed a calming decoction. He implores His Majesty to take good care of his royal health. The young eunuch repeated the message with trembling voice. Soon, a food box was presented. Wang Difu trembled as he stepped forward, opened the box, and lifted out a bowl of soup. It appeared to be the most ordinary soup imaginable. Served in a fine white porcelain bowl, it still emitted wisps of steam and carried a faint, refreshing herbal fragrance. Yet in Chu Wei's eyes, this bowl of soup was more terrifying than the most potent poison in the world. Calm spirit soup? Was this a calming soup or a soul-destroying concoction? What if it contained poison? But if he refused, wouldn't that be telling that ungrateful son he was afraid? He could already picture Chu Xiu sitting in that gloomy listening to rain garden, those innocent eyes smiling as he waited for his choice. This was no mere bowl of soup. It was a declaration of war. Another silent challenge launched by that rebellious son against his father, the Emperor. Chu Wei's breathing grew heavy, veins bulging on his forehead. He stared intently at the bowl of soup, as if trying to see through it. Inside the grand hall, the silence was so thick you could hear a pin drop. Every soul held their breath, not daring to breathe a word. A long moment passed. Chu Wei raised his hand, trembling violently from extreme rage and fear. He pointed at the bowl of soup, then slowly shifted his gaze to Wang Difu, who knelt on the ground, trembling the most violently. His voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, as he forced out a few words through gritted teeth. Wang Difu. Your servant is? You. Taste it for the Emperor. Ha! Chapter 36, Chief Steward Wang sips the soup with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, this is too terrifying. Wang Difu's abrupt ha pierced the deathly silence within the hall of cultivating harmony like a needle. He froze in place, his mind going blank. Taste it for His Majesty? Taste what? The calming soup personally brewed by His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince? 100 gruesome deaths from palace gossip flashed through Wang Difu's mind. Testing poison with silver needles? Ridiculous. Some deadly poisons cannot be detected by silver needles. Wang Difu slammed his forehead against the cold, hard gold brick with a thud. Your Majesty! How could this lowly servant dare to drink the divine soup your highness offered you? This lowly servant fears his worthless life would taint the divine essence within the broth, offending your Majesty's blessings. His words were incoherent, his voice trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of tears. His plea for mercy was heartfelt and sincere, pouring from the depths of his soul. Yet Chu Wei merely stared at him coldly. His gaze held not a shred of warmth, as though observing an inanimate object. I command you to taste it. You shall taste it. Chu Wei's voice was soft, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Each word struck Wang Difu's heart like a hammer blow. Or do you also believe the Ninth Prince would harm me? These words cut straight to the heart. Wang Difu shuddered, instantly understanding. Today, this bowl of soup he must drink it, whether he wanted to or not. Drink it, and he might die. Refuse it, and he would die now. The Emperor's suspicion had reached its peak. Any hint of hesitation would be interpreted as disloyalty, as guilt, as complicity with that rebellious son. Wang Difu slowly raised his head, his aged face as pale as paper, lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single word. He looked to the Minister of Justice, Sun Mingji, beside him as if seeking help. Sun Mingji kept his eyes fixed on his nose on his heart, his body curled tighter than a quail's. He wished he could vanish into thin air right then and there. Despair. Utter despair. Wang Difu rose shakily, each step feeling like walking on the edge of a knife. He approached the food box and reached out. That hand, usually so steady when dressing the Emperor or serving his meals, now trembled so violently he could barely hold the bowl steady. The white porcelain bowl clattered against the tray beneath it, producing a series of sharp, crisp clinks. In the hall so quiet you could hear a pin drop, the sound was jarringly loud, making one's heart race. Finally, he lifted the bowl of soup. The delicate fragrance of herbs mingled with the rich depth of chicken broth wafted to his nostrils. Once the most enticing aroma in the world, it now filled him with dread worse than arsenic. Wang Difu closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. In his heart, he lamented bitterly. Enough. Having served His Majesty all my life, now at the end. With this old life of mine, I shall probe the final abyss of this father-son bond for His Majesty. With that thought, Wang Difu raised the bowl to his lips. He tilted his head back, his Adam's apple rolling as he gulped down half the bowl in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat, carrying a faintly bitter sweetness, settling into his stomach. He finished it. In the grand hall, every breath seemed to freeze. Chu Wei's eyes were fixed intently on Wang Difu's face, not missing the slightest change in his expression. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 10 breaths. Wang Difu remained standing, seemingly unscathed. He even smacked his lips once. A wave of warmth rose from his stomach. It felt rather pleasant. He opened his eyes blankly, looked at Chu Wei, then touched his neck and chest. No pain. No numbness. No twitching. He was still alive. Wang Defu's voice carried the exhaustion of someone who had narrowly escaped death, yet it was filled with joy. Your Majesty. This soup, it's fine. Chu Wei remained silent. A muscle twitched on his face, not relaxation, but deeper tension. Nothing wrong? How could it be fine? That ungrateful son went to such lengths to send a bowl of soup. Could it truly be just to calm his nerves? Impossible. The pressure Chu Xiu had been exerting these past days made the suspiciously minded emperor instantly grasp a far more terrifying possibility. This soup might indeed be free of poison. But the act of delivering it was the most potent poison of all. It was a test, a display of power, a silent declaration to Chu Wei. Father, look, I hold the power over your life and death, and over the lives of those around you. I make you paranoid, I isolate you, I force you to drive your most trusted servant to his death with your own hands. I make everyone turn against you. Chu Wei clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. This is 100 times more vicious than poisoning him outright. This is the true nature of that traitorous son. A dry laugh suddenly forced its way from Chu Wei's throat. Ha! The laughter echoed through the vast hall, sounding eerily strange and jarring. Sun Mingji and the other eunuchs and palace maids in the hall were startled by the sudden laughter, their bodies trembling as they bowed their heads even lower. Wang Defu froze, utterly baffled by what the emperor found amusing. Chu Wei slowly descended the imperial steps, approached Wang Defu, and even reached out to steady him with a reassuring hand. Defu, you've worked hard. To have a loyal servant like you is my good fortune. Chu Wei's tone was unexpectedly gentle. Yet Wang Defu felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. His legs buckled, and he was about to kneel again when he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this is merely my duty. Chu Wei did not allow him to kneel. Instead, he pulled him up and led him before Sun Mingji. Sun Mingji was terrified out of his wits, his entire body shaking like a sieve. Wang Defu was also bewildered, unsure what the emperor intended. Chu Wei's gaze fell upon the bowl of calming soup, half full, and the smile on his face grew even kinder. He lifted the bowl and offered it to Sun Mingji, saying, Minister's Sunday. Sun Mingji immediately bowed deeply, his voice cracking as he replied, your servant is? Chu Wei spoke slowly, each word clear and distinct, reaching every ear in the hall. I see you have been exhausting yourself over the crown prince's case, your face looking rather gaunt. This calming decoction is an excellent tonic for restoring vitality. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince is so devoted in his filial piety. Such blessings should not be enjoyed solely by this emperor and Wang Defu. Here, have a taste yourself. Chapter 37, The Emperor Bestows Soup, Magistrate Son's Heartbreaks. Chapter 37, The Emperor's Gift of Soup, Magistrate Son's Heartbreaks. To Sun Mingji, Chu Wei's words, come, have a taste yourself, sounded no different than the Grim Reaper's summons. His legs buckled beneath him, unable to bear his weight any longer. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. It's over. That was the only thought in his mind. Wang Defu, as the emperor's household servant, drank the soup to test for poison for his master, an act of loyalty. Sun Mingji, however, was a minister of the Great Xia Empire, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, a high-ranking official overseeing criminal justice. What did it mean to make him drink this bowl of soup? Was it the sovereign's gracious gift to his subject, or an utterly senseless humiliation and test? The kind smile on Chu Wei's face seemed more terrifying than any demon. That was not gentleness, it was the calm before madness. Sun Mingji knew the emperor no longer trusted anyone. This suspiciously minded emperor now sought to drag the entire court of ministers to leap with him into the abyss his filial son had dug. Minister's son, why aren't you drinking? Chu Wei's voice remained calm. He even bent down himself, attempting to support Sun Mingji. Could it be, you two suspect my ninth son has poisoned this soup to harm me? The words struck Sun Mingji like a red-hot branding iron, searing his heart. He shuddered violently, his instinct for survival overwhelming all fear and humiliation. He knew he had no choice left. Sun Mingji scrambled to his feet on all fours. The violent motion sent his official cap lopsided on his head, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. His voice rasped hoarsely as he hurriedly explained. Your servant dares not. To be able to drink the blessed soup your highness has prepared for his majesty, is a blessing I have earned through 3 lifetimes of good deeds. As he spoke, his hands trembled as he reached out to take the bowl, now half empty, from Chu Wei's grasp. The white porcelain bowl felt icy to the touch, yet he felt as though he were holding a red-hot iron. The clear broth reflected his own pale, contorted face. He closed his eyes, his mind flashing with his wife's gentle face and his young son's innocent smile. Enough. After 30 years in office, today I shall trade my life for my family's peace. Sun Mingji tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing violently as he gulped down the half-bowl of soup in loud, gurgling swallows. Drinking too hastily, a few drops of broth trickled down the corners of his mouth, staining his official robe at the chest. After swallowing the half-bowl of soup, Sun Mingji felt as if all his strength had been drained. He stood frozen in place, awaiting his fate's judgment. Though Wang Defu had drunk the soup without incident moments before. Within the imperial palace, methods of poisoning were countless. Just because one person drank it without harm didn't mean others would fare the same. He wondered whether he would die from agonizing stomach cramps or bleed from all 7 orifices. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Nothing happened. A warm current rose from his stomach, surging through his limbs and bones. It clashed with the icy chill in his limbs from drinking the soup earlier, creating an indescribably strange sensation. But Sun Mingji was still alive. Having narrowly escaped death, he let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chu Wei watched Sun Mingji's face flush with color, his expression radiating relief at having escaped death. He suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, sharp and maniacal, echoing through the empty hall of cultivating the heart. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He grabbed Sun Mingji's shoulders and shook him violently, looking like a madman. Did you see that? Did all of you see that? My son is pure and filial. My dragon son, his heart belongs only to me, his father. This is no mere calming decoction. It is the nectar of immortals. It is the testament to the filial devotion between this father and his son. Chu Wei released Sun Mingji, who was nearly shaken to pieces, and turned to ascend the imperial steps. Spreading his arms wide, he roared at the trembling palace attendants and eunuchs within the hall. Transmit my imperial decree. Immediately send the recipe for the calming decoction presented by His Royal Highness the 9th Prince to the Imperial Medical Bureau. The Imperial Medical Bureau is to brew it overnight, the more, the better. At tomorrow's morning court session, I shall have everyone taste it. I shall share this blessing with all officials of the court. At these words, Wang Defu and Sun Mingji's faces instantly turned paler than a corpse. They understood. The emperor had gone mad. He intended to transmit the terror he felt to every single person. He would make them all taste what he was feeling at this very moment. Tomorrow, the Hall of Supreme Harmony would no longer be a place for deliberating state affairs. Instead, it would become a grand, darkly humorous trial of life and death. Listening Rain Garden. Having just finished practicing a set of health-preserving boxing techniques, Chu Xiu was now practicing calligraphy on the new Xian paper delivered by the underworld assassins. He wrote slowly, stroke by stroke, each stroke penetrating the paper. The character he wrote was Filial Piety. Just then, a series of pleasant chimes sounded in his mind. Ding! Detection, your imperial father is profoundly pleased with your soul-soothing decoction of filial piety. He has resolved to honor your devotion by sharing it with the entire court. Your filial deeds have unseen yet profoundly shaken the court, effectively easing His Majesty's suspicion and pressure toward his ministers. They now fear you more. This has granted the emperor immense, albeit twisted, satisfaction. Overall assessment, S-rank filial piety. Reward issued, 50,000 filial piety points. Special item reward, Puppet Scarecrow X1. Puppet Scarecrow can be imbued with a drop of fresh blood to absorb 1 lethal strike on behalf of a low health target. Chu Xiu's brush tip hesitated slightly, leaving a tiny ink dot on the final stroke of the character for filial piety. He set down the brush, picked up the paper, and blew gently on the ink mark. A straw puppet? A useful item. Now, another life is added. He gazed at the character filial piety, a pure smile curling his lips as he murmured softly. Father Emperor truly is so easily moved. He murmured to himself, as if sharing his joy with someone. I only wanted father to sleep well, yet he insists on sharing it with the world. It seems my filial devotion still falls short. Chu Xiu spoke, carefully folding the paper bearing the character filial piety and tucking it into his robe. Then, his gaze turned toward the direction of the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Father, rest assured. Your humble son will be more filial. That night, news that the emperor would bestow the 9th Prince's calming decoction upon all ministers during the morning court session spread like wildfire. The news spread like wildfire through every official residence in the capital, large and small. In an instant, the entire bureaucratic world of the capital fell into a deathly silent panic. Within the residence of Li Yuanzhao, Minister of Personnel and a key supporter of the Crown Prince. After hearing the steward's report, Li Yuanzhao sat motionless for a long while. He stared at the lavish banquet spread before him, delicacies from land and sea, yet now it tasted like chewing wax. With a sudden, violent sweep of his hand, he sent every dish crashing to the floor. The shattering of porcelain echoed throughout the dining hall. Prepare the carriage. Li Yuanzhao's voice was hoarse, tinged with a glimmer of hope amidst his despair. 2. To the marshal's residence. He knew that the only one who might halt this mad farce now was Lin Xiaotian, the Grand Marshal, a pillar of the nation commanding vast armies. Chapter 38. The marshal slams the table. In the dead of night, chaos looms. Night deepened. The capital's long streets lay empty and silent. Even the night watchman's wooden clapper seemed to carry a hint of timidity, its rhythm weak and faltering. A carriage shattered the stillness, its wheels spinning wildly. Crushing over the cobblestones, it emitted a jarring clatter that echoed through the deep, narrow alleys. Inside the carriage sat Li Yuanzhao, Minister of Personnel, the most powerful figure among the Crown Prince's faction. His face, usually pampered and well-rested, was now drained of color. His obese body jolted violently with each bump of the carriage. Sweat soaked through his luxurious silk undershirt, clinging to his skin in a sticky film. The emperor's words echoed relentlessly in his mind, share this blessing with all the ministers and officials of the court. Blessing? This was a last meal before the executioner's block. He could already envision tomorrow's morning court session. Before the Hall of Supreme Harmony, steaming cauldrons lined up in rows. Eunuchs, expressionless, ladled bowls of so-called soothing soup for each minister. Drink it, or not. Who knows what's really in it? With the Ninth Prince's unfathomable schemes, who could guarantee this soup was truly poison-free? Even if it's harmless, once they drink this soup, it would be like raising a white flag to that sickly weakling, and from that day forward, they'd never be able to hold their heads high in the imperial court again. Refuse? That would be defying the imperial decree, questioning the sovereign father, and revealing a guilty conscience. With the crown prince imprisoned, the emperor had been struggling to find a pretext to purge his former supporters. This was like handing him a knife. It was like offering their own necks to the blade. This was a fatal trap. Whichever path they chose, it was a dead end. The carriage abruptly halted. The driver called out from outside in a strained voice. Your Excellency, we've arrived at the marshal's residence. Li Yuanzhao hurriedly leapt from the carriage, gazing up at the imposing residence before him and letting out a sigh of relief. At the entrance of the marshal's residence, 2 stone lions stood menacingly under the moonlight. The personal guard's standing watch stood rigidly upright, their armor reflecting a cold, metallic sheen. A palpable aura of lethality washed over him. A guard stepped forward, thrusting his halberd horizontally to block the path of Minister Li. Halt! No unauthorized persons beyond this point. The steward accompanying Li Yuanzhao barked in a voice that was fierce on the outside but trembling within. How dare you! This is Minister Li Yuanzhao of the Ministry of Personnel. He has an urgent matter of the utmost importance to discuss with the Grand Marshal. The guard remained expressionless, his eyes unflinching, as he coldly replied. The mansion is closed late at night. No visitors are received. That is the marshal's rule. Minister, please return. Li Yuanzhao completely lost his composure. He shoved his steward aside and rushed toward the guard. His agitation caused spittle to fly from the corners of his mouth. Rules? What bloody rules matter now? The heavens are falling. His Majesty has gone mad. He's forcing us all to drink the soup sent by the Ninth Prince at the morning court session. Go inform the Grand Marshal. Tell him if he doesn't step in, the court of Great Xia is finished. The Marshal's residence, study. Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian had not retired for the night. Dressed in his regular attire, he stared intently at a large map of the entire Great Xia Empire hanging on the wall. The flickering candlelight cast sharp, chiseled contours across his weathered face. A trusted aide slipped in silently. He whispered a detailed account of everything that had transpired in the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, including Li Yuanzhao's wailing outside the residence. Lin Xiaotian listened, his expression unreadable, but his knuckles tightened inch by inch until his fingers clenched into fists. He's gone mad, truly mad. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with profound exhaustion. He wasn't referring to the emperor. He had experienced Chu Wei's suspicion and paranoia firsthand decades ago. This emperor's schemes were forever built upon a foundation of mutual restraint and suspicion among all. His madness, he meant, was this scheme. That Ninth Prince Chu Xiu, with a bowl of soup seemingly pure in filial piety, had pushed the emperor's suspicious nature to its absolute limit. Without stepping into the fray himself, he compelled the emperor to personally raise the executioner's blade and strike down the very pillar of his court. This was no longer a struggle among princes, nor mere scheming between sovereign and subject. It was a form of infection. A deadly poison that dragged the entire de Xia bureaucracy, from top to bottom, into a quagmire of fear and suspicion. His trusted aide hesitated before asking, Marshal, Minister Li. Lin Xiaotian slowly turned, his hawk-like eyes now darkened by storm clouds. His voice was cold as ice. Let him in. Moments later, Li Yuanzhao was ushered into the study. The moment he saw Lin Xiaotian, the powerful minister of personnel who commanded the court with an iron fist, knelt with a thud, sobbing and wailing with tears and snot streaming down his face. Grand Marshal. Please save us. Save the very foundation of the Great Xia dynasty. His Majesty, he made us drink the soup. That bowl of soup Wang Defu drank it and Sun Mingji drank it too. Tomorrow it will be all of our turn. This isn't drinking soup, it's like scraping knives across our faces, carving out our hearts. Once this precedent is set, where will the propriety between sovereign and subject be found? Where will the laws and regulations of the imperial court be upheld? If everyone lives in constant fear, who will dare to serve the nation? Everyone will live their lives looking to the Ninth Prince for approval. Lin Xiaotian listened quietly, making no move to support him. He walked to the desk, sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea that had long since grown cold. His voice, steady as a mountain, spoke. Minister Li. His Majesty's decree, how am I supposed to save him? Li Yuanzhao's sobs faltered. He lifted his head, his face etched with despair. Commander-in-Chief, you command the capital's defenses. You are the pillar of this nation. If you would only speak a word, His Majesty would surely reconsider. Say a word? Lin Xiaotian let out a cold laugh. Say a word? Say what? That His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince harbors treacherous intentions, that the soup was poison? Where is the evidence? Or are you suggesting His Majesty should not share good fortune with his subjects? Minister Li, are you asking me to defy the imperial decree, to stage a coup and rebel? No, that's not what I meant. Li Yuanzhao was utterly flustered. He had only come seeking help, never expecting Lin Xiaotian's words to cut so deeply. Lin Xiaotian slammed his teacup down on the table with a dull thud. Then what exactly do you mean? Do you think I don't know that Ninth Prince is a venomous snake? Do you think I don't see His Majesty's actions as undermining his own foundations? Lin Xiaotian's voice suddenly rose, filling the study with the blood-curdling aura of a seasoned warrior. But I am the Marshal of Great Xia. My troops are meant to face the barbarian tribes, to confront foreign enemies. Not to be turned against the Hall of Supreme Harmony. He slammed his fist down on the table, causing the heavy solid wood desk to tremble. This realm is on the brink of chaos. Li Yuanzhao was so terrified by this overwhelming force that he collapsed to the floor, unable to utter a word. Lin Xiaotian rose and paced the study, the plates of his armor clinking softly with each step, each sound like a hammer blow to Li Yuanzhao's heart. After a long while, he halted and fixed his gaze once more upon the capital's location on the map. You may leave. His voice had regained its calm, yet it carried an unquestionable resolve. Li Yuanzhao tried to speak. Grand Marshal. I shall attend tomorrow's morning court session myself, Lin Xiaotian said without turning back. I'll share that bowl of soup with you. Meanwhile, gloom and despair hung heavy over the official residences throughout the capital. Elderly ministers, their bodies trembling, began making final arrangements for their families. Opportunistic officials prepared lavish gifts overnight, hoping to pay their respects at Tingyu Garden. Yet they were barred by guards 10 zhang from the gate, unable even to touch the garden wall. Within the residence of the fourth prince, Chu Mo, the lamps burned brightly. Chu Mo showed no sign of panic. He sat alone in the pavilion, a half-finished chess game spread before him. He picked up a piece and placed it gently on the board, its crisp clack echoing through the air. The ninth prince's move is truly masterful. He's not targeting us, he's taming a beast. He intends to tame His Majesty into a beast that obeys only his commands. Let this beast tear apart the court's pack of jackals and tigers. He gazed toward the palace, a cold, sharp smile curling his lips. Interesting. Truly interesting. Go. Tell our men to keep a close watch on the marshal's residence tomorrow. Pay particular attention to Lin Xiaotian, see exactly what he intends to do. Dawn was breaking. Dawn. The deep, resonant toll of the bell echoed from the depths of the imperial city, reverberating throughout the capital. The hour for the morning court assembly had arrived. Carriages rolled out from noble residences, converging onto the main thoroughfare leading to the palace gates, forming a silent, oppressive flood. On the vast plaza before the Hall of Supreme Harmony, hundreds of eunuchs stood in formation. Before them, dozens of enormous copper cauldrons stood in a straight line. Beneath them, charcoal fires blazed fiercely, sending white steam billowing upward and shrouding the entire plaza in a hazy mist. An eerie aroma, a blend of medicinal herbs and chicken broth, permeated the crisp morning air. Eunuchs wielding long-handled wooden ladles began scooping the scalding broth from the cauldrons, ladle by ladle, into thousands of prepared white porcelain bowls. The scene resembled less a court assembly and more a grand ritual. Chapter 39, the court drinks deeply, the general kneels and breathes his last. Dawn broke, the morning mist still lingering. The white marble plaza before the Hall of Supreme Harmony now resembled the entrance to the underworld. The civil and military officials stood in orderly rows, dressed in their ceremonial robes according to rank, yet not a single whisper escaped their lips. The usual lively greetings and tentative exchanges vanished without a trace, leaving only a deathly silence. All eyes involuntarily turned toward the dozens of enormous copper cauldrons lined up in a row. Beneath them, charcoal fires blazed fiercely, crackling softly. White steam mingled with an indescribable herbal chicken soup aroma, billowing and permeating the slightly chilly air. Like a viscous net, it enveloped every person present. Hundreds of eunuchs stood expressionless behind the cauldrons, long-handled wooden ladles clutched in their hands, resembling underworld officials awaiting the distribution of Mengpo's soup. Minister of Personnel Li Yuanzhao stood within the ranks, his legs growing weak beneath him. The fleeting courage he had summoned last night at the marshal's residence had been utterly washed away by this eerie spectacle. He stole a glance at Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian, who stood at the head of the military commanders. Lin Xiaotian stood like an iron tower, his posture rigid and his expression stern, as if everything unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. Yet the more composed he appeared, the heavier Li Yuanzhao's heart grew. His Majesty approaches. With the sharp, drawn-out announcement from the chief eunuch Wang Difu, all officials bowed their heads and paid their respects. The footsteps of Emperor Chu Wei echoed from the imperial steps, steady and deliberate, each step seeming to tread upon the hearts of the crowd. Rise, my ministers. Chu Wei's voice rang out with unusual clarity, even tinged with a hint of pleasure. The officials slowly straightened, stealing glances upward. Seated upon the dragon throne, Chu Wei's complexion was rosy and his spirit alert, a stark contrast to the gloom of recent days. As he scanned the pale, oppressed faces below, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. Wang Difu stood beside him, head bowed, his body trembling slightly in the shadow of the dragon robe. Chu Wei spoke, his voice echoing across the silent square. I slept well last night. Not in decades have I slept so soundly. And this is all thanks to my ninth son, Chu Xiu. He deliberately emphasized the words Chu Xiu. The mere utterance of that name sent the court officials' hearts racing and sent shivers down their spines. My son, in his pure filial devotion, saw how I labored for state affairs until utterly exhausted. He specially sought out an ancient remedy and brewed this calming decoction for me. Such a miraculous elixir should not be enjoyed by this emperor alone. Today, I shall share this blessing with all my beloved ministers. With a wave of Chu's hand, Wang Difu immediately understood and proclaimed in a trembling voice. By His Majesty's grace, the soup is bestowed. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of eunuchs sprang into action. Wooden ladles plunged into the scalding broth, scooping out spoonfuls of pale yellow liquid into prepared white porcelain bowls. Soon, young eunuchs carrying trays began distributing the bowls from the front ranks of the formation. The first to receive a bowl was the head of the imperial clan, Prince Sun. The elderly prince, well past 60, trembled so violently he could barely hold his bowl steady, spilling most of the soup. He stared at his own terrified old face reflected in the bowl, then closed his eyes and downed it in one gulp, as though drinking poison. With the first to fall, the second followed. Among the ranks of civil officials, the chancellor, the grand censor, each of these dignitaries, usually imposing and formidable, now stood like lambs awaiting slaughter. They took the bowls, drank stiffly, then silently returned to their places, feeling the warm liquid spread through their stomachs, whether from the potion's effect or their own fright-induced sweat, they could not tell. The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. At that moment, among the military officers, Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian moved. He did not wait for the eunuch to bring it to him. Instead, he stepped forward himself, walking to the largest cauldron at the very front. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Li Yuanzhao's heart leapt into his throat. He stared intently at Lin Xiaotian's back, filled with both hope and dread. Lin Xiaotian stood motionless as an elderly eunuch chef hurriedly ladled a bowl for him. He took it with both hands. The rising steam blurred his chiseled features. He did not drink immediately. Instead, he turned to face Chu Wei seated upon the dragon throne. Then, under the stunned gazes of all present, the Grand Marshal of the nation, commander of half the Great Xiao's armies, whose every step shook the capital 3 times over, his knees buckled. He sank heavily to his knees, facing the dragon throne. The clang of armor against the white marble floor echoed with a dull yet distinct sound. Your servant, Lin Xiaotian. His voice boomed like a bell, echoing across the entire square. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your boundless grace. With that, he raised the white jade bowl high, tilted his head back, and drained the scalding broth in one gulp. With the bowl now empty, he placed it atop his head and performed the standard 3 kowtows and 9 bows before the dragon throne. Every movement was precise and meticulous, as if he were not merely consuming a bowl of soup of unknown origin, but receiving the highest honor and reward. This single act of prostration struck like an invisible hammer, shattering the last shred of hope and dignity within every official present. Even Lin Xiaotian had knelt. Even this Grand Marshal, renowned for his military exploits and hailed as the soul of the army, had expressed his submission in this manner. What right did they have to remain standing? Thud. Li Yuanzhao was the first to snap out of it, his legs giving way as he knelt beside him. Your servant thanks His Majesty for his divine grace. Thud. 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 They knelt as if swept by a tidal wave. Before the Hall of Supreme Harmony, hundreds of civil and military officials, regardless of their inner thoughts, now knelt in unison, their cries of "Long live the Emperor" shaking the heavens. The scene radiated utter submission, absolute obedience. Upon the dragon throne, Chu Wei gazed down at the sea of kneeling subjects below, watching them scramble to drink the bowl of soup. He could no longer contain himself, erupting into a wild, unrestrained laugh. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Excellent indeed. My most trusted ministers proved themselves utterly loyal. The laughter echoed across the square, yet it carried an indescribable note of desolation and madness. How many years had Chu Wei sat upon the throne, yet never achieved such a spectacle? His ninth son, who had remained inconspicuous and dormant in the cold palace for over a decade, sickly and near death, had only made a few moves. Yet the powerful aristocratic families and ministers, those whose authority was as vast as the sea, trembled with fear and dread. Thus, they bowed to him in submission, hoping he would reign in this filial son. How laughable, how pitiful. Listening rain garden. Chu Xiu sat by the pond, feeding several koi. His movements were deliberate, his expression focused, as if nothing in the world mattered more than this moment. Ding! Your filial piety has triggered a tidal wave of positive reactions in the imperial court. Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian led by example, kneeling to express gratitude for your filial devotion. Deeply moved, all court officials reached unprecedented heights of loyalty to His Majesty. Your father, the Emperor, witnessed this magnificent spectacle with his own eyes, gaining supreme imperial dignity and a twisted sense of security. His dragon heart was filled with utmost delight. Overall assessment, SS rank filial piety. Reward issued, 50,000 filial piety points. Special item reward, 1000-mile sound conch x 1 pair. 1000-mile sound conch, an ancient, rare species of sea conch. A pair of 2 shells allows bearers to converse through them at any distance, with voices clear as if spoken directly into the ear. Chu Xiu scattered the last handful of fish food, watching the koi dart about in the water, vying for the morsels. He picked up a silk handkerchief nearby and leisurely wiped his hands. 1000-mile sound conch? A faint smile touched his lips, revealing a pure expression. This is perfect. He murmured softly to himself. It'll be much easier to pay my respects to His Majesty from now on. Chapter 40. Chaos erupts in the imperial court as the crown prince kneels and weeps like a dog. Hall of Supreme Harmony. The laughter from the dragon throne abruptly ceased. Chu Wei's expression darkened as he surveyed the sea of kneeling ministers below, as if admiring a newly completed work of art. This scene of submission brought him a momentary sense of satisfaction. Yet more pervasive was an irritation born of being manipulated by an invisible hand. He cleared his throat, preparing to dismiss the court and prolong this peculiar harmony between sovereign and subjects. At that very moment, an untimely voice shattered the dead silence. Your Majesty! A censor clad in blue official robes and wearing a xiezi cap stepped forward from the ranks of civil officials. He was lean and gaunt, his face stern and unyielding. He was none other than Zhao Bing, the chief censor renowned for his iron-fisted impartiality and relentless pursuit of impeachment. Unlike the others who knelt, Zhao Bing stood rigidly upright, bowing deeply toward the dragon throne. Your servant has a matter to report. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Minister of Personnel Li Yuanzhao, who had just risen from the floor, heard these words and nearly collapsed back to his knees. He's gone mad. This Zhao fellow has lost his mind too. After witnessing such a scene, who would dare provoke the emperor's wrath at this moment? His eyelid twitched violently, and an extremely ominous foreboding rose in his heart. Upon the dragon throne, Chu Wei's brow furrowed, his voice tinged with impatience. Minister Zhao, what urgent matter brings you here? Zhao Bing raised his head, his voice not loud but clear and resonant. Your Majesty, moved by the 9th Prince's filial devotion, bestowed soup upon all officials to purify the court. This servant is profoundly inspired. He began with high praise. Yet within the court, while there are loyal ministers and virtuous generals, there also lurk scoundrels and treacherous villains. Some appear obedient on the surface, yet in secret commit acts worse than beasts. Today, I dare to impeach the crown prince, Chu Xiu. Boom! The final words thundered across the Taiha Hall Plaza like a bolt from the heavens. The entire court erupted in chaos. Everyone was stunned. Impeach the crown prince? At this critical juncture, just after the 9th prince had purged the court with a bowl of soup? Officials loyal to the crown prince turned pale, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. If looks could kill, Zhao Bing would have been torn to shreds. Li Yuanzhao's face instantly turned the color of liver. He lunged forward, pointing at Zhao Bing and bellowed. Zhao Bing! You're making baseless accusations. The crown prince is the heir apparent of the nation, how dare you slander him thus? Zhao Bing paid him no heed, continuing to address Chu Wei upon the dragon throne in a clear voice. Your Majesty, when the 9th prince returned from the north, he was ambushed by over 30 bandits at Eagle's Sorrow Ravine. Fortunately, by your Majesty's divine protection, the 9th prince escaped unharmed. 2 days ago, an extortion and murder plot unfolded at the Drunken Dream Pavilion in the western market of the capital. The patrol corps intervened, apprehending both the extortionists and the hired assassins. They are now detained in the Supreme Court's prison. The Supreme Court's investigation revealed that the extortionist claimed to possess evidence of the crown prince sending assassins to kill the 9th prince. He demanded money from the crown prince, who then sought to silence him. That evidence indeed points directly to the Eastern Palace. Your servant possesses irrefutable evidence proving this case was orchestrated by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to cover up his failed assassination attempt on the 9th prince, Chu Xiu, a murder to silence witnesses. His heart is ruthless, his actions venomous, truly appalling. With such character, how can he govern on heaven's behalf? How can he inherit the imperial succession? Your Majesty, I implore you to see clearly. Having spoken, Zhao Bing drew a prepared memorial from his sleeve and raised it high above his head. The entire square fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was utterly stunned by the revelations contained within the memorial. Assassinating the 9th prince? The crown prince harboring assassins to silence witnesses? Any one of these charges was a heinous crime capable of shaking the very foundations of the state. The crown prince's supporters rushed forward in droves. Li Yuanzhao was the first to charge forward, shouting angrily at Zhao Bing. Zhao Bing! As a censor, instead of alleviating the nation's burdens, you stir up trouble and frame the heir apparent. What are your intentions? The Vice Minister of Revenue chimed in. Exactly. To slander His Royal Highness the Crown Prince based solely on your one-sided account is sheer folly. Your Majesty, we implore you to severely punish this villain and set the record straight. In an instant, the court descended into chaos. The Crown Prince's faction desperately defended Chu Xiu, while officials who had long disliked the Crown Prince or remained neutral watched coldly, awaiting the Emperor's decision. This was no longer a simple impeachment. It was a full-scale political offensive. Someone sought to strike while the Crown Prince's faction was still reeling from the sedative potion, their morale at its lowest ebb, aiming to utterly destroy the Crown Prince. Chu Wei raised his hand and commanded in a cold voice. Summon Crown Prince Chu Xiu. The square before the Hall of Supreme Harmony fell silent once more. Yet the atmosphere was no longer the previous deathly stillness. Instead, it was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Not long after, the Crown Prince was brought forth. Ever since Black Eagle failed to eliminate witnesses and was captured by the Patrol Corps, then imprisoned in the Supreme Court's dungeon, Chu Xiu had been restless day and night, and now, at this critical juncture, he faced impeachment by the censor. Cold sweat poured from his entire body. Upon reaching the square before the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he knelt with a thud, facing the direction of the Dragon Throne. This Crown Prince, usually refined and meticulous about his appearance, now wept uncontrollably, sobbing like a child of 300 pounds. Father Emperor, your son is being wronged. Zhao Bing has always been hostile toward me. Today he sought personal revenge through malicious false accusations. He's spouting utter nonsense. Utter nonsense, father. Father. You must believe me. Seated upon the dragon throne, Chu Wei remained silent, merely instructing someone to hand the memorial presented by Zhao Bing to Chu Xiu to read. Seeing this, Chu Xiu realized that stubborn denial alone would not suffice. Without another word, he bowed his head heavily before Emperor Chu Wei, weeping bitterly as he pleaded. Father. Since childhood, I have studied the classics diligently. You taught me to cherish brotherly love, and I have always kept this in my heart. Even if I possessed the boldest of hearts, I would never dare to harm my own kin. As Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, how could I possibly harbor assassins? How could I possibly have ambushed and killed my ninth brother? As for the incident at the Drunken Dream Pavilion, I have never even heard of such a thing. This must be a frame-up. Someone is trying to drive a wedge between us father and son, undermining the very foundation of our great Xia kingdom. He knelt, weeping, wiping his tears with his sleeves as his forehead thudded against the cold white marble slab. His portrayal of grievance and sorrow was so profoundly convincing that it pierced the hearts of those who heard it and brought tears to the eyes of those who witnessed it. Many wavering officials began to falter. After all, the Crown Prince was still the heir apparent. Moreover, based on their understanding of Chu Xiu, the Crown Prince was a man of considerable skill. How could he be so foolish as to leave such a glaring loophole? Perhaps he truly was wronged? Upon the dragon throne, Chu Wei watched the farce below with an expressionless face. He felt neither anger nor surprise. Within his heart lay only a cold, barren wasteland. He watched the Crown Prince kneeling and wailing, the censor delivering impassioned speeches, and the officials in utter chaos. These men were his subjects, his sons. Yet now, before him, they resembled a pack of wild dogs fighting over a bone. And that bone had been tossed by Chu Xiu. Chu Wei was utterly certain that all of this had been orchestrated by that sickly son of his. With a bowl of soup, he had shattered the backbone of the Crown Prince's faction. Then, immediately, someone handed him the knife. Each link in the chain was precise, efficient, and ruthless. His troubles were truly being resolved. In a way that sent shivers down his spine. Chu Xiu was still wailing, his piercing cries echoing across the square. Father Emperor, you must believe your son. If a single word of my confession is false, may I be struck down by heaven's thunder. Chu Wei's knuckles tightened slowly on the dragon throne's armrest. He was about to speak, to end this nauseating spectacle. At that very moment, a faint, timid voice tinged with a sickly rasp rose softly from the rear of the procession. Chapter 41, The Prince Begs for Mercy, the Crown Prince Loses His Mind. Father, wait. The voice was faint, laced with uncontrollable gasps, yet it pierced the eardrums of everyone on the Taiha Hall Plaza like a red-hot iron rod. The clamor across the square abruptly ceased. Every neck turned like rusted iron, creaking stiffly toward the source of the sound. The crowd parted automatically, forming a path. Prince Chu Xiu, the ninth prince, stood at the end of the path, his arrival unnoticed. He wore plain white robes, covered by a thick sable fur coat, yet his frame remained frail, as if a breeze could knock him over. His face was pale, almost translucent, his lips devoid of color, and deep dark circles ringed his eyes. An inescapable aura of illness emanated from him. Supported by a young eunuch, each step he took caused his chest to heave violently, as if expending every ounce of strength. The distance from the rear of the procession to the foot of the imperial steps was but 100 paces, yet he traversed it as though crossing the threshold between life and death, moving with agonizing slowness. Yet no one dared utter a word of urging. No one dared move out of place. They feared disturbing Chu Xiu, and even more, they feared drawing his gaze. They watched him with eyes filled with a mixture of fear, reverence, and curiosity, this frail prince who had just forced the entire court to kneel with a single pot of soup. Finally, Chu Xiu reached the center. He did not look at anyone, but tremblingly prepared to kneel toward the dragon throne. Your humble son pays homage to His Majesty the Emperor. Rise. Chu Wei's voice came from the dragon throne, tinged with suppressed irritation. Your health is fragile. Remain standing to speak. Thank you, father. Chu Xiu straightened his back, only to be seized by another violent coughing fit. He covered his mouth with a silk handkerchief, struggling to regain his breath for a long moment. He lifted his head, his clear eyes fixed on Crown Prince Chu Xiu, who knelt frozen in place. Then, in a voice so weak it seemed it might break at any moment, he spoke, enunciating each word carefully. Father. Brother, perhaps he was merely momentarily confused. He has always treated me well. Your humble servant. Your humble servant chooses to believe the eldest brother. This matter has nothing to do with him. His words came out haltingly, yet his sincerity was palpable. His posture repaying malice with virtue, striving to defend his elder brother paired with his innocent, harmless, sickly pale face. He was the very embodiment of the phrase brotherly love and respect. The square fell deathly silent. Yet beneath this stillness, a storm was brewing. The officials who had remained neutral, or even harbored sympathy for the crown prince, now looked at Chu Xiu with eyes that had completely changed. Changed? Look at His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Assassinated, nearly silenced, yet now he sets aside past grievances to defend his elder brother. What immense magnanimity! What extraordinary bearing! Even if it were all an act, a sham. Such character is far beyond the reach of ordinary men. Now look at the crown prince just moments ago wailing like a child, now kneeling there like a little darling. The contrast between them reveals their true natures. One's character is as pure and noble as the clouds in the sky, while the other's is as dark and treacherous as the mud beneath the earth. At this moment, Zhao Bing's impeachment charges seemed to require no further evidence. Chu Xiu's attitude was the most compelling proof. The crown prince's supporters like Minister of Personnel Li Yuanzhao and others felt the world spinning. A surge of blood rose in their throats, neither able to spit it out nor swallow it down. It's over. Their worst fears had come true. Chu Xiu did not kick them while they were down. His move of returning kindness for hatred proved far more lethal than any vicious attack. It was like using his own benevolence to starkly contrast the crown prince's unrighteousness. This dagger had been thrust with brutal precision. Chu Xiu, kneeling on the ground, was struck as if by lightning. He stopped wailing and forgot to kowtow. He merely raised his head, his face frozen in disbelief as he stared fixedly at Chu Xiu. He stared at Chu Xiu's face, pale as death, at his eyes, clear as crystal without a speck of impurity. A chill shot up his spine, racing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He finally understood. From the moment the assassination attempt at Eagle Grief Ravine failed, he had already fallen into the meticulously woven trap his ninth brother had set for him. Every step had been calculated by the other. All his struggles, all his performances, now seemed like a joke in the face of Chu Xiu's few, light-hearted words. Chu Xiu wasn't pleading for mercy. Chu Xiu was pronouncing his death sentence. Ninth brother, you. Chu Xiu's lips trembled, yet not a single word escaped him. As if blind to his terrified expression, Chu Xiu offered him a reassuring smile before another wave of agonizing coughing seized him. Eldest brother, do not fret. Our father is wise. He will surely uncover the truth. Put. Chu Xiu could no longer hold back. His heart trembled violently, and a sweet taste filled his throat as he actually coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon the dragon throne. Chu Wei took in every detail below. He watched the crown prince kneeling on the ground, spitting blood, his expression wild and frenzied. Then he looked at Chu Xiu, who swayed precariously, as if he might vanish into thin air at any moment. Both were his sons. Both were masterful actors. An uncontrollable rage, mingled with a bone-chilling coldness, exploded within his chest. Beneath his dragon robe, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He knew full well that Chu Xiu's words were not meant for the ears of the entire court, nor for the crown prince. They were meant for him alone. Father, if you're troubled by the crown prince and his brothers vying for power, let me handle it for you. Look, I've laid out the case for you. I've prepared the witnesses and evidence. I've even ensured the victim's posture is perfectly staged for you. Now, it's your turn. Will you believe this unfilial son who plots to assassinate his own brother, or will you believe me, the dutiful son who repays hatred with virtue? You must make your choice. This was no plea for mercy. This is outright coercion. Using the guise of utmost filial piety to commit the most treacherous act. Chu Wei's teeth ground together with a grinding sound, his fingernails digging deep into the armrests of the dragon throne. He had never felt so powerless, so furious, so terrified. He felt not like the emperor enthroned on high, but a captive spectator bound to his chair. Forced to witness a bloody family tragedy directed by his own son. And the ultimate purpose of this tragedy was to resolve his troubles. How utterly absurd. How utterly terrifying. Enough. Chu Wei slammed his fist down on the armrest with a thunderous crash. His furious roar echoed through the hall of supreme harmony. Have you finished your commotion? What a disgrace. All officials, including Chu Xiu, immediately bowed their heads, frozen in fear. The emperor's wrath could lay waste to 1,000,000 souls. Chu Wei gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Pointing at Crown Prince Chu Xiu, whose face had turned ashen, his voice was cold and utterly devoid of emotion. Crown Prince Chu Xiu, your words and deeds are reckless. Your virtue does not match your position. Effective immediately, he is to be detained at the imperial clan office for reflection. No one shall visit him without my explicit command. He cast another glance at Imperial Censor Zhao Bing. The matters reported by Zhao Bing shall be jointly investigated by the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate. Lin Xiaotian. Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian, who had stood motionless like a statue, immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Your servant is present. You are ordered to mobilize 3,000 troops from the Imperial garrison to seal off the Eastern Palace. All personnel within shall be detained pending investigation. Your servant obeys. The succession of commands was crisp, decisive, and brooked no argument. The officials loyal to the Crown Prince turned ashen-faced, collapsing to the ground. They knew it was over for the Crown Prince. The earlier confinement to the Eastern Palace had been merely a minor punishment to serve as a major warning. Now he was being handed over to the Imperial Clan Court, facing a joint trial by the three departments, with General Lin sealing off the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince was about to fall from grace completely. After handling all this, Chu Wei felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. He dared not even glance at Chu Xiu again, rising directly from the dragon throne. Dismissed. With that, he strode down the Imperial steps without looking back, disappearing into the depths of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. A harrowing morning court session had come to an end. The officials slowly dispersed, each looking dazed, as if they had just woken from a nightmare. Lin Xiaotian paused before leaving. He turned back, fixing a long, lingering gaze upon the frail, white figure being carefully supported by a young eunuch, who was now stepping out of the palace, gasping for breath with every few steps. His face bore none of its usual resoluteness, only an abyss of profound gravity. Within the hall of mental cultivation, Chu Wei swept all the memorials off the table with one fierce swipe, sending them crashing to the floor with a thunderous clatter. Damn it! That unfilial son! Like a caged beast, he paced back and forth, veins bulging on his face. Wang Difu knelt on the ground, his head bowed low, not daring to breathe a word. After a long moment, Chu Wei halted, his eyes flickering with madness and suspicion. He turned around, fixing his gaze intently on Wang Difu. Wang Difu! Your servant is here. Take him to the heavenly prison of the Supreme Court of Justice. Chu Wei's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper grinding against each other. Bring that assassin called Black Eagle, and that extortionist thug, to me, secretly. I shall interrogate them personally. Chapter 42, One drop of truth revealing water, and the Crown Prince's underwear was stripped off. Inside the hall of mental cultivation, the air hung thick and heavy, as if it could drip with moisture. Chu Wei sat upon the dragon throne, his face ashen, not uttering a word. Moments earlier, he had personally interrogated the assassin and the extortionist. The result? Nothing. The assassin, known as Black Eagle, proved as stubborn and unyielding as a stone in a latrine. Stubborn and unyielding. From start to finish, he repeated only 4 words, a vendetta of the martial world. No matter how much pressure or temptation was applied, he remained utterly unyielding, displaying the demeanor of one awaiting execution. As for the extortionist thug, he was a complete pushover, scared into confessing everything at the slightest intimidation. Yet the details he spilled matched Lin Xiaotian's report word for word, nothing but the same old tale of greed clouding his judgment. The two confessions were seamless. Yet the more flawless they appeared, the heavier Chu Wei's heart grew. He felt like a trapped beast in a net. No matter which direction he charged, the invisible web only tightened its grip. This net had been woven for him by his 9th son, Chu Xiu, with his own hands. Chu Wei's voice was hoarse and dry. Wang Difu. Wang Difu scrambled forward, his head pressed flat against the cold, gold brick floor as he respectfully replied, Your servant is here. What is the name of the Crown Prince's confidant? Your Majesty, his name is Wei Zhong. He serves as a clerk in the Palace Affairs Office of the Eastern Palace and has been with His Highness the Crown Prince for 10 years. After a pause, Wang Difu continued. Your Majesty, Wei Zhong is utterly terrified. He keeps stuffing money into the palace, hoping to save his life. 10 years. Chu Wei's eyelid twitched. This was the crucial piece. The assassin was a suicide bomber, the thugs mere pawns. Only this confidant who had followed the Crown Prince for a decade held the key to unlocking all his secrets. He drew a deep breath, the pent-up frustration and rage in his chest threatening to burst through the heavens. He couldn't wait for the joint investigation by the 3 departments. He couldn't wait. Chu Wei demanded the truth now to uncover what his so-called good son, Chu Xiu, had been hiding from him all along. Chu Wei's voice carried an irrevocable resolve. Go. Bring Wei Zhong to the warm chamber. He paused, a shadow of menace flickering in his eyes, and coldly added. And besides, isn't he scared out of his wits? Go to the Imperial tea room and fetch a cup of the finest calming tea. Let him compose himself first. Wang Difu's body trembled as he instantly grasped the Emperor's intent. This was the strategy, first offer a sweet carrot, then swing the big stick to shatter the opponent's psychological defenses. Your servant obeys. Wang Difu dared not delay for a moment, scrambling out in a hurry. Inside the Imperial tea room, a young eunuch tasked with boiling water stood with his head bowed, carefully pouring freshly drawn Yuchuan mountain spring water into a purple clay teapot. Just as he turned to fetch the tea leaves, a shadow glided silently from the rafters like a ghostly apparition. The shadow extended a finger, its tip bearing a single, crystal-clear droplet of water, barely visible. Silently, it dripped into the kettle of spring water, instantly dissolving without a trace. Having done this, the shadow soared back into the air, as if it had never been there. The young eunuch returned with the tea leaves, humming a tune as he expertly began brewing the tea, completely unaware of anything unusual. Soon, a steaming cup of calming tea, fragrant with aroma, was personally carried by Wang Defu into the western warm pavilion of the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Inside the western warm pavilion, no lamps were lit and the light was dim. When Wei Zhong was dragged in by two burly eunuchs, his legs were already too weak to bear his weight. He was practically crawling on his knees as they hauled him inside. The moment he saw Chu Wei seated in the shadows, he began frantically kowtowing, his forehead thudding against the floor as he trembled and begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare my life. Your humble servant. Your humble servant is innocent." Chu Wei's voice betrayed no emotion. "Raise your head." Wei Zhong trembled as he raised his head, his face streaked with tears and snot, utterly wretched. Wang Defu approached, teacup in hand, his voice sharp yet deliberately softened. "Minister Wei, His Majesty has shown you mercy by specially bestowing this calming tea. Hurry and express your gratitude." Wei Zhong stared at the clear tea in the cup, frozen in shock. He had expected to face a thunderous wrath upon entering, yet what awaited him was merely a cup of hot tea. What did this mean? Could it be that His Majesty still remembered their past ties and was willing to give him another chance? A glimmer of hope rose within him. "Your humble servant. Your humble servant thanks His Majesty for his boundless grace." Trembling, he took the teacup. The instinct to survive overrode his thoughts, and he drained the calming tea in one gulp. The warm liquid slid down his throat, a peculiar warmth spreading through his body along his esophagus. His wildly pounding heart seemed to truly calm considerably. Chu Wei watched silently as he finished the tea. After waiting roughly 2/4 of an hour, he finally spoke slowly. "Wei Zhong, you have been in the Eastern Palace for 10 years. Yes, Your Majesty. 10 full years and 3 months. Wei Zhong replied promptly, his tone markedly more respectful. Chu Wei leaned forward slightly, enunciating each word carefully. "Very well. Tell me, how did the Crown Prince plan the assassination of the Ninth Prince?" Wei Zhong's body stiffened abruptly, his gaze beginning to drift unfocused, yet his lips still struggled to protest. "Your Majesty, truly, it had nothing to do with His Highness. It was this traitor and that man from the Drunken Dream Pavilion had a personal grudge. That man framed His Highness, intending to use him as a pawn to eliminate. Is that so?" Chu Wei's voice turned icy. In that very instant, Wei Zhong's gaze completely lost its focus. The struggle and terror vanished from his face, replaced by an eerie calm, as if he were a puppet whose soul had been ripped out. Opening his mouth, he began to spill everything out in a tone as flat as a pancake. It was His Highness's plan. His Highness declared that the Ninth Prince, returning to the capital with great military achievements, had become too prominent. He must be eliminated completely before he could establish a foothold. The assassination attempt at Eagle's Grief Ravine was ordered personally by His Highness, employing his long-cultivated death squad, the Night Owls. When Night Owl failed, His Highness declared that if the plot was exposed, a scapegoat minister would take the blame. Once the matter was suppressed, they would find an opportunity to silence him. Chu Wei's breath caught for a moment. It was him after all. Yet this interrogation was merely the beginning. Chu Wei's voice trembled slightly as he pressed on. "What else has His Highness done?" "His Highness has placed agents in both your Hall of Mental Cultivation and the Imperial Study. The eunuch Li Zi, who handles cleaning duties, and the eunuch Lu Zi, who grinds ink for you, are both our people. They will regularly report the duration of your review of memorials, which ministers you met with, and what was discussed." Boom! A thunderclap seemed to explode within Chu Wei's mind. He leapt from his chair, blood rushing to his head. Assassinating a brother, he could tolerate that. It was commonplace in the struggles among imperial princes. But planting spies around him, spying on his every move? As emperor, this was an absolute line he could never cross. Wang Defu, standing nearby, was already terrified out of his wits, his legs trembling so violently he nearly collapsed to the floor. His gaze toward Wei Zhong was filled with utter horror. Yet Wei Zhong's confession continued. "Last winter, when your Highness caught a chill, he insisted you needed rest. After returning to the Eastern Palace, he arranged 3 banquets, claiming it was to ward off misfortune. His Highness also remarked that your constitution was too robust and he, as Crown Prince, didn't know how many years he'd have to wait. He said sitting on the dragon throne for too long was bad for an old man's back. He also said, 'Enough!'" Chu Wei let out a piercing roar, his voice brimming with boundless fury, betrayal, and a bone-chilling fear he refused to acknowledge even to himself. As if drained of all strength, he collapsed heavily back into the dragon throne, gasping for breath in ragged heaves. In that instant, the bonds of father-son affection and brotherly loyalty were crushed to dust within his mind. All that remained was a son's most venomous curse upon his father, a crown prince's most naked lust for the throne. The son upon whom he had poured his deepest devotion and placed his greatest hopes, the son had been praying for his death every single day. A deathly silence hung within the warm chamber. Wang Difu knelt on the floor, his body trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. He stole a glance at Wei Zhong, who could no longer speak, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes vacant. Then, another face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That pale, innocent face, always wearing a gentle smile. The Ninth Prince, Chu Xiu. From start to finish, His Highness had done only one thing: sent His Majesty a pot of soup. Yet this single pot of soup unleashed a tidal wave of destruction. It washed away every disguise and hidden card the Crown Prince had played, laying them bare before the Emperor. At that moment, Wang Difu gazed toward the direction of Tingyu Garden in the eastern part of the imperial city, his heart devoid of even a trace of contempt. That was no mere prince. It was a god demon sitting atop an abyss, holding the strings with relish as he manipulated all the puppets. It took a long while for Chu Wei to snap out of his fury and icy shock. He slowly raised his head. Dim light fell upon his face, now drained of all color, leaving only a deathly pallor. Staring at Wang Difu, who was trembling in a heap, his lips moved, and in a voice barely above a whisper, he issued an order that sent a chill down Wang Difu's spine. Transmit my imperial decree. Crown Prince Chu Xiu has gone mad. Chapter 43, The Crown Prince's Last Struggle? No, it's His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince's masterful scheme. The Imperial Clan Office. This was the cage for imperial relatives. A room of refined simplicity, more dignified than ordinary cells, yet permeated with a bone-chilling coldness. Chu Xiu had long shed his former arrogance, sitting desolately within the room. His once lavish crown prince's robe now hung crumpled and wrinkled upon him, resembling nothing more than a poorly made theatrical costume. Mad? He chewed on those two words, a hollow chuckle rising from his throat. Father! My dear father! You did not kill me, nor did you strip me of my title, yet you call me mad. This is nailing the dignity and pride of my entire Chu Xiu lineage to the pillar of shame, condemning me to eternal disgrace. I cannot accept this. He, Chu Xiu, was the crown prince of Great Xia, the future son of heaven. How could he be imprisoned and left to die in this tiny cell, branded as a madman? He sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with a final fury and savagery. Someone! The guard captain heard the call and pushed open the door. Through the crack, he responded lazily. Your Highness, what are your orders? Not a trace of reverence remained in his tone. Chu Xiu fixed him with a piercing stare, his voice low and venomous like a snake baring its fangs. Do you recall who personally approved your son's entry into the Imperial Guard last year? The captain's languid expression vanished instantly, replaced by terror. He hurried inside and whispered. Your Highness. I certainly remember your great kindness and favor. Good. Chu Xiu drew a jade pendant from his bosom, the last ornament he wore. It had been given to him by Chu Wei when he was named Crown Prince, and precisely because of that, it had not been confiscated. Chu Xiu gritted his teeth and said, Take this. Go tell Commander Zhang, Minister Li, and Uncle Zhou. Tell them I intend to purge the court of traitors tonight and eliminate the demons. Once this is accomplished, they shall all be founding heroes. And you shall become Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard. The captain's breathing grew suddenly ragged. Purge the court. The Crown Prince was staging a coup. This was an offer of unimaginable wealth, yet also a gamble that could destroy his entire clan. His hands trembling, he accepted the warm jade pendant, gave a heavy nod, and turned to leave. Chu Xiu collapsed onto the cold floor, gasping for breath. These men were his trusted confidants, cultivated over years of careful cultivation. This was his final trump card, his last hope. If only they could lead the troops to storm the palace gates, seize control of the emperor, and tear the demonic ninth brother to pieces. He could restore order and reclaim his rightful throne. He still had a chance. Chu Xiu murmured softly, his voice echoing like a demon's delirium in the silent chamber. Father, you forced my hand. Listening rain garden. Chu Xiu sat by the window, a leisurely reed in his hands. Before him, a small red clay stove kept a pot of clear tea warm. Outside, a fine misty rain fell, while the plants and trees in the garden glistened with vibrant green, everything appearing serene and peaceful. A dark figure appeared silently behind him, kneeling on one knee. His voice was utterly flat. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has secretly contacted his former supporters in the Eastern Palace through the Imperial Clan Office. He has reached out to Zhang Bei, the left commander of the Imperial Guard, Li Si, the Assistant Minister of War, and his maternal clan, the Zhao family, intending to stage a coup. Chu Xiu turned a page in his book, his head never lifting, as if he had heard not an impending palace coup, but merely the menu for tonight's dinner. Have the names been verified? Confirmed. 17 individuals in total, all staunch loyalists of the Crown Prince. Chu Xiu finally set down his scroll, picked up his teacup, gently blew away the foam, and instructed. Draft a list. Write down all their names, and briefly note what each plans to do. Yes. I needn't tell you where to send it, do I? Understood. The shadow rose, dissolving once more into a wisp of smoke that blended into the curtain of rain, as if it had never been there at all. Chu Xiu lifted his teacup, sipped lightly, and gazed out the window at the delicate petals drenched by the rain. He sighed deeply. Honestly, Father Emperor had just found some peace. Why must my eldest brother be so inconsiderate, stirring up trouble and disturbing father's rest? Shouldn't a son ensure his father's peace of mind? The Grand Marshal's residence. The study was brightly lit by candlelight. Lin Xiaotian stood before a massive map of the capital's defenses, his brow deeply furrowed. News of the Crown Prince's madness had struck the capital like a boulder dropped into deep water calm on the surface, yet turbulent currents churned beneath. As the Grand Marshal of the Great Xia, he must ensure absolute stability in the capital. Just then, a personal guard hurried in, presenting an unmarked letter. Commander, someone delivered this outside the residence and left immediately. Lin Xiaotian took the letter and opened it. The paper contained no superfluous words, only a series of startling names and a brief yet terrifying plan: former forces of the Crown Prince, conspiring to force a coup. His hand clenched around the paper with a sudden, violent grip. He knew every single person listed. Zhang Bei, commander of the left wing of the Imperial Guard, Li Si, vice minister of war in the Zhao family, the emperor's brother-in-law. All were staunch confidants personally promoted by Crown Prince Chu Xiu. A wave of disgust surged through him. What he despised most was this cowardly, underhanded method of denunciation. The person behind this undoubtedly sought to use his blade to kill the Crown Prince. But, staring at the list, at the word palace coup, his temples throbbed violently. If this letter was genuine, the capital would run red with blood tonight. The state would be thrown into turmoil, the empire on the brink of collapse, all within the blink of an eye. When pitted against the nation's survival, which weighed heavier, personal grudges or the state's security? Lin Xiaotian closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. When he opened them again, his battle-hardened gaze held only steel-like resolve. He despised the one who had handed him this dagger. But he could not tolerate anyone dragging the entire Great Xia into the abyss of war. Someone. A heavily armored deputy general strode in with purposeful steps. Transmit my command. Lin Xiaotian's voice cut through the air like a drawn blade, cold and razor-sharp. Mobilize 3,000 elite soldiers from the Imperial garrison. Follow this list and invite every single one of them to my marshal's residence for tea. Remember, it is an invitation. If anyone resists, kill them on the spot. Aye, sir. The deputy commander departed, his heavy boots echoing with a crisp, resonant thud on the floorboards. The entire marshal's residence, this mightiest war machine of Great Xia, fell silent for a moment before springing into action with ruthless efficiency. Night deepened. Within the House of Princes, Chu Xiu paced anxiously back and forth. He waited. He waited for the clamor of battle to reach the palace gates, for the glow of flames to appear outside, for his trusted confidant to burst in, kneel before him, and shout, "Your Highness, the great task is accomplished." Time ticked by second. Outside, deathly silence reigned. No clashes, no flames, not even a hint of unnecessary noise. Why? How could it be so quiet? Chu Xiu's heart sank deeper and deeper. Just as the endless silence threatened to drive him mad, a series of perfectly synchronized yet deliberately muffled footsteps approached from the distance. They're coming. Chu Xiu's spirits soared. He lunged toward the doorway, eyes gleaming as he scanned the outside. Yet what met his eyes were not his trusted generals, but squad after squad of soldiers clad in the uniforms of the Imperial Guard, long spears in hand, their faces expressionless. At their head was a subordinate general under Lin Xiaotian's command. The lieutenant approached the cell door, clasped his fists in a salute through the door, and addressed Chu Xiu in a tone as flat as a stone. By order of the Grand Marshal, His Highness the Crown Prince is requested to retire for the night. Commander Zhang, Minister Li, and Prince Zhao have been invited to the general's residence for a reunion. They will be unable to meet with your Highness tonight. Boom! A thunderclap seemed to explode within Chu Xiu's mind. All strength seemed to drain from his body in an instant. He staggered back 2 steps and collapsed onto the cold stone floor. His eyes glazed over as he murmured, "It's over. Everything is over." His final attempt, all his hopes, seemed like a joke. Not even a ripple was stirred. It vanished without a trace. He hadn't lost to his father's thunderous wrath. He had lost to that bottomless abyss called Chu Xiu. Ha 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 ha. Father! Father! Hysterical laughter echoed through the chamber, drifting over the Imperial Ancestral Temple. At the same moment, in Tingyu Garden, the dark figure reappeared, reporting respectfully. Your Highness, the Marshal's headquarters has deployed troops. All 17 individuals on the list have been apprehended. Not a single one escaped. Understood. Chu Xiu acknowledged the report and motioned for him to withdraw. Yet the shadow remained motionless, adding, Your Highness, there is one more matter. After apprehending all targets, the Marshal's forces split off a detachment of approximately 100 men. Instead of returning to camp, they dispersed into smaller units and are now positioned around Tingyu Garden. Chapter 44, Deposing the Crown Prince. Father, is this filial devotion satisfactory? Within Tingyu Garden, mist hung thick in the air. Rainwater gathered and dripped, producing a pleasant sound. Bathed in the glow of garden candles, the entire listening rain garden resembled a fairyland paradise. Chu Xiu admired the scene. He set down his teacup, its base meeting the tabletop with a crisp, light clink. His face remained serene and content as he remarked casually. "Oh, Marshal Lin is quite vigilant, isn't he? Worried that my elder brother might have other plans and would target me. Sending a 100-man squad to protect me, how touching." The shadowy figure kept his head bowed, offering no reply. Chu Xiu understood perfectly well why Marshal Lin had taken this action. Even a mere 100-man squad from the marshal's headquarters was more than enough to unleash a bloody storm. Now scattered in small units around me, it was far more than mere surveillance. This was a test and a warning. Yet Chu Xiu seemed to find something amusing, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he said, "Let him watch. Let him see clearly. Issue the order, everyone within the grounds is to behave properly these next few days. Rise early, retire early. Cause no trouble for the officers and soldiers of the marshal's residence." The shadowy figure responded respectfully, "Yes, sir. Let Lin Xiaotian watch. Watch a frail, ailing prince study, savor tea, admire the rain, and tend to his health within the garden. Watch a son who renounces worldly strife, how he keeps to himself, never stepping half a step beyond the courtyard gates." The longer he watched, the more closely he observed, the more absurd his suspicions became. Until he began to doubt himself, was he truly overthinking this? Chu Xiu picked up the leisurely book once more, his gaze resting on the pages while his thoughts drifted far away. Lin Xiaotian. This cornerstone of the nation was indeed hard and heavy. But it didn't matter. Even the hardest stone, given the right approach, would eventually roll into its rightful place. Suddenly, Chu Xiu gazed out at the pitch-black, rain-soaked night beyond the window and slowly ordered. "Go. Have the kitchen prepare some ginger soup and pack oil paper umbrellas. Send them to the soldiers stationed outside the garden. Tell them this prince is frail and fears the wind. Thank them for shielding me from the chill." The shadowy figure swiftly acknowledged the order, vanishing in a flash. Chu Xiu gazed at the curtain of rain, his smile gentle and sincere as he said, "As sons, we must honor our father the emperor. As subjects, we naturally must also respect the marshal. These are the fundamental duties of both sons and subjects, General Lin. Would you not agree?" Before long, the side gate of Tingyu Garden quietly opened. Several guards from Tingyu Garden, holding umbrellas and carrying steaming wooden buckets, stepped into the rain. In the shadows, the subordinate General Zhao Qi and his soldiers, tasked with surveillance, stared dumbfounded at the ginger soup and oil paper umbrellas delivered before them. The fiery ginger soup warmed their throats, banishing the chill of the rainy night, yet it stirred a deeper coldness rising from the depths of each soldier's heart. Zhao Qi gripped the still warm bowl, gazing distantly at the silent courtyard shrouded in rain. It felt less like the residence of a prince and more like the lair of a slumbering beast. 3 days later. The Grand Hall of Harmony, the imperial court of the Great Xia dynasty. Before dawn had fully broken, civil and military officials had already assembled. No one whispered or murmured. The entire hall, resplendent in gold and splendor, was suffused with an oppressive, stifling atmosphere. The reason was clear. Prince Chu Xiu, who had recently governed in the emperor's stead, was now kneeling in the center of the hall, held down by 2 imperial guards. Everyone knew that today would determine the fate of the Great Xia Empire for decades to come. His Majesty approaches. With Wang Difu's shrill, drawn-out proclamation, Chu Wei, clad in the imperial dragon robe, slowly ascended the throne. All officials knelt and prostrated themselves, shouting, "Long live the emperor! Rise!" Chu Wei's voice carried a palpable weariness and hoarseness. In just 3 short days, the emperor seemed to have aged 10 years. His sunken eyes and ashen complexion made even his seated form appear stooped. His gaze did not meet anyone's, instead resting blankly upon the golden bricks of the palace floor. Wang Difu stepped forward, holding a scroll of imperial edict in bright yellow. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his strength to unroll the edict and read it aloud. His voice rang out, jarringly sharp in the deathly silent hall of supreme harmony. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Crown Prince Chu Xiu, as heir apparent, is the foundation of the nation and the hope of the people. Yet his character is wayward, and his virtue is unworthy of his position." At these words, the officials of the Crown Prince's faction kneeling in the hall turned ashen-faced, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Wang Difu's voice did not falter, instead, it grew even more piercingly sharp. First, disrespect towards sovereign and father. When his sovereign father fell ill, not only did he show no concern, but he hosted banquets in celebration, uttering curses, an act of treasonous insolence. Boom! A collective gasp of horror rippled through the court. The civil and military officials knew the crown prince would be deposed, but none had anticipated such grounds for his downfall. Countless horrified gazes turned toward Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu snapped his head up, eyes bloodshot like a rabid tiger, roaring. "No! I did not! Father Emperor! This is slander! This is a frame-up!" Yet no one heeded his shrieking. Wang Difu continued reading the indictment, his voice carrying a cold, judgmental tone. Second, the brutal murder of his own kin. For selfish gain, disregarding the bonds of imperial blood, he repeatedly plotted to assassinate the 9th prince, Chu Xiu. His methods were cruel and heinous, utterly appalling. Third, treasonous rebellion. When his plans were exposed, instead of repenting, he conspired with former subordinates to raise an army, coveting the imperial throne, a crime deserving only death. 3 charges, each heavier than the last, each more ruthless than the previous. Each charge alone was sufficient to condemn Chu Xiu to an abyss of eternal damnation. Chu Xiu utterly collapsed. Struggling desperately, he screamed shrilly at Chu Wei seated upon the dragon throne. "Father! I am innocent. It was Chu Xiu. That bastard is the one who framed me. You've been deceived by him. He is the true demonic fiend. He is. Shut him up." From the dragon throne, Chu Wei finally spoke. His voice was quiet, yet carried infinite coldness and disgust. Imperial guards immediately stepped forward, stuffing a tattered rag deep into Chu Xiu's mouth. Chu Xiu could only emit muffled, despairing wails, tears and snot streaming down his face, all traces of a crown prince's dignity utterly gone. Wang Difu cleared his throat and delivered the final verdict. Chu Xiu is hereby stripped of his position as crown prince, demoted to commoner status, and confined within the imperial mausoleum for life. His accomplices shall be severely punished accordingly. So ordered. The imperial edict was read in full. Wang Difu closed the imperial edict and exhaled deeply, as if all his strength had been drained from him. He quickly stepped aside. Silence fell over the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The officials of the Crown Prince's faction slumped to the floor, their faces ashen, like lambs awaiting slaughter. The other princes, each with heads bowed low, struggled desperately to conceal the expressions on their faces. Some showed terror, some relief, some anticipation, but most harbored a deep-seated dread for the 9th prince, who had never once appeared in the imperial court. "Drag them away." Chu Wei waved his hand dismissively, as if even one more glance would soil his eyes. The imperial guards obeyed, dragging Chu Xiu out of the Grand Hall of Supreme Harmony like a dead dog, despite his desperate struggles. As Chu Xiu was dragged to the palace entrance, he caught sight of the eastern horizon. There, a crimson sun surged forth, bathing the imperial city in a dazzling golden light. That was the empire he had once believed was within his grasp. Whoa, whoa! The sound of despairing whimpers gradually faded into the distance. Chu Wei sat upon the dragon throne, surveying the officials kneeling below in the empty hall. He had won. He had upheld the majesty of imperial authority and eliminated a rebellious son harboring treacherous intentions. Yet his heart held not a shred of triumphant joy. Only an endless chill spread from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His gaze drifted instinctively toward the eastern edge of the imperial city. That direction led to Tingyu Garden. He could almost see his innocent and kind 9th son seated amidst serene tranquility, smiling as he watched everything unfold here. Chu Wei's body trembled uncontrollably. Another rebellious son had fallen. Yet he felt as though he had barely escaped one jaws of a tiger only to fall into another bottomless net. This net was more concealed, more gentle, and also more deadly. Dismiss the court. Chu Wei mustered every ounce of strength to force out the 2 words before stumbling out of the suffocating Hall of Supreme Harmony, supported by Wang Difu. Listening Rain Garden. Chu Xiu slowly closed the scroll in his hands. The rain outside the window had ceased at some unknown hour. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of damp earth. At that very moment, a long-forgotten, cold and mechanical alert sounded in his mind like heavenly music. Ding! Detected, you have completely resolved the Emperor's greatest concern, the threat of the Crown Prince. Your decisive action untangled the complex family web, granting His Majesty an unprecedented sense of peace within. His Majesty is overjoyed. He is profoundly moved by your filial devotion. Overall rating, SSS plus level filial piety. Calculating rewards. Reward issued, 200,000 filial piety points. Special ability reward, Celestial Aura Perception Basic. Chapter 45, New Ability. What color is the Emperor's fear? The massive influx of filial piety points failed to stir even a ripple in Chu Xiu's heart. What piqued his interest far more was that special ability called Imperial Qi Reading. The Emperor's Qi gazing technique, the Emperor. How intriguing. After uttering these words, Chu Xiu felt a surge of insight. Closing his eyes, he slowly opened them once more and scanned his surroundings. The world seemed unchanged. Yet something had changed entirely. In his vision, everything was enveloped in a faint, multicolored aura barely perceptible to the naked eye. He directed his gaze toward the depths of the imperial palace, toward the hall of cultivating the heart, the seat of supreme power in the great Xia. A dense, profound, pitch-black mass of energy seemingly capable of devouring all light was violently churning and twisting there, pulsing with a sense of utter despair. The ultimate fear. A pure curve lifted at the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth as he murmured softly. So this is the color of Father Emperor's Dragon Heart's Delight. The system did not deceive me. His gaze shifted westward toward the residence of Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian. There, an iron-gray aura lingered steady, condensed, and sharp as a spear. It felt like an ancient, unyielding ice, radiating scrutiny and vigilance. It truly mirrors Marshal Lin's character. Quite interesting. Finally, his gaze swept over the other princely residences within the capital. Several gray energy masses, varying in depth, drifted frantically above their respective residences, chaotic, insubstantial, brimming with unease and panic. A flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Chu Xiu chuckled softly, offering no judgment. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and refocused his attention on the plants and trees within the garden. He reached out, catching a leaf drifting from a branch, murmuring softly to himself. Being able to see the emotions of all things, this once dull world seems to have become a little more interesting. Fear not. As long as you all behave yourselves and make Father Emperor happy, everyone will be happy. As the words left his lips, Chu Xiu's face suddenly drained of color, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Within him, the chronic poison long suppressed, so long forgotten it had faded from memory, suddenly stirred. It sent a wave of icy pain coursing through his entire body. After a few breaths, it was suppressed once more. Chu Xiu exhaled deeply, finally regaining his composure. His eyes were as cold as ice as he said, "I'd completely forgotten that the toxin in my body hadn't been cleared yet. System, what methods are available to eliminate the potent toxin within my body?" Replied a host, "The system store offers the 100 herbs pill, which neutralizes all poisons. Redemption requires 50,000 filial piety points. Alternatively, upgrade your immunity to all poisons to intermediate level, enabling natural toxin expulsion. Exchange requires 100,000 filial piety points. Alternatively, upgrade divine medical skill to advanced level to self-diagnose and heal. Requires 200,000 filial piety points." Chu Xiu had no immediate need to save others, preserving himself was paramount. Upgrading the immunity to all poisons physique was the most cost-effective option. Upgrade my immunity to all poisons. Ding. Host has consumed 100,000 filial piety points. Immunity to all poisons upgraded to intermediate level. Now immune to all toxins in the world. Blood possesses the ability to neutralize common toxins. 308,000 filial piety points remaining. As the skill upgrade notification sounded, Chu Xiu felt an unprecedented surge of warmth coursing through his entire body. The next instant, he opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blackish-green blood. It landed on the stone slab with a hissing sound, releasing a cloud of black smoke so potent it made one dizzy just to smell it. An unprecedented sense of comfort washed over Chu Xiu, causing him to close his eyes in blissful enjoyment as he murmured, "Bliss." The matter of the deposed crown prince shook the entire court of the Great Xia dynasty like an earthquake that could level mountains and swallow cities. The capital, once teeming with hidden currents, now fell into an eerie, deathly silence. The position of heir remained vacant, yet not a single minister dared to petition for a new crown prince. The fate of Crown Prince Chu Xiu was etched like a bloody brand into the hearts of every subject. All understood that the ninth prince, who had never attended court, spending his days recuperating in the rain-listening garden, was now the most untouchable figure in the capital. On this crisp autumn day, Chu Xiu, in a rare departure from his seclusion, stepped out of Tingyu Garden. Accompanied by several guards, he made his way to the imperial garden to clear his mind. Dressed in plain white robes, his face remained pale. He paused every few steps to cough softly. His frail and sickly appearance evoked pity in anyone who saw him. "Ninth brother, what a coincidence!" A gentle voice drifted from behind the rockery. The fourth prince, Chu Mo, emerged slowly with two attendants. A perfectly measured smile graced his face as he bowed his hands in greeting toward Chu Xiu. "I've heard that ninth brother has been unwell, and I haven't been able to visit until now. Seeing that you look reasonably well today, I can finally feel a little more at ease." Chu Xiu lifted his eyes to meet his gaze. Through the vision of the Emperor's Qi reading technique, a calm blue aura hovered above Chu Mo's head, signifying his current state of mind serene yet calculated. Yet beneath that steady blue, a thread of gray lay hidden, a thread he strained to suppress, yet one that remained impossible to conceal entirely. That was fear. Chu Xiu returned the bow, his voice faint and breathless. "I'm sorry to trouble you, fourth brother. My body is what it is, not quite dead, but hardly alive either." Chu Mo's smile grew even gentler. "You jest, ninth brother. Your service in alleviating the emperor's burdens and purging treacherous ministers from our great Xia is an unparalleled achievement. Our father, the emperor, often praises your pure filial devotion." As he spoke, he discreetly observed Chu Xiu's reaction. He sought to discern even the slightest hint of ambition or weakness on his ninth brother's face. But he was disappointed. Chu Xiu's expression was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, his gaze clear and unclouded. He merely bowed his head slightly, murmuring with a touch of embarrassment, "Relieving father's burdens is simply my duty as a son. It's hardly a merit worth mentioning." This display of returning kindness for grievance and humble deference only intensified the chill in Chu Mo's heart. After this flawless test, Chu Mo gleaned no useful information, only feeling as if he were facing an unfathomable fog. Unnerved and unwilling to linger, Chu Mo took his leave. "Since ninth brother wishes to continue enjoying the scenery, this elder brother shall not disturb you further. Fourth brother, wait." Chu Xiu suddenly called out to Chu Mo, his face softening with concern. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper audible only to them both. "Fourth brother, the weather has turned chilly lately and the nights are windy. You, take good care of yourself." The smile on Chu Mo's face froze instantly. A chill shot up his spine without warning, racing straight to the back of his head. He saw clearly in Chu Xiu's pure eyes, as he spoke, the reflection of his own horrified face. Thank you for your concern, ninth brother. You too, this elder brother must take his leave. Chu Mo practically fled in panic. Chu Xiu remained standing where he was, watching the frantic retreat of his brother's back. The smile on his face was gentle and pure. He lifted his head to gaze at the azure sky. Autumn has arrived. Time to bundle up a bit more. Yangshin Hall. Emperor Chu Wei sat reviewing memorials, yet not a single word registered in his mind. His mind kept replaying the desperate wail of Chu Xiu as he was dragged out of the hall 3 days prior. His strongest son had fallen. Yet he felt no relief whatsoever. Instead, the weight pressing on his heart grew heavier. Just then, Wang Difu hurried into the hall and reported in a hushed voice. Your Majesty, I've just received word that the 9th prince visited the imperial garden today and happened upon the 4th prince. Chu Wei's eyelid twitched violently. His grip on the vermilion brush tightened involuntarily as he urgently demanded. What did they say? Wang Difu carefully repeated their conversation, then mimicked Chu Xiu's tone to add softly. His Highness the 9th prince specifically reminded His Highness the 4th prince to take care of his health as the weather grows colder. Clack! The vermilion brush slipped from Chu Wei's grasp, falling onto the imperial desk and leaving a vivid crimson plum blossom stain upon the memorial. Take care of your health? Was this concern? This is a blatant threat. He was telling Chu Mo, and he was telling all his surviving sons. Their lives were all in his hands. Chu Wei's breathing grew ragged, a tightness gripping his chest. His son, who had once seemed the most harmless, had now transformed into a colossal beast lurking in the shadows of the imperial palace. Everyone lived under the threat of its fangs. And he, the emperor, was utterly powerless to stop it. Just as Chu Wei's mind churned with turmoil, a young eunuch hurriedly entered the hall to report. Your Majesty, a messenger from Tingyu Garden has delivered the Filial Piety soup. They say His Royal Highness the 9th Prince, hearing of your Majesty's recent exhaustion from state affairs, personally prepared this soup to aid rest and calm the mind. The words had barely left his lips. Chu Wei's body convulsed violently, beyond his control. He snapped his head up, staring at the bowl of steaming soup presented reverently by the eunuch. To his eyes, that nourishing, warm-looking broth appeared more terrifying than the most potent poison in the world. Calm the mind and aid sleep? Was this meant to help him sleep soundly, or to ensure he never woke up again? The entire hall of cultivating the heart was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the palace attendants and eunuchs bowed their heads, breathing as softly as possible. After a long moment, a smile twisted across Chu Wei's face, uglier than any cry. He addressed Wang Difu in a voice that sounded almost like a dream-like murmur. My son Xiu, truly, his filial piety moves heaven itself. His trembling hand pointed at the bowl of soup as he commanded. Wang Difu. You. Taste it for me first. Chapter 46. Father, I've brought soup again. Don't worry about the border battles. Wang Difu was dumbfounded. Not again. Last time he drank that calming soup, though it felt soothing to his body, the psychological pressure before drinking it was truly terrifying. The 9th prince's methods were still vivid in his mind. The entire court had been brought to their knees. He wasn't a fool. How had the crown prince fallen? How did that bloody storm sweep through the capital's bureaucracy? This 9th prince is nothing but a demon in human form. His possessions? Dare not touch them? That wasn't soup, it was a death warrant. The last time, that calming brew did leave my body feeling quite comfortable. But he truly didn't want to drink it again. Thud. Wang Difu's knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees on the ground. His forehead slammed heavily against the cold gold brick, producing a dull thud. His body shook like a fallen leaf in the wind as he wept and sobbed. Your Majesty! Spare my life, Your Majesty! This servant's life is worthless, but I dare not. I dare not taste the 9th prince's filial devotion. How dare you? Chu Wei's chest heaved violently, his face alternating between pale and crimson. As the supreme ruler, he now found himself unable to command even a lowly servant. The servant's terror mirrored his own deep-seated unease and panic. He kicked Wang Difu's shoulder, but with little force. Wang Difu rolled to the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. The entire hall was filled only with the emperor's heavy breathing and the old eunuch's desperate pleas. The scene was utterly absurd. After a long while, Chu Wei seemed drained of all strength, slumping back into the dragon throne. Waving his hand, his voice thick with exhaustion, he commanded. Take him away. Summon the imperial physician. Examine me thoroughly. Yes. Wang Difu, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet and personally carried the bowl of soup out of the hall as if fleeing. Chu Wei leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He had lost. Before his most trusted servant, within the palace he had built with his own hands, he had been utterly defeated by his son, who remained far away in Tingyu Garden. Whether the soup was poisoned or not no longer mattered. The deadly poison named Chu Xiu had long seeped into his very marrow, tormenting his mind day and night. 1 month after the crown prince's deposition, the grand marshal departed under the pretext of inspecting the northern frontier. The imperial court descended into an unprecedented calm and harmony. Though the position of heir remained vacant for so long, no one dared to raise the matter of appointing a successor again. Ministers attended court with heads bowed, afraid to meet another's gaze. The once bustling residences of the imperial princes now stood deserted, eerily quiet. Everyone lived under an invisible shadow. On this particular day, the morning court session had just concluded. As Emperor Chu Wei prepared to return to the Hall of Mental Cultivation, a messenger bearing an urgent 800-li dispatch from the frontier, covered in blood, staggered into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Urgent news from the northern frontier. The messenger collapsed to the floor, pulling a blood-soaked bamboo tube from his robe and raising it high above his head. Barbarian remnants have invaded our border. Chu Wei's heart sank. Wang Difu hurried forward to take the tube and presented it. Breaking the wax seal and unfolding the military dispatch, Chu Wei trembled with rage after only a few glances. The dispatch bore the handwriting of Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian himself. After Chu Xiu ambushed and annihilated 100,000 elite barbarian cavalry, and the barbarian king was slain. The barbarian court collapsed, fracturing into dozens of tribes. The largest faction was inherited by the barbarian king's only surviving brother. This remnant force had somehow acquired a batch of high-quality weapons and equipment, even standardized iron armor. They no longer engaged the Great Xia army in open battle, instead splitting into small units. Like maggots clinging to bone, they incessantly harassed border villages and towns, pillaging, burning, and killing before fleeing. Though Lin Xiaotian's forces were formidable, they found themselves constantly on the defensive against this relentless guerrilla tactic, suffering significant losses and growing increasingly exasperated. In the final lines of the military report, Lin Xiaotian wrote with heavy pen. According to captured barbarian soldiers, their funding most likely originates from our neighboring realm, the Great Zhou dynasty. Great Zhou! Chu Wei slammed the bamboo scroll to the ground, his rage nearly boiling over. This is outrageous! Outrageous! Internal troubles had barely subsided when external threats followed in quick succession. He felt as though he were trapped inside a dilapidated house, drafty and crumbling, ready to collapse and crush him at any moment. A profound sense of helplessness gripped his heart. He paced restlessly within the hall, his brow furrowed with an unyielding cloud of worry. Late at night, listening to Rain Garden, Chu Xiu sat by the window, a cup of clear tea in hand, quietly watching the courtyard bathed in moonlight. Ding! Detected, His Majesty is deeply troubled by foreign invasions and domestic unrest, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Filial duty task refreshed, eliminate the threat permanently. Mission requirements, completely eliminate border threats to allow His Majesty to govern without worry. Chu Xiu's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Why must these reckless fools persist in disturbing His Majesty's rest? His tone held no trace of tension, only pure disgust. It was like someone sleeping soundly, constantly disturbed by the buzzing of mosquitoes and flies at their ear. He opened the system store. The remaining 300,800 filial piety points lay dormant in his account. His gaze swept swiftly across the dazzling array of exchange options. Divine weapons, artifacts, elixirs, potions, mystic arts, secret techniques. Finally, his finger paused on a brand new category. Transcendent technologies. An item named Advanced Smelting and Repeating Crossbow Blueprint appeared at the top of the list. Exchange requirement, 150,000 filial piety points. This one it is. Ding! Host has spent 150,000 filial piety points and successfully redeemed the Advanced Smelting and Repeating Crossbow Blueprint. A massive flood of information instantly surged into Chu Xiu's mind. From how to screen iron ore, to constructing blast furnaces, regulating furnace temperatures, and finally forging homogeneous steel far surpassing the capabilities of this era. And that blueprint for the repeating crossbow, its intricate structure and masterful design. Every single part, every latch, was etched clearly into his memory. A slow smile spread across Chu Xiu's lips. Setting down his teacup, he spoke softly into the shadows behind him. Someone. A shadowy figure materialized silently before him, kneeling on one knee with head bowed low. Chu Xiu's voice was gentle and calm as he commanded. Issue the order. The secret foundry established on the outskirts of the city the morning-evening artisans is to commence operations. I will later transmit to you a set of steel smelting techniques and artifact blueprints. Forge them with utmost precision. The voice of the underworld assassin replied without emotion, yes. Additionally. As if recalling something, Chu Xiu's smile grew more innocent. With the recent cold snap, fourth brother and seventh brother must be tossing and turning in their sleep. Go to my storeroom and select some premium tonics to soothe their minds. Deliver them to them, saying it's a small token of affection from this younger brother. Don't let them fret over state affairs and cause Father Emperor to worry. That would be unfilial. As you command. A shadow flickered and vanished back into the darkness. Dear readers, please spare a moment to click for updates, leave a comment, or send a free gift. It would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 47, Dear brothers, did you receive your younger brother's love? The night was as dark as ink. Two inconspicuous carriages emerged separately from the side gate of Tingyu Garden, silently blending into the streets of the capital as they headed in two entirely different directions. Fourth Prince's residence. The study was brightly lit. Chu Emo sat before an unfinished chessboard, deep in thought. A chamberlain entered the study, his expression filled with terror. He gently placed an exquisitely crafted black lacquered wooden box upon the desk. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he stammered. "Your Highness, a messenger from Tingyu Garden delivered this, saying, it's a tonic for your serenity from the Ninth Prince. They hope your Highness will take care of your health." Shumo's hand, mid-air with a chess piece, froze. He did not look at the box, but raised his head calmly to meet the attendant's gaze. The attendant bowed his head even lower, nearly burying it in his chest. "Take it to the physician at the residence. Have him examine it thoroughly?" Shumo's voice was level, betraying no emotion. "Yes, your Highness." The attendant, as if granted a pardon, hastily picked up the wooden box, hot as a branding iron, and hurriedly withdrew. Once more, Chu Emo was alone in the study. His gaze finally settled on the chessboard, yet the unresolved piece remained suspended. He simply couldn't bring himself to place it. "Tonic? Calm nerves? Take care of your health?" Chu Emo sighed. "My ninth brother is truly thoughtful. Yet this thoughtfulness cut sharper than any blade." Chu Emo knew full well that whether this thing was poisoned or not was utterly irrelevant. What mattered was that it had been delivered. It was a declaration, a reminder. A reminder to Chu Emo, and to every living soul still breathing within the capital, of who truly held the strings beyond the chessboard. He had schemed relentlessly, convinced he had seen through every brother's hidden hand, manipulating the fate of the realm at his whim. Yet in the end, he himself was nothing more than a pawn on someone else's chessboard, one that could be plucked and discarded at any moment. This feeling of being utterly seen through, of being completely controlled, turned Chu Mo's once proud composure and scheming into a laughingstock. He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his face had regained that detached, world-weary calm. Yet the grey depths lurking beneath his eyes had grown darker. How should this game be played? Meanwhile, at the seventh prince's residence, sensual music filled the air as dancers swayed gracefully. Chu Xiu reclined on a soft couch, holding a beautiful concubine in his arms while clutching a wine cup, a scene of utter debauchery. When the steward entered, his face ashen, clutching the identical black lacquered box, the music abruptly ceased. All the dancers and attendants, seeing the steward's expression, sensed something was terribly wrong. They froze in place, as if struck by a spell. The drunken haze instantly vanished from Chu Yu's face. He stared fixedly at the box, as if observing a venomous snake ready to strike. His voice grew grave as he demanded, "Who sent this?" The steward stammered, "From Tingyu Garden." Crash! The crystal wine cup in Chu Yu's hand flew from his grasp, crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. He violently shoved the beautiful concubine from his embrace, leaping up from the soft couch. Like a madman, he charged forward, kicking the wooden box from the steward's hands. He roared, "Take it away! Take it away from me!" Still seething, he grabbed a waist-high celadon vase nearby and hurled it with all his might at the wooden box. Crash! Both the vase and the box shattered, spilling their contents, medicinal herbs and a white porcelain flask, onto the floor. "Bury it! Find a place and bury it all for me! No! Burn it! Burn it to ashes before burying it!" Chu Xiu roared hysterically, his chest heaving violently as veins bulged on his forehead. The servants in the mansion were terrified out of their wits, scrambling frantically to clean up the mess. After the frenzied scene, Chu Xiu dismissed everyone and collapsed alone onto the cold floor. All traces of his former absurdity vanished, leaving only fear seared deep into his bones. Unlike Chu Emo, he didn't analyze or scheme. He knew only one thing: that monster had noticed him. Before baring its fangs, that creature had languished in the cold palace for over a decade. To outsiders, it was merely a dying invalid, its very existence forgotten by many. The image of a harmless waste he, Chu Xiu, had painstakingly cultivated for years, was nothing but a joke in the face of that monster. The memory of the northern frontier's 100,000 barbarian cavalry burying the one-line sky pass, and the fall of Crown Prince Chu Xiong. Chu Xiu shuddered, murmuring in terror, "No, I can't stay in the capital any longer. With that monster here, the capital is nothing but a giant meat grinder. If I stay any longer, I'll be the next one crushed into mincemeat." He struggled to his feet and stumbled into the secret chamber. "Someone! Send for my accountant. Take all my estates and shops outside the city, everything that can be sold, and convert it all into gold notes. Quickly! The faster the better." The next day, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the morning court bell tolled as civil and military officials filed in. Military reports from the northern frontier had reached the capital, and all officials knew the battle situation was dire. The Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian, hailed as the unshakable cornerstone of the Great Xia, was struggling to contain the situation. This news sent a chill through the assembly. The atmosphere in the court chamber was exceptionally heavy. Emperor Chu Wei sat expressionless upon the dragon throne, surveying the ministers standing in perfect order below. His gaze swept over the area where the imperial princes stood, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. There, 2 seats stood empty. Wang Defu, quick-eyed, spotted them and promptly spoke up to explain the reason. Your Majesty, the 4th and 7th princes have both caught colds today and have requested leave. Colds? A grim line twisted Chu Wei's lips, his voice carrying an icy chill he could barely suppress. What a cold! Instantly, Wang Defu's report from yesterday flashed through his mind. His Royal Highness the 9th Prince had sent men to deliver the finest tonics for calming the spirit to His Royal Highness the 4th Prince and His Royal Highness the 7th Prince. Now it seemed clear those weren't tonics at all, but death warrants. His good son merely sent gifts, not even showing his face. Yet it had turned his 2 remaining brothers in court into complete cowards, too scared to even attend court sessions. At that moment, the Minister of War stepped forward and declared with fervor, Your Majesty! The northern barbarian tribes' incursions are a grave threat to our heartland. I believe we must immediately reinforce our troops and strike back with thunderous force. The Minister of Revenue immediately stood to oppose him. Impossible. The treasury is depleted, and years of warfare have already stretched our resources to breaking point. If we launch another major campaign, how will the people survive? Nonsense. These barbarians appear to have the backing of the Great Zhou. If we do not crush them while they are still unstable, allowing them to grow stronger, our borders will be in peril. The cost in money and grain will then be 100-fold greater than it is today. To repel external threats, we must first stabilize the interior. With the Crown Prince's position vacant and the people restless, this is not the time to ignite new conflicts. Within the court, the clamor of arguments, rebuttals, and accusations filled the air, a constant, buzzing din. These voices reached Chu Wei's ears, yet they felt distant and unreal. Nothing registered. His mind was haunted by a single image: that frail son, seated by the window in Tingyu Garden, wearing an innocent smile that seemed harmless as a lamb, yet wielding power terrifying enough to send shivers down every spine. Chu Wei gathered his focus, gazing down at the civil and military officials arguing fiercely below. Looking at the vast courtroom, an unprecedented chill rose within his heart. Suddenly, he felt he was the most pitiable one of all. He had believed himself the chessmaster, only to realize he had long since become a mere pawn. He thought he was the emperor, only to discover that his every emotion, even the fate of this empire, was being manipulated at the whim of his son, who sat far away in Tingyu Garden. A bone-chilling cold spread from the dragon throne throughout his entire body. Chu Wei slammed his fist down on the armrest of the throne with a thunderous thud, instantly silencing the entire hall. Dismissed. He ground out the words through clenched teeth, his face dark. Ignoring the stunned reactions of his ministers, he rose abruptly and stormed out, flinging his sleeves behind him. The hem of his bright yellow dragon robe traced an arc in the air, a gesture both furious and futile. Chapter 48. Must my realm be saved by that rebellious son? The morning court session ended in discord. Chu Wei's face darkened like storm clouds as he returned to the hall of mental cultivation without a word. The palace doors closed behind him, shutting out all external sounds. Exhausted, he collapsed into the dragon throne, massaging his throbbing temples. In the vast, empty hall, only the faint, lingering scent of dragon's breath incense remained. The incense, meant to calm the mind, only deepened his agitation. The events of the morning court session echoed relentlessly in his mind. Chu Mo and Chu Yu, his 2 sons who had shown some measure of intelligence, had turned into timid turtles overnight. The ministers in the court chamber argued incessantly over the border conflicts. Your Majesty, the ministers of war and revenue seek an audience outside. Wang Defu's voice came from outside the hall, cautious and careful, as if afraid of disturbing the emperor who was on the verge of erupting. Let them come in. Chu Wei's voice was hoarse, his rage barely contained. Soon, the 2 ministers, clad in purple robes of high office and wearing black silk hats, entered the hall one after the other. They walked swiftly with heads bowed, then knelt and paid their respects. Your subjects pay their respects to your Majesty. Speak. Chu Wei couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. Feng Duanyue, Minister of War, once a great general, remained imposing despite his silver hair. Lifting his head, his face etched with worry, he reported. Your Majesty, the military situation in the northern frontier is critical. The barbarian cavalry moves like the wind, and our scouts simply cannot keep up. You have seen Grand Marshal Lin's report. Our soldiers are exhausted from constant retreats, and morale is low. If reinforcements, provisions, and military supplies are not dispatched immediately, I fear. Chu Wei cut him off coldly. You want money, supplies, and men, is that it? Feng Duanyue flinched, then steeled himself to reply. Precisely. Your Majesty, I humbly request 3 million taels of silver and 50,000 sure of grain from the imperial treasury. Additionally, dispatch 30,000 elite troops from the imperial garrison to rush to the northern border's aid. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shi Wenba, the Minister of Revenue standing nearby, immediately spoke up with a mournful expression. Your Majesty, you absolutely must not. He knelt, tears and snot streaming down his face, pleading. Your Majesty, please understand the treasury is already empty. Just recently, we allocated 1 million taels of silver for disaster relief in the southern floods. And then there are the daily expenses of the palace, the salaries of the officials. Does any of this not require money? Since I took office, I have been patching holes by robbing Peter to pay Paul, barely keeping things afloat. This sum of 3 million taels, even if you demand my life, I cannot produce it. The previous Minister of Revenue, Li Dequan, had been deeply corrupt and extravagant, nearly emptying the treasury. Though Chu Xiu eventually crushed Li Dequan with force, the confiscated assets barely covered a tenth of the deficit he had created. Upon reviewing the treasury ledgers, Qi Wenba, who had been appointed Minister of Revenue, wept bitterly at home for an entire night. He had thought he'd landed a lucrative post, only to discover he'd picked up a hot potato. After the fall of the Crown Prince's faction and the confiscation of their substantial funds to replenish the treasury, Qi Wenba had just begun to breathe easier. But then came the recent southern floods, requiring the allocation of 1 million taels of silver for relief efforts. The treasury was once again depleted. Qi Wenba felt like dying. Now, with war breaking out at the frontier, Feng Duanyue demanded 3 million taels. He felt like killing Feng Duanyue. Now, standing before His Majesty, he was so overcome with grievance that he burst into tears. Seeing Qi Wenba like this, Feng Duanyue instantly flew into a rage, bellowing angrily. "Bull! The treasury is empty? I say it's you fat rats in the Ministry of Revenue who've plundered it clean. While our soldiers bleed and die at the frontier, you feast on silk and jewels in the capital. Now you dare skimp on their pay?" Qi Wenba trembled with rage. Wiping away his tears and snot, he stood up and pointed at Feng Duanyue, shouting, You're making baseless accusations. The Ministry of War has been inflating troop numbers and embezzling military pay year after year. Do you think I'm unaware? Dare you bring the military accounts here and confront my Ministry of Revenue face to face? Why wouldn't I dare? Bring it on! As the two department heads were about to come to blows right there in the Hall of Mental Cultivation, the fire smoldering within Chu Wei was finally ignited. Enough! The thunderous shout split the air like a bolt from the blue. He violently snatched a jade inkstone from the desk and slammed it hard onto the floor between them. Crash! The inkstone shattered, ink splattering everywhere, drenching both ministers. Terrified out of their wits, they fell silent instantly, prostrating themselves on the floor, trembling like leaves in the wind. Chu Wei rose to his feet, pointing at the two men on the floor, his chest heaving violently as he roared. Useless fools! A bunch of good-for-nothings who only know how to fight over scraps. With the nation in peril and barbarian tribes knocking at our gates, instead of thinking how to ease the emperor's burdens and save the country, you sit here bickering and passing the buck. The war ministry demands funds, yet the treasury has none. So tell me, shall we wage war or not? Do you still want to hold on to the Great Xia's territory? What use are you worthless good-for-nothings to me, kept on my payroll? Chu Wei's furious tirade echoed through the vast hall, carrying the weight of imperial authority yet tinged with profound helplessness. The two ministers bowed their heads even lower, their breathing nearly ceasing. After a long tirade, Chu Wei grew weary of ranting. Slumping back into the dragon throne, he waved his hand dismissively. Get out! All of you, get out! Your Majesty, we take our leave. The two men scrambled out of the Hall of Mental Cultivation as if granted a royal pardon, retreating as though pursued by a fierce tiger. The hall fell silent once more. Chu Wei leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes. He felt like a spider trapped at the center of its own web. No matter which direction he struggled, the net only tightened further. Corrupt officials, an empty treasury, arrogant princes, brutal barbarians, treacherous foreign enemies. This vast empire resembled a great ship, corroded from within and battered from without, riddled with holes and slowly sinking. And he, the captain, could do nothing. Irritability. An unprecedented agitation. His head felt like it was about to explode, tangled with countless questions, none of which could be resolved. Just then, an utterly absurd yet crystal clear thought surged uncontrollably from the darkest recesses of his mind. If it were Chu Xiu, how would he solve this dilemma? The Ministry of War demands funds? He might confiscate the entire household of the Minister of Revenue and deliver the funds to the Ministry of War. The Ministry of Revenue has no money? He might personally lead men to persuade those fabulously wealthy merchants and aristocratic clans, compelling them to voluntarily donate to the state. As for the mutual buck-passing and buck-passing? A vivid image even flashed through Chu Wei's mind, that rebellious son would tie the two ministers together and throw them into a water dungeon, keeping them there until they reached a resolution. The thought sent a chill down Chu Wei's spine. He snapped his eyes open, his back drenched in cold sweat. Madness. He must be losing his mind. How could he even think of that rebellious son? How could he possibly believe that the madman's methods could solve anything? But why, when he thought of the bloody and direct methods Chu Xiu might employ? That gnawing irritation in his gut strangely eased a little? Chu Wei realized with horror that, deep down, he had subconsciously acknowledged the efficiency of that approach. Unrestrained, reckless. He, the Emperor of Great Xia, was beginning to admire the style of a madman. This realization terrified him more than the barbarian tribes knocking at the gates. Chu Wei felt as though he stood on the edge of a precipice, with the decaying, crumbling empire behind him. Before him lay the bottomless abyss dug by that rebellious son. It seemed he had no choice. Chu Wei drew a deep breath, his voice dry as he spoke. Wang Defu. Your servant is here. The old eunuch bowed low, not daring to lift his head. Chu Wei stared at the glaring sunlight outside the hall, remaining silent for so long that Wang Difu began to think the emperor had forgotten him. Finally, Chu Wei spoke, his voice eerily calm. Go. Bring that urgent military report from Lin Xiaotian to me again, and read it to me word for word. Chapter 49. Father, do not worry, your son has begun refining steel. Wang Difu bowed low, hands clasped around the urgent military dispatch from the northern frontier, reading it word for word. Each word pierced Emperor Chu Wei's nerves like a cold needle. The barbarian scouts are cunning and elusive. Our scouts have pursued them multiple times, only to be lured into traps, suffering heavy losses. Their cavalry moves like the wind, avoiding direct confrontation with our main force. They operate in small units, targeting supply lines, raiding villages, and harassing us day and night. Our soldiers are exhausted from constant pursuit, and discontent is growing. General Lin discovered that some of their weapons bear the markings of workshops from the Great Zhou. Wang Difu finished his report. A deathly silence hung within the hall of mental cultivation. Chu Wei remained silent, leaning back in the dragon throne as his eyes fixed upon the intricate, ornate ceiling coffers. It seemed as though he could peer through the palace dome and see the dark, storm-laden skies of the northern frontier. Soldiers exhausted from relentless pursuit. Enemies as elusive as ghosts. And the Great Zhou, lurking in the shadows like a venomous serpent. One by one, each event wove an invisible net, suffocating the entire Great Xiao dynasty. And he, the son of heaven, could only sit here, listening to these news that made his heart tremble with fear. The faces of Feng Duanyue and Qi Wenba, trading accusations, flashed before his eyes once more. Useless. He cursed them inwardly once more. Yet after the curse, only a deeper sense of helplessness remained. As emperor, it seemed the only people he could rely on were this bunch of useless fools. After a long moment, he waved his hand, his voice hoarse. Withdraw. Wang Difu, as if granted a pardon, slipped out silently, gently closing the palace doors behind him. Chu Wei slowly closed his eyes. Irritation, anger, helplessness, a whirlwind of emotions churned within him, ultimately crystallizing into a bone-chilling coldness. He suddenly felt that his reign as emperor had been a complete failure. First, his sons fought each other to the death, turning the court into a cesspool of corruption. Then corrupt officials ran rampant, gnawing the treasury down to nothing but empty bones. Now, with foreign enemies knocking at the gates, he couldn't even muster the funds for military provisions. His entire life had been spent maneuvering power and balancing factions. Yet in the end, he found himself trapped at the center of the very web of power he had woven, unable to move. In this dead silence of despair, that thought he desperately tried to forget surfaced once more. If it were Chu Xiu, what would he do? Ah! A long sigh, heavy with the weariness and sorrow of an emperor. And in that very instant, far away in Tingyu Garden, Chu Xiu leisurely sipped a cup of newly arrived pre-rain Longjing tea. Before him, in the empty space, a golden interface visible only to him quietly materialized. Ding! Detected, His Majesty is experiencing profound anxiety and helplessness due to the depleted treasury and border conflicts. Imperial heart is troubled, imperial health is failing. Phase task added, ease the emperor's worries, strengthen the nation, and enrich the people. Mission hint, a decaying treasury cannot sustain a mighty empire. A mighty empire requires a robust industrial heart. For your father, forge this heart. Chu Xiu set down his teacup. A pure, gentle smile touched his lips. Father's troubles truly never cease. He rose to his feet, stretching lazily. His frail frame seemed as though a breeze could knock him over. But rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall resolve them all. Order the ironworks outside the city to speed up production, spare no expense. A voice came from somewhere. Yes, Your Majesty. 2 days later. On the outskirts of the capital city, in a hidden valley that didn't even appear on any map. This place was named the Celestial Workshop by Chu Xiu. Surrounding the valley, over 100 loyal border guards who had followed Chu Xiu back from the blood-soaked battlefields of the northern frontier guarded the place like an iron barrel, with sentries every 3 paces and lookouts every 5. Any living creature approaching without permission would be instantly riddled with arrows like a hedgehog. Deep within the valley, waves of heat rolled out. A colossal blast furnace, towering several times higher than any iron smelter of the age, belched terrifying heat. Over 100 master craftsmen, recruited from the capital and surrounding towns, worked bare-chested, sweat pouring like rain, yet without complaint. Their faces bore an almost fanatical reverence. For the 9th prince, who had offered them unimaginable rewards and presented miraculous blueprints, now stood before them. Chu Xiu, clad in immaculate white robes, stood starkly out of place amidst the soot-stained, fire-scarred surroundings. He watched as molten steel freshly forged in the furnace was poured into molds. After cooling, it solidified into ingots gleaming with uniform luster. Satisfied, he nodded. An elderly craftsman, his beard streaked with gray and his face etched with reverence, clutched a sample ingot and thrust it toward Chu Xiu with trembling hands. Your Highness! A miracle! This is nothing short of a miracle. Following your blueprints and methods, the steel we forged contains nearly 70% fewer impurities than the finest 100-fold steel in the Ministry of War's armory. Its toughness has increased by over 50%. This old man has spent a lifetime forging iron, and today my eyes have truly been opened. Chu Xiu picked up the steel ingot. It felt heavy in his hand, its texture remarkably fine. He smiled faintly and said, "This is only the beginning." He turned to address a captain of the underworld assassins standing nearby. "Issue the order. Use second-grade steel to forge agricultural tools, cooking utensils, and other daily necessities with utmost effort. Through our trade routes, distribute them across the entire realm of Daxia at 20% below market price. I will ensure every commoner under heaven uses ironware from my heavenly workshop." The Yomi Death Knight bowed in obedience. Chu Xiu paused, then added with a hint of amusement in his voice, "As for this finest steel, I have great use for it." He tossed the steel ingot in his hand, his gaze drifting toward the deepest part of the workshop, a secluded courtyard designated as off-limits. He strode toward the courtyard, leaving behind a group of craftsmen trembling with excitement. Farm tools forged from such steel would undoubtedly be exceptionally effective. Moreover, His Highness had not only imparted the steel smelting technique but also provided them with blueprints for advanced agricultural implements. What was this new type of plow named the curved beam plow? A water wheel towering several zhang high, called a barrel wheel. A marvelous device called the wooden thresher, capable of effortlessly removing grain husks. Once these innovations hit the fields, who could even imagine how much Daxia's annual grain output would soar? Your Highness, you are truly a celestial being sent to save the people of Daxia. One by one, the craftsmen gazed at the slender figure with fervent eyes. Within the courtyard, several of the most skilled artisans had been waiting there all along. Upon arrival, Chu Xiu wasted no words. He drew a scroll of parchment blueprints from his robe and slowly unrolled it on the stone table. The blueprint depicted countless exquisitely detailed component diagrams and intricate structural assembly schematics. The master craftsmen gathered around to take a look and were all stunned. What on earth was depicted here? Gears? Springs? Mechanical mechanisms? Unheard of. Unseen. Chu Xiu's slender fingers pointed to the most central component on the blueprint, a peculiar-looking actuator. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "We'll start with this. Use the finest steel. Spare no expense. Build it for me. I want 100 units. Remember, I want perfection." Chapter 50. This thing will make Father ecstatic. 7 days and nights. For the dozen or so master craftsmen within the forbidden zone of the celestial workshop, these 7 days felt longer than the sum of their past decades, yet far more fulfilling. They were utterly possessed. Except for sleeping, even while eating or using the restroom, they discussed the mind-boggling structures on the blueprints. When they first laid eyes on the design blueprints, the annotations on the blueprints, every gear mesh, every spring's resilience, every mechanism's tolerance, it all overturned everything they'd learned in their entire careers. At first, they couldn't comprehend it. Why did a repeating crossbow require such precision components? Why did a firing mechanism require dozens of minute parts to function? This was beyond the imagination of ordinary men. Yet, when the first batch of qualified steel arrived at the courtyard, when they began grinding the first component using the new tools bestowed by His Highness, all doubts vanished into thin air. The quality of that steel, the sharpness of those tools, for the first time, they truly grasped what it meant to work with complete freedom. They worked tirelessly, their eyes bloodshot, yet their spirits soared to the highest heights. Failure. Start over. Fail again, try again. Finally. On the 8th day, at dawn, as the final, wafer-thin pickard was carefully fitted into the body, a crisp click echoed through the silent courtyard. It really worked. Seated at the stone table, the gray-bearded master craftsman stared at the object before him. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with disbelieving excitement. Everyone paused their work, holding their breath as they turned to the old craftsman. With trembling hands, the old craftsman lifted the newly assembled creation and presented it to the crowd. Its entire body radiated a deep, profound black, a unique hue achieved through quenching and special treatment of steel. Its form was fierce and compact, radiating a cold mechanical aura, utterly unlike any bow or crossbow of its time. It seemed almost not a weapon at all. It was a silent steel beast. "Your Highness." The old craftsman's voice was hoarse and dry. He wanted to say something, yet found no words could describe his current state of mind. Chu Xiu had appeared behind them without anyone noticing. Still clad in white, he regarded the repeating crossbow with calm detachment, as though admiring an ordinary work of art. "Go ahead and try it." The testing ground of the celestial workshop had long been cleared. 3 massive targets, each carved from a single log, stood 100 paces away, the military's standard test targets for assessing the penetration power of heavy crossbows. A Yomi Death Knight took the repeating crossbow from the old craftsman without expression. Without inspection, he followed the procedure Chu Xiu had once verbally instructed. With a crisp motion, he snapped a flat magazine loaded with 10 short bolts into the groove above the crossbow's body. Click. Another faint click. The repeating crossbow was now fully assembled, ready to unleash deadly bolts at any moment. Every craftsman's heart leapt to their throats at that faint click. The underworld assassin raised his arm, leveling the repeating crossbow and aiming it at the leftmost wooden target. No cocking, no drawing the string, not a single unnecessary movement. He simply pressed the small component known as the trigger. Whoosh! 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 No hum of bowstrings, only a series of faint, almost inaudible clicks from the mechanism, followed by the sharp whistles of arrows tearing through the air. Fast! Too fast! The craftsmen present couldn't even discern the arrows' trajectories. All they saw was the fingers of the underworld assassin twitch. 5 deep holes instantly appeared on the wooden target 100 paces away. Before they could recover from their shock, the underworld assassin's arm shifted slightly, aiming at the center of the target. Whoosh! 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 5 more consecutive whistles. The second target was pierced with 5 holes as well. The entire sequence from the first trigger pull to the final arrow release took no more than 3 breaths. The underworld assassin lowered the repeating crossbow, his expression utterly unruffled, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. The group of craftsmen, however, were utterly dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the 2 wooden targets, now riddled with holes like sieves. Then they looked at the compact killing machine in the underworld assassin's hands, their minds going blank. An old craftsman snapped out of his stupor and scrambled toward the targets. His hand brushed against the quiver feathers, still quivering faintly. The shaft itself had sunk over 7 inches into the solid timber. What did this mean? Even the most elite military ballistae, fired from 100 paces, possessed no greater destructive force. Yet a bed crossbow required several strong men to draw it, and firing it took a full quarter of an hour. And this thing? 1 man, 3 breaths, 10 arrows. Thud! The old craftsman's legs buckled, and he knelt directly on the ground, bowing his head heavily toward Chu Xiu. A divine artifact. Truly a divine artifact. His voice trembled with emotion, a mix of awe, reverence, and the fervor of a shattered faith reborn. Thud! Thud! Behind him, every craftsman knelt down, foreheads pressed tightly against the scorching ground, bodies trembling with overwhelming emotion. Your Highness is truly divine, having crafted such a divine artifact. Your Highness must be a fallen immortal reborn, sent to rescue our great Xia from the brink of ruin. With this divine artifact, our great Xia shall no longer fear the iron cavalry of the northern barbarians. Your Highness's creation makes this old man see the day of our great Xia's unification of the world drawing near. They shouted and cheered, heaping every word of praise upon the 9th prince, whose robes were as pure as snow. In their eyes, Chu Xiu was no longer a mere mortal. Only a divine being from the heavens could produce such blueprints and forge such a marvel. Chu Xiu paid no heed to the commotion. He simply gazed quietly at the repeating crossbow, a gentle smile playing on his lips. The reverence born of technological superiority was the cheapest, yet the most enduring. A stealthy underworld assassin materialized silently behind him, bowing to report. Your Highness, the first batch of civilian ironware has been distributed across the regions via the previously expanded trade routes. The response has been excellent, yielding substantial profits. Chu Xiu gave a light hum, showing no interest whatsoever in the so-called substantial profits. Money was merely a tool. He turned to face the floor of fervent craftsmen kneeling before him. His voice was low, yet every word carried clearly to each ear. This repeating crossbow is merely the beginning. After a brief pause, Chu Wei swept his gaze over the menacing repeating crossbow and issued a new order. Using the finest steel, forge 3 sets of armor and matching weapons for each of the 500 men. Additionally, craft 100 more repeating crossbows. A faint, innocent smile touched Chu Xiu's lips as he declared. 100 repeating crossbows. Father Emperor will be delighted. Chapter 51, The Grand Marshal. How frustrating. How should this battle be fought? The northern winds lashed like blades tempered in ice, stinging his face. Lin Xiaotian pulled on the reins, halting at the valley entrance. The generals and personal guards behind him stood with faces ashen, silent. The faint scent of horse dung lingered in the air. This place should have been a perfect slaughterhouse. Scouts had confirmed repeatedly that a 1,000-strong barbarian squadron would pass through here. They had lain in ambush here for 2 full days and nights. But all they found was an empty valley and a massive taunt scrawled in barbarian script on the opposite cliff face. Pigs of Great Xia, we're gone. A scout galloped back, his voice thick with suppressed fury as he reported. Reporting to the marshal. The valley has been searched. No ambush found. Only some animal droppings. Lin Xiaotian remained expressionless, merely waving his hand dismissively. This wasn't the first time. For the past half-month, this scenario had played out repeatedly. He felt like a burly man clenching his fists, only to punch cotton over and over again, the frustration making his chest tighten. Return to camp. Inside the command tent, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt suffocating. Senior commanders stood with hands clasped at their sides, none daring to speak first. Lin Xiaotian's hoarse voice broke the silence as he slammed a military report onto the table. The supply line has been attacked again. At Blackwind Pass, our 100-man supply convoy was scattered by fewer than 30 barbarian cavalry. All provisions were burned to ashes. 12 of our men were killed and 27 wounded. One commander, boiling with rage upon hearing this, blurted out his frustration. "Marshal, these barbarians are slippery as eels. They refuse to engage our main forces head-on. They just harass us in these tiny hit-and-run raids, striking and fleeing before we can catch them." Another hot-tempered general slammed his fist against his breastplate with a dull thud, venting his frustration. "Slippery is an understatement. They're like worms in our guts. We set an ambush, and they simply bypassed it. When we launch a preemptive strike, by the time our main force arrives, their campfires have long gone cold. Casualties were minimal." This was what frustrated Lin Xiaotian the most. Each loss remained within manageable limits. But this constant bleeding was silently eroding the morale of the entire army. Soldiers grew paranoid, constantly feeling eyes watching them from the woods during marches. The once soaring fighting spirit was being worn down by this endless battle against an invisible enemy. Lin Xiaotian rose and walked to the massive sand table, densely studded with small flags representing both factions. He reached out and pulled out several flags representing his own scouts, his voice deepening as he declared, "This isn't the work of the barbarians. 3 of our most elite scouting units have been lost within half a month. They weren't killed in battle, they vanished. No bodies, no sightings. Only those capable of such tactics are far beyond mere savages who know nothing but horseback slaughter." His fingers slowly traced the edge of the sand table, finally coming to rest on the border between Great Xia and another dynasty. "Great Zhou." The 2 words rolled off his tongue, causing every general in the tent to stiffen. "Marshal, are you suggesting the Great Zhou is secretly backing the barbarians?" Lin Xiaotian withdrew his hand, his tone unwavering. "Not backing them, pulling the strings." This level of precise intelligence gathering, this guerrilla tactic of avoiding the strong and striking the weak, it reeks of that insidious, bookish arrogance. Apart from those schemers lurking in the shadows of Great Zhou, I can think of no other culprits. The weapons we've seized from the small barbarian bands we've been eliminating, many are standard-issue Great Zhou blades. Having spent his entire life on the battlefield, he'd dealt with the barbarians for half his existence. He understood their nature better than anyone. Barbarians revered martial prowess, relying on massive cavalry charges and the momentum of relentless advance. When did they learn this sneaky, cowardly way of fighting? The only explanation was that their minds had been replaced. Replaced with minds more treacherous, more cunning, and more intimately familiar with the Great Xia army. Lin Xiaotian closed his eyes, and the face of the Minister of War from the Great Zhou, renowned for his cunning schemes, floated before his mind's eye. This chess game was likely being played by the enemy against him. The barbarian tribes were merely the blade in their hand. The problem was, he couldn't even discern how the opponent was moving the pieces. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent. "Marshal! A second urgent military dispatch." A messenger burst in, presenting a wax-sealed letter with both hands. Lin Xiaotian opened the letter and scanned it swiftly. His expression darkened instantly. He snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with terrifying coldness as he roared in fury. "Well done, Great Zhou." He slammed the letter onto the table, his chest heaving violently as he choked out. The Imperial Court had just scraped together a batch of military pay, only for it to be ambushed at a post station 300 li from the border. Every escorting officer and soldier was slaughtered, the work of barbarian tribes, yet arrows bearing the Great Zhou's markings were left at the scene. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the tent. Barbarians intercepting our supply convoy within our own borders? Impossible. Could this be a bloody frame-up? The barbarians couldn't possibly infiltrate a postal station 300 li inside our own borders. Could there be a hidden hand at work, aiming to muddy the waters completely, drag the Great Zhou into this, and force us into direct war with them? Lin Xiaotian shook his head. He had discerned the deeper intent behind their words and analyzed. No. It's only the Great Zhou. They're not trying to provoke a war between our 2 nations. They're telling us their hands have already reached into our heartland. They're mocking us. To them, the entire northern defense line of Great Xia is nothing but a sieve. This was no longer mere tactical harassment. This was strategic contempt. The air inside the tent seemed to freeze, an unprecedented pressure weighing heavily on every heart. Lin Xiaotian took a deep breath and sat back down at the command seat. He knew they couldn't afford to remain passive any longer. Conventional methods would never keep pace with the ghost's movements. He needed a blade capable of slaying demons. He spread out a blank memorial paper, lifted his brush, and dipped it heavily in thick ink. The weight of his brushstroke was heavier than ever before. He no longer pleaded his hardships to the Imperial Court, nor did he request reinforcements of provisions or troops. His memorial contained only 2 requests. First, I humbly beseech your majesty to transfer the most elite Shadow Guard Scout Battalion from the Imperial Guard Command to the northern frontier, placing it under my full command. Second, to grant him the authority to act decisively in the field. For all military matters at the frontier, he would be permitted to execute first and report later. After writing the final sentence, he slammed down his brush, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. He understood clearly that the second request was tantamount to challenging the very foundation of imperial authority. Throughout history, what monarchs feared most were commanders wielding vast armies without restraint. He, Lin Xiaotian, Grand Marshal of the Great Xia Army, the very soul of its military might. He had been feared by Chu Wei for decades. But the current situation left him no room for further hesitation. He must wrest control back from that invisible dark hand. Attendant. Lin Xiaotian sealed the completed memorial with wax and solemnly handed it to a personal guard, instructing, "Deliver this by 800 Li Express to the capital immediately. No delays." "Aye, sir." The guard took the military dispatch and dashed out of the tent. Moments later, the sound of galloping hooves echoed urgently, growing fainter as it sped into the distance, eventually vanishing into the vast night and swirling snowstorm. Lin Xiaotian stood alone at the tent entrance, gazing toward the capital. The north wind whipped his graying beard and hair. He did not know what storm this dispatch staking his half-life of reputation and loyalty would unleash upon the already storm-tossed court. Chapter 52, Your Majesty, do not worry, the Ninth Prince might just solve this. Within the Hall of Mental Cultivation, flickering candlelight stretched Emperor Chu Wei's shadow long and distorted across the cold, gold brick floor. The military dispatch, delivered by 800 Li Express courier, lay spread out upon the imperial desk. Every word felt like a red-hot steel needle piercing deep into Chu Wei's mind. Lin Xiaotian, his most trusted veteran general, the pillar of stability for the Great Xia Empire, had been completely outmaneuvered by a band of barbarians. What sent chills down his spine were the two jarring requests at the end of the memorial. To deploy the Shadow Guards? The most secretive force within the Imperial Guard, answering only to him alone, that was his final trump card. More crucial than the Imperial spies. And now they demanded he grant them absolute authority to act at their discretion? This was demanding the very power of life and death from him, the Emperor. Chu Wei rose impatiently, pacing restlessly within the hall. The bright yellow dragon robe rustled with each step, its sound unsettling to the soul. Lin Xiaotian had been driven to this extreme. Who else could he possibly send? Names of generals flashed through Chu Wei's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Some possessed ample bravery but lacked strategic acumen. Others were seasoned and prudent, yet lacking in sharpness. Those useless fools in the court might be tolerable during peaceful times, spouting empty rhetoric. But on a treacherous battlefield like this, they'd likely fail to even catch a glimpse of the enemy and end up burying the entire army. Could he truly accede to Lin Xiaotian's petition? This vast empire, rotten and riddled with holes, truly felt beyond his grasp. An unprecedented wave of exhaustion and weakness surged through his limbs, threatening to topple him from his feet. Leaning heavily against the golden pillar adorned with coiled dragons, he gasped for breath as a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Another sleepless night. Several strands of startling silver had indeed appeared at the temples of Chu Wei. "Your Majesty, please drink some ginseng tea. You haven't slept a wink all night." Chief Eunuch Wang Defu approached cautiously, teacup in hand, his face etched with concern. Having served Chu Wei for most of his life, he had never seen the emperor look so utterly drained to despondency that seemed to have sucked the very life force from him. Chu Wei did not take the cup, merely waving it away. His bloodshot, weary eyes remained fixed on the section of the sand table depicting the northern frontier's terrain. There, it seemed, a vast, invisible vortex was forming, poised to swallow his empire whole. A deathly silence hung heavy in the hall. Only the emperor's increasingly labored breathing and the old eunuch's heartbeat, growing ever harder to suppress, could be heard. Wang Defu gazed at the emperor's face, clouded with worry, and at the few strands of new white hair sprouting from his temples. A wave of inexplicable sorrow welled up in his heart. A thought one he himself deemed utterly absurd and treasonous rose uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. He hesitated for a long time, his lips trembling several times, but ultimately he could not hold back. Lowering his voice as if afraid of disturbing something, he whispered so softly it was almost inaudible. "Your Majesty. This humble servant dares to," this humble servant was wondering. Perhaps His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince might have a solution? The moment the words fell, the air in the entire hall of mental cultivation seemed to freeze solid. Chu Wei's pacing abruptly halted. He froze in place, his back to Wang Defu, utterly motionless. Time seemed to stretch out, each breath agonizingly long. Wang Defu's heart pounded like a drum, leaping to his throat in an instant, his blood running cold. He knew he had spoken words that could condemn him to a fate worse than death. He threw himself to his knees, his forehead slamming against the floor. His body shook like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind as he pleaded. "This old servant deserves death. This old servant has spoken out of turn. Please, Your Majesty, pass down your punishment." Yet the thunderous wrath he anticipated did not come. Chu Wei turned slowly, extremely slowly. His face bore no expression, no anger, no surprise. His eyes held only a bottomless void. He stared straight ahead at Wang Defu kneeling on the ground. That name. Chu Xiu. The name he dreaded to recall, yet feared every moment. Uttered so casually by the very servant he trusted most. Like a vicious curse. A buzzing sensation erupted in Chu Wei's mind, and countless bloody, grotesque images surged forth in an instant. The small mountain formed from fingers dripping with blood. The golden skull-shaped chamber pot fashioned from the barbarian Khan's skull. The innocent and guileless face of Chu Xiu when the crown prince and second prince were deposed. The mountains of gold and silver seized from the mansions of corrupt officials after the assassination of former Minister of Revenue Li Dequan. Resolve? His son always resolved all his troubles in the most terrifying ways. Chu Wei's chest heaved violently. He wanted to rage, to roar, to order that slave who dared mention that monster dragged out and beaten to death. But his throat felt stuffed with burning cotton, and not a single word could escape. For deep within his heart, in a corner he dared not touch himself. That same mad thought surfaced once more, echoing Wang Defu's words. Yes. If it were him. If it were that madman. How would he resolve the troubles in the north? He would certainly resolve the troubles in the north. The thought sent a bone-chilling shiver through him. Chu Wei watched Wang Defu, who was kneeling on the ground, nearly fainting from fear, as he walked toward him step by step. His dragon boots clicked softly on the stone floor, tap, tap, tap. Each step felt like crushing Wang Defu's heart, making his body tremble in response. Chu Wei came to a halt before Wang Defu, his shadow completely engulfing the old eunuch. He leaned down, his face inches from Wang Defu's ear. A breath mingled with extreme exhaustion and a faint metallic tang from feverish anxiety brushed against Wang Defu's neck. You. Chu Wei's voice was hoarse and dry, like two rusty pieces of iron scraping together. Say it again. Who has the solution? Wang Defu's head pressed tightly against the icy gold ingot, every bone in his body trembling violently as his teeth chattered together, producing a sharp, grinding sound. Terror overwhelmed his reason, and Wang Defu repeated in a trembling, almost weeping voice, driven by sheer survival instinct. Your servant. Your servant only wanted. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. He could always ease His Majesty's burdens. After uttering these words, he could no longer hold himself up. His entire body collapsed, reduced to nothing but terrified gasps. The expected rage did not come. Instead, Wang Defu heard a strange sound. Poof. A dry, cracked chuckle echoed from above his head. The laughter grew louder, yet it contained no trace of joy, only absurdity and sorrow. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Xiaojiu. He truly, always eases my burdens. Chapter 53, Mission Upgrade, Father's White Hair. Chu Wei straightened his back, laughing maniacally. He staggered backward, as if drained of all strength, collapsing heavily onto the dragon throne. At that very moment, the laughter abruptly ceased. Collapsed in the throne, the lofty, solemn emperor vanished. In his place emerged an old man, his eyes hollow and his face worn with exhaustion. He had lost. Not to the northern barbarians, nor to the great Zhou lurking behind them. He had lost to himself. He had lost to that thought deep within his heart, one he dared not even admit to himself. The only solution his most loyal servant had conceived in his darkest hour. It was identical to that fleeting, most insane and terrifying thought that had flashed through his mind in the dead of night. Yes, that wretched creature truly knew how to ease his burdens. Lin Xiaotian's request was one he could not grant. The shadow guards were his eyes, his talisman. They could never fall into the hands of an outsider. The authority to act independently in emergencies was nothing short of a death warrant. He wasn't senile enough to dig his own grave. But if he refused, what then? Among all the ministers and officials in the court, who could go? Who dared to go? Who could possibly replace Lin Xiaotian to confront the unseen dark forces of the Great Zhou? No one. Not a single one. This vast empire had truly reached a point where there was no one left to rely on. A profound sense of helplessness, like icy seawater, rose from his feet, instantly engulfing his head, completely surrounding and sealing him in. Chu Wei slowly closed his weary eyes. Meanwhile, at listening to Rain Garden. In the secluded courtyard, all was silent save for the faint chirping of autumn insects. Chu Xiu reclined on a soft couch by the window, flipping through an ancient medical text by candlelight. His expression was serene, his breathing steady, as if completely detached from all the troubles of the world. Suddenly, a faint golden light screen visible only to him popped up before his eyes without warning, flashing wildly with blinding red light. Ding! Detected Emperor in state of extreme anxiety, fear, and helplessness. Worry level regarding border crisis has reached historic peak. Filial duty, eradicate future troubles upgraded to father's white hair. Mission description, your father's hair has turned white from the northern border conflicts. He feels powerless as never before. As a filial son, how can you stand idly by? Go forth and smooth the wrinkles from his brow in your own way, restoring his smile. Task reward, filial piety points granted based on problem resolution level and father emperor's happiness level. Guaranteed reward, divine craftsman's blueprint x1, filial piety points plus 10,000. Chu Xiu's gaze shifted away from the system panel and fell toward the direction of the imperial palace. A faint smile touched his lips as concern filled his innocent eyes. Father Emperor has actually gone gray with worry over the border conflicts. He murmured softly, his voice tinged with filial affection and a shared sense of burden. As his son, I must ease his burdens. He closed the book, rose slowly, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The night breeze brushed against his somewhat thin robes, yet he seemed oblivious to the slightest chill. Issue the order, divert funds from the sale of farming implements to establish the Hall of the Underworld. Train elite assassins and gather intelligence on the northern frontier. Yes, your majesty. Yangshin Hall. Chu Wei sat motionless on the dragon throne through another sleepless night. Wang Defu knelt on the cold stone floor all night. As the first pale light of dawn spread across the horizon, a sliver of morning light filtered through the window lattice, illuminating the emperor's utterly haggard face. In the light, the few strands of silver hair at his temples stood out starkly. Chu Wei finally stirred. He slowly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes held no trace of struggle or fear anymore, only a dull, lifeless emptiness. Wang Defu. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against skin. Wang Defu, kneeling until his limbs went numb, jolted upright. Your humble servant is here. Convey my imperial decree. Chu Wei's voice was steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. After the morning court session, summon the ministers of war and revenue to the hall of mental cultivation for a meeting. Wang Defu froze. He had imagined countless possibilities. His Majesty might issue an edict rebuking His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. He might send someone to Tingyu Garden to probe the situation. Or even set aside imperial dignity to seek that son's aid. But he never imagined that after enduring such a night of torment, the emperor's choice would be to return to square one. To summon those two ministers who could do nothing but whine about poverty and pass the buck. Would that even help? Wang Defu dared not ask. He merely bowed his head even lower. As commanded. He struggled to rise from the floor, but after kneeling so long, he stumbled and nearly fell. Just as he bowed low, preparing to withdraw, he heard the emperor speak behind him in a voice so faint it was almost a whisper, like a dream. I shall grant them one final chance. The atmosphere at the morning court session hung heavy as a wet lead weight. Civil and military officials stood solemnly with heads bowed, eyes fixed on their noses on their hearts. None dared speak first. The meager grain and military provisions the court had managed to scrape together had been intercepted at a postal station 300 li from the border within the Great Xia's territory. This incident jolted the officials out of their factional strife, awakening a sense of crisis. The deteriorating situation in the northern frontier hung like a vast, dark cloud over the golden throne hall, weighing heavily on every heart. Emperor Chu Wei sat upon the dragon throne, his expression as still as water. His bloodshot eyes were obscured by the shadows cast by his imperial crown. Yet the exhaustion and irritation radiating from his very bones spread unchecked. He said nothing, merely listening to the trivial reports below and observing the faces feigning composure. No one mentioned the northern border campaign. Nor did anyone offer counsel or strategy. Finally, in the suffocating silence, he waved his hand. Dismissed. 2 words, spoken lightly, yet they felt like a royal pardon to the entire court. After bowing in respect, the officials hurriedly withdrew as if escaping. Minister of War Feng Duanyue, Minister of Revenue Qi Wenba remain. Wang Defu's sharp voice echoed through the vast hall. The 2 men, who had just exhaled in relief, stiffened abruptly and stood frozen in place. They then followed the emperor's imperial carriage as it moved toward the hall of mental cultivation. The palace doors closed slowly behind them, shutting out the light of day. Instead of returning to the dragon throne, Chu Wei flung the urgent military dispatch onto the imperial desk. Read it. Feng Duanyue and Qi Wenba exchanged glances, both seeing gravity etched on each other's faces. Feng Duanyue, the Minister of War, stepped forward first. He picked up the memorial, scanning it rapidly. The more he read, the tighter his brow knitted, his facial muscles tensing. When he reached the 2 petitions from Lin Xiaotian, his entire body trembled. He stole a glance at the emperor's expression. Feng Duanyue slammed the memorial shut with a dull thud and declared gravely. Your Majesty. General Lin has done his utmost. Chapter 54, a bunch of good-for-nothings. I must find my devoted son. Feng Duanyue analyzed gravely. Your Majesty. The barbarians are treacherous, and the great Zhou lurks behind them. This battle is no ordinary conflict. Your Majesty, I implore you to immediately allocate military pay and provisions from the treasury to swiftly reinforce the northern border. Moreover, the elite troops from the 3 major camps in the capital must be dispatched north without delay. If we continue to stall, once the northern defenses are breached, the barbarian hordes will march southward. The consequences would be unimaginable. As for the Imperial Guard's shadow guards and the authority to act independently in emergencies mentioned in Lin Xiaotian's report, Feng Duanyue dared not utter a single word about them, nor could he. To do so regardless of whether he supported Lin Xiaotian would imply he harbored treacherous ambitions to usurp imperial authority. It would cost him his head. No sooner had Feng Duanyue finished speaking. Beside him, Qi Wenba, whose figure had grown gaunt from exhaustion as he toiled to bolster the imperial treasury, immediately bowed his head, his face twisted in despair. His voice carried a despair born of careful calculation as he said, Your Majesty. The northern border campaign is indeed difficult. This servant agrees to dispatch provisions and supplies, and also agrees to the 3 major garrisons of the capital heading north. But the treasury is truly empty. Recently, I exhausted every avenue to scrape together 300,000 taels for provisions and 100,000 sure of grain. To gather more now, I truly have no further means. Feng Duanyue's graying beard bristled with fury as he glared at Qi Wenba. Minister Qi, if you could muster funds before, why can you not do so now? The border conflict is urgent. If you won't find a way to send provisions and grain, do you expect our soldiers to fight the barbarians on empty stomachs? Which is more important, the empire and its people, or your petty calculations? Qi Wenba stood his ground, straightening his back to retort. Minister Feng, spare me your accusations. I oversee the Ministry of Revenue, serving His Majesty with utmost devotion until my dying breath. What was the Ministry of Revenue like before? What is it like now? His Majesty commanded it. I exhausted every means, disregarding my own dignity, to gather grain and provisions for your Ministry of War. Yet you squandered it all. Instead of reflecting on your failings and considering how to alleviate the Emperor's burdens despite your guilt, you now accuse this old man before His Majesty of neglecting the welfare of the state and the Empire. Instead of easing His Majesty's burdens, you're only hindering him. You accuse this old man of scheming, but what was your motive for losing the grain and provisions? Feng Duanyue, a mere soldier, could not match Qi Wenba's honeyed tongue. Each word cut like a blade, stabbing Feng Duanyue until his face flushed crimson with shame and fury. You old fool, Qi Wenba. You're as short-sighted as a mouse and as narrow-minded as a woman. Old criminal Feng, brute strength. You know nothing of the basics. 2 ministers past 50, right there in the hall of mental cultivation before the emperor, spit flying as they bellowed at each other. Their quarrel raged from matters of state to long-buried grudges, utterly forgetting where they stood. Wang Difu knelt in the corner, head bowed low, wishing he could dig a hole in the gold-inlaid floor and bury himself. Chu Wei watched silently. He watched his trusted Minister of War and his trusted Minister of Revenue once again hurling insults at each other like 2 street thugs. This was the farce that had come of the last chance he had given them. The last shred of hope in his heart crumbled into cold ashes. This empire was truly rotten to the core. Enough! A roar suppressed to its absolute limit erupted like a thunderclap. Chu Wei lashed out with his hand, flinging several memorials from the imperial desk at the 2 men. The impact left them pale-faced, their bodies trembling violently. The quarrel ceased abruptly. Feng Duanyue and Qi Wenba were terrified out of their wits, collapsing to their knees with a thud, their bodies shaking like sieves. Useless! All of you are useless! Chu Wei's eyes blazed crimson as his chest heaved violently. He pointed his finger at their noses and unleashed a torrent of curses. Lin Xiaotian has gone gray with worry in the northern frontier. Tens of thousands of soldiers lie in wait, ready to shed blood on the battlefield at any moment. The very foundation of the great Xia dynasty hangs by a thread. And what of you? All you know is demanding money and grain, sending troops north as if you'd tear apart my imperial throne to burn it for firewood. One clutches his purse, whining about poverty, refusing to raise funds, watching our soldiers die on the front lines. Quarrel. 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 Beyond bickering and shifting blame, what else can you do? What use are you worthless good-for-nothings to this emperor? The roar, filled with unprecedented fury and despair, echoed relentlessly through the empty hall. The 2 ministers pressed their foreheads to the floor, not daring to breathe, let alone utter a sound. Exhausted from his tirade, Chu Wei heaved a heavy sigh and collapsed onto the dragon throne, feeling the world spin around him. After the fury came an even deeper sense of helplessness. Gazing at the 2 pillars of the court, frozen in terror before him, a profound sadness filled his heart. With them in charge, the great Xia Empire was doomed. A mad thought, one he had fought desperately to suppress for several nights. Now, with deadly allure, it surfaced once more in his mind with unmistakable clarity. If it were Chu Xiu. If it were that scourge. He wouldn't be arguing with anyone here. He wouldn't even ask for a single penny, a single grain of rice. He would ask only one question: who is the trouble? Then he would go and deal with that trouble. The thought sent a chill down Chu Wei's own spine. He found himself actually looking forward to it. That most filial little ninth would resolve the current predicament in the most terrifying, most twisted manner. The moment this thought crossed Chu Wei's mind, his entire body trembled. He sighed inwardly. Has this emperor become so incompetent that he must rely on a madman to save his empire? A deathly silence hung heavy within the grand hall. Chu Wei slowly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes held nothing but a hopeless, lifeless void. His gaze fixed on the palace doors, as if trying to pierce through the thick walls to see the listening terrain garden beyond. After a long moment, he moved. He rose slowly to his feet and descended the imperial steps, one step at a time. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Difu felt the emperor's footsteps halt beside him. Make way. The emperor's voice came, hoarse yet unusually calm. Wang Difu jerked his head up, his face frozen in utter bewilderment. Your Majesty, where are you going? Chu Wei did not look at him, his gaze fixed instead on the gray, overcast sky beyond the palace doors. The shadows cast by the sky completely enveloped the 2 trembling ministers. He paused at the palace entrance, his voice barely audible. The listening terrain garden. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall prepare the imperial carriage at once. On the way to Tingyu Garden. The imperial carriage moved slowly. Wang Difu knelt by the emperor's feet, breathing so softly it was barely perceptible. Yet each rumble of the carriage wheels felt like a crushing blow to the very core of his being. He couldn't help but think of those two ministers kneeling on the hard golden bricks in the hall of mental cultivation, trembling like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Those two old fools had rushed to the early court session, squabbling and expending much energy. He doubted their bodies could endure much longer kneeling. At this thought, Wang Difu felt a surge of relief. His Majesty hasn't slept all night, his emotions running high. Sitting upon the dragon throne, he might just drift off. If His Majesty hadn't moved the court to Rain Garden Pavilion, we'd be kneeling here until God knows when. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince truly is our savior. He then glanced up furtively at Chu Wei's expression, his face immediately turning pale as he lowered his head. Your Majesty, why does your expression look so peculiar? Chapter 55, Father, don't panic, your son will go borrow money right away. Wang Difu thought it through and shuddered, realizing why Chu Wei wore that expression. An emperor, driven to the brink by state affairs, does not turn to his trusted ministers for support, nor does he seek guidance from ancestral spirits. Instead, he sought out the most insignificant, sickly son he had long forgotten in the cold palace. Such utter defeat and disillusionment could make anyone question the meaning of life. This incident alone was more terrifying than the defeat in the northern border or the emptiness of the treasury. They arrived at Tingyu Garden. The place remained as desolate as ever. Near the courtyard walls, piles of withered yellow leaves lay scattered. A gust of wind swept up a few, sending them swirling into the distance. The plaster peeled off the walls in patches, looking even more dilapidated than when Chu Xiu first moved in. Chu Wei's imperial carriage halted at the gate, with no one summoned to announce his arrival. He personally pushed open the dull vermilion wooden door. Apart from the guards stationed at the entrance, the only other presence in Tingyu Garden was Luan, an elderly eunuch who had served Chu Xiu for many years. He walked through the empty main courtyard. In the side garden, a slender young man crouched beside a small vegetable patch. Holding a wooden spoon, he carefully watered several sprouting seedlings. He wore a faded, washed-out robe, his pale profile and focused expression resembling a child untouched by the world. Hearing footsteps, the youth turned his head. The moment he saw Chu Wei, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his face, followed by immense joy. The wooden spoon slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. He sprang to his feet and ran toward Chu Wei with light steps. Before reaching him, he began to perform the formal bow. Your humble son. Your humble son pays homage to His Majesty the Emperor. No need. Chu Wei's voice was hoarse as he stopped Chu Xiu from kneeling. Yet he felt drained of all strength, his steps faltering as he approached. Father? Chu Xiu hurried forward, his hand reaching out to support him, yet hesitating as if afraid. His arm froze mid-air, his face etched with deep concern. His voice was soft, tinged with cautious concern as he asked. Father, why do you look so unwell? It's because I haven't rested well again. Chu Wei's body stiffened. He gazed into his son's clear, unclouded eyes. Yet his own heart felt as though an invisible hand had clenched it, squeezing the breath from his lungs. The thought that flashed through my mind was, how does this monster beneath such an innocent, harmless facade know so much about me? Seeing Chu Wei's expression grow distant and dazed, Chu Xiu's own face darkened with deepening concern. He quickly guided Chu Wei to the only relatively clean stone bench in the courtyard and sat him down, asking with utmost concern. Father, please sit. If anything troubles you, feel free to share it with your son. Though your son may be slow-witted, I am still your son. I am willing to share your burdens. Chu Wei remained silent, offering no reply. He only stared at the courtyard, at the pitiful vegetable seedlings, his throat feeling as though it were stuffed with cotton. How could he begin? That the treasury was empty, the Ministry of War lacked provisions, and the entire court was filled with incompetence? I am being driven mad, son. Shall I have more people executed for my amusement? He couldn't bring himself to say it. That would not only be an admission of his own incompetence, but also a complete surrender to the son he feared most. Seeing Chu Wei's silence, Chu Xiu seemed to fear the awkwardness and took the initiative to change the subject. His voice sounded innocent yet tinged with righteous indignation. Father, I heard recently that the northern front is facing setbacks. It seems Grand Marshal Lin has encountered trouble. Those barbarians are truly despicable, daring to invade our great Xia and causing father such distress. They are damned. Chu Wei's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew. He knew everything after all. Chu Xiu, however, seemed utterly oblivious to his father's unease. Sighing to himself, he wore a look of sorrow unbecoming his age. Alas, your humble son possesses no special talents and is frail and sickly. I cannot take up arms to fight the enemy and ease your burdens, father. All I can do is fret helplessly here. Whenever I think of our soldiers fighting fiercely on the front lines and how it keeps you, father, sleepless and unable to eat, my heart feels like it's being torn apart. As the words flowed, Chu Xiu's eyes glistened with tears, his voice thick with emotion. That heartfelt devotion to filial piety was so profound it moved every listener to tears. Wang Difu watched and listened from the side, feeling a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. It was uncannily similar. The ninth prince's devotion to his country and its people, his sincere desire to ease the emperor's burdens. It was more genuine than any loyal minister in the imperial court. Yet the more he saw this, the more terrifying the ninth prince became to Wang Difu. Chu Wei's last psychological defense crumbled under these words. He lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes brimming with exhaustion and despair. He seemed to speak to the air, yet it felt like he was pronouncing his own sentence. The barbarians are no threat. Now, we have no money, no grain. The court is filled with nothing but bickering fools. He finally spoke it aloud, exposing his most helpless, most humiliating side to the sun. As the words fell, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up instantly. It was the pure joy of having found the root of the problem. He clapped his hands, all traces of sorrow vanishing from his face. Father! So this is what has been troubling you. What's so difficult about that? Chu Wei and Wang Difu froze simultaneously, staring at him in stunned silence. The treasury was empty, with no money or grain. How could that not be difficult? But Chu Xiu spoke with an air of utter certainty, uttering words that shook the heavens. If the treasury lacks money and the Ministry of War lacks grain, then let those with wealth and grain willingly contribute what they have. He paused, tilting his head with a pure smile. As for those who refuse, they're likely not loyal subjects anyway. Keeping him around only causes Father Emperor grief. It would be better if your humble son cleaned him up for you, so he doesn't remain an eyesore. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Chu Wei abruptly leapt to his feet from the stone bench. Rising too abruptly, his body swayed dangerously, nearly sending him tumbling. He stared at Chu Xiu in horror, as though gazing upon a demon crawling out of hell. This was the answer he had sought. And it was the answer he feared most. Chu Xiu stepped forward with concern, offering his hand to steady him as he asked. Father, what's wrong? Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Chu Wei saw his own panic reflected in those eyes brimming with concern, clearly recognizing how utterly wretched he looked. He pushed away Chu Xiu's supporting hand, his voice trembling slightly as he said, I am weary. Return to the palace. Father, take your time. You must take care of your royal health. Your son will pray for your well-being day and night, wishing you peace and freedom from worry. Listening to these words brimming with filial devotion, Chu Wei practically fled in panic. Supported by Wang Difu, he dashed out of Tingyu Garden without looking back. Chu Xiu respectfully escorted him to the door. Facing that hasty retreating figure, he bowed deeply and waved farewell. Take your time, father. Rest well. Please rest assured, father. Your troubles are my mission. I will never disappoint you. His words carried clearly to Chu Wei's ears. Seated in the imperial carriage, Chu Wei's face paled as his hands clenched the dragon-headed armrests. Only when the carriage's shadow vanished entirely from the alleyway did Chu Xiu slowly straighten his back. The innocence and filial piety on his face receded like a tide, leaving only an abyss of impenetrable indifference. He strolled back into the courtyard and resumed watering the vegetable seedlings. Someone. A dark figure appeared silently behind him, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness. Chu Xiu continued watering while glancing toward the direction of the Hall of Cultivating the Heart. A faint smile touched his lips as he spoke with feigned concern. If father lacks funds, we shall go borrow them. Minister of Revenue Qi Wenba, didn't he say even mice in the treasury must leave with tears in their eyes? Let us start our borrowing from his household. Tell him this is to ease the emperor's burden and serve the soldiers of the northern frontier. Before sunset, I want to see Qi Wenba delivering the silver to the treasury. Chapter 56, Minister Qi, it's time to ease the emperor's burden. The midday sun hung high in the sky. After the morning court session, Minister Qi Wenba endured a draining argument in the Hall of Mental Cultivation, then knelt on the golden bricks within the hall for the entire morning. He felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally, as if half his life force had been sapped away. Forcing himself to walk the long palace avenue under the scorching sun, he felt as if death were upon him. He immediately reported illness and returned home. The carriage halted before the gates of the Qi residence. The attendant at the gate stepped forward and, upon seeing Qi Wenba's face as white as paper, barely breathing in or out, shuddered in fright. Master, what on earth has happened to you? Qi Wenba weakly waved his hand. It's nothing. Carry me to the study. No one is to disturb me. Yes, sir. Quick, someone carry the master. The servants scrambled to carry Qi Wenba into the mansion. As soon as Qi Wenba entered the study, he dismissed everyone and pushed open a hidden door disguised as a bookshelf at the farthest end of the room. Beyond the door lay a narrow passageway barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. A chill, damp air washed over him, yet Qi Wenba felt invigorated, as if he'd taken a tonic. His steps grew lighter. At the passage's end lay a spacious secret chamber. This was his true sanctuary. Candles were lit, their dim glow instantly reflecting off the walls, bursting into countless dazzling rays of gold and silver that illuminated the entire chamber. Walls were stacked with gold bars, mountains formed from silver ingots. Jewel-encrusted artifacts, antique paintings, and precious jade were haphazardly stacked within chests and crates, their dazzling array blinding to behold. My treasures, my precious treasures. You're the ones who saved my life. Chi Wenba greedily inhaled the air, a mixture of the scent of gold and silver mingled with mustiness, a dazed smile spreading across his face. His hand caressed the walls of gold and mountains of silver, his gaze unfocused, his face flushed with an unusual crimson. Only here could he find a moment's peace from the anxiety of the empty treasury and the emperor's wrath. Like a king surveying his domain, he caressed the cool gold bricks and felt the weight of the silver ingots. All the fatigue and humiliation he had endured today vanished into thin air. The treasury is empty, even mice weep when they see it. His Majesty's hair has turned white from worrying over the treasury. This old man possesses mountains of gold and silver. Truly, the emperor himself cannot compare to me. Chi Wenba swayed his head triumphantly before approaching a rosewood chest. He lifted the lid to reveal neatly stacked ledgers inside. These books documented his intricate web of financial dealings with officials throughout the court, the very lifeblood of his power. He picked up the top volume, about to savor the ingenious schemes that had made him rich. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow that shouldn't have been there. That shadow fell precisely upon the ledger before him. Chi Wenba's body froze. Slowly, inch by inch, he raised his head. A figure clad in black, wearing a mask of a green-faced, fanged demon, had silently appeared behind him at some unknown moment. It seemed as though this masked figure had been one with the darkness of this secret chamber from the very beginning. You. A dry, rasping sound escaped Chi Wenba's throat as the blood in his veins seemed to freeze instantly. Just as he opened his mouth to cry for help, a cold gleam flashed. Oomph. A jet-black dagger whizzed past his nose, embedding itself with pinpoint accuracy into the open ledger spread before him. The blade pierced through the thick pages, sinking deep into the rosewood lid beneath, embedding itself 3 inches into the wood. The entire sequence unfolded without a whisper. Chi Wenba turned pale with terror, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the floor. A foul stench wafted from beneath the hem of his official robe. Beneath the demonic mask, there was no hint of emotion. The intruder emitted no trace of killing intent. Calmly, he drew a scroll from his robe and presented it to the deathly pale Chi Wenba. The scroll slowly unfolded, revealing 4 characters written in vermilion cinnabar, register of filial devotion. After a moment of shock, Chi Wenba, after all, was a seasoned veteran of the bureaucratic world, having navigated its treacherous currents for decades. He quickly regained his composure, sensing this was no ordinary bandit. He rose to his feet, steadying his voice as he attempted to intimidate the intruder with official authority, his tone fierce but inwardly trembling. Insolent scoundrel! I am the Minister of Revenue. Do you realize the gravity of trespassing upon the residence of an imperial official? The black-clad figure remained silent. Instead, he gently placed a palm-sized wooden box before Chi Wenba. The box was crafted from exquisite wood, emitting a faint, subtle fragrance. Chi Wenba's heart sank abruptly. His trembling hand reached out, shakily lifting the lid. Inside, a flawless white jade ring lay quietly upon red velvet. The inner surface of the ring bore a trace of dark red that had not yet fully solidified. Chi Wenba's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. This ring was all too familiar to him. It was the cherished possession of Xiaoli, the Vice Minister of Works, who never parted with it. Just days ago, he and Xiaoli had collaborated on a river repair project, successfully siphoning a substantial sum of silver from both the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. Now, Xiaoli's ring was here. But where was Xiaoli himself? A terrifying thought sent a chill through Chi Wenba, soaking his luxurious official robe with cold sweat in an instant. He understood. They weren't unaware of who he was. Precisely because they knew who he was, they had come for him. They knew everything. What do you want? Looking at Chi Wenba, whose face was ashen, the man in black finally spoke. His voice was devoid of emotion, like the coldest ice in winter. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince has learned that His Majesty is deeply troubled by the empty treasury and the military pay at the border forts, unable to eat or sleep in peace. His Highness, being benevolent and filial, could not bear to see His Majesty troubled. He has specially invited you distinguished officials to join this grand undertaking and ease His Majesty's burdens. The black-clad figure paused, fully unfolding the Filial Piety donation register, then emphasized. Minister Chi, as Minister of Revenue, surely values loyalty to the throne and devotion to the state. You must be willing to set an example. Chi Wenba's eyes widened in horror. Charity register for filial piety? Filial piety my ass. Donate my ass. This is outright robbery. No, this isn't robbery. This is nothing less than moral blackmail, something he cannot refuse nor escape. He stared at the blank ledger, then at the bloodstained signet ring, and finally his gaze settled on the dagger pinned to his incriminating evidence. He knew he had no choice. He could only voluntarily carve out his own flesh at this feast called filial piety. Under the cold gaze of the black-clad figure, Chi Wenba trembled as he picked up the brush. In the Filial Piety donation register, he inscribed the full 80% of his lifetime savings, 1,200,000 taels of silver, plus 5,000 acres of prime farmland outside the city. After writing the final character, every ounce of strength drained from his body. This is 80% of my fortune. But does it meet your Highness's expectations? The black-clad figure remained silent, merely lifting the dagger and making a light cut across Qi Wenba's finger. A bead of blood seeped out. Pale-faced, Qi Wenba pressed his crimson blood-stained palm beneath the written figures. Only after watching the cloaked figure roll up the scroll and turn to leave did he finally exhale. Only then did Qi Wenba exhale a long breath, trembling as he raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Satisfaction was all that mattered. Satisfaction meant he wouldn't have to die. Just as the cloaked figure reached the secret passageway, he abruptly halted and turned back, adding in that emotionless tone, "Your filial devotion is commendable, Lord Qi. His Majesty will surely be pleased. Before sunset, Lord Qi must personally deliver these items to the treasury. Do not delay, lest it disrupt the military pay for the northern frontier." With that, the figure vanished into the darkness of the secret passageway, as if he had never been there at all. In the chamber, only Qi Wenba remained, slumped beside mountains of gold and silver, alongside the jade ring that reeked of blood. Gazing at the mountains of gold and silver piled high, he felt for the first time the fear that wealth could bring. He could not protect this wealth. His very life now lay in the hands of that terrifying ninth prince. Qi Wenba picked up the jade ring and clenched it tightly in his palm. The sticky blood residue on the ring repulsed his very soul, making him tremble. He knew he must do as the other had commanded. Not only must he do it, but he must execute it flawlessly. He had to make everyone believe he was doing it willingly, that he had seen the light, that it was for the sake of the great Xia's empire and its people. He would personally go to the Hall of Mental Cultivation to present this loyalty to the Emperor. Chapter 57, Your Majesty, it's a matter of utmost joy. Within the Hall of Mental Cultivation, wisps of blue smoke from dragon's drool incense rose gently. The unique, tranquil scent of that costly incense could not dispel the oppressive, heart-stopping tension in the air. Ever since returning from Tingyu Garden, Chu Wei had shut himself within the palace halls. He had not slept a wink the previous night, and this morning had been consumed by rage. The ordeal at Tingyu Garden had left him utterly drained. Exhaustion weighed heavily on his eyelids as he lay on the dragon bed, sleep overwhelming him. Yet the moment he closed his eyes, the face of that rebellious son appeared in the darkness. That face bore a pure, innocent smile, yet the eyes held a coldness devoid of any warmth. "Perhaps I could help you clean up the mess." Those words echoed relentlessly in his mind. He tossed and turned on the dragon bed, and it was only after an unknown length of time that he finally drifted into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted. But Chu Wei's sleep was far from peaceful. Nightmares haunted him. In his dreams, the entire palace lay desolate, filled only with the sound of the wind. Everyone had vanished. Alone, he sat upon the cold dragon throne. The vast halls brought only endless emptiness and solitude. Footsteps drew nearer from afar. That rebellious son, clad in a brand new dragon robe, ascended the palace steps one by one. In his hands, he held an object. A blood-stained skull. The disobedient son approached him, presenting the crimson and white skull before his eyes, his face bearing the same familiar, concerned smile. "Father, are you still troubled now? Don't come any closer." Chu Wei jolted upright from his dream, his chest heaving violently as cold sweat soaked through his inner robe. Wang Defu, who had been dozing nearby, jolted awake and hurried over, his voice brimming with concern as he asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "The physician. Call the physician." Chu Wei raised his hand to stop him. "It's nothing." His voice sounded somewhat weak as he said, "I had a dream. Bring me a handkerchief. By the way, what hour is it now?" "Your Majesty, it is just past the 7th hour. Dusk is still far off. Would you like to rest a little longer?" "No more sleep. The situation in the northern frontier troubles me greatly." Wang Defu swiftly fetched a warm handkerchief and gently dabbed Emperor Chu Wei's forehead. Recalling what the ninth prince had said, he smiled and spoke, attempting to ease the emperor's mind. "Your Majesty, the ninth prince's filial devotion is commendable. Upon learning of your worries over state affairs, he vowed to resolve your troubles. He will surely succeed. Rest easy and get some proper sleep. You've grown so haggard these past days it pains this old servant to see it." Wang Defu finished speaking and waited a moment, but received no response from His Majesty. He lowered his head in puzzlement. He saw Chu Wei staring at him with a blank expression. Within those dragon-like eyes swirled a thick, unyielding current of suspicion and scrutiny. Wang Defu's heart lurched, his knees buckled, and he nearly fell to his knees. Chu Wei remained silent. He now found everyone suspicious. He constantly suspected that every imperial guard outside the hall, every eunuch, might be a spy planted by his filial son. They could hand him a cup of poisoned wine at any moment, or stab him in the back. Just as his mind was in turmoil, consumed by suspicion and paranoia. Bang! The palace doors burst open from the outside. A figure scrambled and tumbled inside. A young eunuch, pale as death and lips trembling as if he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight, reported, Your Majesty." Chu Wei's heart skipped a beat. His right hand instinctively gripped the hilt of the sword hanging beside the bed. The cold touch steadied him slightly as he demanded, "What is the cause of such panic?" The eunuch knelt on the floor, his throat wheezing like a broken bellows. His voice rose to a shrill, distorted pitch. It's a tremendous piece of good news. Though he cried good news, his expression was more wretched than a mourner's, his teeth chattering so violently they made a faint rattling sound. Minister Chi of the Ministry of Revenue is waiting outside the hall, saying he must report a tremendous piece of good news to your excellency. Chu Wei's heart instantly sank to the depths. A joyous occasion? Chi Wenba? He was almost certain that rebellious son had made his move. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to rise from the dragon bed and return to the imperial throne that seats symbolizing supreme authority, regaining the dignity befitting an emperor. Announce. The single word was squeezed out between clenched teeth. Moments later, Minister of Revenue Chi Wenba was brought in. He still wore the sumptuous court robes signifying his rank as a first-grade official. But his attire was disheveled, his official cap sat askew, his top knot untidy, strands of gray-white hair clinging to his sweat-dampened temples. His once piercing eyes now sat sunken, veined with spiderweb-like bloodshot patterns. His entire being seemed drained of all vitality, leaving only an empty shell struggling to hold itself upright. The moment he entered the hall, Chi Wenba's knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Using his knees instead of his feet, he crawled step by step to the imperial desk. He neither wailed nor pleaded for forgiveness. He merely raised a scroll high above his head. His hands shook uncontrollably, causing the scroll to tremble violently along with them. Chu Wei's gaze fixed intently upon the scroll. For characters written in vermilion ink blazed crimson, piercing the eyes. Register of Filial Devotion. A chill shot up Chu Wei's spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He felt every hair on his body stand on end. Then, in a voice hoarse and dry yet forced into a strained pitch, Chi Wenba cried out. Your Majesty! Your servant! Your servant is guilty. After returning to my residence at noon, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I have reflected endlessly, filled with shame over my incompetence and arrogance in the palace hall today. With that, he slammed his forehead hard against the floor. His forehead collided with the cold, hard gold brick floor, producing a dull thud. He then declared in a loud voice. Your servant is deeply grateful for the Emperor's grace, and even more so for the sincere devotion and filial piety of His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince in sharing the Emperor's burdens. As Minister of Revenue, I have received the Emperor's bounty yet failed to alleviate his burdens. Instead, I have caused His Majesty distress over the depleted treasury. I deserve death 1,000 times over. I pledge to donate 1,200,000 taels of silver and 5,000 acres of fertile land to replenish the military provisions. To aid our soldiers in the northern frontier and uphold the might of our great Xia Empire. I beg your Majesty to mete out punishment for my decades of idleness and incompetence, my shallow ignorance. Chi Wenba wept bitterly, his voice choked with emotion. His words were passionate and fervent, brimming with unwavering loyalty. It seemed as though a heart of pure loyalty was laid bare before heaven, earth, the sovereign, and his kin. Wang Defu, watching from the side, stared in utter astonishment. He was almost convinced that Minister Chi had truly experienced a profound awakening, moved to mend his ways by the Ninth Prince's filial devotion. But only Chu Wei, seated upon the dragon throne, saw clearly. He saw the trail of blood, not yet fully dried, on the hands that held the scroll aloft. He saw the fear in Chi Wenba's eyes, a fear so deep it ran through his very bones, impossible to conceal. That was not sudden repentance. It was despair. A victim was being forced to perform a grand annual spectacle of gratitude. And he, the Emperor the nominal beneficiary, watched with numb limbs and a heart pounding wildly in his chest. Chu Wei stared fixedly at the Filial Piety donation register. He stared at the 3 characters Chi Wenba beneath it, and the blood-red handprint that glared out at him. He understood. He understood everything. That wretch had taken care of business in the manner he knew best and feared most. In just half a day, he had resolved the problem that had long eluded him. He wanted to rage. He wanted to overturn the imperial desk before him. He wanted to order that Chi Wenba, who was putting on a show before him, be dragged out and beheaded. But he realized he didn't even have the standing to be angry. The minister voluntarily donated funds to ease the nation's burdens. A son, filial, alleviating his father's troubles. Each and every one of these acts was a perfectly natural good deed, worthy of being recorded in the annals of history as a beautiful tale of loyalty between ruler and subject. What could he, the emperor, possibly say? Call it robbery? Call it coercion? Where was the evidence? Was the fear in Chi Wenba's eyes the evidence? Were the bloodstains on his hands the proof? He could only watch helplessly, feeling that fear so clearly orchestrated, as if someone had seized his throat. The entire hall of mental cultivation fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Chu Wei remained silent. Chi Wenba, still holding the scroll aloft, knelt on one knee, his body trembling uncontrollably. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere, another young eunuch stumbled into the chamber. Kneeling behind Wang Defu, his voice trembled with uncontrollable panic. Your Majesty! Minister Qiao of the Ministry of Works, Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Rights, Minister Sun of the Ministry of Personnel, over a dozen officials are waiting outside the hall to present their petitions. The young eunuch trembled like a leaf in the wind, his voice shaking with panic as he stammered. They all say there's tremendous good news to report. They're crying and shouting, they want to donate money for the country. Chapter 58, the capital's officials bleed profusely, moving His Majesty to deep emotion. Within the hall of mental cultivation, the air seemed to solidify into substance. The second eunuch's shrill, frantic reports still echoed between the palace beams. They're all crying and shouting, demanding to donate to the nation. Emperor Chu Wei sat motionless upon the dragon throne, his body rigid as a statue. Only beneath his sleeves did his fingers clench the rosewood armrest with deathly force, a single thought echoing through his mind. These loyal ministers truly serve the emperor and love the nation. Qi Wenba, still kneeling on the floor, heard these words. His stiff neck slowly turned toward the palace doors. A strange glimmer of relief flickered in his bloodshot eyes as he inwardly gloated. It's not just me. Thank goodness, I'm not the only one. Your Majesty? Wang Defu called out cautiously. Seeing Chu Wei's bloodless face, his own heart began to race with anxiety as he silently pondered. What on earth has happened to His Majesty? The entire court has suddenly awakened and is generously donating. Isn't this a tremendous blessing? Then why does Your Majesty look worse than if the treasury had been emptied? Chu Wei ignored him, only managing to grit out through clenched teeth. Summon them in. Soon, a cacophony of footsteps and wails echoed outside the palace doors. As if granted some form of pardon, over a dozen court officials, men who normally maintained dignified composure and radiated authority, now rushed in, jostling one another. Their robes were disheveled, official caps askew, faces streaked with tears, expressions of utter grief as if attending a funeral. No wonder the eunuch who delivered the message looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Zhang Ting, the Minister of Rights leading the group, stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Without rising, he crawled forward on his knees, head thrown back, and began wailing loudly. Your Majesty! I am guilty. As Minister of Rights, entrusted with overseeing moral education, I have lost all sense of shame. Obsessed with my own wealth, I forgot how day and night Your Majesty worries for the state treasury. I am not human. Deputy Minister of Personnel Sun Pei followed closely behind, kneeling as he crawled forward several paces, his voice choked with tears as he declared. Your Majesty! I too come to plead my case. I am willing to donate 40,000 taels of silver and 3,000 mu of prime farmland from my personal estate. I only seek to ease Your Majesty's burdens and offer my humble contribution to the soldiers defending the northern frontier. Otherwise, I shall find no peace in sleep or sustenance, and shall be unworthy of Your Majesty's grace. And I too. This subject offers 50,000 taels. Your Majesty, I offer 3 villas south of the city. In an instant, the entire hall of mental cultivation transformed into a grand scene of self-reflection. No, a scene of competing in filial piety. One after another, the court's high officials wept as if mourning their own fathers. They scrambled to announce the estates they would donate. As if anyone who donated less would be committing treason, an act intolerable to heaven. Wang Defu watched from the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. He edged closer to Chu Wei, lowering his voice to a trembling whisper. Your Majesty, look. Look at this. All the ministers have been moved by His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince's sincere filial devotion. This is an unprecedented event in the history of our great Xia, unseen in 100 years. Chu Wei's mouth twitched. A grand event? He looked down at the faces below, each one consumed by grief, and saw not loyal ministers, but a flock of lambs being chased by demons. And the one driving away those demons? His own son. Qi Wenba watched their pitiful state and suddenly felt invigorated. His legs stopped trembling, and strength returned to his body. Without awaiting the emperor's command, he silently rose from the ground. Holding the Filial Piety donation register, he walked expressionlessly before Zhang Ting, the Minister of Rights. Minister Zhang, please. Zhang Ting lifted his tear-filled eyes to the register, his body jerking violently. Taking the brush, his trembling hand distorted the characters he wrote. After finishing, Qi Wenba swiftly produced a seal pad from his robe. Zhang Ting watched the ink pad, his mouth twitching. He never imagined the Minister of Revenue would carry such a thing with him. Nevertheless, he resignedly extended his finger, dipped it in the ink, and pressed it firmly onto the booklet. The vivid red fingerprint bloomed like a blood-red plum blossom upon the pages. Then, the Filial Piety donation register began its journey. It was passed from one person to the next. Deputy Minister of Personnel Sun Pei, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court Jiaquan, Minister of Rights Li Mu. Each name was followed by a staggering sum and a flash of startling crimson. The entire hall of mental cultivation echoed only with the officials' waves of sobbing cries and the scratching sound of brushes on paper. Chu Wei sat there, silent. He watched as the names on the register grew longer and longer, the blood-stained fingerprints denser and denser. He knew these were not pledges of monetary contributions, but rather proof of his own imperial authority being stripped away. From this day forward, these men would no longer revere him as the emperor of the Great Xia. Instead, it would be his ninth son, the one who, though far away in Tingyu Garden, held the court's most precious evidence and the power over life and death. With so many officials pledging their loyalty, why did His Majesty remain silent, appearing lost in thought? Surely he must show some reaction? Wang Defu was sweating profusely with anxiety and couldn't help whispering a reminder. Your Majesty. Say something. Chu Wei drew a deep breath, summoning a shred of imperial instinct from the depths of utter absurdity and terror. He rose slowly, forcing a smile uglier than tears onto his face. His voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor as he said, My loyal ministers, rise. Your loyalty, I have witnessed it all. With every word he spoke, it felt like swallowing a knife, causing him unbearable discomfort. The imperial treasury is replenished thanks to your devoted service, and the northern frontier's military provisions are secure. This is a blessing for our great Xia and a fortune for the state. This fills my heart with profound satisfaction. Hearing these words, the officials kneeling below did not feel honored. Instead, their sobs grew even more wretched. The more the emperor expressed his satisfaction, the more uneasy they felt. This farce continued until dusk. When the last official pressed his seal onto the Filial Piety donation register, the entire volume had grown heavy with weight. With trembling hands, Chu Wenba presented the register, a testament to the wealth and fear of half the capital's high officials, back onto the imperial desk. Your Majesty, the total is 5,300,000 taels of silver. Prime farmland and estates are valued at approximately 900,000 taels. The grand total, 6,200,000 taels. 6,200,000 taels of silver. This sum equaled nearly 1.5 years' revenue for the great Xia treasury. And it had all been gathered by his filial son in just one afternoon. Good. Very good. Chu Wei stared at the ledger, uttering his approval while his eyes flashed with icy coldness. Waving his hand, he spoke in a voice worn to exhaustion. Minister Qi, take this ledger and proceed immediately to inventory and store the items. Not a moment should be wasted. Everyone, withdraw. Yes, Your Majesty, we obey. The officials, as if granted a pardon, scrambled out of the hall of mental cultivation. The vast hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Chu Wei slumped back against the dragon throne, his earlier majesty vanished, as if all strength had been drained from his body. He stared at the empty hall for a long moment before letting out a low, hollow chuckle. Ha, ha, ha. The echoes of his laughter reverberated through the vast chamber, sending a chill down Wang Defu's spine. He hurriedly asked with concern. Your Majesty, what is this? Chu Wei merely raised his hand slowly, cutting him off. Then, pointing toward the palace doors, he asked in a voice that sounded almost like a dream. Wang Defu, tell me, when my loyal ministers attend court tomorrow, will they still kneel before me? Wang Defu fell to his knees with a thud, forehead pressed to the floor, his body shaking like a sieve. Without hesitation, he answered. Your Majesty. You are the Son of Heaven. They will naturally kneel before you. Is that so? Chu Wei murmured to himself. He slowly closed his eyes, his tone suddenly turning stern. Transmit my decree, starting tonight, double the Imperial Palace guards. 2 additional squads of Imperial spies shall be stationed outside my bedchamber. No one is to approach. He paused, then opened his eyes once more. His dragon-like gaze now held only boundless exhaustion and bone-deep vigilance as he commanded. Wang Defu, tonight, you will sleep beside my imperial bed. At the slightest sound, rouse me immediately. Chapter 59, Citywide Procession. The Ninth Prince's filial piety moves heaven. The setting sun bled crimson, draping the imperial city in a magnificent cloak of sunset hues. In listening to Rain Garden, Chu Xiu sipped fragrant tea while admiring the fiery clouds in the sky. A pleasant system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected, His Majesty is overjoyed due to the replenished treasury and resolved military pay issues. He is particularly pleased with your efficient solution, resulting in a significant decrease in his worry level. Reward issued 80,000 filial piety points. Chu Xiu's lips curved upward as he remarked with emotion. It seems Father Emperor is in a splendid mood. The filial piety points granted far exceed the baseline. We must keep up the good work. No sooner had the words left his lips than a shadowy assassin materialized silently beside Chu Xiu. Kneeling on one knee, the assassin reported in a voice devoid of emotion. Your Highness, Minister Qi's silver has been deposited into the treasury. The other 14 officials have entered the palace, recorded their donation amounts in the Filial Piety donation register, and arranged for the funds to be delivered to the treasury. Well done. Chu Xiu nodded approvingly, then suddenly inspired, commanded. Go. Inform them to prepare the military funds for the northern border tonight. Deliver it to the Ministry of War first thing tomorrow morning. And make sure to beat the gongs and drums, singing praises far and wide. Let the entire capital know of their loyalty to the throne and devotion to the nation. Yes, Your Highness. The underworld death squad acknowledged the order and departed silently. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, admiring the sunset as vivid as blood, murmuring. These powerful ministers have disciples and old associates scattered throughout the great Xia. Though a bit greedy, they get things done. Give these powerful ministers a warning. And a warning to those officials who haven't contributed funds. I wouldn't want Father to be troubled by having to replace ministers so frequently. I hope they can properly attend to His Majesty and ease his burdens. With that thought, Chu Xiu opened his system panel, where his filial piety points displayed 238,000. He couldn't help but sigh. The Netherworld assassins are useful, but they sure are expensive. System, exchange 4 Netherworld death warriors for me. Ding. Host has spent 200,000 filial piety points to exchange for 4 Netherworld death warriors. Items distributed. Please check your inventory. As the system's voice faded, 4 figures clad in black combat gear and wearing menacing bronze masks appeared before Chu Xiu. They seemed to have emerged from the abyss, their presence utterly devoid of any aura fluctuations. Chu Xiu commanded. Proceed to the Celestial Workshop. Your companions will instruct you on your tasks. Yes, Your Highness. The 4 underworld assassins vanished in an instant, their forms flickering like a gust of wind. The next day, as dawn broke, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire capital city of Daxia. When ordinary citizens opened their doors, they found today's streets utterly different from any other day. At this hour, the streets were usually bustling with porters hurrying to work or peddlers hawking their wares. But today, along both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue, a soldier from the Imperial Guard stood every 10 paces. Armored and solemn-faced, each hand resting on his sword hilt, they had the entire main thoroughfare under martial law. Outside the Ministry of Revenue, the area was completely sealed off. Countless brand-new carriages, adorned with red silk decorations, converged from all corners of the capital, completely filling the square in front of the ministry. Inside the Ministry of Revenue, chaos reigned supreme. Silver. Mountains of silver. Crates of silver were opened, their dazzling gleam nearly stinging the eyes. The officials in the treasury held abacuses, their fingers flying over the beads with a sharp clatter. Yet not a single face bore a trace of joy. Instead, they all wore expressions of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Minister of Revenue Chi Wenba sat right in the center of the treasury. He did not sit on a chair, but directly upon a pile of scattered silver ingots. The icy metal's touch seeped through his luxurious official robes, penetrating his skin. Where once this chill would have invigorated him, now it sent an uncontrollable shiver through his body. Gazing upon the mountains of treasure chests piled before him, upon the voluntarily donated antiques, calligraphy, land deeds, and property contracts, his heart felt as though it were being sliced by a knife. Beside Chi Wenba stood a dozen or so colleagues who had also opened their purses generously. Zhang Ting, the Minister of Rights, still had red, swollen eyes, while Sun Pei, the Vice Minister of Personnel, looked as pale as paper. None spoke, merely staring numbly as officials from the Ministry of Revenue counted their household assets. Each number announced felt like a small knife repeatedly slicing through their hearts. Minister Zhang's household donates 70,000 taels of silver. Minister Sun's household, 40,000 taels of silver in 3,000 mu of prime farmland. As Chi Wenba listened to the figures, his stiff neck slowly turned to look at Zhang Ting beside him. He gave a bitter smile. Minister Zhang, your household is truly wealthy. Zhang Ting's mouth twitched violently as he retorted. Minister Chi flatters me. Compared to you, the Minister of Revenue, my humble offerings are but a drop in the bucket. The two men exchanged glances, seeing the same bitterness and dread reflected in each other's eyes. They knew that everything had changed since yesterday. Just then, a lean, dark-clad man entered. He strode directly to Chi Wenba, bowed deeply, and announced, Minister Chi, the hour is upon us. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince commands we depart. Chi Wenba's body jerked violently. The Ninth Prince. Those 3 words now struck him as more terrifying than the Grim Reaper's summons. Struggling to rise from the silver pile, he brushed his official robes, adjusted his crooked official cap, and forced himself to look like a powerful minister of the court. His voice was deep and solemn as he said, Gentlemen, let us proceed. The dozen or so other ministers also straightened their attire, forcing themselves to look composed. Noon, Vermilion Bird Avenue, Imperial Capital. Clang! 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 The resounding clang of bronze gongs pierced the sky. An extravagantly large procession slowly emerged from the Ministry of Revenue, advancing along Vermilion Bird Avenue toward the Ministry of War. Leading the way were horsemen mounted on tall, sturdy steeds, holding aloft bright yellow banners. Following closely behind were carts laden with silver chests. The chests were not completely sealed, and through the cracks, gleaming silver ingots could be seen inside. At the front of the procession, several booming-voiced soldiers hauled a massive red banner. 2 lines of gold-powdered characters shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Grateful for heaven's grace, easing the Father's burden. The loyalty of the capital's officials is evident. The people lining both sides of the street were stunned into silence by the spectacle, craning their necks to watch. Good heavens, what's going on? All that silver. Didn't you see the words on the banner? It's the officials' donations to fund the northern border's military expenses. Donations from the officials? But I heard the ministers of War and Revenue were arguing fiercely in court yesterday over the military funds. Who knows? But look, Minister Chi of Revenue, Minister Zhang of Rights, Minister Sun of Personnel, so many high officials are following the convoy. Among the crowd, sharp-eyed observers recognized the high-ranking officials walking beside the convoy, their expressions more grim than tears. Each stood tall and stiff, yet their expressions were grim, their steps heavy and listless, a stark contrast to the festive atmosphere of the convoy, filled with the clanging of gongs and drums. The scene was as bizarre as it could possibly be. A spectacle of filial piety and loyalty that shook the capital was thus unfolding. The silent, terrifying threats lurking behind the scenes had been transformed into a grand spectacle played out in broad daylight. All those in the know were forced to swallow their bitterness, unable to speak their minds. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting populace, swept up in this wave of loyalty to the emperor and love for the nation, erupted in thunderous applause. Our great Xia is truly blessed to have such loyal ministers and virtuous statesmen. The petty northern barbarians are nothing to fear. I hear it was His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince who rallied the officials to suddenly awaken and generously contribute. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince truly moves heaven with his filial piety. To have such a prince is indeed a blessing for our great Xia. The murmurs from the crowd reached the ears of those donating officials word for word, darkening their already grim expressions by another shade. Sudden enlightenment, my ass. They were forced into it. Chapter 60. This official expresses gratitude on behalf of the northern frontier troops to His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. The convoy finally arrived at the Ministry of War. Minister of War Feng Duanyue, clad in armor, had long been waiting at the entrance upon hearing the news. His weathered, aged face wore a radiant smile that couldn't be contained. He gazed at the endless convoy, at the heavy chests of silver piled high. Even though he had heard that the officials had collectively donated 3 million taels for military expenses, the sheer scale of the convoy left him momentarily speechless. He murmured to himself, "These past days, I've been so anxious over the shortage of military funds that I practically foamed at the mouth. Yesterday, I nearly came to blows with that old miser Qi Wenba in the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Today, old Qi the miser takes the lead, bringing the officials to deliver the funds and provisions right to my doorstep and in such vast quantities. Damn it, I'll never speak ill of old Qi the miser again. If anyone dares cross old Scrooge Qi, I'll take my sword and cut them down." At that moment, a Ministry of Revenue official managing the ledgers hurried forward, handing him a thick account book and declaring, "Minister Feng, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince has ordered us to deliver this, 4 million taels of silver and 1 million sure of grain and fodder. Please take inventory." Feng Duanyue trembled with excitement upon hearing the scale of the provisions. Not 3 million taels of silver, nor 50,000 sure of grain. It was 4 million taels of silver and 1 million sure of grain. Holy crap! Could this be a dream? Right. This man claims it was sent by His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Feng Duanyue couldn't contain himself, grabbing the official's arm in excitement. His eyes widened like a tiger's as he demanded in a loud, urgent voice, "You say His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince ordered you to deliver this? Not Minister Qi? What on earth is going on?" The official responded with respectful composure. "Your Excellency, it was His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince's filial devotion that moved the officials of the capital. Just glance at this register, and everything will become clear." Feng Duanyue took the register, his gaze fixed on the vermilion characters register of filial devotion donations emblazoned across the cover. He hastily flipped it open. There, in stark contrast, were the signatures and blood seals of the capital's high officials, alongside staggering donation amounts. Qi Wenba, the Minister of Revenue, was listed among the top contributors. Though it was said to be a donation from all officials, only a dozen or so names appeared. That a mere dozen or so had contributed such vast sums of money and grain caused Feng Duanyue's heart to race even faster. Not being the Minister of Revenue, Feng Duanyue had no idea where this money came from, nor could he fathom why these normally miserly civil officials had suddenly become so generous. But he knew that with this money, the soldiers in the northern frontier would finally have their pay secured. As Minister of War, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. A rare smile spread across Feng Duanyue's face. He patted the official's shoulder, his voice carrying the characteristic gruffness of a veteran general. "Excellent. Excellent. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince has shown great consideration. On behalf of the soldiers of the northern frontier, this official extends our deepest gratitude to His Royal Highness." Turning to the pale-faced civil officials, he declared loudly, "Gentlemen, your noble deeds today shall forever be etched in my memory." The officials forced smiles that looked worse than crying, none daring to respond. Qi Wenba stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Minister Feng, since the inventory is complete, we shall take our leave." Feng Duanyue waved his hand, his mood greatly improved. Go. Necessity knows no law. This official won't stand on ceremony with you lot. I must hasten to arrange the escort for the military pay." The civil officials, granted their release, immediately scattered like birds and beasts, hurrying away. Qi Wenba and Zhang Ting brought up the rear. Zhang Ting glanced at his colleague ahead and exchanged a knowing look with Qi Wenba. Once they had pulled away from the others ahead, Zhang Ting finally spoke, whispering to Qi Wenba, "Minister Qi, we've suffered a major setback at the hands of His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince this time. We've seen the military reports too. The northern border conflict involves the Great Zhou. It won't be resolved easily. What do you think? If the war drags on and supplies grow tight again, what tactics might His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince employ next?" Qi Wenba shuddered, unable to speak. A chill ran down his spine, as if something was watching him. He halted, fixed his gaze on Zhang Ting, and rasped, His Royal Highness's filial devotion moves heaven and earth. All he does is to ease the emperor's burdens. As subjects of the great Xia, we must remain loyal to our sovereign and devoted to our nation. Zhang Ting listened to these righteous words, narrowing his eyes as he pondered their meaning. He sighed. Henceforth, I shall continue to rely on Minister Qi for your continued guidance and support. Xi Wenba offered a bitter smile. It is His Majesty we must rely upon. Zhang Ting heard this and offered a bitter smile of his own. Within the hall of mental cultivation, Emperor Chu Wei sat upon the dragon throne, his expression weary. He had just finished listening to Wang Defu's report. Every detail of the spectacle on Vermilion Bird Street felt like a hammer, pounding relentlessly against his heart. Your Majesty, you should have seen it. Minister Feng of the War Department was so moved by that convoy stretching like a dragon that tears nearly fell from his eyes. He kept bowing his hands toward the procession, muttering about how His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince's filial devotion was truly admirable, and how all officials were loyal to the throne and devoted to the nation. Wang Defu described it vividly, thinking he was delivering good news to Chu Wei, unaware of the growing gloom on the emperor's face. Chu Wei picked up the imperial brush and wrote the character rest repeatedly on the xian paper before him. The pressure was so heavy it nearly pierced the paper. The strokes carried an indescribable fury and helplessness. His ninth prince had resolved the matter. In the most perfect way. And in the manner that terrified him most. Chu Wei set down his brush, his fingers lightly tracing the character on the paper. He felt himself being undermined by his son. The entire court was sliding into that black hole he couldn't see. This sense of helplessness sent a chill through his entire body. Once an emperor wielding the power of life and death, he had now become a puppet manipulated at his son's whim. Wang Defu continued to drone on, extolling the ninth prince's filial devotion and the official's loyalty. Chu Wei waved his hand, signaling him to stop, and spoke in a hoarse voice tinged with profound exhaustion. Wang Defu. You. Go to Tingyu Garden. Wang Defu paused, then understood. Bowing, he replied. This old servant obeys your command. That evening, at Tingyu Garden. As night fell, the garden was enveloped in silence. Chu Xiu sat in the pavilion, gently fanning himself with a folding fan as he gazed at the bright, full moon on the horizon. Before him on the stone table sat a cup of clear tea, its fragrance wafting gently. Suddenly, the system panel in his mind flashed. Ding! Detected, His Majesty the Emperor is overjoyed by the unprecedented splendor of Vermilion Bird Avenue, where officials work in perfect harmony, citizens sing praises, and the court and people stand united as one. His Imperial Majesty's worries have significantly diminished. Reward issued, Filial Piety points plus 150,000. A faint smile touched Chu Xiu's lips. Another 150,000 Filial Piety points added to his tally. The proceeds from the officials' grain and military pay donations exceeded his expectations. It seemed his father's worries ran deeper than he had imagined. No wonder the task had escalated to father's white hair and included a guaranteed reward. He raised his hand, gently swirling the teacup. The tea swirled within, reflecting the moonlight and shimmering with delicate glints. Chu Xiu asked with a hint of anticipation. This mission has already distributed 210,000 Filial Piety points. I wonder what kind of generous reward would come from completely resolving the northern border conflict, freeing father from this worry. His thoughts drifted even further away. He now possessed 188,000 Filial Piety points. The underworld assassins were indeed formidable, but they were ultimately limited by human strength. He needed greater power to confront the challenges ahead. An intelligence network that reached everywhere, an army of unmatched ferocity. The mere 100 loyal soldiers brought back from the border garrison would not suffice. Your Highness. This old servant greets you. Wang Defu approached, his face radiant with joy as he bowed respectfully to Chu Xiu, interrupting his train of thought. Sorry, a bit late today. Thanks to Shangwa de Kongwa, just for fun, Lady Hu of Fangming Hall, Fei Xin from Yangjiang Hailing Island, Mo Hanmeng, and all the handsome Yen Zhu and Yi Fei for the gifts moi. Chapter 61, Father Emperor, the pear soup is splendid, sure, my dear sure. Chu Xiu maintained his gentle, harmless smile as he humbly replied. Chief Steward Wang, there's no need for such courtesy. Moonlight flowed like water over him, casting his already pale, handsome face into an even more ghostly pallor. It possessed an almost translucent quality, like the finest porcelain, exquisite yet fragile. In the darkness, it carried an eerie, otherworldly quality. Wang Defu's already bowed posture sank lower still. His heart lurched violently in his chest before beginning to race uncontrollably. The ninth prince before him appeared gentle, harmless, even somewhat frail. Yet in Wang Defu's mind, images of the bloodbaths this ninth prince had unleashed in the capital surged unbidden. The horrified faces of those arrogant princes and ministers who normally looked down on everyone, now crying and scrambling to donate money in the hall of mental cultivation. The vacant throne of the crown prince, second to none yet above all others. The annihilation of the northern barbarians' 100,000 iron cavalry. The fingers piled high as mountains. All of it stemmed from this smiling, frail prince before him. This man was 100 times more terrifying than the capricious emperor he had served for decades. Even the Lord of Death claims lives with some semblance of order. Yet His Highness's filial piety turned the world upside down, leaving no defense against it. Wang Defu's facial muscles stiffened slightly. He forced a humble, deferential smile and tried to make his voice sound steady and normal as he said, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince's filial devotion moves heaven itself. His virtue and noble character inspire awe among all officials who hold him as a model. It is this that has led to today's magnificent act of voluntarily donating to replenish the imperial treasury. His Majesty is deeply gratified and has specially dispatched this humble servant to convey His Majesty's joy and satisfaction to His Royal Highness. He enunciated each word with meticulous clarity, as if fearing the slightest slip. Chu Xiu's eyes instantly brightened, the light pure and fervent, as if it had dispelled all traces of illness and gloom from his being. Overcome with emotion, he leaned forward slightly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor as he urgently asked, Father truly is overjoyed and deeply pleased? He asked once, then seemed unsatisfied, pressing for confirmation. Is it true? His expression and tone held not a shred of pretense. Like a child who had poured every ounce of energy into accomplishing something great for his father, now anxiously yet eagerly awaiting the final praise. Wang Defu felt a chill run down his spine as the boy's innocent gaze made his scalp tingle. He could only nod stiffly and say, Absolutely true. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Chu Xiu clenched his fists tightly before him, his face nearly overflowing with joy. He paced back and forth a few times, as if calming his overly agitated emotions, before turning to Wang Defu and solemnly clasping his hands together. Chief Steward Wang, I implore you to convey this message to His Majesty the Emperor. It is my greatest honor in life to alleviate my father's concerns. Should His Majesty have any further concerns, I implore him to share them with me. No matter what it is, no matter how difficult. Even if it means climbing mountains of blades or plunging into cauldrons of boiling oil, this sun will sweep away every last trace of your Majesty's troubles. Chu Xiu's voice rose with fervor, his eyes blazing with fervent passion. His words rang out with conviction, his heartfelt sincerity moving anyone who heard them. Wang Defu avoided Chu Xiu's clasped hands, yet the words sent a chill down his spine. Again? One more time like this, and this prince might just tear the entire court of Great Xiao apart. He had come here intending to cultivate a relationship with this ninth prince, whose influence reached the heavens, hoping to secure a backup plan. This ninth prince was truly filial. He truly resolved troubles cleanly, decisively, and with swift efficiency. But he was also genuinely terrifying. Wang Defu now desired nothing more than to flee this frigid, desolate place called Listening to Rain Garden immediately, at once. He hastily agreed. Your Highness, rest assured. Your words will be conveyed to His Majesty without missing a single syllable. It is getting late, Your Highness. Given your delicate constitution, please retire early. This old servant shall return at once to report. Chu Xiu nodded swiftly, his face still bearing that expression mingled with anticipation and excitement. He gestured toward a white porcelain steaming bowl warming on a small stove nearby. Thank you for your trouble, Chief Steward Wang. The night air is bitterly cold. I've just prepared some nourishing snow pear and fritillary bulb soup perfect for soothing the lungs. Please have a bowl to warm yourself, Steward Wang. And bring one back for His Majesty as well. Soup? At the sound of that word, Wang Defu shuddered involuntarily. The ninth prince's soup was praised by all the court officials. One bowl warms the throat and body, sending waves of heat coursing through every limb and bone. Yet this soup was truly terrifying as it loosened your joints and muscles, cold sweat would break out on your forehead, and a chill would run down your spine. Wang Defu instinctively waved his hands repeatedly, his voice cracking as he stammered. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Thank you for your concern. It's just that this old servant has never been fond of the taste of pears. I'm afraid I cannot partake. My apologies, my apologies. After saying this, as if to make up for his indiscretion, he hastily added. Still, I imagine His Majesty will be even more delighted to drink the pear soup prepared by Your Highness personally. Chu Xiu's face flashed a hint of disappointment at these words, but it was quickly replaced by even greater anticipation. He promptly bowed his head and stepped forward himself, carefully placing the soup bowl into the food box as he said, I hope Father will like it. His Majesty will certainly love it. Wang Defu carried the food box, feeling its weight as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He dared not linger another moment. After bowing to take his leave, he practically fled, his steps unsteady, his retreat hasty and flustered. Within the hall of mental cultivation, candlelight illuminated the chamber, veiled by imperial gauze. The figure on the dragon throne appeared shadowy and indistinct. Chu Xiu had been waiting for Wang Defu's return. When he heard Wang Defu report that Chu Xiu remained devotedly filial, vowing to clear all obstacles for him and even bringing back a bowl of warming pear soup, Chu Wei's heart grew heavier. He roared inwardly. That unfilial son, what exactly do you intend to do? If you covet the throne, just say so. Do not feign such loyalty and filial piety. Do not force this emperor to guess. The more Chu Xiu acted as if nothing were amiss, the greater the dread that gripped Chu Wei. This silent oppression unsettled him more than any flash of blades or swords. He felt himself enveloped by an invisible net. That net was tightening, inch by inch. And the one pulling it tighter was none other than his most harmless son. Your Majesty, this pear soup is still warm. This old servant has had it tested, it is free of poison. Wang Difu held the bowl of pear soup, noticing Chu Wei staring blankly into the distance. He couldn't help but remind him. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Difu wanted to slap himself silly. In the past, regardless of whether it was poisoned or not, His Majesty would always have him taste the soup first. Chu Wei's pupils focused intently on the pear soup, a cold smile curling his lips. Under Wang Difu's horrified gaze, he picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Chu Wei smacked his lips and remarked expressionlessly, "Not bad, this pear soup." After speaking, Chu Wei lay down on the dragon bed, his eyes wide open. Only when the eastern sky began to lighten did he finally drift off into a deep, exhausted sleep. Even in sleep, his brow remained deeply furrowed, his lips moving in unconscious murmurs. Sure. Sure. No one knew that this emperor, so high above all others, was now being tormented by deep-seated fear. He had no idea what filial piety that moves heaven his devoted son might attempt next. Thanks to the uniquely refreshing Ban Tian Ganya for the bubble milk tea. Chapter 62, The Grand Marshal. Old acquaintances in the capital are more terrifying than barbarians. 2 days later. Northern Frontier Command Tent. Outside, the biting wind howled, whipping up sand and gravel that made the leather tent flap and rattle. Inside, a brazier blazed crimson, yet failed to dispel the bone-chilling cold. Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian, clad in heavy armor, stared intently at a massive sand table. On the sand table, black flags representing several tribes of barbarian cavalry had already penetrated nearly 100 li into the territory of Great Xia, like poison thorns embedded deep in flesh. A personal guard rushed into the tent, kneeling on one knee, his voice hoarse as he reported. "Commander, the last batch of military provisions will only sustain the army for 3 days." Lin Xiaotian did not turn around, his voice eerily calm as he replied. "Understood." A deathly silence fell over the tent. Running out of provisions meant the collapse of morale, meant the fall of Shuafeng Pass, meant the barbarian hordes would sweep unchecked through the northern gateway of the Great Xia Empire. Just then, the sound of urgent horse hooves and commotion erupted outside the tent. "Report! Commander-in-Chief, an urgent dispatch from the capital." A personal guard strode into the tent, presenting a wax-sealed official document with both hands. Lin Xiaotian took the document. Seeing the Ministry of Revenue's seal, his furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He tore open the wax seal, pulled out the letter, and scanned it rapidly. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on the face of the seasoned and dignified Grand Marshal of Daxia. The letter states the court has urgently prepared 4 million taels of silver and 1 million shur of grain and fodder. A shipment of 500,000 taels and 200,000 shur of provisions departed yesterday for the northern frontier and should arrive within 7 days at most. The remainder will certainly arrive within 15 days. Several deputy generals present in the tent lit up with joy upon hearing this, exclaiming excitedly, "Wonderful! With these provisions, our brothers can endure the winter well. Indeed. With full bellies, our soldiers will have the strength to fight those damned barbarians to the bitter end. At last, we won't have to worry about military pay anymore." Seeing everyone so delighted, Lin Xiaotian's face, usually set in a faint smile, finally relaxed a little. At that moment, the personal guard pulled another letter from his robe and handed it to Lin Xiaotian, saying, "Commander, this is a confidential letter sent by Minister Feng of the War Department through an intermediary." The envelope bore no sealing wax, only a wax seal, and Feng Duanyue's bold, vigorous handwriting adorned the surface. Lin Xiaotian waved his officers away, leaving him alone in the tent. He tore open the sealed letter and held it close to the candlelight, reading it carefully. The letter opened with Feng Duanyue's unrestrained elation and excitement. The comrade in arms who had fought side by side with him in battle then proceeded to curse Minister of Revenue Qi Wenba's ancestors 18 generations back in the crudest language imaginable. Then he lavishly praised him, calling him a man of profound righteousness who served the nation and its people. But in the end, Feng Duanyue's tone shifted abruptly, his words brimming with confusion and bewilderment. "Old Lin, this business is downright strange. I've been petitioning the court for 3 million taels of silver and 50,000 shur of grain and fodder. But in the end, the court sent a full 4 million taels of silver and 1 million shur of grain to the northern frontier. That penny-pinching old miser Qi Wenba led the charge, dragging along a dozen civil officials. They were wailing and clamoring to make donations impossible to stop them. Overnight, the Ministry of Revenue's treasury was piled high. The strangest part is, they all claimed they were moved by the filial devotion of His Royal Highness Prince Chu Xiu. I got my hands on a register called the Filial Piety Donation Register filled with those civil officials' signatures and blood-stained handprints. The sums they pledged made my heart race. Lin Xiaotian's finger traced lightly over the words blood-stained handprints, his eyes narrowing slightly. He continued reading. His Royal Highness Prince Chu Xiu orchestrated this with great fanfare, drums beating, gongs clanging so the whole city knew. They claimed it was the officials expressing gratitude for the Emperor's grace and sharing his burdens. But looking at the faces of those civil officials, each one as pale as paper, their smiles looked more like grimaces than genuine laughter. Old Lin, I just can't make heads or tails of all the twists and turns in the court. But having spent years on the battlefield, I can still smell something off about this. Keep your guard up around that ninth prince. He's not as straightforward as he seems. But the money is real, and the grain is real. Use it for now. This capital is a murky pond I can't fathom. You're smarter than me. When you have time, give it some thought. The letter ended there. Dead silence filled the tent, broken only by the occasional crackle of the candle flame. Lin Xiaotian held the letter, motionless for a long while. His weathered face betrayed no emotion. After a long while, he rose slowly and walked to the candlestick. He held Feng Duanyua's secret letter close to the flame, watching silently as the thin paper began to curl and char at the edges. Finally, a fierce flame erupted, consuming the harrowing words entirely. Black ashes drifted down, settling on the cold command desk. Lin Xiaotian extended his hand, letting the ashes settle onto his rough palm. That ninth prince, Chu Xiu, had once again employed terrifying methods beyond imagination. Overnight, he had seized the throat of the entire bureaucratic elite in the capital, forcing them to spit out every penny of the people's hard-earned wealth they had swallowed, with interest. And he did it flawlessly. The emperor received military funds, resolving his most pressing need. The Ministry of War received its provisions, boosting morale immensely. All officials, in their loyalty to the emperor and love for the nation, owed him a debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, the ninth prince, who had always presented himself as frail and sickly, maintained the image of a filial son from start to finish. Lin Xiaotian recalled the young man of the same Chu surname who had recently journeyed alone from the capital to the northern frontier. He recalled the military reports describing the gorge nearly razed to the ground and the horribly slaughtered 10,000 barbarian cavalry. This time in the north, he made a point to visit the one-line sky gorge. Months had passed, yet the nearly filled-in gorge still reeked of blood and exuded an eerie, terrifying aura. Outside the gorge, a massive memorial mound had been erected, topped with the barbarian king's golden curved blade. He recalled the letter mentioning something called the Filial Piety Donation Register and the blood-stained handprints of officials stamped upon it. Piece by piece, thread by thread, it all began to connect. A vague yet utterly terrifying outline gradually took shape in his mind. A chill colder than the blizzard outside his tent ran down his spine and shot straight to the top of his head. Lin Xiaotian drew a deep breath. As the Grand Marshal of the Great Xia's military, his duty was to protect the empire and safeguard the stability of imperial power. He had never underestimated this loyal and filial ailing prince. Yet, he never imagined that his greatest enemy was neither the savage tribes feasting on raw flesh and blood along the frontier, nor the great Zhou dynasty lurking menacingly next door. The true enemy lay within the capital city. In that place everyone deemed the most harmless, the most deserving of protection. Lin Xiaotian slowly clenched his palm, crushing the last remnant of ashes to dust. His voice was hoarse as he commanded. Someone. A personal guard immediately lifted the curtain and entered the tent, kneeling on one knee. What are your orders, General? Lin Xiaotian did not turn his head, his gaze fixed on the blinding snowstorm outside the tent. His voice was as cold as iron. Transmit my orders. From this day forward, all official documents and supplies sent from the capital regardless of their origin must pass through my hands before entering the camp. No exceptions shall be made for anyone. After issuing these orders, he turned and strode past the massive sand table to the rear of the command tent, where a map of the Tang Empire hung on the wall. Yet Lin Xiaotian's hand calloused from commanding armies did not point to any enemy marker on the map. His fingers swept past the northern defenses of Great Xia, over mountains and rivers, heading straight south. Finally, it came to rest with a heavy thud at the very center of the sand table. There, meticulously carved at a scale of 1,000 to 1, lay the capital city of the Great Xia dynasty, the imperial capital. His fingertip landed precisely on the two characters for Imperial Palace at the very heart of the model, the symbol of the seat of power. Chapter 63. Father, your son presents you with a little toy to pass the time. 2 days later. Listening Rain Garden. Chu Xiu, clad in a plain white robe with his long hair casually cascading down, lay lazily on the couch, idly flipping through a medical text. A dull, emotionless voice sounded beside Chu Xiu. Your Highness, the Imperial Workshop has completed 100 repeating crossbows. The armor and weapons still require time. Chu Xiu continued flipping through the medical text, replying lazily. Send 1 repeating crossbow to Father first. Though we've resolved the grain and pay issues in the northern frontier, the war is far from over. Father's spirits remain low. Letting him play with a repeating crossbow to pass the time might do him good. Suddenly, Chu Xiu leapt from the couch, barefoot, and strode toward the desk, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. I'll draft a letter to send along with it to His Majesty. Yes, Your Highness. Within the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, the atmosphere hung heavy as solidified lead. For the past 2 days, Chu Wei had been in turmoil, unable to eat or sleep. He had skipped morning court, holing up in the Hall of Mental Cultivation all day, deep dark circles forming beneath his eyes. The slightest sound, whether the faint crackle of a candle flame or the rustle of armor plates from the Imperial Guards patrolling outside, made his taut nerves jump. He felt like a wild beast trapped in a cage, while outside, his filial son stood smiling, methodically adding lock after lock to the cage. Wang Difu hunched over, moving with the utmost caution, even his breathing reduced to the faintest whisper. He feared that any wrong move might make him the scapegoat for the emperor's fears. Just then, a young eunuch scurried in, kneeling with a thud outside the hall. His voice high-pitched, he reported. Your Majesty, the ninth prince has sent a gift, saying, it's a little trinket to amuse you. The ninth prince? To relieve boredom? A little trinket? Chu Wei's pupils contracted sharply. He slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the young eunuch at the palace entrance, saying nothing. The young eunuch trembled under his gaze, burying his head even lower until his forehead pressed against the cold, gold brick floor. Present it. Chu Wei's voice was hoarse and dry, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. The sound sent a shiver through the assembled courtiers. Soon, two young eunuchs carried in a long, rectangular box of rosewood, carefully placing it before the imperial desk. The box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with carvings of auspicious clouds and mythical beasts, yet it carried an inexplicable weight. Wang Difu steeled himself and stepped forward, casting a questioning glance toward Chu Wei. Seeing Chu Wei give a slight nod, he took a deep breath and, with trembling hands, slowly opened the box's clasp. Creak! A soft creak sounded as the lid lifted. In that instant, the breath of every person in the hall seemed to freeze. All eyes were fixed intently on the box. Inside the brocade box lay a device crafted entirely from an unknown dark metal. Its form was peculiar, its structure intricate, adorned with delicate mechanisms and gears. Under the flickering candlelight, it emitted a dark, profound sheen. Above the device was a recessed groove designed to hold a row of short arrows, already filled with standard-issue short arrows of the Great Xia. This was unlike any bow or crossbow they had ever seen. The extreme precision and cold, murderous aura it exuded seemed to lower the temperature of the entire hall of cultivating the heart by several degrees. Inside the brocade box lay a letter. Wang Difu trembled as he picked up the letter, unfolded it, and read aloud in a voice that sounded almost like a whisper. To His Majesty the Emperor. Your humble son recently encountered a master craftsman whose imagination knows no bounds. He has created this ingenious device, hoping to bring a smile to your Majesty's face. This crossbow requires no effort to cock a light pull of the trigger fires 10 arrows in succession, saving both time and energy. Father, who manages countless affairs each day, may occasionally find yourself troubled by trivial matters. Should you wish to relieve your boredom by shooting at targets, I earnestly hope you do not harm your royal health. Your humble son, Chu Xiu, respectfully submits. The calligraphy on the letter was elegant and graceful, each stroke radiating obedience and sincerity. Yet to Emperor Chu Wei, every word in that letter rang like the most venomous curse and the most brazen threat. Amuse me? Relieve boredom by shooting targets? Don't anger the Imperial Majesty? Was he reminding the Emperor that he could use this thing at any moment to riddle His Majesty's body like a sieve? Ha 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 ha. Chu Wei suddenly began chuckling softly, his laughter growing louder until it erupted into near-madden roars. He doubled over, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming with profound emotion. What a dutiful son! What a splendid diversion! Wang Difu and all the palace attendants inside and outside the hall were so terrified they knelt trembling on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. They had never witnessed the emperor lose his composure like this. After laughing for a long while, Chu Wei's voice abruptly ceased. He rose to his feet and walked step by step toward the brocade box. With a slightly trembling hand, he lifted the repeating crossbow. It felt heavy in his grasp, the metal's texture cold and bone-chilling. Chu Wei's voice was low and strained as he commanded. All of you get out. Wang Difu, guard the palace entrance. No one is to approach. Disobey, and you shall be beheaded. Yes, your Majesty. Wang Difu scrambled backward, stumbling out as he went, and slammed the heavy palace doors shut behind him. The vast hall was now empty, with only Chu Wei remaining. Carrying the repeating crossbow, he passed through layers of gauze curtains and entered a secret chamber deep within the hall of mental cultivation. This was where emperors throughout the dynasty tested weapons and armor, and where the imperial family's secrets were stored. The vast chamber featured walls cast from refined iron, each slab 3 feet thick. At the chamber's far end stood a wooden target man encased in refined iron. Chu Wei came to a halt, drew a deep breath, and gazed at the repeating crossbow in his hands. Following the letter's instructions, he raised the repeating crossbow and aimed it at the target 10 zhang away. No need to cock it, no extra requirements. Chu Wei simply used his finger to gently pull the small trigger. Click! A faint click echoed from the mechanism. Immediately followed by whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of piercing whistles, so dense they seemed to merge into a single sound. 5 short arrows left their grooves almost simultaneously, transforming into 5 black lines too fast for the naked eye to follow as they tore through the air. Thud! 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 A cacophony of piercing impacts erupted. Sparks flew from the friction of steel against steel. The target, made of hardwood and covered with half-inch thick iron plates, was instantly pierced like a hedgehog. Chu Wei's finger remained on the trigger mechanism as gears spun rapidly. The mechanism reset, and another 5 short arrows flew forth. All 10 darts sank deep into the target, leaving only their quivering tail feathers visible. The powerful impact even sent the heavy target reeling backward with a groan of strain. Chu Wei stared blankly at the scene, his mind going completely blank. Too fast. From the moment he pulled the trigger to the arrow striking its mark, it was but the blink of an eye. Before he could react, the remaining 5 short arrows had already flown out. All 10 short arrows were released in less than 2 breaths. Fast. So incredibly fast. Chapter 64, A Toy for Amusement? This is a regicide weapon. Chu Wei's hands trembled as he pulled the trigger once more. Click. The mechanism reset. He retrieved 10 more short arrows from the secret compartment and loaded them into the grooves. The process was shockingly simple. A 3-year-old child could easily accomplish it. He raised it once more, aiming at the already mangled target. Whoosh. 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 Thud, 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 thud. Another 10 arrows. The steel plates on the target were completely torn apart, the hardwood beneath shattered into splinters, revealing one bottomless hole after another. Fear, like the most bone-chilling cold, shot straight up from Chu Wei's soles to the top of his head. His legs buckled, and his body fell backward uncontrollably, landing with a thud on the ground. The repeating crossbow slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground with a dull metallic clang. Shivering and staggering backward, Chu Wei murmured uncontrollably. Rebellious son. A toy to pass the time? This is clearly a weapon capable of regicide. Are you plotting to seize power and usurp the throne? Speak. Tell me. Suddenly, Chu Wei fell silent, his body trembling as he sank to the ground. An image surged uncontrollably into his mind. Hundreds upon hundreds of soldiers, each armed with such repeating crossbows. No training required. No strength needed. They only needed to stand and pull the trigger relentlessly. Arrows would rain down like a storm, shredding everything in their path, whether heavily armored cavalry or sturdy city gates, into shreds. The Great Xia army, its vaunted border forces, would be nothing but a laughingstock against such a weapon. What use were his imperial guards, or even the palace walls themselves? That rebellious son wasn't hinting, he was stating it plainly. That dutiful rebel son already possessed the power to dethrone him at any moment. Before, the official's offerings were money, now his pastime is a blade. That traitorous son was pushing him step by step to the edge of the cliff. Chu Wei slumped to the ground, gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently. Cold sweat had long soaked through his inner garments. After the fear subsided, an extreme greed began to grow wildly within his heart. The northern frontier. The barbarians. Great Zhou. Lin Xiaotian. If Lin Xiaotian's fierce warriors could be equipped with this. Forget mere barbarians, even marching on the Great Zhou and razing its capital to the ground would not be impossible. The moment this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire across the prairie, utterly unstoppable. Fear and greed tore violently within him, threatening to shatter his sanity. He craved this divine artifact to cement his empire, yet he feared even more that it would ultimately claim his life. After an unknown span of time, Chu Wei struggled to his feet. He picked up the repeating crossbow once more, wiping the dust from it with his sleeve, his movements as gentle as if caressing a priceless treasure. He stepped out of the chamber and approached the palace entrance, his voice hoarse as he called out. Someone. Wang Difu immediately slithered over like a dog. Your servant is here. A strange expression, a mix of fear, fervor, and inner turmoil flickered across Chu Wei's face as he commanded. Transmit my imperial decree, summon all master craftsmen of the Ministry of Works to await orders in the side hall of the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Not a single one is to be missing. The side hall of the Hall of Mental Cultivation was brightly lit. Over a dozen of the Ministry of Works' most skilled artisans, invited by the imperial guards from their respective posts, now knelt in the hall, each as silent as a mouse. At their head stood Zhang Ji, the ministry's chief master craftsman and an official holding the rank of vice minister. Past 60 years of age, Zhang Ji's hands were covered in calluses and scars. He had improved the crossbow for the Great Xia and designed siege engines, standing as the foremost authority in the realm of military weaponry for the entire empire. Yet now, like the others, he buried his head deep in his arms, unable to meet the gaze of the man seated upon the dragon throne. None knew why the emperor had summoned them so urgently. Chu Wei remained silent, merely signaling Wang Difu with a glance. Wang Difu understood immediately and promptly instructed 2 young eunuchs to carry the rosewood lacquered box to the center of the grand hall. The lid was lifted. The jet-black repeating crossbow lay silently upon the bright yellow brocade, emitting a heart-stopping chill without a sound. Zhang Ji. Chu Wei's voice echoed through the hall, tinged with weariness. Zhang Ji's body trembled, and he hastily responded, Your old servant is here. Step forward and examine this artifact. Zhang Ji rose unsteadily, supported by a young eunuch, and approached the brocade box. The moment he recognized its contents, his dim-eyed eyes accustomed to seeing all manner of intricate devices widened in astonishment. As a master craftsman, he recognized its extraordinary nature at first glance. The flawless streamlined form, the perfectly aligned structure, and the naturally dark sheen of the unidentified metal all challenged every perception he had cultivated throughout his lifetime. He reached out to touch it, yet his hand froze mid-air, trembling uncontrollably as he asked. Your Majesty, this object. This is a pastime presented to me by my ninth son, Chu Xiu, to relieve boredom. Chu Wei explained calmly, his eyes fixed intently on every subtle expression on Zhang Ji's face. Zhang Ji took a deep breath and finally lifted the repeating crossbow with utmost care. It felt heavy in his hands, its texture neither metal nor iron. He tried to find any seams where it was joined, but found none. Much less discern the inner mechanisms. He had no idea where to begin disassembling it. Zhang Ji lightly scraped the crossbow with his fingernail, leaving not even a white scratch. Holding the repeating crossbow, Zhang Ji's voice cracked as he said, Your Majesty. This thing seems not forged by human hands, but a divine artifact fallen from the heavens. Your humble servant. Your humble servant is dull-witted. I have never seen such a divine artifact. I do not seek your appraisal. Chu Wei sat up straight, leaning forward slightly as he continued, enunciating each word. I command you and your men to replicate it for me. The more, the better. Replicate? Zhang Ji and the master craftsman behind him instantly turned ashen. The craftsmen exchanged horrified glances, their eyes filled with terror. Even Zhang Ji himself had no idea where to begin. How could they possibly dismantle it, let alone replicate it? Zhang Ji forced a bitter smile and summoned his courage to say, Your Majesty, this artifact, its construction is masterful beyond compare, crafted from materials unheard of. This old servant fears. Chu Wei's voice suddenly rose, commanding with an air of finality. I'll give you the men, the money, and the entire Ministry of Works at your disposal. I don't care what methods you use in 1 month, I want to see an identical replica. Faced with the Emperor's wrath, Zhang Ji and his team had no choice but to agree. The ensuing hours became a hellish ordeal for Zhang Ji and the master craftsmen of the Ministry of Works. They were permitted to conduct their research in a side hall. They employed every tool at their disposal: calipers, small hammers, probes. Yet no matter how they tried, they could not dismantle the repeating crossbow. It seemed like a flawless monolith, impervious to any external force. They even resorted to fire and water, yet the dark metallic surface remained unchanged except for a layer of soot from the flames that could be easily wiped away. Time slipped away. Day turned to night, and night faded into dawn. Inside the side hall, over a dozen of the Great Xia's most skilled craftsmen stood sweating profusely around the small repeating crossbow, utterly helpless. Finally, Zhang Ji's face turned ashen. His knees buckled, and he knelt once more before the awakened Chu Wei, declaring, Your Majesty, this old servant has failed. As his words fell, every craftsman behind him collapsed to their knees in unison, their faces etched with despair and dread. We have exhausted our entire lives' knowledge, yet we cannot fathom even a fraction of this device's secrets. Forget replicating it, we couldn't even figure out how to open it. Please pass down your punishment, Your Majesty. Chapter 65. Chu Wei, could Xiu truly only wanted to ease my burden? Chu Wei listened in silence, his jaw clenched, his hands gripping the dragon throne's armrests with deathly force. The last trace of color drained from his face as Zhang Ji's words fell. He had anticipated that replication would be difficult, but he never imagined it would be such a complete, utterly hopeless failure. It couldn't even be dismantled. What kind of masterful craftsmanship was this? Where on earth had that traitorous son found such a master craftsman? Chu Wei waved his hand, his voice thick with exhaustion and collapse. All of you, leave. No court punishment, no imprisonment, not even a single word of rebuke. This unnatural calm sent a chill deeper than thunderous fury through their bones. Your Majesty. Zhang Ji tried to speak further, but Chu Wei silenced him with a cold, indifferent glance. Get out. A single word, spoken lightly, yet carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Your subjects take their leave. Zhang Ji and the others felt as if they'd been granted a reprieve, yet also as if their souls had been ripped from their bodies. Crawling out of the side hall on all fours, they looked utterly disheveled. The doors closed slowly, sealing out the sky's light. Chu Wei sat alone in the dim chamber, motionless for a long while. He had lost. He had lost utterly and completely. That rebellious son hadn't even bothered to appear in person. Merely sending a toy had been enough to trample the dignity of the emperor himself along with the most exceptional artisans of the entire Great Xia dynasty, crushing them into dust beneath his feet. Replication? He didn't even know how to open it. How could it be a copy? Once again, the sovereign of the 9-5 throne felt the bitter taste of helplessness so acutely. It was a sensation more humiliating and suffocating than having a blade pressed to one's throat. A sleepless night. The candles in the hall of mental cultivation burned all night, their spattered wax flowers scattering across the floor. Chu Wei's sunken eyes were bloodshot and terrifying, his entire being radiating a withered, dying aura. Wang Difu knelt in the corner of the hall, daring not to breathe a single breath. His body had long since gone numb, held upright only by sheer willpower. He watched the emperor pace the chamber like a caged beast, from dusk until dawn, his own fear reaching its peak. Suddenly, Chu Wei halted his pacing. He turned around and fixed Wang Difu in the corner with an utterly bizarre gaze, a mixture of hope and absurdity. His voice was hoarse as if sandpaper had scraped it, and he spoke. Difu. Your servant is here. Wang Difu jolted upright and immediately kowtowed. Chu Wei fell silent for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts or wrestling with something. Finally, he voiced a question that struck even himself as utterly ridiculous. You say. Sure, was he truly only trying to ease the emperor's burdens? The words had barely left his mouth when Chu Wei himself froze in shock. It felt like he was seeking confirmation from Wang Difu, but more like he was desperately trying to convince himself. Yes, perhaps he was overthinking it. That boy had been frail and sickly since childhood, with a pure and kind nature. Perhaps he truly was just fortunate. Through a stroke of luck, he gained powerful allies and the aid of extraordinary individuals, creating such a marvelous artifact. Could it be that his sole purpose was to ease his father's burdens and resolve the nation's crises? Perhaps everything that had happened before was merely coincidence, and he himself had overthought it? This thought clung to him like a lifeline. Chu Wei clutched it desperately, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Wang Difu knelt on the ground, his body trembling like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. This question he could not answer. Not a single word. To say yes? That would be deceiving the emperor. Even he didn't believe it. Which of the ninth prince's actions resembled simple relief? They were digging at the roots. Say no. That would be openly accusing a prince of treasonous plots, shattering the emperor's last shred of self-deception. He could only bury his head deeper, wishing he could die on the spot. Chu Wei watched Wang Difu's body tremble like a sieve. The glimmer of hope that had just flickered in his eyes quickly faded. He understood. Even this old servant who had followed him his entire life no longer believed that his rebellious son truly intended to ease his burdens. Chu Wei closed his eyes, a bitter smile curling his lips. Self-deception, how utterly pitiful. When he opened his eyes again, all struggle, hope, and weakness had vanished. In their place emerged a madness born of utter desperation, a resolute determination forged in the crucible of despair. Since imitation was impossible, since that ungrateful son's intentions were unfathomable, then seize it. He was the emperor. This realm was his. And the finest artisans of this realm should rightfully serve him. Chu Wei's voice suddenly turned cold and resolute. Wang Difu. Your servant is here. Chu Wei strode to the imperial desk, each word seeming to be ground out between clenched teeth. You are ordered to proceed immediately to Tingyu Garden and deliver my imperial decree. Inform Chu Xiu that the diversion he presented has greatly pleased the emperor. He is hereby rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of brocade. Wang Difu's heart trembled. This reward was far too lavish. 10,000 taels of gold equaled 100,000 taels of silver. Although the ninth prince had managed to scrape together over 6 million taels of silver, and 4 million had been spent on military provisions for the northern border, the treasury still held over 2 million taels. But the Great Xia needed silver everywhere. How long could the remaining 2 million taels last? To simply hand out 10,000 taels as a reward for a prince was truly extravagant. Yet he dared not utter a word, merely listening. Chu Wei paused, a flash of severity crossing his eyes, before continuing. Furthermore, the unrest in the northern border wars weighs heavily upon my mind. Have him deliver another 100 pieces of amusement to the palace, to be kept on hand for any eventuality. 100. Wang Difu's pupils suddenly contracted. This wasn't mere amusement, it was building a small army of repeating crossbows. Yet the real crux lay in Chu Wei's next words. Narrowing his eyes, Chu Wei spoke in a deep, measured tone. Also, tell him that I hold the artisan who crafted such a marvel in the highest regard. I shall borrow him for several days. Bring him to the palace to refine our military equipment for the Great Xia. This is a matter of vital importance for the nation and its people, a truly great merit. He must not be harmed. As the words fell, the hall of mental cultivation fell into dead silence. Wang Difu finally understood. The reward was a pretext, the true objective was to secure the man. Demanding the repeating crossbow was a bluff, the true objective lay in that final phrase, borrow the skilled craftsman. The emperor intended to strike at the root of the problem. He intended to forcibly seize this mysterious technology along with the skilled craftsman who possessed it from the ninth prince's grasp. This was the first true confrontation between father and son. It was an imperial power's brutal plunder against that unfathomable, unknown force. Wang Difu felt a chill run up his spine and freeze his scalp. He could already foresee the storm of turmoil this edict would unleash upon the rain-listening garden. Wang Difu's voice trembled as he kowtowed and declared, your servant, obeys the imperial decree." With that, he scrambled backward out of the hall of mental cultivation. Accompanied by several young eunuchs, he set off toward Tingyu Garden, his steps heavy as lead. Chapter 66, Your humble son's master craftsman, he worked himself to death for his majesty. Tingyu Garden. As desolate as ever. Wang Difu stood outside the garden. The crisp autumn wind swept past him, yet he felt no chill. The terror within had long since frozen his blood. Behind him, several young eunuchs carried the bestowed golden brocade, yet the glaring colors seemed more piercing to his eyes than the white funeral banners. This time, the gate to Tingyu Garden swung open silently before he could even call out. An expressionless black-clad guard gestured him in. Wang Difu swallowed hard, adjusted his robes, and stepped inside with stiff, measured strides. Passing through the even more desolate main courtyard, he spotted Chu Xiu in the stone pavilion of the side courtyard. The ninth prince, who had instilled such profound fear in him, was wrapped in thick fox fur robes. His face was pale, almost translucent, as he clutched a portable brazier, occasionally letting out a suppressed cough. Spotting Wang Difu, Chu Xiu's face immediately broke into a pure, harmless smile as he struggled to rise. "Your Highness, you mustn't. You mustn't." In a rush, Wang Difu took 3 steps in 2, practically throwing himself forward to press down on Chu Xiu's shoulders. Chu Xiu's voice was hoarse with illness, yet radiated sincere warmth. "How did Chief Steward Wang come in person? Please, take a seat." Wang Difu dared not sit. Bowing low, he took the whisk from the eunuch behind him and announced in a high-pitched voice. "His Majesty's command." At these words, Chu Xiu immediately prepared to kneel. Wang Difu stopped him again, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying as he said, "Your Highness. His Majesty specifically instructed that, given your delicate health, formalities are unnecessary." Chu Xiu's eyes reddened, his voice thick with emotion as he choked out. "Father. Father has shown such profound consideration for his son. Your humble son, even if I were to be crushed to dust, I could never begin to repay the boundless grace of His Majesty." Wang Difu watched Chu Xiu, who looked as if he might burst into tears at any moment, and felt a chill run down his spine. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a loud voice, "Prince Chu Xiu of the Ninth Palace, for your meritorious service in presenting this treasure, I am deeply gratified. I hereby bestow upon you 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of brocade. So decreed. Your humble son thanks your Majesty for this immense grace." Chu Xiu bowed deeply toward the palace, his gesture sincere and utterly without pretense. Yet after Wang Difu finished announcing the decree, the atmosphere did not ease. Instead, it grew heavier. He knew the true test for him had only just begun. One must carefully convey His Majesty's request to this living demon king and secure his consent. Otherwise, the vortex created by the father and son's feud would tear him, the servant caught in the middle, to shreds. Wiping the fine sweat from his brow, he carefully chose his words. "Your Highness, His Majesty greatly cherishes the diversion you presented. He played with it all night without setting it down." Chu Xiu smiled, his eyes crinkling with innocent charm. "If father is pleased, then I am pleased. When father is happy, his son is happy." Wang Difu's voice dropped involuntarily as he continued. "Therefore, His Majesty mentioned that hostilities have flared again in the northern frontier, with barbarian tribes running rampant. It weighs heavily on his mind. He wishes to request that your Highness send another 100 of those contraptions to the palace. They'll be useful for unforeseen circumstances and help ease His Majesty's mind." "No problem." Chu Xiu agreed promptly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Wang Difu froze, his mind going blank. One thought echoed in his mind, is he really that straightforward? Before Wang Difu could speak again, Chu Xiu turned to the underworld death squad standing beside him and ordered. "Did you hear that? The Emperor wants them. Go to the storeroom immediately and fetch 100 of them. Pack them in the finest boxes and have them delivered to the palace with Chief Steward Wang." Wang Difu was dumbfounded. 100 bodies in the storeroom? Was the Emperor's command to be fulfilled so easily? At that moment, Chu Xiu turned back, a hint of self-congratulatory smirk on his face as he addressed Wang Difu. "Chief Steward Wang, since His Majesty takes such pleasure in them, it's not just 100, even 1,000, if this son can produce them, shall all be sent to His Majesty." Such generosity, such filial devotion, left Wang Difu's prepared rebuttal stuck in his throat. He felt ready to throw himself headfirst against a brick wall. But the wall didn't need him to crash into it. Instead, someone produced a ball of cotton and gently rubbed it against his head, soft and soothing. Gulp! Wang Difu swallowed hard, a bright smile spreading across his face. Every time he interacted with His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, though the psychological pressure was immense, things always seemed to get done with surprising ease. But his smile faded within 3 seconds as he remembered he hadn't mentioned his ultimate goal yet. Wang Difu glanced at Chu Xiu's radiant, sincere smile, swallowed hard once more, and steeled himself to speak. "Your Highness's filial devotion is commendable. When His Majesty hears of this, he will surely be overjoyed." As he spoke, Wang Difu bowed even lower, his back nearly bending in two. Spotting the delighted, excited smile on Chu Xiu's face, Wang Difu seized the moment to add. "There is one more matter. His Majesty has spoken highly of the craftsman who created such an ingenious device, expressing great admiration. His Majesty stated that such extraordinary talent, if dedicated to serving the nation and improving military equipment, would be a great merit benefiting both the country and its people. Therefore, he wishes to invite that gentleman to the palace for a few days to discuss matters." Before he could finish, Wang Difu saw the innocent smile on Chu Xiu's face slowly freeze. His brows furrowed slightly, revealing a look of unease. Wang Difu's heart instantly leapt to his throat. Chu Xiu sighed, his expression troubled as he said. Chief Steward Wang. This is rather difficult. Difficult, huh? I knew it. Just as I expected, what was bound to happen has finally happened. Wang Defu's face crumpled into a frown as his voice trembled. Your Highness, this is His Majesty's command. Chu Xiu gave a wry smile and replied. I am well aware. To be honest, Chief Steward Wang, that old gentleman has a most peculiar temperament. Back then, persuading him to create this thing took an enormous effort. He once said he would serve only me in this lifetime, refusing to be bound by any government authority. Wang Defu's heart sank. This is an excuse. It's over, what should I do? Just as he opened his mouth, intending to wield imperial authority once more, Chu Xiu's expression darkened instantly, his eyes brimming with genuine sorrow. Chu Xiu's voice grew quieter, tinged with anguish as he spoke with profound sorrow. And, in order to create this diversion for His Majesty as soon as possible. That old gentleman worked tirelessly day and night, toiling until exhaustion became illness, until finally, he exhausted his very life force. Chu Xiu paused, lifting his head as crystalline tears slid down his cheeks. Then, in a voice torn by unbearable grief, he uttered words that sent Wang Defu's soul reeling. The old gentleman passed away the day before yesterday. Passed away? A buzzing sound filled Wang Defu's mind, leaving him blank and frozen in place. His mouth opened as he murmured the words. The master craftsman is dead? Just like that? Why did he have to die now, of all times just when the emperor needed him? What kind of coincidence is this? Chapter 67, Chu Wei, I understand. I understand everything now. Wang Defu observed Chu Xiu's grief-stricken expression, his reddened eyes, and the tear stains left behind. Not a trace of pretense could be detected. It made him realize that even attempting to question him would be utterly ridiculous. How could one question a filial son who had always granted his father's every wish? How could you interrogate a prince who had just lost a brilliant talent? How could you possibly demand he hand over someone who was already dead? Chu Xiu seemed to recover from his grief, forcing himself to speak with renewed resolve. However, before his passing, the old master, moved by my devotion, entrusted me with all the blueprints for this device. He drew a scroll of parchment from his robe and handed it over. Chief Steward Wang, please examine these blueprints. When the old master was crafting it, he allowed me to observe and explained the process to me. I can decipher the strange symbols on it and have them memorized, but I don't know how to explain them. Moreover, the process is exceedingly intricate. In the short term, I fear only I can swiftly replicate it. If His Majesty urgently requires more, this son will dedicate additional time and surely forge more for His Majesty. Wang Defu's mind went blank, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat. This ninth prince truly knew how to toy with people's hearts. He nearly scared him to death. First, he claimed the task was too difficult, insisting the craftsman swore allegiance only to the ninth prince. Then he claimed the man was dead, making him believe the art of repeating crossbows was lost forever. Then he claimed blueprints remained, allowing replication. Finally, he claims that if His Majesty continues production, only he can assemble them swiftly. What does this mean? Is His Majesty supposed to take it or not? Wang Defu, unable to wrap his mind around it, mechanically took the blueprints. Unfolding them, he saw nothing but a jumble of lines and symbols that looked like gibberish, making his head spin. But in that moment of dizziness, his mind clicked into place. He understood. Chu Xiu was telling the emperor. The man is already dead. But the technology remains in my hands. I can continue to produce the items for you. But the source? You'll never get it. Wang Defu sensed the power struggle between father and son. He felt a chill run through his entire body, yet he was utterly helpless. He could only grit out these words through clenched teeth. Your Highness, please compose yourself. He was checkmated. The task His Majesty entrusted to me cannot be completed. This frail ninth prince had blocked every path with a flawless excuse. Tears welled up, yet he could not weep. Death seemed impossible to seek. His emotions were tossed about by His Highness the ninth's twists and turns. Now he must return obediently to face the emperor's wrath. This is truly unbearable. Chu Xiu forced a weak smile once more, bowing his hands toward Wang Defu and saying, Thank you for making the trip, Chief Steward Wang. Please convey my deepest gratitude to His Majesty on behalf of this son. And I humbly request that His Majesty not trouble himself too greatly over this matter. This old servant will certainly convey your words to His Majesty. Wang Defu had no recollection of how he left Tingyu Garden. He only remembered that when he turned and reached the gate of Tingyu Garden, the 100 black lacquered wooden boxes containing repeating crossbows were already neatly arranged at the entrance, gleaming with a cold, eerie light in the sunlight. He had come bearing a reward, yet now he carried back 100 heavier rewards. His mission seemed accomplished, yet he had failed miserably. The road back to the Hall of Mental Cultivation felt like the path to the underworld. Each step Wang Defu took felt unbearably heavy. Echoing relentlessly in his mind were Chu Xiu's words, he has passed away, and the pure yet sorrowful eyes that accompanied them. And the blueprint in his hand, utterly incomprehensible. He dared not imagine the scene when the impatient emperor, waiting in the hall, received this news. Inside the hall of mental cultivation, the silence was so profound one could hear a pin drop. Emperor Chu Wei sat rigidly behind his imperial desk, his back straight as a stone statue about to crack from the heat. The candlelight in the hall was distorted by the oppressive atmosphere, its flickering shadows dancing across his face, revealing sunken eye sockets and a deathly pallor. He had waited for a full hour. Every moment, every breath, felt like a dull blade repeatedly slicing at his heart. The faint creak of the palace doors opening made his stiff neck jerk upward. Wang Difu appeared in the doorway, followed by a line of young eunuchs carrying heavy, black lacquered wooden boxes. Chu Wei's gaze shot past Wang Difu, fixing intently on the boxes. That ungrateful son he really did give them. For a moment, Chu Wei nearly lost control and stood up. A wave of absurd elation surged through him. He had given them it meant he was afraid. As long as he feared imperial authority, there was still room for maneuver. Chu Wei couldn't help but ask. 100 corpses? Wang Difu scrambled to his feet and stumbled toward the imperial desk, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Your Majesty, it is 100 corpses. Your Majesty. This old servant has fulfilled his mission. The ninth prince. He confirmed 100 corpses. Chu Wei was thrilled. Seeing Wang Difu hesitate, his voice hoarse from lack of water, Chu Wei pressed urgently. What did he say? Wang Difu dared not lift his head, instead banging it against the cold gold bricks as he stammered. Upon hearing of your Majesty's concerns over the northern frontier, His Highness the Ninth Prince immediately ordered 100 repeating crossbows retrieved from the armory without a moment's hesitation. He instructed this servant to bring them here. He said that if it could ease your Majesty's worries, even 1,000 crossbows would be crafted for you. Chu Wei's clenched fists relaxed slightly, and his furrowed brows smoothed out. He leaned back against the dragon throne, his chest heaving violently several times. A carefree smile spread across his face, and his heart couldn't help but cheer. He's afraid. He's afraid after all. He is, after all, still my son. With imperial authority in my hands, a single command from me, and he dares not disobey. This long-forgotten sensation of absolute control nearly made Chu Wei moan aloud. Suppressing his surging excitement, he pressed on. Then, what of that master craftsman? That was the crux of the matter. Once he secured the man and fully mastered the technique, he could finally escape the suffocating feeling of having his throat clamped shut. Wang Difu's body stiffened abruptly. The slight relaxation he'd felt upon completing half the task snapped like a taut string. He bowed his head, his voice breaking into a sob. Your Majesty, regarding that. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, Chu Wei was desperate. Seeing Wang Difu playing coy, he barked. Speak! Terrified out of his wits, Wang Difu nearly shouted. The Ninth Prince said that craftsman, Mr. Qiao Jian, has a peculiar temperament and will only work for him alone. Chu Wei's expression darkened instantly. Not that line again. Sure enough, that rebellious son wouldn't yield so easily. But Wang Difu's voice shifted again, filled with sorrow as he continued. The Ninth Prince said that in order to create this diversion for His Majesty as soon as possible, that venerable scholar worked tirelessly day and night, toiling until exhaustion, until finally, he exhausted his very life force. Wang Difu lifted his head, tears streaming down his aged face, perfectly mimicking Chu Xiu's heartbroken expression. Trembling, he pulled a scroll of parchment from his robe and held it high above his head. The old gentleman passed away the day before yesterday. These are the blueprints the old gentleman left behind. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince says he can decipher them and recreate them. But in the short term, he may be the only one capable of building it. Passed away? A thunderous roar echoed in Chu Wei's mind, as if struck by a heavy hammer. He stared blankly at Wang Difu, at the scroll of parchment in his hands, unable to process the news for a moment. Dead? Why did he have to die now, of all times just when I needed him? Coincidence? The thought flashed through his mind for only an instant before being replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. He understood. He understood everything. Chapter 68. Father, sleep well tonight. Your son will ensure you never lie awake again. Chu Xiu's innocent, harmless face slowly merged in Chu Wei's mind with that of a smiling demon wielding a slaughtering blade. He seemed to see that unfilial son standing before him, like a demonic whisper in a nightmare, telling him, the man is dead. The blueprints are in my hands. Only I can build it. That unfilial son was not refusing. He was using the most filial, the most seamless method to tell his father, the Emperor. The thing itself, I can give you. But the know-how? You'll never get it. What you desire still depends on this son's filial devotion. Poof. A faint, eerie chuckle forced its way from Chu Wei's throat. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Chu Wei suddenly burst into a shrill, maniacal laugh, filled with endless sorrow and despair. As he laughed, murky tears streamed from his eyes. He had thought he could win this once. But no, he had lost again. He lost. Once again, utterly and completely. From start to finish, he had been toyed with like a puppet by the very son he despised most, the frail, sickly one. He thought he was the emperor wielding the pieces. But in truth, he wasn't even a piece on the board. In the eyes of that rebellious son, he was nothing but a pitiable and laughable puppet on a string. All his struggles, all his schemes, had become nothing but a colossal joke. The laughter abruptly ceased. Put! Chu Wei violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the imperial desk and the bright yellow dragon robe. The crimson spatters bloomed like red plum blossoms against the snowy ground, glaring and dazzling. His body swayed, darkness engulfed his vision, and he toppled straight from the dragon throne. Your Majesty! Wang Difu let out a piercing scream, scrambling forward on all fours. Quick! Quickly summon the imperial physician. The entire hall of mental cultivation descended into chaos in an instant. Meanwhile, within Tingyu Garden, Chu Xiu was leisurely stretching his limbs in the courtyard. The Underworld Death Squad had just reported that the Underworld Palace was fully established and had secretly recruited 200 orphans, with numbers still growing. Following the Underworld Assassins training regimen, it took a month to become a qualified spy, but half a year to become a competent assassin. Chu Xiu felt half a year was too long. With Tonzi by his side and the 188,000 filial piety points at his disposal, he browsed the system store, searching for any suitable methods or techniques that could accelerate the training of the assassins. After a moment, the name of a training method caught his eye. It not only stirred his interest but also evoked a peculiar emotion within him. Chu Xiu tapped the system screen and read the training method's description. Warwolf training method requires 200,000 filial piety points to redeem. Description: a specialized warwolf training method developed by Red China, blending historical and modern techniques, enabling rapid mastery within 31 days. This system has reassessed the combat prowess of warwolves based on the host's world. A basic warwolf, upon completing training and equipped with standard armor, can single-handedly eliminate 5 battle-hardened elite soldiers. Warwolves can enhance their strength through continuous training based on their physical attributes. The mightiest invincible warwolves can pluck enemy commanders from the midst of 10,000 troops and retreat, or single-handedly stir up turmoil in an entire city. Warwolf. In that movie from my past life, it truly was an unmatched warrior. If only I could have one such invincible warwolf under my command. Equip him with modern weaponry? The possibilities are too thrilling to contemplate. The thought alone made Chu Xiu's lips curve upward. The vision was simply too beautiful. But Chu Xiu knew his fantasies were unrealistic. A desert eagle alone demanded 150,000 filial piety points. Not to mention other modern individual weapons. Still, once he saved up enough filial piety points to upgrade his god-tier chemical engineering, he figured crafting firearms by hand shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, Chu Xiu glanced at his remaining 188,000 filial piety points and sighed helplessly. The items are great, but I can't afford them yet. If I could exchange it, I could practice with it. Combined with medicinal cuisine, it would definitely outperform the basic battle wolf. Chu Xiu's deliberately pale, sickly handsome face turned toward the imperial city. His eyes shone brightly with anticipation as he declared. I presented the emperor with 100 repeating crossbows. Has he not received them yet? This should have resolved one of his troubles. The emperor should be overjoyed. Just wait a little longer. Ding! Detected that His Majesty, due to the host's selfless donation of 100 repeating crossbows, can now assemble a formidable 100-man battalion. This will significantly alleviate the pressure of the northern border campaign, greatly reducing His Majesty's war-induced anxiety. His Majesty is deeply moved by your sincere and selfless filial devotion, experiencing a substantial reduction in distress. This has even cured his persistent insomnia, and he now sleeps soundly. Completion rate of filial piety quest: father's white hair, 60%. Reward disbursed, 150,000 filial piety points. Host, please expedite this quest to prevent your father from worrying himself into more gray hair. Chu Xiu listened to the echoing notification in his mind, watching the filial piety points on the system panel suddenly surge to 333,000 points. A sincere expression graced his face as he sighed deeply. Father Emperor, you've truly worn yourself out worrying over the northern border conflicts. To have suffered insomnia for so many days. Today, please rest well. Father, do not worry. Within a month, your son will resolve the northern barbarian tribe's troubles once and for all. System, exchange for the Warwolf training method. Ding! Host has spent 200,000 filial piety points to exchange for the Warwolf training method. Item delivered. Please check your inventory. Chu Xiu reached out instinctively, and a white halo materialized in his palm. As the glow faded, an exquisitely printed book materialized in his hand. A faint smile touched his lips as he flipped through the pages, declaring, "Make a copy of this book and send it to the Nether Hall. Increase recruitment efforts. I want to see 500 warwolves trained by you within 33 days. Additionally, send men to construct a training ground within Tingyu Garden according to the specifications in this book." Yes, Your Highness. A Yomi assassin materialized silently beside Chu Xiu, kneeling respectfully on one knee as he raised both hands to receive the book. 4 hours later. The moon hung high in the sky. Chu Wei, who had fallen unconscious from a sudden surge of anger, slowly regained consciousness. The imperial physician, who had been keeping vigil beside the dragon bed, swiftly stepped forward to take his pulse. With evident relief, he announced, "Your Majesty, you are well again. You may withdraw." Chu Wei, refreshed after his sleep, waved him away. "Your servant obeys." Hearing this, the physician felt a surge of relief. He exhaled deeply, wiped away the cold sweat on his brow, and silently thanked his lucky stars for surviving this ordeal. That was close another brush with death. Tonight, the Lord of the Underworld won't be claiming this old man. I can finally go home and sleep soundly in the arms of my beautiful concubine. Thoughts of his beautiful concubine at home set his heart aflame, and his departing steps grew lighter. Dead silence once again descended upon the hall. Wang Defu, having learned Chu Wei's habits during this period, knelt obediently by the bedside, not daring to breathe heavily, waiting silently. Chu Wei lay motionless on the dragon bed, his eyes vacant as they stared at the bright yellow canopy illuminated by candlelight. His entire being seemed drained of all vitality, leaving only an empty shell. After a long while, Chu Wei's hoarse voice broke the silence. "Where is it kept?" Knowing what was being asked, Wang Defu promptly replied, "Your Majesty, the 100 repeating crossbows are all placed outside the hall." Chu Wei said nothing more. He simply lay still, his mind a blank void. After a long while, he slowly pushed himself up, as if using every ounce of strength in his body. With Wang Defu's support, he moved step by step out of the hall. Under the dim moonlight, 100 black lacquered wooden boxes lay neatly stacked on the cold ground, emitting an eerie, chilling glow. Chu Wei leaned forward, extending a trembling hand to touch the icy surface of one of the boxes. This was no longer some amusement to pass the time. This was the noose handed down by that unfilial son, a rope that would hang his very life. It was also the only lifeline he could grasp at this moment. He had lost, utterly and completely. He no longer possessed the strength or the courage to engage in another game of wits with that unfathomable son. All he wanted now was to resolve another headache: the barbarians of the north. Chu Wei's gaze shifted from vacant to slowly becoming frenzied. He turned to Wang Defu, his voice hoarse and commanding, each word deliberate. "Transmit my imperial decree. Seal these 100 repeating crossbows immediately and dispatch them by 800 Li Express to the north. They must be delivered intact and without error into the hands of Lin Xiaotian." Sorry for the delay tonight, something came up. Chapter 69, This thing is more terrifying than barbarians. 3 days later. Northern frontier, Shuafeng Pass. The wind lashed like knives, whipping sand and the scent of blood against the weathered ramparts. Inside the command tent, a single dim lamp cast a faint glow upon the massive military map stretched across the wall. Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian, clad in a faded, well-worn armor, traced the map slowly with a calloused finger. Supplies from the capital arrived steadily, easing the soldiers' worries about provisions. Yet he had not slept for 2 days and nights. The reason was simple: the barbarian tribes had escalated from minor skirmishes to full-scale assaults, launching an unusually fierce offensive. In the early stages, Lin Xiaotian commanded with orderly precision, living up to his reputation as the Great Xia's military god. Victory followed victory, and within mere days, the border had been pushed back over 100 li. Yet just as Lin Xiaotian prepared to press his advantage, the barbarians deployed a previously unseen type of precision-engineered arrowheads. Their exceptional penetrating power inflicted devastating losses on the Great Xia border forces. Sensing trouble, Lin Xiaotian immediately ordered a retreat, once again fortifying the pass and refusing to engage. The barbarians resumed their strategy of harassing with small-scale raids, becoming an increasingly irritating nuisance. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside the tent. "Commander-in-Chief. An urgent dispatch from the capital, delivered by 800 Li Express." A personal guard burst in, kneeling on one knee as he presented a sealed confidential report with wax seal. Lin Xiaotian slowly turned. His weathered face betrayed no emotion, only the deep-set eye sockets revealing an exhaustion that seemed impossible to shake. The capital? At this hour, what could those scheming civil officials in their warm chambers possibly send? Nothing but empty pleas to advance or official complaints about unfavorable battle reports. He took the dispatch, tore open the wax seal, and unfolded the paper. The contents caused his brows to furrow deeply. It was not an official document, but an imperial edict written in the emperor's own hand. Its contents were utterly preposterous. Dispatch by 800 Li Express, deliver 100 mood lifting trinkets to Lin Xiaotian. Must be personally received, no errors permitted. Mood lifting trinkets? Lin Xiaotian almost thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. While rivers of blood flowed in the northern frontier and corpses littered the fields, the old emperor sent 100 amusing trinkets from the capital? Had the old man gone mad, or had he himself lost his mind? A surge of inexplicable fury rose from his gut, but he forced it down. His voice was heavy as he demanded, "Where are they?" Reporting to the general, "They're right outside the tent." Lin Xiaotian stepped out of the command tent, a bitter wind slapping his face. On the drill ground, a squadron of imperial guards in gleaming armor stood tense, guarding 10 horse-drawn carriages. The wagons were covered in waterproof cowhide, the wind and sand beating against them, producing a dull thud that carried an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The escorting Imperial Guard captain stepped forward to salute, his expression tense as he reported. Commander Lin, His Majesty decrees that you must personally inspect these items. With that, the officer gestured, and several guards lifted the waterproof cowhide covers. Inside lay 100 neatly stacked black lacquered wooden boxes. Lin Xiaotian said nothing, merely walking to one of the boxes and gesturing for the guards to open it. Creak! The lid swung open, revealing a sleek, all-black crossbow mechanism inside. Its intricate structure bore an unfamiliar, alien metallic sheen. Having spent his life on the battlefield, Lin Xiaotian was intimately familiar with weapons across the realm. He recognized the object within as a crossbow mechanism, yet he had never encountered one of such design. He furrowed his brow and asked the Imperial Guard captain. What is this? Your Excellency, His Majesty says, this is a repeating crossbow. A repeating crossbow? Lin Xiaotian's heart stirred. He had heard others mention that ancient texts contained records of similar repeating crossbows, but the techniques for their manufacture had long been lost. He extended his calloused hand and retrieved the crossbow mechanism. It felt slightly heavier in his hand, about a third heavier than an ordinary military crossbow, yet its structure was far more compact. He examined it from every angle, growing increasingly astonished. As the Grand Marshal of the Great Xia, he had seen countless sophisticated military weapons. He immediately recognized that the craftsmanship of this device far surpassed the capabilities of the Great Xia military workshops. Even the most skilled craftsman of the enemy state, Great Zhou, could not produce such an exquisitely crafted crossbow mechanism. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiaotian's heart burned with determination. He promptly ordered, "Go! Bring me a live prisoner." Soon, a barbarian prisoner, bound and gagged, was dragged before him. He mumbled incoherently, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Xiaotian handed the crossbow mechanism to one of his personal guards and said, "You try it." It was the guard's first time handling such a weapon. Fumbling somewhat, he loaded the quiver as instructed by the Imperial Guard captain and aimed at the captive 50 paces away. Nervously, he pulled the trigger. Instead of the expected hum of a bowstring, a dense, teeth-grinding clatter of gears turning filled the air, followed by a piercing, air-shredding buzz. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, 5 crossbow bolts shot forth like black lightning. The barbarian captive didn't even have time to scream before his entire upper body was pierced into a bloody, mangled hedgehog. His prized leather armor proved as fragile as paper against these short, deadly bolts. Before the barbarian prisoner could collapse, before the bodyguard could react, 5 more bolts flew forth, piercing the barbarian captive through and through, ensuring his death was beyond any doubt. His eyes wide with disbelief, he fell backward. The entire training ground fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying spectacle before them. The guard who fired the crossbow stared blankly at the weapon in his hands, his limbs going limp. Then, his eyes filled with a wild, feverish intensity. Lin Xiaotian felt cold sweat instantly soak his back, a sensation of hypothermia brought on by excitement and exhilaration. Then, as if immersed in a scalding hot spring, surging blood rushed through his entire body, making his breathing quicken. 10 arrows fired in 2 breaths. What did this mean? It meant that a single ordinary soldier, wielding this weapon, could suppress 10 well-trained barbarian mounted archers in the blink of an eye. 10 men could instantly shatter the momentum of a barbarian cavalry charge. If there were 100. If 1,000. Lin Xiaotian, whose heart had been tempered like rock through countless life and death battles, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He strode forward, snatched the crossbow mechanism from his guard's hands, and inspected it personally. The quiver was empty. He tested the cocking mechanism, smooth and effortless. He reloaded and aimed at a target 100 paces away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Another volley of whistling arrows tore through the air. The sturdy wooden target, which had withstood countless arrows without flinching, shattered into pieces. Everyone present froze in stunned silence. After a long moment, Lin Xiaotian finally managed to say in a hoarse voice, 100 paces. Shattered the target. Truly divine weaponry. Then came an even longer silence. Lin Xiaotian stood rooted to the spot, staring at the repeating crossbow in his hands, motionless as a stone statue. For the first time, his usually impassive face revealed a complex expression, a mix of horror, ecstasy, and profound dread. From the small crossbow mechanism, he sensed a danger 1,000 times more terrifying than the barbarian tribes storming the gates or the Great Zhou dynasty's military might. This was no creation of mortal hands. This thing would change warfare. And it would. Change the world. After a long while, he slowly exhaled a cloud of breath that condensed into a wisp of white frost in the frigid air. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an authority that brooked no refusal as he commanded. Seal off the training grounds. Not a word of tonight's events is to be spoken by anyone. Disobedience will be punished by decapitation. All boxes are to be delivered to the commander's tent. 1,000 men are to guard the entrance. No one is to approach without orders. Disobey, and you will be beheaded. Yes, sir. All the personal guards responded in unison, their voices filled with reverence. Lin Xiaotian turned and returned to the command tent. He stared at the 100 black lacquered wooden boxes as if they were 100 primordial beasts, ready to devour anyone who approached. He knew the Emperor had not sent mere amusing trinkets. These were divine weapons capable of turning the tide of battle. Thanks to Jenny Ma for the upvote. Chapter 70, Divine Weapons in Hand, the killing net unfurls. Immediately afterward, an even more spine-chilling thought surfaced in Lin Xiaotian's mind. Where could such divine weapons possibly come from? It was absolutely impossible for that bunch of useless fools at the Ministry of War to have forged it. The capital. What had transpired there recently? Images of recent events in the capital flashed through Lin Xiaotian's mind. That name, previously overlooked by all, the prince long regarded as sickly and incompetent, resurfaced in his mind. He drew a deep breath, walked to his desk, unfolded a sheet of paper, dipped his brush generously in ink, and began to write with swift, flowing strokes. He composed a confidential letter, sealed it with wax, and handed it to his most trusted personal guard. Deliver it back to the capital immediately and hand it personally to Commander Zhang. Tell him to spare no expense in investigating every foundry, blacksmith shop, and even coffin maker in the capital for any suspicious activity. Not a single trace should be overlooked. Yes, General Lin. The guards saluted and departed. Lin Xiaotian stood alone before the map, his gaze once again settling upon the capital so close yet so distant. He murmured to himself, his voice so low only he could hear it. Within the capital lurks a dragon far more terrifying than the barbarian king or the Zhou Emperor. The atmosphere within the commander's tent hung heavy, like the sky before a storm. Lin Xiaotian held the repeating crossbow, concealed and ready. Several trusted generals gathered around the map, each face etched with impatience and frustration. Commander, we cannot wait any longer. The barbarians are practically at our doorstep. Commander, barbarian horsemen challenge us daily at the pass. Though villagers have retreated inside the fortifications, they burned every abandoned settlement to the ground. Indeed, Commander. I beg to lead 500 brothers in a punitive raid. We'll crush those scoundrels' arrogance. The barbarian raids grew increasingly brazen. They clung like maggots to bone impossible to shake off or strike down. Daily, small cavalry bands prowled beyond the pass, harassing scouts, sabotaging fortifications, and committing every vile act imaginable. Yet General Lin Xiaotian, the military genius of Great Xia, defied convention by ordering the entire army to hold its ground and refrain from counterattacks. This infuriated the northern frontier soldiers, accustomed to aggressive campaigns, who seethed with pent-up rage. Standing before the map, Lin Xiaotian ignored the pleas to engage behind him. His bronze-hued face remained utterly unruffled as his finger traced lightly over a narrow valley marked Vulture Gully on the map. His voice was cold. The time is not yet ripe. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an unwavering steadiness that brooked no argument. The generals exchanged glances, about to plead further, but Lin Xiaotian silenced them with a single glance. All of you, withdraw. Maintain strict vigilance at your posts. Without my orders, not a single bird shall fly beyond the pass. The commanders, resigned to their fate, bowed in acknowledgement and withdrew, their hearts filled with reluctance. Only Lin Xiaotian and his personal guard captain remained in the tent. The captain of the personal guard couldn't help but whisper, "Commander, the men are all ready." As he spoke, his expression betrayed both excitement and an unmistakable tension. He was the one who had witnessed the test firing of the repeating crossbow that night, and had even practiced with it in the commander's tent afterward. Lin Xiaotian nodded slowly, retrieving a locked wooden box from beneath the command desk. He opened the box, revealing the compact crossbow mechanism that had forever altered his understanding of warfare, lying quietly within. Send out the order. Lin Xiaotian's voice was hushed, as if afraid of disturbing something. Have logistics prepare 5 carts of provisions. At noon tomorrow, 300 elderly, weak, and wounded soldiers will escort them out through the west gate, taking the route through Vulture Gulch. The captain of the personal guard froze, momentarily bewildered, before blurting out. Commander, this is practically feeding me to the barbarians. The terrain at Vulture Gully is narrow. Once surrounded, there'll be no escape. Lin Xiaotian offered no explanation, merely handing him the repeating crossbow and saying, "You. Personally select 100 of the most steadfast and tight-lipped brothers. I've already had you familiarize yourselves with this divine weapon. Tonight, let them become familiar with it too." The captain of the personal guard's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his blood boiling. His fingers tapped lightly on the cold metal body of the crossbow mechanism as he replied. "Rest assured, General. Tomorrow, I shall lead the charge myself at Vulture Gulch. Let those barbarian wolf cubs witness a spectacle." The next day, the sun blazed overhead. A weary-looking Xia convoy plodded slowly across the desolate Gobi Desert. Wheels rolled, kicking up clouds of dust. The escorting soldiers looked gaunt and sickly, clad in tattered armor and wielding rusty weapons, a pitiful sight of the old, weak, and infirm, utterly defenseless. Soon, this plump lamb was spotted by the circling vultures in the sky. The news reached the barbarian camp, where Hayden, the notorious leader of the vanguard known for his ferocity, burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Has Lin Xiaotian lost his mind? He actually sent a bunch of old, weak, and sick men out to their deaths. Transmit my order, assemble 500 wolf riders. Follow me into battle. I'll use the heads of the great Xia men as my new drinking cups. Yes, chief. His confidant grinned savagely and swiftly acknowledged the order. Then the sound of horns echoed across the grasslands. 500 elite barbarian cavalry, like arrows released from a bow, kicked up a storm of dust as they charged under Hayden's command, straight toward the supply convoy that seemed within easy reach. They were wolves of the steppe, the sharpest blades in Hayden's hand. They could already envision the great Xia soldiers crying out in agony beneath their curved blades. The supply convoy entered the narrow vulture gully at a leisurely pace. Steep stone walls flanked the narrow path, barely wide enough for 2 or 3 riders side by side, a natural trap. A flicker of contempt crossed Hayden's eyes as he couldn't help but sneer. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiaotian doesn't even understand the most basic military principle: never pursue desperate foes, never enter perilous terrain. Looks like Lin Xiaotian really is finished. Brothers, follow me into battle. Roar. He let out a beastly roar and charged headlong into the valley. 500 wolf cavalry followed close behind, their hooves pounding like thunder, shaking the entire valley. Yet, just as they plunged deep into the valley's heart, less than 100 paces from the convoy, a sudden change occurred. The tarps covering the grain carts were violently ripped open. Beneath them lay not provisions, but rows upon rows of expressionless soldiers of the great Xia. In their hands, they each held a jet-black crossbow that appeared oddly shaped to the barbarian cavalry. Simultaneously, dozens of dark figures silently materialized atop the sheer cliffs flanking the valley. Among them stood none other than Lin Xiaotian. Hayden's heart sank abruptly, an ominous foreboding rising within him. But seasoned by countless battles, his reflexes were lightning fast. He immediately bellowed. Ambush! Fire arrows! Charge through! The barbarian cavalrymen swiftly drew their bows, preparing to return fire. Yet though they were swift, someone was faster still. Lin Xiaotian stood atop the cliff, his face as still as water, merely swinging his arm coldly. There was no hum of taut bowstrings. Instead, a dense, spine-chilling clatter of mechanical gears turning filled the air. The sound resembled countless steel centipedes crawling in unison, cold and deadly. Whoosh! 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 In the next instant, the symphony of death began. 100 repeating crossbows, in perfect unison, spat forth tongues of vengeful fire. 500 short, vicious bolts instantly formed an impenetrable web of death. Descending from the sky and sweeping from the front, they completely engulfed the nearly 100 barbarian cavalry charging at the forefront, men and horses alike. Thud! 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 That was the dull thud of bolts piercing leather armor and sinking into flesh. The fine leather armor the barbarians prided themselves on proved as fragile as window paper against this storm of steel. Screams were stifled before they could be uttered. The first row of barbarian cavalry was instantly flattened as if struck by an invisible giant hand. Their bodies were turned into seethes, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Hayden's pupils contracted sharply. He watched helplessly as his most valiant personal guard, his upper body instantly pierced by arrows, transformed into a mangled, bloodied hedgehog. Without so much as a grunt, he tumbled from his horse. Chapter 71, 500 elite cavalry left no place to bury the dead, General Lin's gravity. Before Hayden could recover from this hellish spectacle, the second volley arrived. Again, the dense clatter of mechanisms, again, 500 death-dealing swarms. Retreat! Retreat! Hayden's panicked roar echoed like a dying man's final cry. A crimson mist filled the valley. The barbarian cavalry was thrown into complete disarray. This was no battle, it was slaughter. They couldn't even discern how the enemy attacked, only seeing waves of black arrows rain down as comrades fell in droves beside them. Devils! These are the weapons of devils. A barbarian soldier screamed in terror, whipping his horse around to flee. But the moment he turned, 3 crossbow bolts pierced his back, passing clean through his body and pinning him dead to his saddle. Hayden's mind went blank. Having spent his entire life on the battlefield, fighting the great Xia since he first rode a horse at 13, he had never seen such a terrifying weapon in 30 years. 2 breaths, 10 arrows. The enemy didn't even need to reload. They only needed to load more arrows. What kind of demonic contraption was this? Retreat! Retreat now! Hayden bellowed with every ounce of strength, his voice warped by sheer terror. But in this narrow valley, 500 horsemen stretched out in a long line. A swift retreat was nothing short of a pipe dream. The front ranks tried to retreat while the rear pushed forward, instantly jamming into a chaotic mass. This provided the perfect targets for Lin Xiaotian's crossbowmen. The third volley. The fourth volley. The valley became a meat grinder. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. When the final clatter of mechanisms ceased, the entire valley fell deathly silent. Not a single one of the 500 elite barbarian wolf riders remained standing. Only a handful of warhorses stood atop the carnage. The ground was littered with mangled corpses and shattered weapons. Rivers of blood flowed slowly across the earth, staining the yellow soil a deep crimson. On the cliff above, 100 soldiers of the Great Xia Empire stood frozen in shock. They stared at the repeating crossbows in their hands, then at the horrific scene below. Many trembled uncontrollably. Their faces bore not only the joy of victory but also profound shock. Lin Xiaotian slowly descended the cliff, stepping into this hell on earth he had created with his own hands. His military boots crunched with each step through the viscous mixture of blood and mud. He ignored the corpses of the barbarians, instead pulling a crossbow bolt deeply embedded in the rock face. He found another crossbow bolt on the ground, its arrowhead shattered. He hadn't paid attention to the arrows earlier, assuming all the repeating crossbows used standard dasha short arrow crossbow bolts. But this one embedded in the stone, compared to the broken-tipped one in his hand, had a smooth surface that reflected an eerie cold glint in the sunlight. Its craftsmanship was clearly exquisite. He ordered in a deep voice, "Bring me a standard military dagger." Clang! The guard drew his blade and handed it to Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian thrust the crossbow bolt into the ground, its sharp point pointing skyward. Then he raised the military knife and swung it down with all his might, striking the arrowhead with a powerful blow. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by sparks. A piece of iron flew off, striking the stone wall with a sharp clang. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. Lin Xiaotian raised his military sword, examining the finger-sized gash on its blade. He then picked up the arrow, scrutinizing it intently, his eyes filled with a fierce, icy glare. Simultaneously, a chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The repeating crossbow was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, a true weapon of slaughter capable of turning the tide of battle. The hardened arrowheads fitted to these crossbow bolts were an even more terrifying force. The makers of the repeating crossbow possessed a complete set of steel refining and forging techniques. Such hardened steel, if forged into armor or weapons, would be indestructible, cutting through iron like mud. If they were his enemies, then... Lin Xiaotian clenched his teeth, inwardly sighing. Thankfully, they're my own people of Great Xia. Yet he sensed that the emergence of the repeating crossbow was the dragon lurking deep within the capital city, bearing its fangs not just at him, but at the entire realm. Just then, a personal guard hurried over, looking peculiar as he handed over a confession. "Commander, we captured a survivor, Hayden, the vanguard commander of the barbarian forces. His leg is broken, so he can't escape. He's been babbling incoherently, shouting these words." Lin Xiaotian took the statement and scanned it. Black armored ghosts. Overnight. The Great Zhou's supply lines. Grain burned to ashes. Severed heads. Lin Xiaotian's hand trembled violently. He recalled his earlier investigation into the truth behind the annihilation of the barbarian tribe's 100,000 iron cavalry at One Line Heaven. Soldiers under Gao Shan had once claimed over drinks that Chu Xiu commanded ghost soldiers unwearied, tireless, and possessing inhuman strength. In a short span, they had created the heavenly thunder divine fire capable of leveling mountains and filling abysses. And not long ago, captured barbarians had claimed that along the border between the Great Zhou and the barbarian lands, a ghost army had appeared elusive, ruthless, and merciless in their methods. At the time, he dismissed these tales as nonsense. But now, Hayden's deranged confession, combined with those rumors, forced him to connect the dots with the divine weapon in his hands, one powerful enough to turn the tide of battle. Now, all that remained was to await the reply from the capital to verify his suspicions. Lin Xiaotian slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they held an unfathomable gravity. He issued an order to his personal guards that left everyone utterly perplexed. "Send word, clear the battlefield. Every single crossbow bolt we fired must be retrieved intact and returned to this commander. Not a single one is to be missing." Not long after, the captain of the guard returned with his men, each reeking of blood yet wearing an expression of exhilaration. The battle had been too easy, those corpses had been riddled with holes. Two heavy burlap sacks lay at Lin Xiaotian's feet, their openings wide, filled to the brim with recovered crossbow bolts, each one dripping with blood. The captain of the personal guard reported with reverence. "Commander, we've retrieved them all. Not a single one missing." Lin Xiaotian hummed in acknowledgement, not sparing them a second glance. He merely waved his hand, signaling them to pack up their belongings, then led his troops back to camp. Afterward, he had the crossbow bolts carried into his command tent and shut himself inside for the entire night. He removed the crossbow bolts originally loaded into the quiver when the 500 repeating crossbows were delivered, washing and wiping each one clean. Evening. Within the northern barbarian camp. Hayden's elder brother, Hachi, chieftain of one of the 3 great barbarian tribes, paced anxiously within his tent. "Khan. Hayden, he's dead. All 500 warriors are dead." A barbarian warrior burst into the command tent, kneeling on one knee and beating his chest with his right hand as he delivered the devastating news. Hakili, a man of imposing stature, instantly turned crimson-eyed. Breathing heavily, he roared in disbelief. "Hayden, my brother. I will avenge you. Summon the tribe's warriors to the command tent. If Ashinishabi refuses to lead the entire army south to avenge my brother, kill him." With that, Hachi strode out of his tent and headed straight for the command tent at the center of the camp. Soon after, a group of Hayman tribesmen. The next day, before dawn had broken, a piercing horn call shattered the dawn's tranquility in the northern frontier. The barbarian encampment beyond Shuafeng Pass in the northern frontier poured out en masse. A dark mass of cavalry surged like a tidal wave from the horizon. 30,000 iron-clad horsemen charged forward, their thunderous roar shaking the very foundations of Shuofeng Pass. The annihilation of Hayden and his 500 elite warriors did not deter them. Instead, it ignited the savage fury of the entire barbarian horde. Hachier seized command of the northern barbarian camp with force. Chapter 72, Hakili fails to avenge his brother, retreats 300 li. Beneath Shuofeng Pass, Hakili raised his golden riding crop and bellowed. Warriors! Crush Shuofeng Pass! The beauties, slaves, gold, silver, cattle, and sheep all shall be yours. Kill! 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 I demand you slaughter every soul within Shuofeng Pass. Use their heads to honor my brother's spirit in the heavens. Kill! 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 30,000 elite barbarian cavalry, brandishing their scimitars, charged toward Shuofeng Pass with earth-shaking ferocity as Hakili's whip cracked. Thud! 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 War drums thundered upon the walls of Shuofeng Pass. Sweat beaded on the palms of the garrison soldiers as they gripped their weapons tightly, watching nervously as the dark wave below grew ever closer. Open the gates! Face the enemy! The soldiers on the ramparts roared with a thunderous cry, a primal battle cry ingrained in their very bones. Yet Lin Xiaotian stood motionless atop the gatehouse, his expression blank as he surveyed the scene below. He uttered only 2 words. Wait! The barbarian vanguard had already charged within arrow range. Archers on the ramparts had drawn their bows, ready to fire at a single command. Yet Lin Xiaotian still did not give the order. He watched helplessly as the barbarian cavalry charged to the base of the walls, set up crude siege ladders, and began scaling the fortifications like ants. His deputy commander, sweating profusely, urged impatiently. Commander, give the order. If we don't fire now, we'll be in close combat. Lin Xiaotian remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently on the barbarian soldiers below, howling as they scrambled upward. Until the head of the first barbarian soldier appeared over the battlements, a savage, cruel grin still frozen on his face. Lin Xiaotian finally moved. He did not order the archers to fire, nor did he command the rolling of boulders or the dropping of logs. He merely raised his hand slowly, then swung it down with a fierce motion. From behind their cover on the ramparts, 100 personal guards, already prepared, stepped forward. In their hands were precisely those 100 amusement devices brought from the capital. Lin Xiaotian uttered a single word, fire. No deafening twang of bowstrings, only the teeth-grinding clack-clack of mechanisms turning. The sound was faint, yet it felt like the claws of death scraping against everyone's eardrums. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A hail of death was unleashed once more. The savage grins on the faces of the barbarian soldiers who had just scaled the ramparts froze instantly. In the next instant, the upper halves of every barbarian soldier who had just scaled the wall were riddled with crossbow bolts like a honeycomb. Before they could even utter a scream, they fell straight down, stiff as boards. This was merely the beginning. 100 repeating crossbows formed 100 death zones. Beneath the walls, the scene instantly transformed into a hellish carnage. The barbarian soldiers struggling to climb the wall were like ripe wheat, mowed down in waves by an invisible scythe. Some had their bodies pinned to the ladders by the sheer kinetic force of the bolts, while others were shot clean out of the air. Blood stained the mottled city walls crimson. Shrieks and wails pierced the sky. One by one, the barbarian soldiers retreated in panic. Yet the barbarian execution squad behind them continued to frantically urge the soldiers forward. Their curved swords could barely keep up with the slashing, and many executioners themselves were cut down by the retreating soldiers. The first wave of charging soldiers had completely broken, retreating in panic and shouting, "Demons! Demons! Run!" For the barbarian soldiers, this was not war, it was a one-sided slaughter, and they were the victims. They couldn't even see their enemies' faces before being shot down on the climbing path. Fear spread through the barbarian army like a plague. Hackle watched from the rear, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what was unfolding before him. When did the Great Xia people acquire such terrifying weapons? Why did their crossbow bolts rain down so swiftly, relentlessly, without end? In less than half an hour, the slopes below Shuofeng Pass were covered in a thick layer of barbarian corpses. On the Great Xia side, aside from a few unlucky souls grazed by stray arrows, not a single man had fallen. Hackle's heart bled. Nearly half of the 3,000 vanguard who had led the assault had been lost, yet they hadn't even scaled the walls. He roared his orders, his voice thick with frustration and fear. "Retreat! Sound the retreat gong! Now! Woo!" The mournful sound of the horn echoed, and the barbarian army retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses and discarded weapons. Above the walls, a deathly silence fell. All the Great Xia soldiers stared blankly at the gruesome scene below the walls, then glanced at their comrades beside them holding repeating crossbows. Their faces were etched with utter disbelief. "We won? We won just like that?" All defensive positions held firm, as 100 men wielding unfamiliar weapons unleashed an unending barrage of crossbow bolts. "We won like that." After a brief silence, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. "The general is mighty! Glory to the Great Xia!" Soldiers hurled their helmets into the air, unleashing their joy at surviving the ordeal. Yet amidst the deafening cheers, Lin Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief yet felt not a shred of joy. He silently watched the scene below the city walls, observing the barbarian army's disorganized and desperate retreat. A chill deeper than any he had felt facing the barbarian cavalry now enveloped his entire being. He had won. Too easily. So effortless it filled him with dread. This ease was something he hadn't felt in decades of battle. The next 10 days became a nightmare for the barbarians. Haki refused to believe it. He organized multiple assaults. Whether it was a full-scale assault by daylight or a stealthy night raid, whether he concentrated his forces on a single point or divided his troops for multiple harassment tactics. Every tactic proved futile before the 100 repeating crossbows at Shuafeng Pass. Shuafeng Pass had become an impassable meat grinder. Whatever came, perished. Morale in the barbarian camp plummeted. Barbarian soldiers stared toward Shuafeng Pass, their eyes filled with terror. Whispers began to spread among them, claiming that Lin Xiaotian, the military god of Great Xia, had enlisted the aid of demons. Ultimately, after suffering nearly 10,000 casualties, Haki's forces collapsed completely. As Lin Xiaotian led his forces out of the pass to counterattack. Terrified beyond measure, Hackle retreated a full 300 li with his remnants, never daring to approach Shuafeng Pass again. Northern frontier, a great victory. The news spread across the Great Xia at lightning speed. The entire nation was shaken. Everyone was rendered speechless by this battle report. With just 3,000 defenders facing 30,000 barbarian troops, they not only held the pass but also killed nearly 10,000 enemies in battle, suffering fewer than 100 casualties themselves. This was no mere victory, it was a miracle. When Chu Wei received the report in the Hall of Cultivating the Mind, his hands trembled. He read it 3 times before confirming his eyes hadn't deceived him. After the initial euphoria came a deeper dread. Had Lin Xiaotian achieved this feat using merely 100 amusing trinkets gifted by that unfilial son? Executing corrupt officials, purging the court, resolving the succession dispute among princes, rallying officials to donate provisions, and pacifying the northern border incursions. These were matters beyond his grasp. What use was he, the emperor, then? Meanwhile, within the commander's tent at Shuafeng Pass, Lin Xiaotian sat motionless before a blank memorial for an entire afternoon. Victory reports had been dispatched, yet his own account mentioned only the outcome, omitting any details of the campaign. He knew such a vague report would not deceive the shrewd minds in the capital. The emperor's next edict would surely arrive soon. When it did, how could he possibly describe the terrifying results wrought by those 100 amusing contraptions? How could he explain this miraculous, world-altering weapon of terror? He lifted his brush, dipped it heavily in ink, hovered it over the paper, yet hesitated to bring it down. For he understood that every word he wrote could unleash an unpredictable, towering tempest in the capital, thousands of miles away. In the end, he did put pen to paper, but not for an official memorial to the emperor. Instead, it was a second secret letter addressed to the trusted commander in the capital. The letter contained only one sentence. Investigate the 9th Prince, Chu Xiu. Chapter 73, Father Emperor isn't truly happy, so I must try harder. Within the Golden Throne Hall of the Great Xia Court, a long-awaited festive atmosphere nearly lifted the palace roof. The news of the great victory in the northern frontier spread like the finest, strongest wine, intoxicating every courtier present. An elderly minister, overcome with emotion, wept tears of joy. His silver-streaked beard trembled as he cried out, "A miracle! Your Majesty, this is nothing short of a miracle." The other ministers also lavished praise without restraint. With a mere 3,000 remnants, you shattered 30,000 elite barbarian troops, slaying nearly 10,000 foes while suffering fewer than 100 casualties. This old servant has pored over the annals of history and never witnessed such a glorious triumph. Your Majesty's divine might is vast and awe-inspiring, blessed by the gods. Those barbarian clowns tremble at the mere sound of your name. When we contributed our fortunes to ease your Majesty's burdens, every coin was spent wisely. To have contributed our humble efforts to your Majesty's great cause is an honor we share. Praise poured like a tidal wave toward Chu Wei seated upon the dragon throne. Especially those officials who had responded to the call for filial devotion and made generous donations of military funds, they now stood tall with pride, their backs straight as arrows. It seemed as though they too had played a monumental role in this victory. Seated upon the dragon throne, Chu Wei wore a perfectly measured imperial smile, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement as he received the homage of his ministers. He declared, "Rise, my lords. This victory belongs to the valiant soldiers of Great Xia and the masterful command of General Lin." With a wave of his hand, eunuchs carrying fine wine began circulating among the assembled officials. Chu Wei raised his cup, his voice booming. This victory also stems from the united resolve of all Great Xia, your loyalty and unity with this emperor. Come, let us drink to your honor. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor forever! The ministers roared in unison, emptying their cups in one gulp. The atmosphere reached its peak. Yet unnoticed by all, as the cup was refilled with fine wine, Chu Wei's hand holding it trembled almost imperceptibly. The liquid rippled faintly within the golden vessel. Beyond the joy of the great victory in the north, a cold bitterness lingered in his heart. Divine might? Divine favor? Every word of these deafening praises felt like an invisible needle piercing deep into his heart. Chu Wei understood better than anyone that this so-called miracle had nothing to do with him as emperor, nor with any of the court officials present. All of it stemmed from that little one he had forgotten in the cold palace, the very one who now kept him awake at night. Those 100 bodies he forcibly borrowed with imperial authority mere amusement. This emperor was nothing but a thief who stole his son's glory and painted a false picture of peace. This realization brought him not joy, but a humiliation that seared deep into his bones. That rebellious son, what exactly was he trying to achieve? His 100 repeating crossbows alone could overturn an entire war. Given time and opportunity, what depths could he plumb? In Chu Wei's mind, that rebellious son was using a method he could neither comprehend nor oppose. Bit by bit, he was clutching the entire Great Xia Empire into his own hands. And Chu Wei, this father emperor, this ruler of the realm, could only watch helplessly, unable to resist, even forced to applaud him. At this thought, Emperor Chu Wei's smile grew stiff. Wang Defu, the eunuch holding the imperial seal beside him, keenly sensed the emperor's unease. He saw a fine sheen of cold sweat beading on the emperor's temples, despite the spring-like warmth within the hall. Having served the emperor for decades, he instantly understood the emperor's thoughts. His gaze turned involuntarily toward the east. That was the direction of Tingyu Garden. At the same moment, in Tingyu Garden, Chu Xiu was leisurely watering a newly acquired orchid in a pot. Warm sunlight filtered through the window lattice, bathing him in its glow and lending a soft warmth to his plain-colored robe. His slightly pale face bore an innocent, harmless smile. Ding! Detected, His Majesty's prestige has reached unprecedented heights due to the great victory in the north. Reward, Filial Piety points plus 5,000. Ding! Detected, Imperial Majesty's sovereignty is strengthened as the victory stems from the host's filial devotion. Reward, plus 3,000 Filial Piety points. Ding! Detected, His Majesty feels pride and inner contentment from ministers' praise and the glory brought by his son's filial devotion. Reward, Filial Piety points plus 2,000. A series of system notifications echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. On the Filial Piety panel, the numbers flashed wildly. Ultimately, the total increased by only 15,000, reaching 148,000. Chu Xiu paused in his watering. He slowly set down the watering can and walked to the window, gazing toward the direction of the imperial palace. The sunlight was a bit harsh, and he squinted slightly as he said, "The repeating crossbow resolved the stalemate in the northern border campaign. Yet the reward is but this meager sum of filial piety points. Seems father's joy has its limits." Chu Xiu murmured softly, his tone tinged with obvious frustration, continuing, "Despite securing such a decisive victory that brought him glory, he's not exactly overjoyed. The mission progress hasn't even shown any increase." Chu Xiu's fingertips tapped lightly against the window lattice, producing a soft, rhythmic tapping sound. A flicker of confusion crossed his clear eyes, but more than that, a sudden realization dawned. He understood. The system prompt had stated that the emperor's authority was solidified because of the weapons his son had provided, not because the emperor had resolved the matter himself. His father's pride in him stemmed from his son's excessive capability. All of this made the emperor look like a useless figure. Therefore, merely giving the emperor a powerful tool could never truly bring him joy. For no matter how formidable the tool, it remained merely a tool. The emperor feared the tool might spiral out of control, worried he couldn't master it. Chu Xiu shook his head, a sincere smile spreading across his face. "It seems just giving him a fishing rod won't suffice. We must help him reel in the fish, clean it, prepare it into a dish, and then personally feed it to him. Only by eliminating every problem, every hidden risk, every matter requiring the emperor to exert his mind at its very root. Father Emperor, only then can one become a truly carefree emperor. This, my father, is the greatest filial piety." Realizing this, Chu Xiu's smile grew ever more pure and kind. He turned and spoke softly to the empty shadows. "Yu Yi." A black shadow silently detached from the corner and knelt on one knee. "Your Highness." Within the Hall of Shadows, as per Chu Xiu's directive, the shadow assassins were named by prefixing Yao with a number. The other 500 assassins recruited for the war wolf training were collectively called ghosts. As for what the ghosts called themselves privately, that was none of Chu Xiu's concern. "How is the training progressing for the ghosts of the Nether Hall?" "Your Highness, the ghosts will complete all war wolf training in 3 days. 3 days? Chu Xiu himself was also undergoing wolf warrior training, though intermittently, and he paid little attention to the time. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. According to the training curriculum, the ghosts should be undergoing field combat exercises at this very moment, correct? "Yes, Your Highness." "Issue the order, have them proceed to the northern barbarian and Dahuai border regions for practical training." Chu Xiu's voice was soft yet carried an unquestionable command. "Find out which supply line is providing weapons and provisions to the northern barbarian tribes. I want every detail on that supply route from the mastermind behind it, to every transit point, to every single secret passageway. Remember, I mean everything." "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 74, Nothing to Find, Absolutely Nothing. In an inconspicuous residence within the capital city, Commander Zhang slammed his brush down on the table, sending ink splattering like stars. His face was etched with frustration. Spread across the desk before him lay over a dozen confidential reports, each pointing to the same conclusion: nothing found. As Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian's most trusted confidant in the capital, Commander Zhang oversaw the military's entire intelligence network within the imperial precincts. When it came to tracking, investigation, and infiltration, he was confident he could match any of the Imperial Guard's agents. Yet this time, he felt as if he were hunting a phantom. Prince Chu Xiu, the 9th Imperial Prince. Everything about this man was as blank as a sheet of paper. After moving out of the cold palace, he resided in the secluded listening to rain garden, still leading a reclusive life. Commander Zhang deployed his most elite spies to monitor him day and night. Yet the spies only reported trivial matters. Target read the manhwa Jing today and did not leave the premises. Target basked in the sun in the courtyard this afternoon and coughed 3 times. The subject dined on a bowl of bird's nest porridge and 2 small dishes tonight. His daily routine consisted solely of reading, recuperating, tending vegetables, and cultivating flowers, occasionally sending tokens of filial piety to the palace. His social circle was suspiciously sparse. Apart from a few guards and an elderly eunuch named Luan who attended to his daily needs, there was no one else in the garden. He maintained no contact whatsoever with any court officials. As if listening to Rain Garden were a solitary fortress, cut off from all the clamor and strife of the capital. How could such a place possibly be the hideout of a mastermind capable of producing 100 repeating crossbows, a weapon of such devastating power? This was clearly a sickly man with little time left. Commander Zhang had also discovered that the repeating crossbows were a gift from Chu Xiu to His Majesty. Yet the origin of the 100 repeating crossbows remained utterly elusive. He combed through every official and private registry in the capital, yet found no record of large-scale forging of new military weapons. He even sent men disguised as apprentices to infiltrate blacksmith shops and carpentry workshops, yet all they uncovered were routine orders for common farming tools and weapons. Not a single trace connected to the repeating crossbows. Not a single corner of Chu Xiu's listening to rain garden could be used to craft repeating crossbows. It seemed as though those 100 weapons capable of decisively altering the course of battle had materialized out of thin air. A trusted subordinate reported in a low voice. "Commander, our men have dug up nearly every inch of ground around Tingyu Garden. Not only are there no secret passages, but we've even mapped out every rat hole. We've also investigated all purchases and expenditures at the 9th Prince's residence, nothing out of the ordinary. The largest expenditure was on medicinal herbs, which also bore no relation to repeating crossbows." Commander Zhang massaged his throbbing temples, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. The more they failed to uncover anything, the more it pointed to a problem. This flawless cleanliness itself was the biggest flaw. He understood clearly that General Lin had not tasked him with investigating Chu Xiu himself, but rather the invisible, intangible force behind him, a force powerful enough to overturn the entire realm. But this force was hidden too deeply. So deep it filled him with dread. After a long silence, Commander Zhang picked up a fresh brush and spread out a sheet of letter paper. His intelligence network had reached its limits. Further investigation would be futile. Certain matters had already surpassed the military's sphere of influence. He wrote slowly, each character carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. In the letter, he detailed the investigative impasse, candidly admitting his failure to uncover anything. Finally, he proposed a suggestion. A suggestion potent enough to stir the winds of change in the capital once more. "This matter is too intricate for this humble officer to unravel. The 9th Prince lives in seclusion, his movements guarded like a fortress. If there is a workshop behind him, it cannot be an ordinary place. I earnestly request that Your Excellency petition His Majesty to deploy Imperial spies and the Imperial Guard to thoroughly investigate every mountain retreat, mine, and clandestine workshop within 100 li of the capital. There may yet be clues to be found." Commander Zhang did not mince words in his letter, explicitly urging the Emperor to intervene. He understood that the general's extensive investigation was intended to send a warning to the one upon the dragon throne. Within the hall of mental cultivation, the atmosphere was oppressive, suffocating to the point of breathlessness. Chu Wei sat on the dragon throne, his expression as still as water, clutching a confidential letter that had just arrived via an 800 li express dispatch from the northern frontier. The paper was already wrinkled from the sweat soaking through his palms. Earlier, Lin Xiaotian had already delivered a confidential letter. It contained a detailed battle report on the conflict at Shuofeng Pass in the northern frontier. Its harrowing words depicted the terrifying power of the repeating crossbows on the battlefield. Arrows swarmed like locusts, relentless and unending. The barbarian soldiers met instant death upon contact, perishing at the slightest touch. Within the span of a single incense stick, corpses piled like mountains, blood flowing like rivers. 100 crossbows could withstand 10,000 soldiers. Upon reading it, he felt a deep dread toward that dutiful son. This was the second secret letter delivered by Lin Xiaotian. Its contents were even more direct and terrifying than the first. There were no unnecessary pleasantries, only a single concise sentence and a request. Your Majesty, I request a thorough investigation into Prince Chu Xiu, the 9th Imperial Prince, and all forces behind him. Investigate? Chu Wei slammed the letter onto the dragon-carved desk with a dull thud, his chest heaving violently. His men can forge 100 killing machines without anyone noticing. What use are my Imperial guards and spies against him? How am I supposed to investigate this? Though Chu Wei claimed no investigation was underway, he had secretly ordered Imperial spies and the Imperial Guard to turn the capital inside out. Yet they found absolutely nothing. Fear gripped his heart like an invisible giant's hand. If before it had been merely his own suspicions and overactive imagination, now even his most trusted Grand Marshal, Lin Xiaotian, had delivered such an explicit warning. What did this signify? It meant that the power of that rebellious son had swelled to such an extent that even Lin Xiaotian felt apprehensive, even incapable of handling it. This Grand Marshal, who had guarded the imperial authority of Great Xia for decades, now sensed it. Chu Wei's imperial throne would likely be relinquished in a most undignified manner. Wang Defu, standing nearby, dared not even breathe heavily, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He cautiously interjected. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your health is paramount. General Lin may, perhaps, be overthinking this. His Royal Highness, after all, was acting out of filial devotion. Filial piety? Chu Wei reacted as if he'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. He leapt to his feet from the dragon throne, pointing a finger at Wang Defu's nose, his voice cracking with fury. That's filial piety? He wants to turn this emperor into a useless shell. He's handled every matter, eliminated every enemy, resolved every challenge. What use is this emperor then? To sit on the dragon throne as a puppet? Chu Wei paced the hall, each step heavy as if he intended to crush the gold bricks beneath his feet. First, he slaughtered the corrupt officials in the capital who left me helpless, exposing my incompetence. Then he sent my sons off one by one to cultivate virtue and temper their character, leaving me without an heir. Now, with his damn repeating crossbows, he's won a victory so effortless it even frightened Lin Xiaotian. Wang Defu, tell me, what does he plan to do next? Is it finally time to eliminate this old emperor? Chapter 75, My Father's Realm is my map of filial piety. Wang Defu fell to his knees with a thud, banging his head repeatedly on the ground as he cried out. Your Majesty, forgive me. Your Majesty, forgive me. This old servant dared not speak recklessly. Chu Wei gasped for breath, a fiery rage burning within his chest. He yearned to command every available force to storm into Tingyu Garden, seize that rebellious son, and interrogate him about his true intentions. But reason told him he couldn't. In truth, he dared not. He didn't even know how many hidden cards Chu Xiu held in his hand. He had no clue what had transformed this son, who had nearly died of illness in the cold palace, into a power that had become his greatest threat. He only knew that those 100 repeating crossbows were merely the tip of the iceberg. That rebellious son was like a colossal beast lurking in the abyss. Even the occasional glimpse of its claws and scales was enough to send shockwaves through the entire Great Xia Empire. If he truly provoked it. Chu Wei shuddered, unable to bear the thought. He slumped back into the dragon throne, drained of all strength. Years ago, he had emerged victorious from the brutal 9-dragon struggle for the throne, paying a tremendous price to ascend to the dragon throne and become the heaven of Great Xia. He trusted no one. Even Lin Xiaotian, the pillar of the empire who remained utterly loyal to the imperial authority, was always viewed with suspicion and distrust. And what of his sickly 9th son? Confined to the cold palace for over a decade, ignored and presumed dead. His first act had been to slaughter the corrupt officials and treacherous courtiers of the former Minister of Revenue's faction. How could he dare to trust such a being, or refrain from suspicion? Running his fingers over the golden dragon head on the dragon throne's armrest. He needed to confirm he still occupied this seat, that he remained the sovereign of Great Xia. Only this thought brought him solace. After a long silence, his voice raspy, he finally spoke. Draft an edict. Prince Chu Xiu, the 9th imperial son, exemplifies pure filial piety and benevolence, his heart devoted to the northern frontiers campaigns. He is hereby specially granted 10,000 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of brocade. With every word he uttered, it felt like a knife slicing through his own flesh. He was terrified to death, yet he forced a smile to bestow rewards upon the son who kept him awake at night. This humiliation and pent-up frustration nearly drove him mad. Wang Defu trembled as he ground the inkstone, his heart turning to ice. He had served His Majesty his entire life, yet never had he seen the Emperor so powerless. Yes, powerless. Like a mere mortal, watching gods make their moves on the chessboard, while he himself was not even worthy of being a pawn. 10 days later, in the listening to rain garden, within the quiet chamber. The early winter afternoon sun bathed people in a warm glow. Chu Xiu sat before a pearwood desk, a hint of languor in his posture, a detailed parchment map spread out before him. Every mountain, river, pass, and secret passage along the Great Zhou's border with the barbarian tribes was clearly marked with ink lines of varying colors. It even included portions of the Great Zhou's border regions with the Great Xia. Amidst the ink-washed landscapes, a crimson line snaked out from the Great Zhou territory like a venomous serpent, ultimately pointing toward the royal court of the northern barbarians. Along this line, every relay outpost, every tribal contact responsible for rendezvous, and even the name of every escort commander was meticulously recorded in tiny, neat script alongside it. Yue knelt on one knee, his silhouette nearly merging with the shadow cast upon the ground. His voice held no inflection as he reported matter-of-factly. Your Highness, 500 ghosts reached the Great Zhou barbarian border within 2 days. After 6 days of field training, they mapped out this supply route. This route falls under the full command of Chen Qingji, the Great Zhou's northern frontier general. He is a trusted confidant of the Great Zhou Emperor, known for his caution, suspicion, and ruthless methods. Indeed. Over 2,000 li covered in 2 days. It seems their physical prowess surpasses that of ordinary men. Chu Xiu offered a brief compliment, then his gaze settled on the name circled in red. Chen Qingji. His fingertip traced lightly across the map, from Shuafeng Pass in Great Xiao all the way to the capital of Great Zhou. A gentle smile spread across his innocent, harmless face, like that of a neighbor's boy, as he said, "My father's realm is the map of my filial devotion. How could I allow outsiders to tread upon it freely?" He spoke softly, as if discussing the most ordinary of household matters. Yue kept his head bowed, offering no reply. He simply waited silently for orders. Chu Xiu drew from his robe a palm-sized object shaped like a conch shell. The pair of 1,000-mile sound transmission conches, previously rewarded by the system, now came into use. The 2,000-mile sound conch shells bypassed distance entirely, transmitting sound directly into the ear. He raised the conch to his lips and called out, "Yu Qi." Deep within a dense forest along the border between Great Xia and Great Periphery, Yochi, commanding 100 ghosts of the Nether Hall, sat up from a thick branch of a towering ancient tree. He retrieved the 1,000-mile sound conch from his bosom and held it to his ear. Yu Qi. Hearing the call in his ear, Yu Qi's voice remained utterly unruffled. "Your servant is here. Gather your ghosts. Equip them all with armor and repeating crossbows. Destroy the supply line marked on the map. Understood. Remember, leave no trace behind." "Yes, sir." Chu Xiu paused, a genuinely kind smile spreading across his face as he added, "As for that general named Chen Qingji, bring back his head. I have use for it." "Yes, Your Highness." Yuchi stowed away the 1,000-mile sound transmission shell and let out a wolf-like howl. From all corners of the dense forest, as if answering the Wolf King's call, howls echoed in succession. 5 days later, within the Great Zhou Empire, the ancient Yin Mountains trail. The biting autumn winds swirled with withered leaves, whirling through the rugged mountain path. A long convoy, like a clumsy centipede, crawled laboriously along the ancient road. 500 elite cavalrymen of the Great Zhou, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, guarded over 1,000 carts laden with provisions and military supplies, driven by 2,000 auxiliary troops. Wheels ground over gravel with creaking sounds, while horses snorted intermittently, exhaling wisps of white mist. General Zhang Yi of the Great Zhou, responsible for this convoy, sat astride a majestic black steed, his brow furrowed. This ancient Yin Mountains trail was a secret passage personally selected by General Chen Qingji, the northern frontier commander. Hidden and seldom traveled, it had proven safe during previous trips. Yet this time, for reasons unknown, Zhang Yi felt an unshakable sense of unease the moment he entered the Yin Mountains. His eyelid kept twitching. Scouts dispatched to survey the surroundings reported nothing out of the ordinary. His deputy spurred his horse to catch up, lowering his voice as he said, "General, it's getting late. Once we cross that ridge ahead, we'll find a clearing to set up camp." "MHM." Zhang Yi acknowledged with a grunt. Once they cleared the ridge, the terrain ahead would be flat and open. His 500 elite cavalry would face no constraints whatsoever. Moreover, they could leverage the terrain to launch an unstoppable charge from above. Even when facing enemies several times his number, he dared to order a charge, achieving victory against overwhelming odds. Just as they reached the ridge, taking in the distant forests below, Zhang sighed in relief, preparing to order the search for a campsite. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Thanks to Aqiao from Taolin for the bubble milk tea. He, so sweet. 3. Chapter 76, The Ridge Massacre, Supply Line Severed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. No battle cries. No trumpets. Only a dense, hair-raising whistling pierced the air, erupting suddenly from the forests flanking the road. The sound was sharp and urgent, like hundreds or thousands of poisonous bees flapping their wings in unison. "Enemy attack! Raise your shields!" The deputy commander's roar barely left his lips when his entire body jerked violently. Several black short arrows had already pierced through his iron armor, their bloody tips protruding from his chest. His mouth opened in disbelief as he stared at his own chest before tumbling headfirst from his horse, kicking up a cloud of dust. Even in death, the deputy commander couldn't comprehend how chainmail impervious even to the sharpest arrows of the Great Xia could be pierced so easily. This was only the beginning. The first volley rained down like a sudden storm of steel. Dozens of Dezhou soldiers at the forefront had no time to react, instantly pierced like hedgehogs, their screams caught in their throats. The auxiliary troops guarding the supplies were targeted even more intensely, falling one after another as arrows pierced their bodies. Terrified horses let out piercing whinnies, dragging carts wildly as they collided with one another, instantly shattering the entire formation. Hold your ground. Auxiliary troops, use the supply wagons as shields. The rest of you mount up and charge with me. Zhang Ye's eyes bulged with fury as he drew the long sword at his waist, barking orders at the top of his lungs. His personal guards reacted with lightning speed, immediately raising several heavy iron shields to shield him securely at the center. Yet it proved futile. A second volley of whistling arrows followed swiftly, denser and deadlier than the first. Soldiers who had barely managed to regroup, some just gripping their horses' reins, others barely mounted, were torn apart by the fresh volley of arrows. They could only use their own bodies to block the arrows' impact. The auxiliary troops attempting to use the supply wagons as cover met an even more gruesome fate. Even the 500 elite soldiers of the Great Zhou, equipped with iron shields, could not withstand the onslaught. Their makeshift shields of iron-plated wood proved as fragile as paper against the crossbow bolts, pierced with ease. One soldier roared, braced his shield with all his might, but in the next instant, 3 or 4 short arrows pierced through the shield, pinning him dead to the spot. Blood spread across the ridge. In less than half an incense stick's time, over half of the original 500 elite troops had fallen. The auxiliary soldiers defending the supply wagons suffered countless casualties. The remaining soldiers completely collapsed. What they faced was not a battle at all, but a one-sided slaughter. Arrows rained down upon them from every direction. They couldn't even see the enemy's shadow. Devils. They're devils. A young auxiliary soldier dropped his spear and turned to flee. But after taking just 2 steps, an arrow pierced his back. His body collapsed forward, and he fell silent forever. No retreat. Charge. Charge with me. Zhang Ye's eyes blazed crimson as he roared the command. He knew that staying trapped here meant certain death. Their only chance lay in charging into the woods and engaging the enemy in close combat. He dug his heels into his horse's flanks, ignoring his bodyguard's attempts to stop him, and led a desperate charge toward the thickest rain of arrows. The remaining 100 elite soldiers, spurred by their commander's fearless fury, unleashed a desperate roar and followed him into the mountains. What awaited them was the third and final volley. Thud, thud, thud. The charging ranks collided with an invisible wall. Soldiers fell in droves, their faces frozen in mid-stride as life drained from them. Zhang Ye's warhorse let out a mournful whinny, struck by multiple arrows, and collapsed with a thud. The immense force hurled Zhang Yi from the saddle. He rolled several times across the ground before coming to a halt. General! The dozen or so remaining soldiers rushed to his side, forming a human wall with their bodies to shield the fallen Zhang Yi. The hail of arrows ceased. In the valley, a deathly silence reigned. Only the piercing whinnies of warhorses and the faint moans of the wounded echoed through the air. 100 shadowy figures emerged silently from the woods like specters. Clad entirely in black armor, their faces concealed by grotesque demon masks, they carried peculiar repeating crossbows. At their head stood Chu Xiu. The surviving soldiers noticed some of the shadowy figures standing on the grassy ground barely 10 feet away. Yet at such close range, they had detected nothing. This realization plunged them into utter despair. 80 specters, like a fishing net being drawn in, slowly closed in. In their left hands, repeating crossbows, in their right, gleaming scythe blades. They reaped lives one by one, slaughtering men like chickens and dogs. Yao Qi led 20 men, advancing slowly toward the dozen or so elite soldiers still clinging to desperate resistance. Without a word, he raised the repeating crossbow in his hands. Protect the general! A soldier roared his final defiance, charging at Chu Xiu with his sword raised. Chu Xiu pulled the trigger. A volley of short bolts instantly riddled the soldier with holes like a sieve. The remaining soldiers were swiftly and cleanly disposed of by the other ghosts in the same manner. The battle ended. From start to finish, it took less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Chu Xiu approached Zhang Yi, who now leaned against a boulder, gasping for breath. An arrow pierced his left arm, and his leg lay broken from the fall. He stared at these hellish foes before him, his eyes holding no fear, only boundless horror and unwillingness. Who are you? His voice was hoarse. Chu Xiu did not answer his question. Instead, he crouched down, pulled a portrait from his robe, and compared it to the face beneath Zhang Yi's helmet, confirming his identity. Then, in a voice devoid of emotion, he declared, "You're not the one His Highness wants. You may keep your body intact. Where is Chen Qingji?" Chu Qi's voice echoed through the mask, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. One's body and skin are gifts from one's parents. In a situation where death is inevitable, being granted a whole corpse is a blessing. Zhang Yi would never reveal Chen Qingji's whereabouts. He gave a bitter smile, closed his eyes, and offered his neck for the executioner's blade. Chu Xiu understood his meaning. Yet, just as Chu Xiu raised his sword to end his life, another unexpected turn occurred. A signal arrow, trailing a piercing whistle, streaked across the distant sky, exploding into a brilliant burst of sparks above the mountain ridge. A surviving elite soldier of the Great Zhou Empire had fired the signal arrow from his quiver. Chu Qi's movement halted abruptly as he snapped his head upward. This was the Great Zhou's distress signal. He paused and gazed into the distance, spotting a dark mass of cavalry emerging from the mountain foothills, charging swiftly toward them. Reinforcements! Yu Qi swung his blade, ending Zhang Ye's life. Though the supply lines were now severed, the Great Zhou reinforcements had arrived. Prolonging the fight risked exposing his identity. He tore the jade pendant from Zhang Ye's waist, a symbol of his command, and ordered the ghosts behind him. Use their bows and arrows to push the supply carts forward and set them ablaze. Use them to hold off the enemy. The rest of you clear the battlefield, collect crossbow bolts, and burn all supplies. Burn every corpse. 100 ghosts sprang into action without a word, their roles instinctively clear. Arrows pierced through the heads of the front-line barbarian cavalry with deadly precision, like the King of Hell taking attendance. The falling corpses sent chaos rippling through the rear ranks. The burning grain carts, billowing black smoke and carrying the sweet, acrid scent of freshly charred grain, hurtled down the mountainside. The reinforcing barbarian cavalry were abruptly halted mid-slope, unable to advance. Chieftain, we can't break through. Our warriors have suffered heavy casualties. Should we retreat? At the center of the barbarian cavalry, their leader, seething with frustration, swung his scimitar and roared. Let those two-legged sheep of the Great Zhou die if they must. Their grain and supplies must not be compromised. Send the order, warriors, charge forward at any cost. Kill. The barbarian cavalry charged forward, screaming and heedless of death. But despite their attempts to break through, the ghosts' skilled archery and the occasional flaming supply carts hurtling down the mountain kept the barbarian cavalry firmly pinned in place. Once all the crossbow bolts had been gathered. With a single gesture from Ghost 7, all the spirits swiftly turned and vanished without hesitation. In mere moments, they disappeared into the dense mountain forest as if they had never been there at all. On the ridge, only a chaotic battlefield remained. And the savage cavalry, seething with rage, who had rushed to the ridge only to find their supplies burned to ashes, powerless and furious. Chapter 77, Qinqingji, the Invisible Enemy? The acrid stench of charred flesh mingled with the tang of blood, wafting through the biting wind atop the ridge. The barbarian chieftain, Aldine, now had eyes like hawks, filled with violent bloodshot veins. Gazing at the blazing supply wagons before him and the scattered corpses of Great Zhou soldiers lying in gruesome death, the rage in his chest threatened to erupt. He kicked a dead Great Zhou soldier's corpse down the slope with a savage roar. Useless! A bunch of useless trash. The surrounding barbarian cavalry joined in with furious roars. Their roars shook the heavens, yet this fury could not extinguish the raging inferno. Now, everything was lost. A barbarian warrior rushed over, his face caked in soot, his voice thick with despair. Chieftain, the flames are too fierce. We couldn't salvage a single grain of grain. The weapons have all been drenched in fire oil, we can't get close. Aldine had come under the king's orders to secure this vital supply convoy. This was their tribe's winter rations, the capital for their southern raids. Aldine surveyed the scene. Beyond the burning supplies and the corpses of Great Zhou soldiers, not a single enemy body could be found. The scene was truly eerie. The Great Zhou soldiers must have been ambushed. Yet if it was an ambush, killing so many Great Zhou soldiers would have inevitably led to large-scale close combat. Across the entire battlefield, the only wounds on the Great Zhou soldiers were from blades. On the ground and grain carts, there were only arrow marks, absolutely no signs of close combat. It seemed as though the Great Zhou soldiers had been shot and hacked to death by the enemy without any chance to fight back. Moreover, aside from the bodies of the Great Zhou soldiers, not a single enemy corpse could be found. Scouts dispatched to the surrounding area reported no enemy traces, no footprints, no hoofprints. Yet they had just been ambushed by the enemy on the mountainside. It was as if this mysterious force had descended from the heavens, slaughtered its victims, and then vanished into thin air. This discovery only fueled Aldine's rage. He swung his sword wildly at the air, roaring. Who did this? Who the hell did this? Save me! Save me! Suddenly, a faint cry for help emerged from the pile of burning corpses. Without waiting for Aldine's command, the barbarian riders immediately pulled out ropes. Following the direction of the voice, they looped the ropes around some of the burning corpses and dragged them away. Only then did they see a flailing arm amidst the pyre. How did you survive? Aldine asked curiously of the Great Zhou soldier before him, his left chest pierced through yet still clinging to life. My heart is on the right side. That's how I survived. Are you barbarians? That's right. Ghost soldiers. We encountered ghost soldiers. Hurry and take me to Jinbei Fortress. I must report to General Chen. The soldier dragged from the burning mountain of corpses had his face obscured by black smoke. Yet his eyes were filled with terror, causing Aldine to frown deeply. Ghost soldiers? He repeated the word, then sneered coldly. I don't care if they're ghost soldiers or not. I'll send someone to escort you back. Tell Chen Xingji everything that happened here, word for word. Gritting his teeth, Aldine swung his scimitar with such force it cleaved a tattered Great Zhou banner in two. His voice was thick with menace. Tell him this, if the Great Zhou fails to give me an explanation and doesn't make up for the winter grain shortage, my barbarian army will be the first to raze his Jinbei fort to the ground. Night fell, deep as ink. Great Zhou, Jinbei fort? This military fortress, standing tall along the frontier, was now illuminated by blazing campfires, the atmosphere so oppressive it felt suffocating. Inside the commander's tent, a brazier blazed fiercely, yet failed to dispel the chill in the air. General Chen Xingji of the northern frontier, clad in a black cloak, wore a face as still as water. Approaching 40, his face bore a stern, resolute expression. A scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth added a menacing edge to his features. Just half an hour earlier, he had received the devastating news from the ancient Yanshan Pass. The entire force was annihilated. 500 elite cavalry, 2,000 auxiliary troops, and over 1,000 carts laden with provisions and military supplies sufficient to sustain a major tribal force through winter, all were destroyed in an instant. Zhang Yi, the commander of the convoy, fell in battle. The wounded soldier who had narrowly escaped death had his wounds bandaged and was fed aged ginseng, saving his life. He now lay in the center of the tent, his body trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, his face etched with terror from his narrow escape. Chen Xingji stared into the wounded man's terrified eyes and asked calmly, "Speak. Recount everything that happened to you, from beginning to end, without omitting a single word." Chen Xingji's voice was calm, but those who knew him understood that beneath this tranquility lay a volcano ready to erupt. Yes, General." The wounded soldier swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he began his account. We had just crossed the main ridge of the ancient Yen Mountains trail. The general ordered us to find a place to set up camp when the arrows came. No warning, no battle cries, nothing. Just arrows. He seemed transported back to that terrifying moment, his pupils contracting sharply as he clenched his fists tightly. Those arrows were too fast, too dense. Our chainmail and iron shields were like paper pierced through instantly. The deputy commander, he was the first to fall, 7 or 8 arrows piercing his body. Chen Xingji's brow furrowed deeply. The chainmail of the great Zhou dynasty was exquisitely crafted. Ordinary arrows could scarcely pierce it from 50 paces away. Described as paper thin? He cut off the scout's account and asked the most crucial question. Where are the enemy? How many? The wounded soldier shook his head blankly. I don't know. I can't see them. The arrows came from the woods on both sides, they were everywhere. No, wait, there were arrows coming from the ground too. We didn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy before our brothers fell in droves. General Zhang led a charge, trying to break through the woods. But as soon as they charged out, they all fell. At this point, the wounded soldier could no longer hold back and burst into tears. It was a massacre. General, that wasn't fighting, it was slaughter. The few personal guards inside the tent felt a chill run down their spines. An invisible enemy. A hail of arrows piercing through iron armor. What a terrifying scene. Chen Xingji fell silent. A chill crept up his spine. As one of the Zhou dynasty's most elite commanders, he had experienced hundreds of battles, large and small, throughout his life. What kind of enemy had he not encountered? Yet he had never heard of such a bizarre army. He knew full well what the Great Xia's border troops were made of. Their bows and crossbows could never possess such devastating power. Nor could their soldiers vanish without a trace. What happened next? Did you see what the attackers looked like? We did, we saw them in the end. The wounded soldier's voice trembled with terror as he continued. After General Zhang's charge failed, the hail of arrows ceased. Then those men emerged from the woods and the ground. They wore black armor, their faces hidden behind ghostly masks. In their hands, they held crossbows unlike any we'd ever seen. Without a word, they just killed. They shot down every last one of our brothers, one by one. I only narrowly escaped because my heart is on the right side. I saw them pile up our brothers' bodies and set them ablaze, then burn the grain carts. And then they vanished. All of them disappeared in an instant. Chapter 78, Elite Analysis, Armory Explosion. Ghost masks, black armor, new crossbows. Chen Xingji's mind raced through the analysis. Suddenly, a crucial detail caught his attention, the new crossbows. He swiftly located the military report from the previous battle between the barbarians and Lin Xiaotian at Shuafeng Pass. After careful examination, the scar on Chen Xingji's face twitched. A thought crystallized in his mind. The Great Xia Empire had developed a new crossbow mechanism, one with extended range and devastating power, rendering the Great Zhou's chain mail armor utterly useless. This linked back to the terrifying foe encountered on the ancient Yanshan Pass. A far more terrifying realization dawned on him. The Emperor of Daxia had trained an unprecedented secret elite force. This force was equipped with weapons far surpassing anything of this era, and possessed combat capabilities so terrifying they could be called demonic. Chen Xingji crumpled the military report in his hand, forming a conjecture about the Great Xia's intent in deploying this terrifying force. This force's destruction of the supply lines was not meant to win a war, but to deliver a message. A bloody, unquestionable warning. The scar on Chen Xingji's face twitched violently, turning crimson as if a scarlet centipede were crawling across his skin. You may go now. See the army doctor, then get some rest. Chen Xingji waved his hand, signaling his personal guards to lead away the scout, whose spirit was on the verge of collapse. Inside the tent, only he and a few trusted guards remained. One guard, observing Chen Xingji's grim expression, murmured cautiously. General, could this be the work of the barbarians? Are they trying to frame us for their supplies, staging this whole charade themselves? Chen Xingji shook his head, dismissing the possibility outright. That fool Badu isn't clever enough for that. Besides, they need that grain more than we do. His fingers tapped heavily on the map spread across the table, marking the location of the ancient Yanshan Pass. To plan and execute such a flawless ambush leaving not a single survivor, not a single corpse, this is far beyond the capabilities of those savage, bloodthirsty barbarians. His gaze sharpened, turning cold as he voiced the suspicion lurking in his mind. This is the work of the Great Xia. An elite force we know nothing about, lurking in the shadows. They destroyed our supply lines to warn me, cease all ties with the barbarians. Chen Xingji rose to his feet, pacing back and forth within the tent as a palpable aura of menace grew around him. He felt an unprecedented pressure. Not from the thunderous clamor of 1,000 horses on the battlefield, but from this unknown threat lurking in the darkness, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. A powerful intuition gripped him. Their target was not merely that shipment of provisions. It was likely him, Chen Xingji. He was the mastermind behind the Great Zhou and the barbarian tribe's joint assault on the Great Xia. The enemy's lightning strike to destroy the supply lines meant the alliance between Great Zhou and the barbarian tribes would not end. Only by eliminating him could the Great Xia achieve its desired outcome. Chen Xingji abruptly halted, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he declared, "Transmit my orders." Effective immediately, Jinbei Fortress is placed under maximum alert. All patrols are doubled and hidden sentries tripled. Additionally, send men to retrieve Zhang Ye's body. I demand an autopsy. Yes, General. Chen Xingji was certain his analysis was correct, but he needed to verify his suspicions. He must uncover the true capabilities of this demonic force. He needed to examine the corpses for clues about their weapons to understand their true destructive power. Even if the surviving soldier claimed the bodies had been burned, the bones themselves could still reveal something. Just as Chen Xingji believed he had made the most thorough preparations to face an impending challenge from the shadows. He did not know. While he ordered the city to be placed under martial law, focusing all attention on guarding against external infiltration, a vast net woven from death had already silently spread overhead. Yu Qi and his 100 ghostly warriors, blending into the night like specters, had silently infiltrated this fortress believed impregnable through defensive blind spots scouted beforehand. Within the northern frontier fortress, panic gripped the air. Patrols doubled in size, torches illuminating every corner of the fortress, while hidden sentries were planted like nails into every possible shadow. Chen Xingji's orders were carried out to the letter, transforming the entire fortress into an airtight iron barrel. Yet beneath the tightest defenses, 100 shadowy figures moved through the fortress in ways beyond ordinary comprehension. At times they glided along the shadows at the base of walls, at others, they seized the moment when patrols crossed paths to leap onto rooftops, moving with the weightless agility of cats. They knew the fortress's layout like the back of their hand, moving as if strolling through their own backyard. Every patrol route's pattern, every sentry's shift-change gap, was precisely calculated and exploited by them. Yoji and his phantom troops, armed with modern special forces infiltration techniques instilled by Chu Xiu through the War Wolf training method, treated this ancient military stronghold as if it were nothing. Yao Qi paused atop an arrow tower. Beneath his icy ghost mask, his gaze swept across half the fortress, locking onto two targets. One was the armory in the southwest corner. The other was the brightly lit, heavily guarded commander's tent at the very center of the fortress. He raised his left hand and made a simple gesture. In the distance, several ghosts tasked with infiltrating the armory silently slit the throat of the last guard. They placed prepared black powder charges on the armory's most vulnerable load-bearing structure and lit the long fuses. Inside Chen Xingji's tent, the atmosphere was heavy. The more he pieced together the details, the deeper the chill gripped his heart. He dismissed everyone, standing alone before the massive sand table, continuing to simulate the possible locations of that mysterious force. At that very moment, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the southwest corner of the fortress. The entire northern fortress trembled. The ground beneath Chen Xingji shook violently, sending the teacup on the desk crashing to the floor, shattering into pieces. A fiery orange light shot skyward, staining half the night sky crimson. Fire! The armories exploded. Put out the fire! Quick, put out the fire! Piercing shouts and the clatter of frantic footsteps instantly filled the entire fortress. The armory was the lifeblood of an army. It stored not only vast quantities of arrows and weapons, but also a supply of fire oil prepared to withstand the bitter winter cold. The chain reaction triggered by the explosion caused the flames to spread at a terrifying speed. The captain of the guard rushed into the tent, his face covered in soot and terror. "General! The armory is under attack. The fire has started. What's the panic for?" Chen Xingji barked, forcing down his unease as he calmly ordered. "Transmit my orders. All men except my personal guards at my tent must immediately extinguish the fire. Ensure the fire oil is preserved at all costs." "Yes, sir." The captain of the personal guards took his leave. Chapter 79, A Mighty Head Soars, a monument erected in the hall of the underworld. Soon, the dense layers of guards that had completely surrounded the commander's tent were thinned by 80 to 90%, rushing urgently toward the fire. The moment had arrived. In the very moment when most of the garrison's attention was drawn to the sky-piercing flames, Yu Qi and his 20-strong decapitation squad emerged from the shadows. Like demons crawling from hell, they silently pounced upon the dozen or so guards remaining outside the tent. Eerie steel nooses slipped around the guards' necks from behind, tightening with a sudden jerk. Poisoned daggers traced sinister arcs in the firelight. There was no clang of clashing blades, only the dull thud of steel slicing through flesh. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Every guard outside the tent collapsed to the ground before they could even utter a full scream. A thin trail of blood marked their necks, their faces frozen in stunned horror. Inside the tent, Chen Xingji's battle-honed instincts instantly sensed danger. He snapped his head up just as a hand clad in black gauntlets silently lifted the tent flap. Yu Qi's hideous demon mask appeared within his field of vision. Guards! Chen Xingji's pupils contracted sharply. Before the words fully left his mouth, his body had already reacted. With a furious roar, he didn't reach for the sword hanging on the rack. Instead, he grabbed the chair beside him and, summoning every ounce of strength, hurled it with all his might at Yu Qi as he charged in. The heavy wooden chair whistled through the air, showcasing the veteran warrior's astonishing strength. Yu Qi paid no heed. Behind him, 2 ghosts stepped forward. One positioned himself in front of Yu Qi, while the other swung a powerful, heavy blade, cleaving the chair in 2. Snap! The immense force sent the blade-wielding specter staggering back a step, uttering a muffled groan, a testament to Chen Xingji's formidable strength and brutality. In an instant, Chen Xingji strode over to the weapons rack and drew his battle-hardened ring-hilted sword, a companion through countless campaigns. Clang! The blade's ringing was clear and piercing, radiating a murderous aura. 20 ghosts entered the tent, 5 of them closing in to surround Chen Xingji. Chen Xingji's gaze swept over the 5 before settling on Yu Qi, standing behind them. First, they detonated the armory to draw the entire camp's attention, thereby reducing the guards at the commander's tent. To enter the commander's tent without a sound, their skills were beyond question. Ghost masks, black armor. This must be the dreaded unit from Great Xia that effortlessly annihilated 2,500 men. Chen Xingji knew he was doomed at this moment. But surrender was not an option. Whoever you are, since you've come, you'll all leave your lives behind. Chen Xingji's hair and beard stood on end like a raging lion as he launched his attack. His blade slashed out with a fierce wind, aiming straight for the ghost at the forefront. This strike embodied the essence of his lifetime of martial arts training: swift, precise, and ruthless. Yet the specter neither dodged nor retreated. It merely shifted its stance slightly, allowing the blade to graze its shoulder armor, sending sparks flying. Simultaneously, 2 other specters closed in like ghostly shadows, flanking Chen Xingji from both sides. Their poisoned blades thrust toward his ribs. The 2 ghosts behind him maintained a safe distance, refraining from attacking to avoid disrupting the formation. Their coordination was flawless, leaving no openings. Chen Xingji cursed under his breath and swung his blade to block. But while he blocked one side, he couldn't entirely evade the attack from the other. Thud! A short blade wielded by one of the specters sliced through his cloak, leaving a deep gash at his side that exposed bone. Agonizing pain surged through him, yet instead of retreating, Chen Xingji pressed forward, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. He twisted his body violently, ramming his shoulder into the ghost who had wounded him, taking a thrust to his abdomen in the process. But his eyes blazing crimson, he ignored the searing agony in his gut. His ring-handled sword shot upward at an unnatural angle. Thud! The blade's tip pierced precisely through the gap between the ghostly mask and armor, skewering the specter's throat. Chen Xingji wrenched the hilt violently. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, soaking Chen Xingji's hands. With a short, guttural gasp, the specter's body stiffened and collapsed. A counterstrike in the nick of time. Yet this caused no flicker of emotion among the remaining specters. They did not even glance at their fallen comrade. In the instant Chen Xingji's old strength faded and new strength hadn't yet returned, the other 4 ghosts attacked simultaneously. Chen Xingji frantically blocked, only to be struck by 3 more blows. Ah! I'll fight you to the death. A furious roar echoed within the command tent. His ring-handled sword swept through the ranks with a whistling roar, forcing the ghosts back. At that very moment, Ghost 7 moved. Like a black lightning bolt, he closed the distance to Chen Xingji in an instant. His horizontal blade, carrying the chill of death, slashed toward Chen Xingji's throat. Chen Xingji's pupils dilated as he mustered every ounce of strength to raise his sword in defense. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed. Chen Xingji felt an irresistible force surge through his blade. His palm instantly split open, blood gushing forth. He could no longer hold on to his ring-handled sword, which flew from his grasp. He staggered backward, crashing into the screen behind him. Yu Qi stood astride Chen Xingji's chest, saying nothing as he raised his sword horizontally. The outcome was decided. Chen Xingji clutched the leg, pressing down on him with both hands, gasping for breath as blood poured from his wounds and torn palms. He stared fixedly at the enemies before him, their faces concealed by demon masks. His eyes held no anger now, only boundless terror and bewilderment. The 5 who had surrounded him possessed terrifying prowess. Had he not traded his own injuries for their lives, seizing the moment, he would never have managed to kill even one. And the man now standing on him was terrifying beyond imagination. His voice raspy, he declared with absolute certainty. You aren't soldiers of the Great Xia. You are demons. Yu Qi remained silent, swinging his blade down with brutal force. A fine head flew skyward, rolling across the ground. The eyes, refusing to close in death, still held the last vestiges of terror and accusation. Yu Qi bent down, expressionless, and picked up the still dripping head. With his other hand, he seized the general's seal from the command stand and picked up the 100-fold tempered ring-hilted blade. He turned to the ghosts behind him and issued a cold command. Retreat! A ghost hoisted his comrade's body onto his shoulders. Shadows flickered like their codename, ghostly figures retreating like a tide into the darkness beyond the tents, swiftly vanishing amidst the flames and chaos. Outside Jinbei Fort, Ghost 7 stared at the flames that painted the night sky crimson. He pulled the 1,000-mile sound conch from his robe and pressed it to his lips, his voice devoid of emotion. Your Highness, the supply lines are destroyed. Chen Qingji's head, command seal, and weapons are all in our possession. We lost one ghost. Within the listening rain garden of the Great Xia Imperial City. After listening to the report through the 1,000-mile sound conch, Chu Xiu sighed and said, Bring that brother back for a proper burial. Erect a monument in the hall engraved with his name. Henceforth, every brother who sacrifices for the hall of the underworld shall have his name inscribed there, so future generations may remember. Did he have family? If so, deliver 100 taels of gold to them. Yes, Your Highness. Outside the northern frontier fortress, Yu Qi stowed away the 1,000-mile sound conch and addressed the ghosts. The master commands, bring the brother back for a proper burial and erect a monument with his name engraved. And deliver 100 taels of gold to his family. At these words, the emotionless eyes of the remaining 99 ghosts flickered, bursting with a fervent light. They made no sound, only heavy breathing. The clang of armor echoed. Without knowing who started it, every one of them knelt on one knee, heads bowed, facing the direction of the Great Xia Imperial City. Thanks to the only one urging updates, thanks to Lu Yanyan's flower who loves lotus root slices, moi 3. Chapter 80, Father Emperor, your son has brought you a grand gift. 3 days later. Golden Throne Hall, Imperial Capital of Great Xia. The atmosphere at the morning court session was oppressively stifling. New military reports from the northern frontier arrived, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts like lead weights. Lin Xiaotian had previously driven the northern barbarians into consecutive retreats, forcing them to fall back 300 li. Yet today's dispatch revealed scouts had spotted the northern barbarians mustering another 100,000 troops advancing toward Shuofeng Pass among them, banners of the Great Zhou fluttering in the wind. Seated upon the dragon throne, Chu Wei's face was dark and sullen, the deep circles under his eyes revealing days of sleepless nights. Winter had already set in. The treasury was empty, and the border troops were exhausted. The court ministers, without consultation, failed to address the fundamental questions: where would the grain come from? Where would the troops be mobilized? Instead, they split into 2 factions. One advocated for peace negotiations, ceding territory and paying indemnities to quell the unrest. The other advocated reinforcing the defenses, holding the borders to the last inch, and yielding not an inch of land. Not a single word was spoken about the actual problems at hand. Chu Wei rubbed his temples in frustration, listening to the court officials' pointless bickering that filled the chamber with toxic tension. In his heart, Chu Wei cursed furiously, useless. Every last one of you is useless. Simultaneously, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Just then, a lone, sharp announcement pierced the chamber's clamor from outside the hall. Prince Chu Xiu, the 9th prince, presents a gift of tranquility to celebrate the great victory in the northern frontier and to ease his majesty's worries. The resounding voice echoed throughout the entire Golden Throne Hall. The quarreling court officials instantly fell silent, all turning their gaze toward the palace entrance. Chu Xiu? That sickly 9th prince? Wasn't he recuperating at Listening Rain Garden? Why had he suddenly appeared at court? And presenting tribute? The northern border had clearly seen no fighting. News had only arrived yesterday that the barbarian tribes were preparing to breach the pass, yet no battle had been fought. Where did this great victory come from? Meanwhile, Minister of Revenue Qi Wenba and other officials who had signed the Filial Piety donation register instinctively shuddered. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. They couldn't help but recall that day when they voluntarily donated their family fortunes, and expressions of terror flashed across their faces. Chu Wei froze, his brow furrowing deeper. A sudden chill gripped his heart. That familiar feeling returned. What trick is this filial son up to now? Amidst the gazes of the assembled court, some stunned, some fearful, some dismissive, 2 towering eunuchs entered the hall, their steps heavy as they carried a massive ebony chest. The box measured about 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, entirely black with intricate cloud patterns carved into its surface, yet it exuded an inexplicable chill. With a thud, The box landed steadily on the white marble slab at the center of the golden throne hall, emitting a dull thud. Chu Xiu did not attend in person. A young eunuch, clutching a letter, hurried forward, kneeling before the dais and proclaiming in a loud voice. Your Majesty, the ninth prince has caught a slight chill and is unable to attend court. He has specially commanded this servant to present his personal letter and congratulatory gifts to celebrate your Majesty's occasion. Wang Defu, the chief eunuch beside Chu Wei, hurried down the steps, took the letter, and respectfully presented it. Chu Wei unfolded the paper. Chu Xiu's handwriting was neat and elegant, yet carried a hint of sharpness. To Father Emperor. Though confined to bed by illness, your humble son remains devoted to your welfare. Hearing that petty bandits have invaded the northern border, disturbing your Majesty's peaceful slumber, your humble son has been unable to rest all night. Such barbarian scum scarcely merit mention. Your Majesty is the true dragon's son, the sovereign of all under heaven. How could such vermin be tolerated at your side? Your humble son has already dispatched troops to sweep away the dust from the frontier, clearing the eyes and ears of your Majesty. This is a token offering, though it may seem inadequate. May your Majesty henceforth sleep soundly and enjoy good health. Your humble son, Chu Xiu, bows in submission. Chu Wei stared at the letter, his unease growing ever more intense. Clear the dust? Clearing the dust? What has this rebellious son done now? The first small box contained a miniature finger mountain. The second small box contained a golden skull-shaped toilet. The third time, a sizable box a repeating crossbow. This time, the box was larger than any before, a full 3 feet square. What could possibly be inside? Chu Wei swallowed hard, suppressing the fluttering in his chest as his gaze settled on the black box in the center of the hall. He turned to Wang Defu and ordered calmly. Open it. As you command. Wang Defu bowed in acknowledgement and approached the ebony chest. He took a deep breath, extending his slightly trembling hands to unfasten the bronze clasp securing the box. His heart pounded violently, an ominous foreboding weighing heavily upon him. The reason was simple: every chest sent by the ninth prince before this one had been opened by him, and each time, it had been utterly terrifying. The entire court stretched their necks, eyes fixed on the chest with keen curiosity. They wanted to see what earth-shattering gift this prince, known for his reclusive nature, would present. Wang Defu's fingers touched the cold brass clasp and he shuddered. Gritting his teeth, he pulled it open with a forceful jerk. Click! A soft click sounded as the latch sprang open. Wang Defu swallowed hard and tremblingly lifted the lid. The instant the lid opened, a wave of intense cold mixed with the stench of blood surged out of the box, slamming into his face. Hiss! Several clerks standing nearby couldn't help but wrinkle their brows, gasping sharply as they instinctively took a step back. Wang Defu bore the brunt of it, nearly choking on the stench until he felt sick. Yet he dared not lose his composure, forcing himself to endure as he stared intently into the crate. One glance was enough to make his pupils contract to pinpricks. Beneath a thick layer of ice lay a human head, stark and unmistakable. Frost clung to its hair and beard. Eyes wide and bloodshot, the face was frozen in the ultimate terror and disbelief of the dying moment. As if he had beheld the most terrifying demon in the world. Beside the head lay a neatly placed military seal and a blood-stained ring-handled dagger. Wang Defu's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. Though he was a eunuch, years spent at Chu Wei's side had given him extraordinary insight. The scar running from the brow bone to the corner of the mouth on that head, the seal engraved with the characters "For General of the North" on the military seal, the style of the ring-handled dagger. All pointed to the identity of this head. That was Chen Xingji, the great Zhou's General of the North. Ah! A shrill scream, so piercing it cracked, erupted from Wang Defu's throat. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. Pointing at the box, his lips trembled, yet not a single word escaped his mouth. Wang Defu's piercing scream echoed like thunderclaps through the deathly silent golden hall. The entire court instantly stirred. The bolder officials craned their necks, desperate to see what was inside the box that had terrified the Grand Chamberlain, the keeper of the Imperial Seal, into such a state. Silence, all of you! Chu Wei roared from the dragon throne, his voice cutting through the chaos. His heart pounded wildly within his chest, an overwhelming sense of foreboding gripping his throat. He tried to mask his inner panic with imperial authority, barking sternly. Wang Defu! What is this panic? How dare you disrupt the court? Wang Defu collapsed on the floor, shook like a sieve. He raised a trembling hand, pointing toward the black box, his voice breaking into sobs. Your Majesty. It's a head. Chen Xingji's head. Chapter 81, what kind of tribute is this? This is clearly a show of force. A warning. The moment these words were spoken, the entire golden throne hall seemed frozen in place, as silent as a tomb. Then, like an avalanche crashing down, a deafening roar erupted. What? Chen Xingji's head? Impossible. Chen Xingji commands tens of thousands of troops at the Great Zhou northern barbarian border, thousands of miles away. Who could possibly kill him? Heavens! How could this be possible? The civil officials turned deathly pale, shrieking in terror. The generals sucked in their breaths, their faces etched with utter disbelief. To journey 1,000 miles, plunge into the thick of battle, and take the head of a high-ranking general. What terrifying skill! Chu Wei felt darkness engulf his vision as the world spun violently around him. He gripped the dragon throne's armrest so tightly his knuckles turned white. His gaze swept over the panicked ministers before fixing intently on the open ebony box. Though separated by distance, he felt he could clearly see the head, its eyes wide open in death, reflecting boundless terror. A bone-chilling cold surged from the soles of his feet, racing frantically up his spine to pierce the crown of his head. His body went limp, nearly toppling him from the dragon throne. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Wang Difu, who had just risen, reacted with lightning speed. He scrambled up the dais, caught the swaying Chu Wei, and cried out urgently. Your Majesty! Take care of your royal health. Chu Wei gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently as darkness swirled before his eyes. The cries of alarm from his ministers and Wang Difu's frantic shouts echoed in his ears. But nothing penetrated his consciousness. His mind held only that severed head and the casual words from Chu Xiu's letter. Your humble son has ordered the cleansing of the border dust to clear the eyes and ears of His Majesty the Emperor. Clearing the dust. Clearing the eyes and ears. This was his so-called clearing of the dust. He had actually sent men to infiltrate the Great Zhou camp and assassinate their commander. How dare he? How could he? At that moment, an untimely voice abruptly pierced the chaos of the hall. After the Crown Prince's downfall, the new Assistant Minister of War, Zhang Zhao, abruptly stepped out of the ranks. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and shouted toward the dragon throne in a voice bordering on fervor. His Divine Majesty, the Ninth Prince, has displayed unparalleled valor. From 1,000 miles away, he has claimed the enemy chieftain's head. This is heaven's blessing upon our great Xia, eliminating a grave threat to His Majesty. Your Majesty, rejoice. Great Xia rejoices. Zhang Zhao was a notorious opportunist in the court, known for his sharp insight, and held the position of vice minister in the Ministry of War. He instantly assessed that no matter how terrifying the circumstances behind this event might be, the outcome was favorable. With Chen Qingji the hidden hand orchestrating the northern barbarians dead, half the peril to the northern frontier was lifted. And the Ninth Prince, who orchestrated this feat, must possess unfathomable power. If not now, when? His outburst ignited the powder keg. The officials, still reeling from shock, snapped into action. Exactly. Who cares how he died? The enemy general is dead. This is a monumental achievement. Especially Minister of Revenue Qi Wenba and Minister of Rights Zheng Ting, these two wasted no time in rushing forward to offer their congratulations. Indeed, Your Majesty. The Ninth Prince is truly a divine being. Such an unparalleled achievement will surely be immortalized in the annals of history. Congratulations, Your Majesty. With a prodigy like His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, how could the great Xia not flourish? His literary and military tactics, his wisdom and courage truly a blessing for our great Xia. With both civil and military officials leading the praise, the Golden Hall resounded with waves of acclaim, each louder than the last. The atmosphere in the entire Golden Throne Hall transformed instantly from eerie dread to frenzied adulation. Chu Wei listened to this thunderous chorus of praise, each word like a resounding slap, stinging his face. A single thought raged madly within his mind. Madness. This unfilial son has lost his mind. The entire court has gone mad too. This was no tribute. This is clearly a show of force. A warning. He's telling me he can kill anyone he wants. Even the commander of an enemy nation, protected by tens of thousands of troops. He is telling me that my palace, my dragon throne before him, they are as easy to seize as taking something from a sack. He is declaring war upon me. Chu Wei's body shook even more violently. Wang Difu, who was supporting him, could clearly sense the fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Amidst the minister's increasingly fervent cries of congratulations, Chu Wei's face was ashen, but he knew he must not show fear. He must bestow rewards. Not just rewards, but lavish rewards. He forced a smile barely better than crying, his voice trembling so violently it nearly failed him as he ground out the words through clenched teeth. Well, well. Ninth Prince Chu Xiu, you possess both wisdom and courage, and your filial devotion is commendable. Rewards, rich rewards shall be bestowed. After uttering these words, Chu Wei seemed to resign himself to fate, his emotions settling. His imperial authority returned as he declared in a deep voice. The Ninth Prince Chu Xiu shall receive 10,000 taels of gold. 1,000 acres of fertile land. 100 pieces of precious treasure. Qi Wenba was the first to praise. Your Majesty is wise. The Ninth Prince is loyal and filial. Our great Xia shall endure for 10,000 generations. Numerous ministers hurriedly echoed his words in respectful agreement. Meanwhile, Chu Wei, now composed, keenly sensed the hidden peril within this decree. The latest military report from the Ministry of War stated that the northern barbarians had raised their armies and were pressing toward Shuofeng Pass, with the banners of Great Zhou fluttering among them. Could this be connected to Chen Qingji's death? In an instant, Chu Wei's face drained of color. He wanted to voice this suspicion. The Great Zhou Empire was not like the northern barbarians, a tribe of ignorant savages who only knew how to plunder. They were a formidable enemy nation, several times more powerful than the Great Xia. But as Chu Wei scanned the assembled civil and military officials, only a handful wore expressions of concern, likely sharing his suspicion. The rest were jubilant, raising their voices in celebration. He knew that if he raised the matter now, it would surely be shot down by those mediocre officials accustomed to glossing over reality and craving empty glory. Chu Wei drew a deep breath, despair welling within him. Who can I rely on? Must I be controlled by this rebellious son? Lin Xiaotian, my Grand Marshal, do you truly have the capability to help me secure this throne? With that thought, Chu Wei waved his hand and excused himself from the court session. The chorus of congratulations behind him continued unabated, yet each word felt like a poisoned steel needle piercing his heart. His face drained of color as he stumbled out of the Golden Hall, supported by Wang Difu. Once back in the imperial study, Chu Wei dismissed all attendants. His strength utterly spent, he shoved Wang Difu aside and collapsed onto the dragon throne. He gasped for breath, his face as pale as paper, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. He murmured, "Rebellious son, rebellious son." As he spoke, he grabbed the memorials from the desk and hurled them madly to the floor. The papers scattered wildly, mirroring the utter chaos within his mind. He is making a show of force. He is warning me to pluck a general's head from the midst of 10,000 troops. If he possesses such prowess, then what are my palace and my own head to him? Chu Wei's voice grew shrill with terror, all imperial composure gone. Wang Difu knelt on the ground, trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. He repeatedly kowtowed, his voice choked with tears as he pleaded. Your Majesty, please calm your anger and preserve your royal health. The Ninth Prince also acts out of filial devotion, wishing to ease your Majesty's burdens. Filial devotion? Chu Wei whipped his head around, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Wang Difu with a gaze that seemed to devour him. He roared. He killed the Great Zhou's general of the north. Chen Xingji. He may have enjoyed the kill, but did he not realize this would ignite a war between our nations? And you call this filial piety? He's roasting this emperor over a fire, dragging the entire Great Xia into the flames of war. Chapter 82. The Hall of the Underworld erects a monument to the spirits, where the gods engrave eternal glory. Wang Difu was terrified out of his wits, burying his head even lower, not daring utter another word. He knew his habitual phrase, a heart of filial piety, had thoroughly stirred up a hornet's nest today. Yet he felt wronged. The entire court had spoken, thus why was he alone bearing the blame? Within the imperial study, Chu Wei's roar gradually subsided into a low growl, finally fading into a weak gasp. Slumped in his chair, his gaze fixed vacantly on the coffered ceiling, he seemed drained of all vitality. Fear. An unprecedented terror gripped him like an invisible giant's hand, clutching his heart in an iron fist. Suddenly, he recalled the gifts Chu Xiu had sent earlier. The finger mountain was a warning not to act rashly. The golden chamber pot was a humiliation, mocking his inability to subdue his enemies. The repeating crossbow was a display of the military might he possessed. And this time, it was the severed head of an enemy commander. This was no longer a warning. It was a bloody declaration of war, a testament to raw power. He felt Chu Xiu was telling him in the most direct, brutal way possible. Father, look. In this world, whoever I wish to die must die. You are no exception. Chu Wei shuddered, a wave of urgency surging through him. He forced himself to hold it in, but his body began to shake uncontrollably. He was finished. As emperor, he had become nothing more than a complete puppet, a pitiable figure toyed with at his son's whim. Reward. I must reward him. Chu Wei muttered to himself, a grimace more painful than tears spreading across his face. I must praise his filial piety, praise his competence. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The shrill laughter echoed through the empty imperial study, sending chills down Wang Difu's spine. Half an hour earlier. South of the capital city, in the district where brothels and pleasure quarters clustered. 3 zhang beneath the rear courtyard of Yulan Pavilion, the capital's grandest brothel. The hall of the netherworld lay hidden here, sprawling like a colossal beast. Within, bonfires flickered with ghostly blue flames, casting flickering shadows of 100 demonic stone sculptures upon the walls. Cold air condensed into dewdrops on the black rock, slowly sliding down the fangs of yak, statues before plummeting into crevices with the sharp crackle of ice needles. The only sound within was the crackling of flames licking at the wood, like some dark, murmuring dream. A central stone platform was guarded by 4 spectral warriors. Upon the platform, a black cloth outlined a human form, the very specter who had perished at the northern fortress. Yao Qi had brought back 99 ghosts, along with another 100 ghosts who had also retreated from the northern frontier. 200 warriors, including Yao Qi, stood in perfect formation on either side, clad in black armor, swords slung at their waists, utterly silent. Beneath their masks, the once still deathly silence had been replaced by a suppressed, seething emotion. Chu Xiu stood before the stone platform, clad entirely in black. His face, free of any mask, bore no expression, neither sorrow nor pity. He simply reached out and slowly lifted the black cloth. The ghost of the fallen warrior wore a serene expression. The fatal wound was to the throat, inflicted by Chen Qingji's final counterattack as he died. Chu Xiu's voice was calm yet tinged with gentleness as he asked, what was his name? Yu Qi stepped forward and replied in a low voice. Your Highness, his name is Li Ernio, codename Spirit Servant 37. Chu Xiu gave a slight nod. He turned to look behind the stone platform, toward the center of the Grand Hall. There, as per Chu Xiu's instructions, stood a massive black stele over 10 feet tall. Its surface was smooth, emanating a cold, eerie aura. Chu Xiu picked up the chisel and hammer that had been prepared nearby. He climbed the ladder placed beside it, standing shoulder to shoulder with the monument. Then, taking a deep breath, he pressed the tip of the chisel against the stone surface. Clang! The first crisp clang echoed distinctly through the silent hall. Every spirit's body trembled slightly at the sound of the hammer. They watched their master, the one who had fed them, clothed them, taught them skills, and given them new lives as he personally carved immortal feats for their comrades. Clang! 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 The rhythmic hammer blows echoed, sending stone fragments flying. Chu Xiu worked with meticulous precision, pouring his full strength into each hammer blow, each stroke of the chisel cutting deep into the stone. Soon, 3 powerful characters appeared at the very top of the stone stele. Monument to the Spirits. Immediately below, he carved the first line. Spirit Attendant 37, Li Ernia, fell in battle at the northern fortress of Great Zhou, beheaded during the campaign against General Qin Xingji of Great Zhou's northern garrison. No embellishments, only the simplest, most direct account. Yet this single line caused the breaths of all the spirits present to grow heavy. Gazing upon the cold stone monument, they felt a blazing fire ignite within their chests. Death was no longer a void-like end. Instead, it became an eternal engraving, inscribed by their god's own hand. This was the ultimate honor. After finishing the inscription, Chu Xiu tossed aside his hammer and chisel, turning to face the 199 spirits. Cremate him. Send his ashes to the Hall of Spirits. Additionally, ascertain if he has any family. Present them with 100 taels of gold and 100 acres of fertile land. As for his parents, the Hall of the Underworld shall provide for them until their natural end. Chu Xiu's voice remained unruffled, yet each word struck like thunderbolts, piercing the heart of every spirit present. 100 taels of gold? 100 acres of fertile land? Even the chance for his family to find stability in this chaotic age? These wandering spirits, who had crawled out of the dead, once had families. But natural disasters and man-made calamities had torn them from their homes, separated them from kin, or left them alone to scrape out a miserable existence. They became orphans, became beggars. Those separated from their families wondered where their loved ones were, if they were safe, if they were still alive, but it was nothing more than wondering. They entered the Hall of the Underworld and found new life. But what of their families? Now. Thud. No one knew who knelt first. Like a chain reaction, 99 ghost warriors knelt in unison, right fists clenched, pounding heavily against their breastplates. Thud. 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 The dull thuds merged into a torrential roar, making the entire hall hum with resonance. Their heads bowed low. Beneath their masks, eyes once trained to be as still as stagnant water now burned with a fervent flame. Die for the master. A death well spent. Watching this scene unfold before him, Chu Xiu's face remained impassive, yet a faint sigh echoed within his heart. 100 taels of gold meant little to him. But for these specters, it was a blessing worth sacrificing everything for. Loyalty, sometimes, was that cheap. Chu Xiu murmured, this era devours its own. At that very moment, a mechanical voice audible only to him echoed within his mind. Ding! Detected that Emperor Chu Wei's concerned barbarian invasion of the northern frontier has been effectively resolved. System assessment, the host dispatched an assassin to eliminate the mastermind behind the war. Though the method was extreme, it effectively deterred the enemy and greatly alleviated His Majesty's concerns. This act of filial piety can be described as cutting off the enemy's supply at its source. Completion rate, 95%. Reward issued, filial piety points plus 200,000. Thanks to Jenny-Ma's chapter Urgent Charm, thanks to Lu Yanyan loves stir-fried lotus root slices love letter, thanks to Sky-shattering gang crazy dragons like. Love you all 3. Chapter 83, tell me, has he hated me all along? 200,000 filial piety points credited. The numbers on Chu Xiu's system panel flashed with an alluring glow. This fortune could finally unlock countless treasures he'd once dared not dream of. Yet his attention was drawn to the slightly jarring 95% completion rate. Still 5% short. Chu Xiu's brows furrowed slightly. The assassination of Qin Xingji had been precise in its target, decisive in its execution, and devastating in its outcome. Logically, with the mastermind behind the northern barbarians' incursions into the Great Xia border eliminated, the northern campaigns should cease. His father's persistent worry the barbarian incursions in the northern frontier should have been eradicated once and for all. Why wasn't it 100%? The system's core criterion was resolving the emperor's troubles. This 5% discrepancy signified that not only had the emperor's troubles not vanished entirely, but his actions might have spawned new, even more vexing complications. Chu Xiu's mind raced. His father, Emperor Chu Wei, was a ruler consumed by suspicion and cowardice, who valued the stability of imperial power above all else. For him, the ideal state was one of universal peace and tranquility, where he sat securely upon the throne. Winter had already arrived, bringing bitter cold to the northern frontier. The northern barbarians faced immense difficulty marching through snow-covered terrain during the winter. Without the support of Great Zhou, they lacked provisions. Furthermore, Lin Xiaotian had masterfully deployed those 100 repeating crossbows, forcing the northern barbarians to retreat 300 li. They would certainly not choose to attack again, but would instead focus all their efforts on surviving the harsh winter. Therefore, the only possibility was that something had occurred within the Great Zhou. He had sent men to assassinate the Great Zhou's northern frontier general. How would the Great Zhou react? An empire several times more powerful than Great Xia, its commander decapitated within his own camp. This was tantamount to grinding the Great Zhou's dignity into the dirt. Even if the ghosts left no trace, and the Great Zhou remained uncertain of the perpetrator, suspicion would inevitably fall upon the Great Xia. And the Great Zhou Emperor, ambitious and coveting the Great Xia for years. He might well seize the opportunity to accuse the Great Xia of killing Chen Xingji. This morning at court, he presented Chen Xingji's severed head. Word would surely reach the Great Zhou soon. A cold, sharp curve lifted at the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth. He understood. He had swatted a fly for his father the emperor, only to disturb a massive hornet's nest beside it. New troubles had arrived. Chu Xiu waved his hand, and the ghosts departed in orderly, synchronized steps. Only 5 ghost assassins remained. Chu Xiu's voice was grave. Who possesses the 1,000-mile sound conch, now? Ghost 7 replied without a flicker of emotion. Your Highness, I entrusted it to Ghost 10. At this moment, he leads 150 ghosts, infiltrating the territory of the Great Zhou to establish an intelligence network. After answering Chu Xiu's question, Yu Qi voluntarily revealed the other arrangements. The remaining 150 ghosts have been divided into 5 groups, operating along the borders of Great Zhou, Northern Barbaria, and Great Xia. Chu Xiu nodded, took the 1,000-mile sound conch, and placed it to his lips as he ordered. You sure you will personally lead your men to the capital of Great Zhou? Should any unusual activity arise, relay the message to me immediately. Additionally, investigate whether anything is happening in the northern frontier. Yes, Your Highness. I will lead men to the Great Zhou capital. Regarding the northern border, I am aware that yesterday the northern barbarians assembled 100,000 iron cavalry advancing toward Shuofeng Pass. Among them flew Great Zhou banners. The reason remains unclear, but I will keep a close watch. Chu Xiu hadn't anticipated that Yu Shi was already investigating this matter. From what he said, it confirmed his suspicions. The northern barbarians' 100,000 iron cavalry marching south in winter must be the Great Zhou's doing. Chu Xiu replied, well done. I'd walk through fire for your highness. Yu Shi's voice drifted from the 1,000-mile sound conch into Chu Xiu's ears. That utterly unruffled voice was nonetheless brimming with loyalty. Hall of Cultivating the Heart. It was barely past noon. All curtains within the hall were drawn, blocking out the sunlight. Only flickering candlelight illuminated the chamber as brightly as day, stretching Chu Wei's silhouette into a distorted, towering specter upon the walls. All palace attendants had been dismissed, leaving only Wang Defu. Like a frightened quail, he knelt nearby, daring not even to breathe. Chu Wei stared intently at the flickering candle flame before him. The dancing light burned deep within his pupils, reflecting countless chaotic visions. After a long silence, he spoke in a hoarse, raspy voice, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Tell me, he demanded, did he harbor hatred for me all along? Wang Defu flinched, burying his head lower, too terrified to respond. Chu Wei didn't need an answer. He growled to himself. He hates me for letting his birth mother die young. He hates me for abandoning him in the cold palace for over a decade, never once checking on him. That's why he seeks vengeance now. He intends to torment me bit by bit. His voice grew fainter, fear like a vine coiling around his vocal cords, making every word shiver with chill. Chu Wei shook his head violently, rejecting his own conjecture. No, that's not it. He doesn't hate me. He's toying with me. He's like a cat that's caught a mouse, in no hurry to devour it. Instead, he relishes watching his prey tremble beneath his claws, watching this emperor descend step by step into the abyss of terror. He revels in this process. The moment this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, instantly consuming Chu Wei's entire mind. He began frantically revisiting Chu Xiu's past, giving rise to terrifying conjectures. Was every bout of wind chill in the cold palace, every feigned illness, merely an act? Was every display of obedience and concession in the court merely a state of lying low? Had this rebellious son been acting all along? Behind him must lurk a master of unimaginable terror. This mentor must command vast power. No! Perhaps this 9th son isn't human at all. He is a 1,000-year-old demon reincarnated in another's body, wearing the skin of his own son to claim his life. The more Chu Wei pondered it, the more convinced he became. How else could a teenager possess such godlike abilities and a heart of pure cruelty? Wang Defu stared at Chu Wei, who sat upon the imperial throne with bloodshot eyes, looking like a raving madman, terrified out of his wits. He knew that if he didn't speak up, His Majesty might truly lose his mind. To placate the emperor, he summoned every ounce of courage and stammered out words he himself found absurd. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Perhaps His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince merely wished to demonstrate to you in this manner that he possesses the ability to alleviate your burdens. Wang Defu's voice grew fainter and fainter until it was barely audible. His filial piety is truly extraordinary. These words struck Chu Wei like a thunderclap. All his fury and shouting vanished instantly. His entire being fell silent, his eyes becoming utterly vacant, as if his soul had been ripped from him. Uncommon devotion to filial piety? He murmured the words, then a low, eerie chuckle rose from his throat. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was filled with endless despair and self-mockery. Indeed, truly filial. So filial that you wish to send this emperor to join our ancestors sooner. Suddenly, Chu Wei's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He lunged forward from the dragon throne, grabbed Wang Defu by the collar, and hoisted him off the ground. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Wang Defu as he demanded, enunciating each word with deliberate force. The first one's done for. The second one's done for too. Tell me, who do you think he'll go after next? Who could it be? Is it Chu Mo? Or Chu Xiu? Or, will he come for this emperor next? Chapter 84, The Seventh Prince, Fourth Brother, I'm scared of dying. I want to leave. Within the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, Wang Defu faced Chu Wei's interrogation, unable to utter a word. Only Chu Wei remained in the hall, lost in his own murmured speculations. Fourth Prince's residence, study. The air carried the distinctive musty scent of ancient texts. Sunlight filtered through the window lattice, casting mottled patterns on the floor as specks of dust drifted lazily within the beams. Fourth Prince Chu Mo sat by the window, his gaze fixed on a yellowed copy of the manhwa Jing. He appeared utterly absorbed, as if cut off from the world. A young servant in blue robes slipped silently into the room, bowing his head and standing 3 paces away, daring not to disturb the silence. After a long while, Chu Mo turned a page and glanced at him with the corner of his eye, his voice flat and unruffled. Speak. The servant's voice was hushed, trembling slightly despite his efforts to suppress it. Your Highness, news has come from the palace. This morning during the court assembly, the Ninth Prince presented an offering to His Majesty. Chu Mo's fingers lightly traced the page, offering no response but a gesture for him to continue. The servant's teeth began to chatter as he stammered. It was a human head. The head of Chen Xingji, the northern frontier general of the Great Zhou. Snap. A faint sound. The scroll in Chu Mo's hand slipped to the floor. He slowly raised his head. For the first time, a blank expression appeared on his usually serene and unassuming face. Not terror, not bewilderment, but the kind of blankness that comes when a precision instrument, overloaded in an instant, grinds to a halt. He had always viewed the realm as a chessboard. His father the emperor, the crown prince, his second brother, the court officials, even Lin Xiaotian far away at the frontier, all were pieces on the board. He himself was the strategist orchestrating the moves. But the Ninth Prince, Chu Xiu, was the most peculiar piece in his eyes, an uncontrollable, unpredictable mad dog, one he could unleash to charge into battle and disrupt the entire game. He delighted in seeing this mad dog tear apart the crown prince and cripple his second brother, for it cleared obstacles from his path. He even secretly stoked the flames, reveling in the thrill of manipulating everyone like puppets. Even when Chu Xiu had presented him with a gift last time, he still regarded Chu Xiu as a mere pawn. But now, this pawn, this mad dog, had done something no chess player could have imagined. It had leaped off the board. He ran over to the neighboring board, captured the opposing player's rook, and then flung the broken pieces back onto this board. This wasn't chess. This was overturning the table. Though Chu Mo appeared frail and scholarly, his physique was robust. Yet now, he felt a familiar pang in his heart, a tightness in his chest, and his breathing grew labored. He slowly closed his eyes, his mind racing through countless scenarios. 1,000 miles away, amidst 10,000 troops, taking the general's head. This was not scheming, nor was it strategy. This was absolute power, a means beyond human comprehension. For the first time, he realized how utterly feeble his prideful intellect seemed in the face of such unyielding, unreasonable violence. He murmured softly. There's no escaping it. His original plan had been to wait until the Ninth Prince alienated everyone, until the Emperor's apprehension reached its peak. Then, as the virtuous prince, he would step forward to clean up the mess, restore order, and ascend to the throne with righteous claim. But now he felt utterly certain the Ninth Prince couldn't care less about any mess. The Ninth Prince might even want to smash the entire realm to smithereens. Your Highness, you. The servant spoke with concern, noticing Chu Mo's deathly pale face. Chu Mo waved him off, reopening his eyes. The momentary distraction had vanished, replaced by a deeper, almost icy calm as he ordered. Go. Prepare the carriage. Where to? To see the Seventh Prince. The Seventh Prince's residence. As before, languid melodies flowed through the hall, warm as spring. Several dancers moved with graceful, flowing movements, their sleeves dancing skillfully. After receiving Chu Xiu's gift, the seventh Prince Chu Yu had sold off all his estates in the capital. Were it not for certain matters, he would have fled long ago. However, he had sent word to have his stronghold and secret chamber in Jiangnan reinforced, filling it with traps. At this moment, the seventh Prince Chu Xiu remained half reclined on a soft couch draped with thick white fox fur, his eyes half closed. Holding a night-glow cup brimming with Western region wine, he admired the dancer's graceful movements, appearing utterly lost in a drunken haze. At that moment, the estate's steward hurried through the dancers, leaning close to whisper rapidly into his ear. The music did not cease, nor did the dance pause. But Chu Yu's body froze. The contentment and intoxication on his face shattered like a frozen lake cracking into pieces. Clang! The priceless night-glow cup slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the mirror-smooth floor and shattering into a scattering of crystalline shards. The crimson wine spread across the floor like spilled blood. The dancers startled, the music abruptly ceased, and the entire hall fell silent. All eyes turned to Chu Xiu in horror. He sat bolt upright on the soft couch, his face drained of all color, beads of sweat the size of soybeans forming on his forehead. His body shook violently like a sieve as he stammered. Chen Qingji? His voice trembled uncontrollably, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. The steward nodded with great difficulty. A buzzing sensation filled Chu Yu's mind, leaving it blank. He was not Chu Mo. He understood nothing of the grand schemes of the world, nothing of political maneuvering and strategic plots. He understood only one thing: survival. To that end, he had disguised himself as a reckless, pleasure-seeking good-for-nothing laughingstock posing no threat to anyone. He believed this would keep him safe. While the crown prince and his second brother fought to the death, he drank wine and listened to music. When the court was in turmoil, he was betting on cockfights. He believed that as long as he lay low enough, no one would notice him. He was cautious, careful, dressing himself as a lamb. But he forgot one thing. When a starving tiger charges, it fears neither jackals nor leopards, it tears apart and devours everything in sight. When the tiger bursts into the sheepfold, it cares not which sheep is fattest or leanest. It tears down and devours every sheep in sight. The fierce leopard, the crown prince, is finished. The jackal's the second brother, was crippled. Now, even the enemy nation's general has had his head wrenched off by the ninth prince, who kicks it like a ball. Who's next? Whose turn is it next? Uncontrollably, Chu Yu's mind conjured the image of Chu Xiu's delicate, innocent face, one that even carried a hint of frailty. But now, in his imagination, that face twisted into a demonic specter, a bloodthirsty fiend wielding a slaughtering blade and grinning savagely. A chill shot up his spine to his forehead. He felt warmth between his legs, he'd wet himself in terror. A pungent stench instantly filled the air. The dancers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with contempt and bewilderment. But Chu Xiu couldn't care less. He scrambled off the soft couch, crawling and rolling, and screamed at the butler. Quick! Quick! Pack everything! We're leaving! Now! Out of the capital! To Jiangnan! No! Overseas! He staggered toward the inner chamber, where the secret passageway he'd spent years preparing lay hidden, along with his vast fortune stashed away. He had to flee. The farther, the better. But after taking just 2 steps, the steward grabbed him by the arm. Your Highness! It's too late, the steward wailed, his face ashen. The fourth prince's carriage is already at the gate. Chu Yu's body stiffened abruptly. He slowly turned his head, the color draining completely from his face. Fourth brother! What's he doing here? A thought struck him like lightning, splitting his skull. Fourth brother had come to drag him into, taking down ninth brother. There was no escape. The moment fourth brother came knocking, he'd already been dragged into this bloody quagmire. There was no turning back. Chu Yu's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the floor, a despairing whimper escaping his throat. Damn it all, I wanted to leave. Moments later, Chu Mo, clad in plain black robes, entered the hall, still lingering with the stench of alcohol and a faint whiff of urine. He glanced at Chu Xiu, still sprawled on the floor, then at the bewildered dancers. His brow furrowed slightly as he ordered. Everyone, leave. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable force that brooked no defiance. The dancers and servants scrambled out as if granted a pardon. The vast hall was left with only the 2 brothers. Chapter 85, The Fourth Prince. I haven't lived enough yet. Why should I die? I will resist. Chu Mo stepped before Chu Xiu, towering over him with eyes devoid of pity, only cold indifference. Seventh brother, you think you can run? Where do you think you can run to? Chu Xiu lifted his head, tears and snot streaming down his face. He threw his arms around Chu Mo's legs and wailed. Fourth brother! Save me! I don't want to die. Ninth brother is a madman. He'll kill us. He absolutely will kill us. Chu Mo's voice remained flat and unruffled as he asked. What good will crying do? Do you think he won't find you even if you run to the ends of the earth? Chu Yu's sobs caught in her throat. Chu Mo slowly crouched down until he was eye level with Chu Xiu, speaking deliberately, one word at a time. He wants to be a hunter. We are the prey in his circle. If you don't want to be caught, killed, and eaten by the hunter, there's only one way. Chu Xiu clung to him as if he were her last lifeline, her eyes fixed on him. What way? A grim smile curved Chu Mo's lips as he replied. Before he strikes, we become fiercer beasts ourselves. He wants to use the northern barbarians and the Great Zhou dynasty as his weapons to achieve his ambitions and purge us in the process. Well, then we'll seize that blade and drive it straight into his heart. Confusion clouded Chu Yu's eyes at these words. The northern barbarians? The Great Zhou's blade? That meant soldiers, didn't it? The next instant, Chu Yu's pupils contracted sharply. In disbelief, she gasped. You want him to command the troops? Hand over military authority to him? Let him wage war? The next moment, trembling with dread at the possible consequences, Chu Yu murmured. What if he wins? The Great Zhou is stronger than us, but Ninth Brother isn't human. He can pluck a general's head from 1,000 miles away, amidst 10,000 troops. If he wins again and returns with glorious military achievements, who could possibly check his power? Then he'll surely make us his first targets. No, we absolutely cannot give him military power. Fourth brother, what should we do? Chu Yu lay sprawled on the ground, flailing his limbs like a tantrum-throwing child, kicking and pounding the earth. Chu Mo stared at him, his voice devoid of emotion as he commanded. If you want to live, stop lying there like a useless piece of trash. The icy tone, combined with the fear Chu Mo had instilled in him since childhood, made Chu Yu feel that his fourth brother's words cut deeper than Chu Xiu's slaughtering blade. He shivered violently, scrambling to his feet on all fours. He awkwardly smoothed his soaked robes, head bowed, unable to meet Chu Mo's gaze. Chu Mo turned away, walked to a chair, sat down, poured himself a cup of tea that had long since grown cold, and took a leisurely sip before saying, The ninth prince has slain Chen Xingji. The Great Zhou will be enraged. This move is like punching a hole in the sky. It won't be long before that ambitious emperor of Great Zhou learns that ninth prince presented the head of his trusted general as a gift to our late mother. He'll surely march his armies here then. Chu Yu stammered, then, what should we do? Hand over the ninth prince? Suddenly, as if struck by a brilliant idea, the corners of his mouth lifted, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes. He exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Hand him over to appease the Great Zhou's wrath. Chu Mo shot him a glance that might as well have been directed at a fool. Chu Mo sneered coldly. Hand him over? How exactly? Would father dare? Would you or I dare? Who would we send? Who would dare arrest him? Do you believe me? Anyone who dares petition to arrest the ninth prince today will have their head displayed alongside Chen Xingji's tomorrow. Chu Yu's hopes shattered instantly, his face turning deathly pale once more. Chu Mo's knuckles tapped lightly on the tabletop, producing a steady, hollow sound. And besides, what do you think father is thinking now? He fears more than we do. Yet in his fear, he remains dependent on the ninth prince. If Great Zhou sends troops, who could stop them? Lin Xiaotian? The repeating crossbow in his hands was given to him by ninth brother. Father Emperor is now bound to ninth brother on the same ship. A broken ship that could sink at any moment. Chu Yu instantly grasped the concept and asked curiously. What repeating crossbows? Chu Mo stared at Chu Yu as if she were an idiot, yet patiently explained what he'd uncovered, detailing the repeating crossbow's devastating power. Chu Yu sank into utter despair, collapsing onto a nearby chair and muttering. He possesses such divine weaponry? Then we might as well wait to die. We're doomed either way. Chu Mo's voice suddenly rose sharply. For the first time, his usually still eyes flashed with terrifying intensity as he declared. I haven't lived enough yet. Why should I die? With that, he sprang to his feet and paced the center of the hall, speaking rapidly yet with unwavering conviction. The ninth prince thought victory was his. He believed he could control everything. He's wrong. He underestimates the world and he underestimates us. He can never win. Chu Yu watched Chu Mo's outburst, unable to follow his train of thought. She stared blankly and asked. Why? Chu Mo began walking, step by step, slowly approaching Chu Yu seated in her chair. He spoke each word deliberately. Because Father Emperor won't let him win. Lin Xiaotian won't let him win. The entire court won't let him win. His shadow gradually enveloped Chu Yu entirely as he drew nearer. Seventh brother, haven't you figured it out yet? The ninth prince is now a sword hanging over everyone's head. Father fears him, fears he will seize the throne. Lin Xiaotian fears him, fears that his extraordinary power will destroy the foundations of the Great Xia and undermine imperial authority. The court officials dread him, dreading his unreasonable slaughter and oppressive force. This blade is too sharp, so sharp that everyone wants it broken. Yet none dare break it with their own hands. They all know that whoever reaches out first will be severed by this blade before they can act. Chu Mo knelt before Chu Yu, gently smoothing his disheveled collar as he spoke softly. Therefore, we need an opportunity, one that everyone will welcome. We need a stone hard enough that this blade will strike it, shattering its own edge. The Great Zhou is that perfect stone. Chu Yu's trembling subsided slightly. Drawn in by Chu Mo's logic, his mind began racing. You mean, using someone else's blade to kill? No, using a stone to break the blade? Chu Mo's fingertip pressed against Chu Yu's forehead, sending a bone-chilling coldness through her. His voice was icy and menacing, not just breaking the blade, it's about destroying the heart. He lowered his voice, speaking deliberately slow to ensure every word seeped into Chu Yu's very bones. Consider this, we elevate him to a pedestal, grant him supreme military authority, and make him the hope of Great Xia. All we need to do is slightly delay the supply of provisions from the rear, and provide him with equipment that shatters at the slightest touch. Or even leak crucial military intelligence to the Great Zhou. On the front lines, he'd be surrounded by the Great Zhou's million-strong army, their elite troops and skilled generals. With dwindling supplies, depleted weapons, and all military intelligence exposed. Send him into a battle he's destined to lose. Guess what fate awaits him? Chu Xiu's eyes lit up as he quickly replied. He'll lose. And he'll lose badly. Chapter 86, We are fellow travelers of the Ninth Prince, guiding him toward ruin. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, straightened his posture, and gazed toward Tingyu Garden with profound meaning. Exactly. An invincible god turned overnight into a traitor who sold out his country. All the authority he built will crumble in an instant. How will the officials who once trembled before his power view him now? How will the remnants of the court officials, cowed by his killings, retaliate? Most crucially, Father Emperor? At this point, Chu Mo's lips curled into a sinister smile as he said, Our father, that monarch who spent his entire life consumed by suspicion watching the son who instilled such wariness, even fear, within him plummet from the clouds into the mud, stripped of everything. When he sees his son, the very son who planted seeds of suspicion and dread in his heart, plummet from the heavens into the mire, stripped of everything. Chu Xiu's breath caught in his throat. He could already envision the scene. Chu Xiu was escorted back to the capital, bloodied and shackled, kneeling before the golden throne hall. His father, the emperor, sat high upon the dragon throne, while the entire court, filled with righteous indignation, denounced his crimes. The once mysterious ninth brother had become a fallen dog, trampled underfoot by anyone who dared. This scene held a perverse allure, transforming the deepest fear within Chu Xiu's heart into a sickening thrill. Yet beneath her excitement, fear still lingered, and she hesitated to speak. But the risk is too great. What if something goes wrong at any stage? Chu Xiu finally stated his purpose plainly. That's why I need you. Me? Chu Xiu pointed at her own nose, utterly incredulous. What could I possibly do? I'm good for nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. Chu Mo's reply was simple and direct. You have money. You know how to spend it. War is fought with money. To elevate the ninth prince to the position of marshal, we need supporters within the court to rally behind him. Once hostilities begin, logistics, intelligence, winning hearts and minds, which of these doesn't require money? You've recently sold off your estates, amassed vast sums in Jiangnan, and used mechanical arts and music to befriend the powerful. Your accumulated wealth likely rivals the state treasury itself, doesn't it? No, the treasury is empty. You're rich enough to rival a nation. Chu Xiu's face went pale in an instant. This was his deepest secret. He never imagined that despite hiding it so deeply, his seemingly unassuming fourth brother had seen right through him. His voice trembled as he stammered. You've been investigating me? Not investigating. Observing. Chu Xiu corrected him calmly, his expression unruffled. I observe everyone in the palace. The eldest brother's hypocrisy, the second brother's recklessness, your cowardice, and the ninth brother's madness. He rose to his feet, resuming his usual composed demeanor, as if the devil whispering in his ear moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. Seventh brother, I've already shown you the path. The ninth brother loves showing filial piety most of all. One path is for you to sit here and wait for death, waiting for the ninth to present his next tribute to the emperor using your head as the offering. Given your reputation for wealth rivaling a nation, how much filial devotion do you think your head would be worth to the emperor? The other option is to join me and finish this game. You provide the funds, I'll do the work. We'll send old Nine to his doom and erase him from our lives forever. If we win, you take your money, head back to your Jiangnan estate, and live out your days as a wealthy recluse, undisturbed forever. If we lose. Chu Xiu paused, leaving the sentence unfinished. But Chu Xiu understood the unspoken words. Losing would merely delay the inevitable outcome. He knew the difference between death and dying after one last gamble. Chu Xiu slumped in his chair, gasping for breath in ragged heaves. Sweat soaked through his inner shirt, mingling with the pungent stench of urine and sweat into an unbearable odor. The faces of Chu Xiu and Chu Xiu kept alternating in his mind. One was a madman who wanted his life. The other a malevolent specter seeking his soul. Caught between them, he had nowhere to run. After a long moment, he ground out the words through clenched teeth, his voice thick with venom. I'll do it. The words drained every ounce of strength from his body. There was no other choice. Chu Xiu was too terrifying, his methods unfathomable to gods and demons alike. Unless Chu Xiu was eliminated, Chu Xiu would find no peace in his sleep or meals. Chu Xiu nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Now, go change into clean clothes. The stench from those clothes is making me sick. With that, he rose and instructed earnestly. Once the intelligence on the Great Zhou's advancing forces is reported, I will be the first to submit the memorial. All you need to remember is this: the moment I finish speaking, you will immediately kneel and second my motion. If you must cry, weep as though your own father had died. While weeping, you must shout, Ninth brother fights for the nation and its people, he deserves reward. The battle against Great Zhou must be led by none other than ninth brother. Remember, everyone must witness your loyalty and righteousness and your foolishness. Having spoken, Chu Mo fixed his gaze upon Chu Yu and said, "Don't screw this up, or I'll be the first to send you to meet the ninth prince. He wants to use the Great Zhou as his blade to turn the entire Great Xia upside down. Then, amidst the chaos, he'll seize the opportunity to legitimately take control of the military and purge us the troublesome elements in his eyes. He wants to be the sole player on the chessboard. Utterly impossible." Chu Yu listened, utterly bewildered, her heart pounding in terror. "Fourth brother, what exactly are you trying to do?" Chu Mo abruptly halted, whirling to stare intently at Chu Yu. A wild, feverish flush spread across his face. "He wants a blade? We'll give him one sharper than any blade. He wants war? We'll give him a battle unlike any before. He wants to be the savior? We'll lift him up high, then when he's most triumphant, we'll smash him down man and throne alike, shattering him to pieces." Chu Yu was startled by Chu Mo's appearance. The fourth brother before him bore not a trace of his usual refined, scholarly demeanor. He was a gambler crawling out of hell, his eyes burning with a fire that threatened to stake the entire world as its wager. Fourth brother. I don't understand." Chu Mo closed in step by step, leaning down until his breath brushed Chu Yu's ear. In a voice both cruel and seductive, he murmured, "Don't understand? It's simple. When the Great Zhou marches in, we'll jointly submit a memorial extolling his achievements." Chu Yu's eyes widened instantly, unable to believe what he'd heard. Chu Mo continued, his voice like a demon's whisper tempting a foolish mortal. "I said, we must elevate him to divine status, granting him supreme military authority. We must declare that His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, though his methods were radical in slaying Chunqingji, has elevated our nation's prestige and bolstered our military morale. This is the greatest victory our Great Xia has witnessed in a century. We must proclaim that in the face of Great Zhou's threats, our Great Xia shall never yield. Only war can end war." Chu Yu's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. He felt certain he must be mad or that his fourth brother had lost his mind. Chu Mo straightened his back, arms spread wide as if embracing an invisible future, his voice brimming with fervor. "In the imperial court, everyone fears the ninth prince. They all pay lip service while secretly opposing him. We speak for the ninth prince, we speak for him with genuine conviction. What will father think? What will the ninth prince think? We'll become the wise men who recognize the times in the ninth prince's eyes, his kindred spirits. Then, we will naturally propose that since war is imminent, it should be led by a meritorious general. Across the entire Great Xia, who else but His Highness the Ninth Prince possesses the qualifications and the courage for this task? Not even Lin Xiaotian is worthy. He will inevitably become marshal. And that very moment will be his descent into ruin." Chapter 87, Marshal Lin, "I'm truly panicking. The heavens will surely change." Chu Mo declared with unwavering resolve. "We will unite all the court officials and push him into the position of Grand Marshal. Let him command all the nation's forces to wage a decisive battle against the mighty Great Zhou." Chu Yu pointed at Chu Mo, his finger trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, uttering in disbelief. You bloody fool. Have you lost your mind? If all our troops are wiped out, then the Great Xia is finished. We'll end up as slaves of a conquered nation, facing an equally miserable fate." Chu Mo smiled with reckless abandon. "We're going to fight anyway. Better than being slaughtered by the ninth prince. If the plan goes smoothly, we can only win. Even if it comes to what you say, Father Emperor will surely relocate the capital southward. Great Xia will not fall. Just remember this, the ninth prince wields a blade to kill, while ours strikes at the heart." After Chu Mo finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent once more. Chu Yu stared blankly at his fourth brother before him, a bone-chilling dread surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. A shiver shook him violently. Staring at Chu Mo's face, still handsome, yet now twisted into a hideous grimace, he forced out a single sentence. "Fourth brother, you're a lunatic too." Hearing this, Chu Mo didn't grow angry. Instead, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He sat back down, picked up his teacup, blew gently on the non-existent steam, and spoke slowly. "Seventh brother, if you want to live, you have to be crazier than the madman. Now, go change into clean clothes. Join fourth brother for a proper feast. After this, there won't be such carefree moments. Next, prepare your story carefully. When the Great Zhou army arrives, you and I will claim credit for our ninth brother." Shuafeng Pass. Winter had arrived, snowflakes drifting down. Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian stood atop the city wall in heavy armor, gazing into the gray, hazy northern sky. The blizzard whipped his graying temples, making his cloak and the banners on the ramparts flutter fiercely. A personal guard hurried forward, kneeling on one knee as he presented a sealed dispatch with wax-sealed lips. "Commander-in-Chief, an urgent dispatch from the capital, delivered by 800 Li Express." Lin Xiaotian took the dispatch, tore open the wax seal, and pulled out the letter inside. The handwriting was hasty and sloppy, clearly written by someone in a state of agitation. Upon reading the words Chunqingji, head, and the actions of His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, Lin Xiaotian's eyes that had seen countless battles and witnessed countless lives suddenly narrowed. When barbarian tribes had previously besieged the gates and raided the borders, and the border troops had faced unfavorable battles due to lack of provisions and supplies, Lin Xiaotian had remained calm and composed. But now, the hand holding the letter trembled slightly, beyond his control. The personal guard had never seen the commander lose his composure like this and held his breath. Lin Xiaotian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the contents of the secret letter. His mind flashed back to 3 days earlier, when he had learned that the northern barbarians had mobilized 100,000 troops and were once again marching toward Shuofeng Pass. 3 pieces of intelligence, delivered at the cost of their lives by spies from both the northern barbarians and the Great Zhou, had reached him. First, along the ancient Yanshan Pass, 2,500 grain transport soldiers of the Great Zhou had been slaughtered. Their corpses burned to ashes, while over 1,000 grain carts and military supplies were reduced to charred ruins. The scene was swept clean as if by supernatural forces, leaving not a single useful clue behind. Second, for reasons unknown, a terrifying explosion had rocked the Great Zhou's northern frontier fortress, its flames reaching the heavens as it burned for an entire night. Third, legends of ghost soldiers began circulating throughout both the Great Zhou and the northern barbarians. At the time, he had assumed the northern barbarians had instigated internal strife within the Great Zhou, slaughtering the grain convoy and plundering supplies before covering their tracks with tales of supernatural forces. Now, the ninth prince's tribute Chen Qingji's severed head clashed violently with these 3 events in his mind. What terrifying infiltration and assassination capabilities would be required to kill Chen Qingji, the Great Zhou's general of the north? To silently eliminate 2,500 elite soldiers required what scale of covert forces? Both deeds stemmed from the same man, the ninth prince, Chu Xiu, who resided deep within the capital, rarely ventured out, and appeared frail and harmless. Add to that the 100 repeating crossbows that had altered the course of battle. A chill, more bone-piercing than the frigid winds of Shuofeng Pass, shot straight up from Lin Xiaotian's soles to the top of his head. He had always believed the prince's rivalries were merely courtly intrigues and power plays, at most involving the keeping of shadowy assassins. But the power Chu Xiu had displayed was utterly beyond what any prince should possess. Combined with the previous corruption case involving the former Minister of Revenue, where all implicated officials were slaughtered overnight without a trace left behind. When the northern frontier's 100,000 barbarian cavalry were annihilated at one-line heaven, border troops reported ghostly soldiers wearing demon masks, fighting tirelessly at Chu Xiu's side. Within Eagle's Grief Ravine, the elite assassins trained by the Crown Prince were utterly annihilated. Evidence points to a hidden army operating under Chu Xiu's command. Not the handful of assassins he had previously imagined. Rather, it was a ghost army well-trained, highly efficient, and utterly loyal to Chu Xiu alone. This force could infiltrate enemy ranks to decapitate commanders, or annihilate elite troops amidst the wilderness. Lin Xiaotian slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with deep concern. His loyalty lay with the state of Great Xia and the Emperor upon the dragon throne. Emperor Chu Wei was still in robust health and had no intention of abdicating. Yet Chu Xiu, this blade concealed in the shadows, had revealed but a sliver of its edge. Yet even this faint glimpse was sharp enough to send a chill through the marshal who commanded the Great Xia's military might. Based on Lin Xiaotian's understanding of Chu Wei, the emperor would never tolerate such a terrifying, uncontrollable prince by his side. Such a presence would inevitably lead to turmoil in the court and the very foundations of the nation being shaken. Any threat to the nation's foundation was something he guarded against vigilantly, even if that threat came from the crown prince himself. But Chu Xiu. Lin Xiaotian drew a deep breath of the frigid northern air, banishing the tangled thoughts from his mind. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The northern barbarians had once again assembled 100,000 cavalry. The death of Chen Qingji would inevitably incite fury throughout the Great Zhou court and countryside, driving them to march with their armies. Then, the Great Xia would be caught in a pincer attack. Lin Xiaotian's voice was hoarse and heavy as he commanded. Issue the order, the entire army is to be on high alert. Additionally, station spies to monitor the Great Zhou's movements. Report any sign of activity immediately. This time, he didn't need to rely on the premonition honed through years of battlefield combat. He knew this day would inevitably change. Great Zhou, Yujing City. Within the Purple Pole Hall, Emperor Zhou Qian of the Great Zhou clutched the secret report transmitted from the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip. At first, he dismissed it as absurd. Then, a torrent of rage surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, searing away all reason. His face contorted with fury as he roared. My lords! I have received a secret missive. The head of my beloved general, the pillar of the Great Zhou, General Chen Qingji, has been presented as a trophy to the Emperor of Great Xia. Boom! Zhou Qian's words struck like thunder from a clear sky, leaving the court officials reeling. Then, each of them erupted in fury, their eyes blazing with wrath. Chapter 88, The Great Zhou's Wrath. I shall reduce the Great Xia to ashes, north and south, leaving corpses littering the fields. One by one, the enraged ministers of the Great Zhou roared with fury. Those treacherous, scheming scoundrels of Great Xia. Their vile, shameless deeds know no bounds. Those rat-faced scoundrels assassinated my esteemed brother Chen. Not content with leaving his body mutilated, they dared to sever his head as a tribute. This enrages me to the core. Your Majesty, I believe Great Xia's actions constitute a provocation against our Great Zhou, a profound humiliation. This enmity is irreconcilable, they must be drowned in blood. Your Majesty, grant me permission to lead 200,000 troops to crush Great Xia and avenge General Chen. Your Majesty, this humble general also volunteers to lead troops. I swear to use the blood of all Great Xia to honor General Chen and wash away the shame inflicted upon our Great Zhou. The civil and military officials of the Great Zhou were filled with righteous indignation, united in their hatred for the enemy. They yearned to march upon the Great Xia at once and wipe it clean with blood. Thud! A massive right hand slammed down on the dragon-carved desk, its tremendous force causing the imperial seal to tremble violently. All present fell silent, their eyes burning with intensity as they fixed their gaze upon their sovereign. Zhou Qian's chest heaved violently, his face flushed crimson, a manifestation of fury pushed to its absolute limit. He rose abruptly, his massive, muscular frame radiating thunderous authority that compelled every head to bow. A disgrace beyond measure. This is an unprecedented disgrace in the 300 years since the founding of our Great Zhou dynasty. Chen Xingji, a trusted general he had personally promoted, the very embodiment of Great Zhou's military might. Now, his head had become a gift offered by that sickly prince of the Great Xia to that good-for-nothing Chu Wei. This was no mere provocation. It was the Great Zhou's honor being dragged through the mud, trampled underfoot with relentless cruelty. Transmit my imperial decree. Zhou Qian's roar echoed wildly through the vast hall. Order Champion Marquis Li Wuoyang to lead 200,000 troops to the Great Xia border immediately. Dispatch envoys to Great Xia once more. Tell that old bastard Chu Wei. Within 1 month, if that scum named Chu Xiu is not brought bound before this emperor, I shall make the Great Xia run rivers of blood. And one more thing. Zhou Qian's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his orders practically ground out between clenched teeth. Send word to the northern barbarian Khan. Order him to muster another 100,000 wolf riders for Shuofeng Pass. Remember wolf riders. No motley tribal troops. The moment our forces move, crush Shuofeng Pass for me. I shall set the entire Great Xia ablaze from north to south, leaving corpses strewn across the land. Let them know the consequences of provoking me. With these thunderous roars, several heralds burst from the hall, radiating murderous intent. The entire Great Zhou dynasty, this colossal war machine that had lain dormant for decades, temporarily subdued by the need for peace. Now, fueled by the emperor's overwhelming fury, it began to rumble with a bone-chilling roar, grinding its way toward the crumbling Great Xia. Daxia, capital city, listening to Rain Garden. Chu Xiu donned a fox fur robe, its snow-white fur fluffy and soft. In this world blanketed in silver, he resembled an immortal cast down from the heavens. Standing by the pond, he gazed at the water's surface, flecked with tiny ice crystals. Exhaling a puff of white mist, he sighed. This winter is destined to be bitterly cold. The old eunuch Luan sighed with equal emotion. Indeed, Your Highness. This winter will be hard on the common folk. And it's not just the northern frontier, I hear those barbarians have broken their usual pattern, daring to raid our borders in the snow. Chu Xiu smiled reassuringly. This year, the ministers in the court have devoted their utmost to state affairs. With His Majesty's wise and valiant leadership, the people will surely be safe. The northern frontier is nothing to worry about either. Marshal Lin is the military god of Great Xia. Those barbarians are no threat. Your Highness speaks wisely. The Emperor has been drinking the medicinal tonic soup you sent him these past days. Everyone in the palace says His Majesty's complexion grows better by the day. Your filial devotion truly moves heaven itself. As he spoke, Chu Xiu leisurely fed the koi in the pond. As the fish food scattered, crimson waves surged across the pond, shattering the ice fragments with a pleasing crackling sound, a sight as delightful to the eye as it was to the ear. Just as Chu Xiu was about to respond to Luan, a faint vibration stirred within his embrace. He smiled and waved Luan away. Once the attendant had left, Chu Xiu retrieved the 1,000-mile sound conch with one hand and held it to his ear. Yu Shi's emotionless voice transmitted. Your Highness. The Emperor of Great Zhou is furious. He has ordered Champion Marquis Li Wuoyang to lead 200,000 troops to deploy along the border. Envoys are also being dispatched at full gallop to the capital to demand accountability. Simultaneously, the Northern Barbarian Court has received the Great Zhou Emperor's secret decree, dispatching another 100,000 wolf cavalry to Shuofeng Pass. Listening to the news transmitted through the 1,000-mile sound conch, Chu Xiu's other hand moved without pause, pinching another handful of fish food and scattering it evenly across the pond. As if the 30,000 troops mentioned by Yu Shi enough to terrify the entire court of the Great Xia dynasty were less interesting than the few fighting koi before him. Understood. He replied indifferently. All of this unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. In fact, it unfolded even more perfectly than he had envisioned. 200,000 elite troops of the Great Zhou, 100,000 northern barbarian wolf cavalry. This display of filial piety carried ample weight. His father, the Emperor, was still unaware of this news, so that the greatest filial piety system in history remained silent. Chu Xiu could vividly imagine the expression that would grace his father's already suspicious face when this news reached the Golden Throne Hall. Fear, rage, utter bewilderment. Then, the system quest would arrive as promised. A faint smile touched Chu Xiu's lips. He had, after all, lit this fire himself. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the flames to grow fiercer, to reach beneath the Emperor's dragon throne. Then he could step in to put out the fire with perfect justification. After scattering all the fish food in his hands, Chu Xiu addressed the 1,000-mile sound conch. I recall a saying, for friends, we have fine wine, for wolves, we have hunting rifles. Pass on the order. Have our brothers along the route take good care of that envoy from Great Zhou. Don't let him die, but don't let him live comfortably either. Ensure he enters the Golden Throne Hall of our Great Xia with tenfold fury and utter humiliation. I will make it clear to His Majesty the Emperor and all the ministers of the court that they shall feel the overwhelming fury of the Emperor of Great Zhou. Yes, Your Highness. With that, Chu Xiu stowed away the 1,000-mile sound conch and turned, his gaze sweeping over the residence of the 7th Prince, Chu Xiu. Under the enhancement of the Emperor's Qi gazing technique. There, a mass of yellow and white light, like gold and silver, was at times entwined with faint streaks of blood, at other times trembling and dim. Beside this yellow-white orb, the light representing Chu Mo flickered steadily, though the crimson hue upon it grew increasingly intense, betraying a hint of madness. Chu Xiu smiled, his clear eyes brimming with sincere gratitude. He murmured softly. 4th brother, 7th brother, you truly are the Emperor's worthy sons. My dear brothers. I hope you will see this matter through. So that your younger brother may properly fulfill his filial duty to our father. Chapter 89, The Great Zhou Envoy. This journey's a bit of a drag. The envoy sent by Great Zhou to Great Xia was none other than Gao Yuan, Minister of Ceremonies of the Ministry of Rites. At 37, Gao Yuan was in the prime of his life. Born into a humble family, he was, like Chen Qingji, a trusted confidant of Emperor Zhou Qian of Great Zhou. As one of the rising stars among the empire's civil and military officials, he radiated genuine vigor and ambition. Having joined the Ministry of Ceremonies at 17, he had since embarked on diplomatic missions to various nations. Through the art of forming alliances and shifting coalitions, of befriending distant powers while attacking nearby rivals, he had laid a solid foundation for the Great Zhou's stable development over the years. Dressed in the purple robes of a third-rank official and wearing a black silk hat, he walked with his head held high and chest thrust out. Under the gaze of the Emperor of the Great Zhou and the assembled officials, he strode with the confidence of a dragon and the power of a tiger to the outer corridor of the Purple Pole Hall. Gao Yuan's gaze was haughty, his countenance radiating an aura of inviolable authority. In that moment, he embodied the very essence of the mighty and impregnable Great Zhou. Halting before 500 imperial guards and over 100 officials from the Ministry of Ceremonies and the Ministry of Rites, Gao Yuan declared in a voice like a great bell. This journey to Great Xia serves to demonstrate the majestic might of our Great Zhou. That Great Xia is a barbaric and vile land. Its ruler is dim-witted, its ministers incompetent, and its people ignorant. You who follow this official are like dragons entering shallow waters, tigers roaring in the mountains. Remember, every glance, every movement, represents the majesty of the Great Zhou. Make those Xia people tremble with fear to their very bones. Roar! 500 elite soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and their killing intent piercing the sky. Before joining the Imperial Guard, each had been among the most elite soldiers in the Great Zhou's armies. They had fought in countless battles that destroyed tribes and nations, each man's hands stained with blood. Now, their hearts brimmed with arrogance and contempt. To them, this mission was nothing more than an armed parade, a mere display of military might at the doorstep of a weak neighbor. They intended to force the despicable Great Xia, which had assassinated General Chen, to swiftly hand over the murderer. Find a pretext to provoke conflict, unleashing the Great Zhou's 200,000 elite troops and the northern barbarians' 200,000 warriors to storm into Great Xia. Over the years, they had done this sort of thing countless times under Gao Yuan's command. Gao Yuan stroked his beard with satisfaction, turned to Zhou Qian, bowed respectfully, then strode toward the palace gates. One by one, spirited officials and fierce imperial guards followed in his wake. Their powerful footsteps and the clanging of armor formed a powerful symphony. Gao Yuan had already mapped out his plan. Once he reached the Golden Throne Hall of Great Xia, he would berate Chu Wei relentlessly and force him to hand over that arrogant 9th prince who knew no bounds. He would make the entire Daxia court tremble before his words, willing to bow to the Great Zhou as vassals and open their borders. Finally, the mighty armies of Great Zhou would storm into Great Xia, wiping this vile nation from the face of the earth. A convoy of over 600 vehicles marched majestically from Yujing City toward the Great Xia border. Yet Gao Yuan and his 600 companions knew not that the moment they left Yujing City, an invisible net had silently closed over them. On the first night of their journey, barely 100 li from Yujing City and 1500 li from the Great Xia capital, the envoy's party set up camp. Bonfires blazed as soldiers laughed and chatted loudly, their words dripping with contempt for the Great Xia. I've been to Daxia before. That godforsaken place even reeks of poverty in the air. Ha! Just wait till we roll into their capital. Those Xia folks will themselves with fear. The look on their faces will be priceless. Dinner consisted of rations carried with them, washed down with water drawn from a nearby stream. Everything proceeded as usual. But at midnight, waves of groans shattered the camp's silence. One by one, burly soldiers clutched their stomachs, faces turning pale, sweat beading on their foreheads as they writhed on the ground. Chaos erupted instantly across the camp. I only drank water. It's the water. The water is poisoned. A shrill cry rang out from somewhere, and panic spread like wildfire. Poison in the water? Could we have stumbled upon some deadly toxin? We barely left the capital city and already encountered deadly poison. Heaven must want us dead. Calm down, it's just stomach pain. If it were truly deadly poison, we wouldn't have the strength to wail like this. But it really hurts. My stomach is twisting in agony, it feels like my intestines are snapping. Did we stumble upon some kind of poisonous herb? This area was too close to the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, so everyone assumed it was a natural disaster rather than a man-made calamity. Yao Yuan was helped out of his tent by his guards. Seeing the scene before him, his face turned ashen. After examining him, the accompanying physician returned with a deathly pale face to report. Your Excellency, it's not a deadly poison, but it causes relentless diarrhea and complete exhaustion. Yao Yuan's rage boiled over. He kicked over the brazier beside him and roared. Investigate! Investigate this for me! Who dares to poison the envoy's entourage? But how? The stream was crystal clear, revealing no trace of anything amiss. Nothing stirred but the wind. That night, an indescribable stench and agonized moans filled the entire camp. By dawn the next day, over half of the 500 elite soldiers had collapsed. Though none had perished, each soldier's face was sallow and waxy, their legs weak and trembling. They could barely stand upright, let alone maintain the imposing bearing of the Great Zhou. Yao Yuan trembled with rage, yet he had no choice but to swallow his anger and order the troops to rest on the spot. He knew only the Great Xiao would dare attack an envoy's procession. This despicable poisoning tactic mirrored the vile methods used by the Great Xia to assassinate General Chen. Yao Yuan's contempt and fury boiled over, and he roared. Damn Xia! You sewer rats! Once I complete my mission, it will mark the beginning of your Xia's downfall. The envoy party rested for 2 days before setting out again. This time, however, everyone proceeded with extreme caution. Along the way, they drank only water that had been confirmed non-toxic, boiled, and stored in water skins. At each new campsite, the court physician inspected the water sources, and animals were used to test for poison. After 2 days of such precautions, Yao Yuan and the others began to believe the danger had passed. They even started to doubt whether the poison water incident had been an accident unrelated to the Great Xia people. Their misfortune had only just begun. As the convoy traversed a narrow mountain pass, the lead wagon carrying supplies and provisions suddenly snapped its axle with a loud crack. The entire wagon, along with the 2 soldiers driving it, tumbled headlong into a bottomless precipice. Ah! The piercing scream echoed through the valley, sending a chill through every heart. Yao Yuan pulled his horse to a halt, staring at the empty cliff edge, his lips trembling. This was only the beginning. That afternoon, a scout patrolling the flank suddenly let out a short, sharp cry before falling silent. When the others searched for him, they found only a pool of blood in the woods and a camouflaged hunting trap. At the trap's base, the scout's body was impaled on sharpened stakes, eyes wide open in death. A hunter's trap, right? A soldier ventured uncertainly. The soldier beside him twitched his lips, wanting to explain but unsure how to put it. What kind of hunter would set a trap beside a public road? A chill began to spread through the ranks. That accident during the day had been unsettling enough, but nightfall turned into sheer agony. Outside the camp, the darkness constantly echoed with eerie sounds. Sometimes it was a woman's wailing, sometimes an infant's cry, and sometimes a faint, drifting song that seeped into everyone's ears. The sentries on watch were on high alert, ready to draw their swords at the slightest sound. Inside the tents, soldiers huddled together, shivering and restless, too terrified to sleep. Have we provoked some unclean entity? Who knows? This must be the Great Xia's trick, trying to scare us. If you say it's a Great Xia plot, why are you so scared? I don't believe it's a trick by the Great Xia. If they wanted to act, wouldn't poisoning us outright be easier? That makes sense. Then doesn't that mean we're cursed? Ah! Mother! I'm scared. Faced with an unknown threat, even these battle-hardened soldiers, men who killed without blinking, felt fear creep into their hearts. Finally, on a stormy night of wind and snow, a sentry was found dead at his post during a shift change, silent and lifeless. A thin trail of blood ran down his neck. On his face, someone had used his own blood to paint a hideous demon mask. Ghost! There's a ghost! The gathered soldiers completely lost their composure. They were seasoned veterans, no doubt, unafraid of real combat. But this invisible, intangible enemy, this ever-present threat of death, utterly shattered their will. Yao Yuan, who had rushed over, stared at the blood-soaked demonic face, then at the thin cord around the corpse's neck. It felt as though every drop of blood in his body had frozen solid. The soldier who had narrowly survived the ghostly slaughter, his heart on the right side sparing him, had said they were attacked by a horde of masked specters. The bodies of the guards outside Chen Xingji's command tent at Jinbei Fort all bore such bloodlines on their necks. He finally understood, the events of these days were neither accidents nor supernatural disturbances. This was a meticulously planned hunt targeting them. The hunter was none other than the very Prince Chu Xiu they had come to confront, the ninth prince. Chu Xiu. Gao Yuan let out a beast-like roar into the dark wilderness. The only response came from the howling wind and snow. To gain speed and escape the overwhelming terror, Gao Yuan ordered all non-essential supplies discarded. Traveling light, they pressed on day and night. Yet the shadow of death still clung to them like a shadow. Some were bitten to death by venomous snakes in their sleep. Others slipped and fell down the slopes while relieving themselves. Others consumed their own provisions only to succumb to vomiting and diarrhea, dying from exhaustion. In just over 10 days, the journey from the Great Zhou border to the capital of Great Xia became a road of death. When the majestic outline of the Great Xia capital finally appeared on the distant horizon, the original 500-strong envoy had dwindled to fewer than 100. Every member bore wounds, each one looking utterly wretched. The aura of elite warriors had long vanished from their bodies, replaced by profound exhaustion and unmasked terror. Chapter 90. I've had a great time on this journey. Have you? Gao Yuan sat atop his horse, his third-rank court robes now ragged and torn, caked with mud and bloodstains. His once haughty features now appeared waxy and distorted. The hair at his temples had turned completely white in just over a fortnight. Gazing upon the colossal city before him, he felt none of the glory befitting an envoy of the superior nation. To his eyes, the city resembled a gaping maw, ready to devour its victims. Crystal-clear tears rolled down the corners of his eyes, leaving 2 streaks of wetness on his grimy face. A whirlwind of emotions churned within Gao Yuan. We've finally arrived. This journey has been truly arduous. Once I step into the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, that madman won't be able to torment me anymore, right? From the city gate tower, the Great Xia's sentries spotted this peculiar procession. Who are those people? Their banners look like an embassy, but why do they look like refugees or beggars? Quick! Go report to the general. Gao Yuan paid no heed to the commotion atop the gate tower. He clutched the imperial letter in his arms, a symbol of the Great Zhou Emperor's will, with deathly grip. The sharp edges of the letter dug painfully into his chest. He drew a deep breath, but the turmoil within his chest was not fueled by rage. Instead, it was a complex mix of humiliation, fear, and madness. To the remnants of his defeated troops behind him, he forced out a few words in a voice so hoarse it was barely audible. Enter the city. The gate commander inspected Gao Yuan's credentials and his official staff. Only then did he confirm that this disheveled, ragged figure before him was indeed Gao Yuan, the renowned Grand Master of Ceremonies of the Great Zhou. His usually unflappable face suddenly contorted into an expression of utter bewilderment. The commander hastily bowed his head, fearful of showing disrespect before Gao Yuan. He clenched his jaw tightly to stifle a laugh, his voice hoarse as he commanded. Send word to open the central gate. Welcome the Great Zhou's envoy into the city. Gao Yuan's face turned ashen, and just as he was about to shout an order, the guard commander clasped his fists in salute and turned to flee. The city gate creaked open slowly, its heavy, drawn-out groan echoing through the air. The sentry bellowed the announcement. Envoys of the Great Zhou have arrived. Gao Yuan and his entourage slowly, step by step, made their way through the gate under the gaze of countless citizens and soldiers of the Great Xia capital, a mix of curiosity, contempt, and astonishment. Once lofty envoys of the Great Zhou, they now resembled a band of defeated soldiers crawling out of hell. Their armor was badly damaged, covered in scratches and dents. The once bright banners were now filthy and tattered, hanging limply from their poles. Each face bore an indescribable weariness and lingering terror, as if invisible demons still pursued them from behind. Is this the Great Zhou's envoy? They look like a bunch of beggars. Shu, keep your voice down. That's the Grand Zhou's Minister of Ceremonies. They say he's formidable. These folks mean trouble. No good intentions? Look at their pathetic state. I'd say they're here with the best intentions, bringing us military honors. They say the Grand Zhou Minister of Ceremonies has an iron tongue and teeth of steel, deciding a nation's fate with his words. How can he look like this? Could it all be just hot air? Could be. The Great Zhou is just a bit stronger, so they brag about their greatness all the time. The murmurs of the street folk were faint, yet they pierced the ears of every surviving Great Zhou soldier like needles. Their faces burned with shame, heads bowed even lower. How full of spirit they had been upon departure. Now they wished only to vanish into a crack in the ground. Gao Yuan sat hunched on his horse, his hands clenched so tightly around the reins that his knuckles turned white. He heard the murmurs, but he had neither the strength nor the right to feel anger. He merely numbly felt the horse's jolts, his gaze blankly sweeping the prosperous scenes lining the streets. This was supposed to be his stage to display his might, yet now it had become an arena for parading his humiliation. Gao Yuan roared inwardly. Chu Xiu, it's all your fault. It's all your fault I've suffered such utter disgrace. This time, I will personally escort you away. Make you suffer a miserable death, worse than death itself. Make you beg for death but find none. Soon, officials from the Ministry of Ceremonies of the Great Xia hurriedly arrived with a contingent to receive them. The lead official wore a standard professional smile, bowing with clasped hands from a distance. This official is Li Yuan, Junior Minister of the Ministry of Ceremonies of the Great Xia. We humbly welcome Your Excellency, Minister Gao of the Great Zhou. As Li Yuan drew closer and saw the pitiful state of Gao Yuan and his men, his smile instantly froze. Shock nearly spilled from his eyes. The lengthy speech he had prepared filled with platitudes about bilateral friendship and diplomatic etiquette choked in his throat. Not a single word escaped his lips. This looks like a defeated army, ravaged by the enemy, barely escaping with their lives. Gao Yuan lifted his bloodshot eyes to meet Li Yuan's gaze. The look in those eyes sent an inexplicable chill down Li Yuan's spine. The inn. Gao Yuan's hoarse voice managed only these two words. Li Yuan paused, then quickly stepped aside to lead the way. Minister Gao, this way, please. The inn is already prepared. Follow this official. Along the way, Li Yuan several times wanted to ask what had happened to the once proud Great Zhou delegation. But seeing Gao Yuan's face, which seemed ready to devour someone at any moment, he swallowed his words. The atmosphere of the entire welcoming party reached an extreme level of awkwardness. Finally, the procession arrived at the Honglu Temple Inn, specifically designated for receiving foreign envoys. With its pavilions and towers, the surroundings were serene and tranquil. Yet the moment Gao Yuan and his entourage stepped inside, they shattered every trace of its elegance. It felt exactly like a beggar bullying a beautiful maiden. Gao Yuan dismounted, stumbling slightly upon landing and nearly falling. Grasping the saddle for support, he steadied himself and issued his first command since entering the capital of Daxia to the remaining soldiers behind him. Close the gates. The heavy doors of the inn slammed shut with a thunderous clang, sealing out all prying eyes from outside. Everyone, stay in your rooms. Do not eat any food delivered by the inn. Do not drink a single drop of water here. Gao Yuan's command carried a tinge of neurotic obsession. Yet after enduring the hardships of their arduous journey, the men present needed no such command from Gao Yuan. They would have followed these rules instinctively. It was precisely because they had done so that they stood alive here now. Those who hadn't, or whose luck had failed them, had perished along the way. Everyone sprang into action, opening their meager packs to retrieve the last of their rations and water. The inn steward and servants were all herded into the courtyard's center, frozen in fear, utterly bewildered by the madness of this distinguished guest from the Great Zhou. Gao Yuan paid them no mind, striding straight into the main hall and kicking the door open with a kick. He meticulously searched every corner of the room, not even skipping the space under the bed or the rafters, before collapsing wearily into a chair. At that moment, a stone wrapped in paper flew into the room. A dull clang echoed through the air. It startled Gao Yuan and the others, who had just let their guard down. Who's there? I didn't see anyone. Nothing here either. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth, nervously scanning the surroundings. The elite imperial guards surrounding him reported the same outcome they had many times before on this journey, their voices filled with utter despair. The enemy appeared without a trace and vanished without a sound, only their voice could be heard, never their form. It was truly terrifying. Gao Yuan's face darkened as he tremblingly unfolded the letter wrapped around the pebble. The flowing cursive script danced across the paper with a light-hearted air. Welcome, envoys of Great Zhou, to our Great Xia as our honored guests. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? I've had a splendid journey. Have you? The post stations are comfortable. They will provide you with clothing and fine food. You may stay for a while to rest and recuperate. You must present yourselves in the best possible light before His Majesty. If you frighten His Majesty, I won't be pleased, and then it won't be as simple as playing games with you. You must understand and remember this. Don't make my father unhappy. Creak. Gao Yuan's face flushed crimson as his knuckles cracked from the pressure, crumpling the letter a blend of mockery, provocation, and warning into a tight ball. He didn't throw a tantrum, smash things, or kick and scream. He merely took a few deep breaths. After a minute or so, his expression returned to normal, his composure restored. Gao Yuan addressed his trusted aide standing nearby in a voice barely audible. Go. Contact the manager. Have him come see me immediately. Immediately. The shopkeeper was the highest-ranking intelligence operative the Great Zhou had planted within the capital of the Great Xia. The aide took his leave. Gao Yuan sat alone in the empty room. Sunlight streamed through the window, yet he felt a chill run through his entire body. The strange occurrences along the journey, the silent deaths, the fear that followed him like a shadow all gnawed at his nerves like countless venomous snakes. He knew it wasn't ghosts or spirits. They were human, and a madman at that. He had to know what kind of person this madman truly was. Beyond lurking in the shadows, employing despicable methods, and delighting in tormenting others. He needed every detail about this madman to analyze what kind of person he truly was and how to confront him. Night fell. Innkeepers from various establishments appeared at the rear entrance of the inn, each carrying food boxes filled with their establishment's specialties. Among them was a middle-aged man dressed as an ordinary merchant, his features unremarkable. Carrying a food box, he passed through 3 sets of secret passwords and 2 rounds of body searches at the inn's rear entrance before being led to Gao Yuan's room. This man was the innkeeper. He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Gao Yuan waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit. A single dim oil lamp illuminated the room, blurring their silhouettes and softening their features. "I ask. You answer." Gao Yuan's voice remained hoarse, yet carried an unquestionable coldness as he demanded. "Have you heard of the incidents our delegation encountered along the way?" "Shopkeeper," he replied with a troubled expression. "Sir, this matter is too bizarre. There's been no word of it in the capital yet. I only know reports from the border mention the delegation encountered an accident, causing a slight delay in their journey." Gao Yuan's face twitched. The absence of rumors was the most terrifying part. It meant the enemy had acted with ruthless precision, leaving no trace to follow. They could only be dismissed as an accident. Gao Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as he said, "Next question. That 9th prince, Chu Xiu, the one who assassinated General Chen Xingji, give me every single piece of information on him. Remember, everything." Chapter 91. Now, you have only one enemy, Chu Xiu. The shopkeeper froze. He hadn't expected Gao Yuan's first inquiry to be about the 9th prince, a figure nearly forgotten by all, yet who had made a spectacular splash in the capital over the past few months. Regarding this 9th prince who had suddenly emerged from obscurity and was constantly demonstrating filial piety, the shopkeeper knew him like the back of his hand and immediately replied. "Your Excellency, Prince Chu Xiu's birth mother was of humble origins and passed away early. He was frail and sickly from childhood, confined to the cold palace for years. Timid and unassertive, he held no presence among the princes or the court, nearly invisible. Indeed, many believed the 9th prince had long perished in that cold palace." "That was then," Gao Yuan interrupted. "I want to know about now." "Yes." Shopkeeper, interrupted, paused briefly to gather his thoughts, then continued. "Over the past month, the 9th prince's disposition seems to have changed. The former minister of revenue's corruption provoked the emperor's wrath, yet nothing could be done about it. Then, 37 officials in the capital had their households slaughtered overnight. To this day, no one knows who committed the murders, and I've found not a single clue. I only received word from the palace that it might be connected to this 9th prince." Gao Yuan's pupils contracted slightly as his fingers began tapping on the table. 37 officials and their entire families slaughtered overnight, with no trace left behind. It reminded him of the incident on the ancient Yanshan Trail. "Shopkeeper," he continued. "Next, the 2nd prince had his title revoked and was confined to his residence, forbidden to leave. Then, the crown prince was directly deposed and imprisoned within the imperial mausoleum. These two were the most formidable contenders in the prince's power struggle. Yet their downfalls came swiftly and appeared justified, though both seemed connected to this 9th prince. Your Excellency, a crucial event occurred before the crown prince's downfall." Gao Yuan observed the solemn expression on the shopkeeper's face and nodded encouragingly, signaling him to continue. The shopkeeper interlaced his fingers, furrowed his brow, and spoke solemnly. "The death of the northern barbarian Khan, Tuli, who perished alongside 10,000 barbarian cavalry at One Line Heaven. This too is connected to the 9th prince. Our intelligence reports indicated that the 9th prince arrived at Yunzhou City in the northern frontier before the Great Battle. After the war, he returned to the capital of Great Xia. Not long after, the crown prince fell from power. Then came the recent crisis. The Great Xia treasury was depleted. Shuafeng Pass, already short on provisions and military pay, was under relentless northern barbarian harassment. Its fall seemed imminent. Yet overnight, officials throughout the capital declared themselves moved by His Royal Highness the 9th Prince's filial devotion, collectively donating 6,200,000 taels of silver and nearly 2 million shur of grain. The capital is abuzz with praise for the 9th Prince, commendably virtuous, filial piety that moves heaven. "Shopkeeper," he said, his face breaking into a look of astonishment just as he should, all while observing Gao Yuan's expression. He noticed Gao Yuan's expression had grown strangely blank, no anger, no shock. Instead, it seemed as if he were confirming something. "Cowardice? Transparency?" Gao Yuan murmured these words under his breath. Suddenly, he laughed. The fatigue of many days made his laughter dry and hoarse. Like two pieces of sandpaper grinding against each other, it rang out piercingly in the silent night. "Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" He laughed and laughed, his body shaking violently with the force of his laughter. "So that's how it is. So that's how it was. His birth mother was of lowly status and frail health. Had she not been hidden away, she would surely have died young. A transparent figure ignored by all, frail, near death, hidden away in the cold palace was the perfect disguise. Only thus could one survive within the palace, a place that devoured its subjects whole. Only thus could one secretly accumulate strength without being detected by those lofty beings who scorned her like an insect. And only then, once sufficient power was amassed, could one bare fangs, strike with lethal precision, and remain concealed without arousing suspicion. Purging the bureaucracy serves to eliminate rivals and install loyalists. Stirring rivalry among princes is a way to use others' hands to weaken opponents. In the end, eliminate rivals, emerge triumphantly, rally the masses with a call to arms, and win renown as the virtuous leader. Each step was precise, ruthless, and efficient. And he himself, the Grand Master of Ceremonies whom the Great Zhou held in highest esteem, arrived with 500 elite troops in a grand procession, believing himself a tiger descending the mountain. And what was the result? From the moment he left the Jade capital, he became nothing more than a plaything in the hands of this madman. Poison, traps, assassination attempts, eerie howls. The enemy didn't regard him as an equal adversary at all, but rather toyed with him like a mouse ignorant of the vastness of the world. Humiliation, rage, terror. Every emotion churned within him, coalescing into a cold chill that shot from his soles to the crown of his head. It extinguished all his turbulent feelings, leaving only icy calm. Gao Yuan's laughter gradually ceased. He lifted his head, his expression serene, yet his bloodshot eyes burned with a flame bordering on madness. He finally saw his opponent's face clearly. This was no reckless, arrogant madman, but a true monster lurking behind the scenes. So you were hiding here. Gao Yuan spoke slowly, enunciating each syllable. His voice was not loud, yet it sent a chill through the shopkeeper standing opposite him. He stared calmly at the man before him, issuing an order in a tone that was utterly new, bitterly cold. From this moment on, abandon all plans targeting the Emperor of Daxia and the Imperial Court. The shopkeeper was startled and replied solemnly. Sir, this violates protocol. You have no. Gao Yuan raised a hand to silence him, drawing a token from his robe with the other and flashing it before the shopkeeper. Without a moment's hesitation, the shopkeeper immediately responded. I obey your command, Your Excellency. Gao Yuan leaned forward, his face distorted and menacing in the flickering lamplight. Now, you have only one enemy, Chu Xiu. Give me a list. Every official and military commander promoted in the capital recently, regardless of rank. If they have even the slightest connection to Chu Xiu, I want them. And their families, addresses, vulnerabilities. I want to know everything. The shopkeeper nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Excellency. After the shopkeeper departed, Gao Yuan blew out the oil lamp, its flame as large as a soybean, plunging himself into complete darkness. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, pondering his next move. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow blending seamlessly with the night silently slipped away from the rooftop. Within listening to Rain Garden, Chu Xiu reclined on his bed, flipping through a rare medical text. Your Highness, Gao Yuan, the envoy of Great Zhou, secretly met with their highest-ranking spy in the capital of Great Xiaocode named the shopkeeper. It has been confirmed that the shopkeeper is the proprietor of Yuan Heiji restaurant in the southern part of the city, and also the mastermind behind the operation, Yuan Shao. 3 spies have been dispatched to follow him. This is their conversation during the meeting. Ghost 7 appeared silently, delivered the report swiftly, and handed a letter to Chu Xiu. Thanks to Zhu, who loves shrimp chips and stir-fried cucumber, for sending the bubble milk quinoa. Chapter 92, Chu Wei, the Great Zhou has truly arrived. So scary. Chu Xiu set down the ancient text, glanced over the letter, and clicked his tongue thoughtfully. The Great Zhou truly has an abundance of talent. Chen Xingji, a mere northern frontier general, orchestrating events from the shadows without even stepping onto the battlefield himself, has thrown the northern frontier into utter chaos. Even our Great Xia's military genius, Grand Marshal Lin Xiaotian, can only hold his ground. As for Gao Yuan, the Minister of Ceremonies of the Great Zhou, needless to say, to be toyed with like that and still maintain such composure is a sight rarely seen in my lifetime. Contrast that with our Great Xia court, the capable merely avoid mistakes to protect themselves, while the mediocre, the treacherous, and the corrupt run rampant. No wonder our nation's strength keeps declining while Great Zhou thrives. My father, the Emperor, truly labors tirelessly, diligently tending to this mess. As his son, I should learn from His Majesty and strive to ease his burdens. As he spoke, Chu Xiu's eyes brimmed with reverence as his gaze turned toward the imperial palace. Under the enhancement of the Emperor's Qi reading technique, the golden orb within the hall of cultivating the heart trembled intermittently, revealing emotions of fear, unease, and panic. Chu Xiu sighed. The Great Zhou has sent envoys. Though Father Emperor may not yet know their true intentions, he must have guessed. Father Emperor truly labors so hard. My heart aches for him. We must resolve some troubles for him first. Otherwise, when the Great Zhou's 200,000-strong army reaches the border, Father Emperor will surely be burdened with even greater worries upon learning of it. The Zhou envoy died shortly after entering the capital. Regardless of who killed him, it's a significant problem. Chu Xiu sighed, feeling disappointed that he couldn't eliminate the source of this trouble. After a moment's thought, the corners of his mouth lifted as he ordered. Issue the order, keep a close watch on the shopkeeper. Follow the trail and root out every single Great Zhou spy hidden within the capital. Hand them over to the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. Then deliver both the shopkeeper's head and the list he demanded to Gao Yuan. Tell him to speak gently when he meets His Majesty. Don't frighten the Emperor. Otherwise, I'll sever his head and present it to the Emperor of Great Zhou. Yes, Your Highness. Oh, and His Majesty must be deeply troubled now. Send someone to deliver a bowl of calming soup, lest his worries cause another sleepless night. Yes, Your Highness. After Yao Qi acknowledged the order once more, he vanished without a trace. Chu Xiu gazed at the palace with a pained expression, murmuring, "Father, please rest well. Don't let worry turn your hair white. Your son truly feels for you." Inside the hall of cultivating the heart, the air seemed frozen solid. Chu Wei paced restlessly with his hands behind his back, like an old beast trapped in a cage. The flickering candlelight cast his shadow across the walls, stretching and shrinking, warping and distorting. The golden bricks beneath his feet seemed to grow warm under his weight, emitting dull thuds with each step. The palace doors were tightly shut, the windows securely locked, yet he felt cold winds seeping in from every direction, creeping through the slightest cracks and chilling him to the bone. "Your Majesty, the night is deep. Your health is paramount. Please rest." Chief Eunuch Wang Defu, bowing low, offered a cup of calming tea with cautious words of comfort. His voice trembled. Chu Wei abruptly halted his steps and swept the teacup away from Wang Defu's outstretched hand. Clang! The exquisite white jade teacup shattered on the floor, its fragments scattering everywhere. Scorching tea splashed onto Wang Defu's hand, yet he dared not even wrinkle his brow. Instead, he knelt prostrate on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. "This servant deserves death. This servant deserves death. Rest? How can I rest?" Chu Wei's eyes blazed crimson, his expression frenzied as he pointed toward the palace gates and roared. "The envoy of Great Zhou, that Gao Yuan. He entered the city today. They're no envoys. They're demons sent by the Great Zhou to claim lives. All these years, how many nations Gao Yuan has visited as envoy have not fallen? He's come to Great Xia for Chen Xingji's head to hold me accountable. One misstep and my Great Xia will be no more. And do you see? They're all wounded, every last one of them a sorry sight. Someone wants them dead to stop him from coming. What do you think happens if they can't come? Great Zhou would declare war on Great Xia. Do you know what the outcome of war would be?" As Chu Wei roared, he paced restlessly, the hem of his bright yellow dragon robe sweeping back and forth across the mirror-smooth gold bricks. The movement sent shards of porcelain clattering across the floor, their sharp clangs against the gold tiles piercing the eardrums. Wang Defu remained silent, kneeling obediently as he endured the full force of Chu Wei's fury. "Your Majesty, urgent report from the Imperial Guard Command." A commander of the Imperial Guard, clad in black armor, knelt on one knee outside the hall. His voice was hushed yet carried clearly inside. Chu Wei abruptly halted, his pupils contracting sharply. His voice, hoarse from his earlier roaring, barked the order. "Enter." "Your Majesty, there are unusual troop movements in Qing, Su, and Yin provinces within the Great Zhou. At least 3 armies, each numbering 10,000 men, have already set out. Along their route, provincial capitals are conducting large-scale requisitioning of provisions. Based on their trajectory, their destination is the southeastern border of our Great Xia. Moreover, logistics supplies are being mobilized across the Great Zhou in unprecedented scale. This servant estimates at least 200,000 men's worth of provisions. Additionally, according to confidential reports from Shuafeng Pass, the 100,000 northern barbarian cavalry that arrived beyond the pass remain stationary, showing no signs of attacking the city." As the Imperial Guard commander's voice fell, the hall plunged into deathly silence. Chu Wei's face flushed crimson, then drained to white, then turned ashen, his chest heaving violently. The Great Zhou's armies had mobilized. This was no minor skirmish, they were heading straight for the Great Xia border. This was a clear sign that negotiations had failed and war was imminent. But what sent a chill deeper into his heart was the subsequent report. The entire Great Zhou Empire was mobilizing its logistics. How many tens of thousands of troops would that require? And with 100,000 northern barbarian iron cavalry at our doorstep, are we truly just preparing to watch the show? Question after question seemed to carry its own definitive answer, like red-hot branding irons searing into his heart. Before he could catch his breath, another figure knelt outside the hall, reporting. "Your Majesty, an urgent report from the Imperial Secret Service." Chu Wei ground out a single word through clenched teeth. "Speak." The Imperial spy entered the hall. Spotting the commander of the Imperial Guard, his eyes flickered with surprise before composing himself. He reported. "The envoy Gao Yuan and his delegation from Great Zhou are staying at the Ministry of Ceremonies guest house. Half an hour ago, they received an anonymous letter delivered by a stone. The contents are unknown, but judging by its appearance, it appears to be a warning." Subsequently, numerous individuals carrying food boxes entered the guest house. Upon investigation, they were all proprietors of major restaurants in the capital. Among them, there should be spies from Great Zhou. I have already dispatched men to follow them. A warning? Who dares warn the minister of the Ministry of Ceremonies of the Great Zhou? In Chu Wei's mind, countless scattered clues were suddenly woven together by an invisible force. Why did the Great Zhou mobilize its troops? Because their northern frontier general Chen Xingji is dead. Why had Gao Yuan come? Chen Xingji's head had been presented to him, the Emperor of Daxia. Gao Yuan had come to demand retribution. Yet upon his arrival, he was immediately warned. Of the original 600-plus envoys, only 100 remained upon reaching the Great Xia capital. Who dared to lay a hand on the general of the northern frontier and the minister of ceremonies of the Great Zhou? To kill Chen Xingji and then warn Gao Yuan? Chapter 93, Chu Wei, I'm helpless, let me have some soup first. Under heaven, who possesses such audacity? Who possesses such power? A sickly, pale face, always wearing an innocent smile, appeared vividly in Chu Wei's mind. Chu Xiu. Rebellious son. That unfilial son again. Ah. Chu Wei let out an uncontrollable growl, whirling around and kicking over the nearby rosewood incense table. Incense burners and ornaments shattered with a clatter across the floor. The Imperial Guard commander and the palace secret agent knelt down as well, joining Wang Difu in a row. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. Chu Wei's eyes blazed crimson as he pointed eastward toward the Imperial Palace, his finger trembling violently from the force of his grip. I knew it. I knew it. He killed Chen Qingji and caused an enormous scandal. The Great Zhou will not let this go. Now look, the Great Zhou has truly come knocking at our door. The Great Zhou. That is the Great Zhou. Chu Wei's voice cracked with tears, filled with endless terror and despair. He even forgot his imperial dignity, wailing openly before the Imperial Guard and the Palace Secret Service. Their blades cut sharper than ours, their armor harder than ours, their treasury fuller than ours, and their fierce generals and cunning strategists are as numerous as the stars. How can we fight? With what can we fight? All these years I've toiled diligently, guarding this kingdom riddled with holes for what? So this ungrateful son could squander it all? Wang Difu's forehead pressed tightly against the cold stone floor. Hearing Chu Wei's words, he instinctively pleaded in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your health is paramount. Calm down? How can I calm down? Chu Wei snatched a memorial from the imperial desk and slammed it onto the floor, roaring. Who does he think he is? He killed a few corrupt officials, eliminated 2 worthless princes, and annihilated 100,000 northern barbarian troops. Does he truly believe he can act with impunity? That is Great Zhou. The very Great Zhou that could destroy our Great Xia. I should never have shown mercy. I should never have borne him, and certainly never allowed him to grow up in the cold palace. I did not raise a son, but a grim reaper. A demon sent to uproot the foundations of our Great Xia. His rage fueled his curses, yet fear consumed him. Finally, he collapsed onto the dragon throne, gasping for breath. Wang Difu knelt on the floor, not daring to lift his head, yet inwardly he was screaming in agony. Your Majesty, you rage now with such fervor, but when the hour of no return truly comes, who else can we rely on but that young master? Just then, a young eunuch scrambled to the palace entrance, his voice trembling with tears. Your Majesty. The ninth prince has sent attendants bearing offerings to request an audience outside the hall. Chu Wei jolted upright like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, springing from the dragon throne. What does he want? He has the nerve to come bearing gifts? The young eunuch, terrified out of his wits, stammered tremulously. His Highness the Ninth Prince says he knows your Majesty is troubled by state affairs. He specially prepared a modest gift to come ease your Majesty's burdens and resolve difficulties. Ease your worries? Upon hearing these 4 words, Chu Wei felt not the slightest comfort. Instead, a chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, and every hair on his body stood on end. He could almost see that rebellious son standing outside the door, his face edged with pure filial piety, holding a box dripping with blood. And inside that box, most likely lay the head of the Great Zhou envoy. No. I won't see him. Chu Wei nearly shouted the words. The young eunuch breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Ninth Prince's gifts were always so outrageous that they terrified the eunuchs every single time. Moreover, His Majesty's mood grew increasingly erratic. Serving in the Hall of Cultivating the Heart had transformed from a position everyone fought tooth and nail for into one everyone shunned. Several connected palace attendants had spent silver and pulled strings to transfer to other halls, leaving only the hard-working souls like them to endure the torment here. The young eunuch couldn't help but beam with joy, darting away as if flying. But after just 2 steps, before he could take the third, he heard Chu Wei's hoarse command. Bring him in. Yes, your Majesty. The young eunuch spun mid-air, landing in a sliding kneel as he responded toward the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Then, as if mourning a deceased parent, he rose, ignoring the pain in his knees, and turned toward the square below the palace. Chu Wei sat upon the dragon throne, his hands gripping the dragon-headed armrests tightly for support. He braced himself, fearing he might stumble and fall upon witnessing something utterly shocking. Receiving that traitorous son's gift had indeed taught him a lesson. Chu Wei eyed the wooden box presented before him. Its dimensions brought him relief. Measuring a foot square, it was certainly too small to hold the head of Gao Yuan, the envoy of the Great Zhou. As for fingers or other body parts, as long as Gao Yuan remained alive, everything else could be negotiated. Wang Difu, open it. Yes, your Majesty. Wang Difu, who had just found a comfortable kneeling position that wasn't too tiring, instinctively responded to the Emperor's summons. Then his entire body shuddered. He lifted his head, staring at the wooden box, his face contorted like a bitter melon. Inside, he screamed. Your Majesty, why must it always be this old servant? Didn't that little eunuch bring it right to your feet? Couldn't you just have him open it? Your Highness, please don't send anything from someone's body. This old servant is terrified. This is too much for me. He roared inwardly, but Wang Difu quickly rose to his feet, approached Chu Wei, and tremblingly opened the wooden box. A wisp of white mist rose, followed by a pleasant, refreshing fragrance blending the scents of various fruits. Wang Difu's eyes lit up at the scent, his sour expression softening as he leaned in curiously. As the mist dissipated, he saw a transparent glass cup warmed by a copper brazier. Inside, a pink liquid swayed gently, rippling with captivating waves. Beside the copper brazier lay a letter. This familiar combination brought complete relief to Wang Difu's heart. This was a sure thing. The pink broth was undoubtedly a restorative tonic sent by His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, and the letter surely contained words of concern for His Majesty. With a smile, Wang Difu carried the glass bowl to Chu Wei and said, "Your Majesty, it seems His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince has devised another excellent restorative broth and sent it especially for your enjoyment. And the letter, I'm sure, contains words of concern for your health, urging you to take care of your royal body and not overwork yourself. His Royal Highness truly possesses admirable filial devotion, keeping you in his thoughts at all times." Seeing it was medicinal broth, Chu Wei relaxed considerably. Yet upon hearing Wang Difu's exaggerated praise of his unfilial son, his eyes instantly turned icy, brimming with deep resentment. This unfilial son was truly excessively filial. So devoted that he kept him living in torment every single day. So devoted that he crippled both his sons. So dutiful it forged divine weapons capable of seizing the throne. So dutiful it killed Chen Xingji and invited the great Zhou. So dutiful that sleepless nights turned his hair white. Every worry he harbors stems from this rebellious son's filial piety. As the Emperor of Great Xia, he lived in constant dread, utterly helpless. Who could possibly come to his aid? Never mind. I'll just have some soup. Drink up, maybe I'll get some rest. Chapter 94, Minister Gao, your delivery has arrived. Chu Wei lifted the crystal goblet, staring at the pink medicinal broth. His Adam's apple bobbed once, and his heart twisted again. He set the goblet down and picked up the letter instead. The handwriting was as elegant and neat as ever, and the content was as heartrendingly filial as always. Father, you toil day and night for the state. Your son cannot bear to see this and finds no rest in sleep. Today, I happened upon an ancient formula for calming the spirit. Made with snow lotus from Mount Tian, pearls from the East Sea, and blended with honey from 100 flowers, it can soothe the mind and aid your majesty in a night of restful sleep. I implore your majesty to cherish your health and refrain from excessive worry. All matters rest with your humble son. All matters rest with your humble son. Chu Wei's hand trembled, and the letter fluttered to the ground. Those 6 words struck him with more dread than the entire Zhou army. What did this mean? Was it telling him to contentedly play puppet while the great Xia handled everything? That ungrateful son. Chu Wei stared at the bowl of pink soup, no longer seeing it as some divine elixir, but rather a bowl of Mengpo's soup that could grant him eternal rest. Yet days of terror and anxiety had already drained his spirit dry. Exhaustion washed over him like waves crashing against his frayed nerves, his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds of iron. Enough. Chu Wei let out a long, weary sigh and lifted the crystal bowl. Even if it contained poison, if it could grant him a peaceful sleep, it seemed worth it. After all, the soup this ungrateful son delivered each time tasted genuinely good, and its effects were surprisingly effective. He closed his eyes and drained the warm liquid in one gulp. An indescribable sweetness and fragrance instantly blossomed in his mouth, sliding down his throat into his belly. It transformed into a warm current, swiftly spreading throughout his entire body. His body, previously taut as a bowstring, relaxed strangely in that moment. The fear and restlessness that had been coiled in his mind, concerns about the great Zhou, his rebellious son, and the fate of the empire seemed to be gently erased by an invisible hand. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness, too heavy to resist, crashed over him like a tidal wave. Chu Wei's head drooped, his eyelids closed completely. Leaning back against the dragon throne, he emitted a deep, resonant snore. Your Majesty? Wang Difu called out tentatively. The only response was the sound of his breathing, now steadier and longer. Wang Difu leaned closer, staring at Chu Wei's face still etched with worry, yet finally relaxed in sleep and froze in place. He fell asleep? One moment he seemed possessed by madness, the next he slept like a child. He cautiously checked Chu Wei's breath steady and strong. Wang Difu straightened up and looked at the empty glass cup, his expression utterly captivating. It was awe, it was astonishment, and above all, it was fear that ran deep to the bone. The Ninth Prince's soup, truly divine. He murmured to himself before urgently summoning several young eunuchs. With 7 hands and 8 feet, they lifted the sleeping Chu Wei into the sleeping chamber with the utmost care. After attending to the emperor's bedtime, Wang Difu stood outside the hall, gazing toward the eastern listening rain garden. He bowed deeply. This bow was not for a prince, nor for the king of hell, but for a devoted son concerned for his father. 2 days later. South of the city, Yuan Heiji Restaurant. In a hidden chamber at the rear courtyard, Yuan Xiao the shopkeeper, a top-secret agent of the Great Zhou, carefully folded a sheet of paper covered in names, preparing to conceal it within a specially crafted message tube. Over the past 2 days, he had mobilized numerous undercover agents throughout the capital and finally obtained what Gao Yuan required. It contained the names of every official promoted in the capital since the case of the former Minister of Revenue, along with their overt and covert connections to the Ninth Prince, Chu Xiu. Even this seasoned spy felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing the list. The Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Personnel. New faces had risen to power in nearly every crucial government office. Behind every official still holding their post, without exception, loomed the shadow of Tingyu Garden. That Ninth Prince had, silently and unnoticed, extended his tentacles into every corner of the Great Xia court. If Chu Xiu were to see this list, he would merely blink and mutter. I've never even heard of most of these officials. Those whose names I have heard either sent calling cards seeking an audience with me or left their names on the Filial Piety donation register. How did they become my people? Yuan Shao took a deep breath, stashed the scroll away, and was about to rise, intending to find an opportunity to deliver it to the postal station as soon as possible. Without warning, every hair on his body stood on end. A palpable sense of mortal danger, like being locked in the gaze of a ferocious beast, seized his heart. Without a second thought, he rolled violently to the side, his right hand already reaching for the soft sword concealed at his waist. Yet though he moved swiftly, someone was faster. A shadow seemed to seep out from the wall's darkness, silent and swift beyond his comprehension. He only caught a glimpse of a pair of eyes devoid of any emotion. The next moment, his world spun violently. He saw his own body, saw that familiar secret chamber, saw the blood gushing from his own neck. My head is gone. This was his final thought before leaving this world. The shadowy figure caught Yuan Zhao's head, while the other hand deftly retrieved the message tube from his embrace. The motion flowed seamlessly, without a single wasted movement. It was clear the shadow had been concealed within the secret chamber long before, observing every word and action Yuan Zhao made within its confines. Then, the shadow dissolved back into the darkness, vanishing as if it had never been there. Honglu Temple Inn. Gao Yuan sat by the window, his expression serene. The exhaustion and disarray he had felt upon entering the capital of the Great Xia had vanished. He had reverted to being the Grand Minister of Ceremonies of the Great Zhou, a figure whose very name struck fear into the hearts of all under heaven. Wherever he went, nations either submitted or faced annihilation. Gao Yuan gazed at the overcast sky, feeling the winter in the capital of Daxia, which was slightly warmer than that of the Great Zhou. He thought to himself. 2 days have passed, yet there's still no word from the innkeeper. Is it because too many officials are involved? Or has something gone wrong? That madman, the Ninth Prince, truly was a formidable opponent. He now felt like a blindfolded warrior, sensing fierce beasts circling nearby yet unable to pinpoint their positions, much less anticipate when they would strike. This waiting in the dark was more agonizing than direct combat. Gao Yuan took a sip of tea, suppressing the restlessness in his heart and the sudden, ominous foreboding that had arisen. The might of the Great Zhou dynasty and his own abilities had instilled in him an unparalleled confidence. This sudden, ominous foreboding was something he had never experienced before. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible sound broke the silence of the room, jarringly out of place. Gao Yuan whipped his head around, his pupils instantly contracting. On his desk, a wooden box measuring roughly 1.5 feet square had appeared, along with a familiar Yuan Heiji branded letter tube. Every muscle in his body instantly tensed, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Scanning the room, he saw no sign of anyone. If someone could place an object on his desk without a sound, leaving no trace, they could just as easily take his life without a whisper. That faint sound earlier had been a warning. To warn him that someone had been there. To warn him to open the box. Gao Yuan stood frozen in place for a long moment before slowly exhaling a heavy breath. With leaden steps, he moved toward the desk. First, he picked up the letter tube. Opening it, he found the very list he had longed for inside. His heart sank. He murmured softly, something really has gone wrong. Then, he reached out and placed his hand on the wooden box's lid, his fingertips feeling icy cold. He took a deep breath and abruptly flung the lid open. A head with eyes wide open, its face still frozen in utter terror, stared back at him. It was Yuan Shao. Gao Yuan's body swayed violently, nearly losing his footing. Beside Yuan Zhao's head lay a note. His trembling hands reached for it. Only 2 lines were written in neat, elegant script, yet they radiated a madness that sent a chill through his entire body. Here's the list. Tell me what you want. Don't let these vermin roam freely in the capital, they'll disturb the emperor. Behave yourself, or I'll sever your head and present it to the emperor of Great Zhou. Thanks to Zhu, who loves shrimp chips and stir-fried cucumbers, for the update prompt. Thanks to deeply rooted Xianjiang for the flowers. Thanks to everyone, moi. Chapter 95, Gao Yuan, I won't give up, I won't run away, I will wait. Gao Yuan felt his blood freeze, his limbs turning icy cold, even his breath carrying a bone-chilling chill. The neatly written note in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Just say what you want. Would it disturb Father Emperor? He lowered his gaze to the wooden box, staring at Yuan Zhao's wide, frozen eyes filled with endless terror. A chill crept up his spine and settled at the back of his head. This was no longer a warning. It was a show of force. It was a naked, unadorned cat toying with a mouse kind of taunt. The other was using Yuan Zhao's head to tell him. Yao Yuan, along with the entire Great Zhou delegation, lived every moment in the capital of Great Xia under the watchful gaze of a pair of eyes. His meticulously laid plans, the Great Zhou's painstakingly cultivated spy network, all were transparent jokes before this pair of eyes. Yuan Shao, one of the Great Zhou's most elite spies, had infiltrated the capital for years. His intellect and tactics were first-rate, turning the Great Xia capital into a sieve. Yet, merely by revealing himself within the guest house, he met his end. Yao Yuan had no doubt that everyone Yuan Shao had ever contacted, and everyone those people had ever contacted, were now caught in an invisible net that had long since enveloped them all. The Great Zhou spies among them had surely been identified and exposed. He had originally planned to use this list to make demands during his audience with the Great Xia Emperor, forcing him to hand over the murderer and then leveraging the opportunity to impose even harsher terms. But now, the list itself had become a searing brand. He took it as if it were charity from the other person. The other person, not in the slightest, cared. Yao Yuan slowly sank back into his chair, section by section, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. He laid the roster and the notes side by side on the table, silent for a long time. After a long while, he let out a long sigh, filled with bitterness and resignation. It was futile. Any further missteps, and the next head stuffed into a box would be his own. If he died, under Chu Xiu's control, he believed no one in the Great Zhou would ever know that among the princes of the Great Xia, there had been such a terrifying figure. Yao Yuan's voice was hoarse and dry as he commanded, "Someone come." A guard pushed open the door. "Sir." Yao Yuan waved his hand wearily. "Pass on the order, everyone, relax. Those wishing to leave the inn may do so. Feel free to go out and purchase some specialties of the Great Xia." The guard hesitated slightly. "But..." Yao Yuan closed his eyes and said, "Go ahead. We're perfectly safe here. There's nothing to worry about. Everyone conserve your strength. Wait." He wouldn't give up. The enemy was flawless, leaving no openings. He could only wait for an opportunity, or create one. He wanted to see with his own eyes how this madman lurking in the shadows would respond to an open strategy. The next day, before dawn, at the gates of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Punishment, night watchmen yawned as they pushed open the doors, ready to begin another day's work. Ouch! A startled cry pierced the morning's tranquility. Before each courthouse entrance lay a chaotic heap of bodies, each tightly bound, mouths stuffed with cloth, unconscious. Even more unsettling, a letter was pinned to each person's chest with a safety pin. Soon, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Punishment were urgently roused from their beds. These two high-ranking officials, known for their composure and authority, now stood in their respective offices, staring at the identical scene before them, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. The contents of the letters were horrifyingly detailed. Zhang San, third-class spy in the Great Zhou's Jingzha operation. Undercover identity, accountant at the Fortune Comes cloth shop in the eastern city. Responsible for gathering intelligence on grain prices, cloth prices, and other essential goods in the capital. Li Si, a second-class spy in the Great Zhou's Guyu operation, operates undercover as a librarian in the Hanlin Academy. His mission is to bribe low-ranking officials and probe the imperial court's policy developments. Each letter laid bare a Great Zhou spy's identity, mission, contact methods, and residence in stark detail. Beside this pile of unconscious spies lay a quietly placed oilcloth bundle. Opening it revealed an even longer list. The list enumerated nearly 100 names, all Great Zhou spies still lurking throughout the capital, yet to be apprehended. Whoa! The Minister of Justice sucked in a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had always believed the capital was impregnable, yet it had been infiltrated by the Great Zhou like a sieve. If these spies were to strike simultaneously, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Minister of Justice's face turned ashen, his thoughts running deeper. Who possessed such extraordinary power to uproot the Great Zhou's spy network entirely, then deliver it to them in this manner? Gratitude? There was indeed a trace of it. But overwhelmingly, there was dread. A deep-seated, visceral dread toward this unknown force. If this force could so easily capture the Great Zhou's spies, could it not just as easily have them, these high officials of the court, bound and dumped at the courthouse gates one morning, with evidence of their corruption and malfeasance attached? After a moment of alarm, the two ministers' minds began to race. They both simultaneously realized this was an immense achievement. To wipe out all of Great Zhou's spies in the capital at once, what an extraordinary achievement. When His Majesty learned of it, he would be overjoyed. Could the rewards possibly be meager? As for that mysterious well-wisher, who cares who they were? The credit must be theirs. True to their reputation as longtime rivals, these two had engaged in countless open and covert struggles in the court. Their thoughts and reactions were identical. The Minister of Justice acted decisively. Quick! Issue the order. Order all inspectors and assessors to assemble their men and conduct citywide arrests according to this list. Not a single one must be spared. Almost simultaneously, the Minister of Justice issued an identical order. All chief clerks and clerks, muster your constables immediately and bring every person on this list before me. Whoever captures the most shall receive a generous reward. If even one is missing, you'll all be sent packing. Thus, an absurd farce unfolded with great fanfare throughout the capital's streets and alleys. Outside a private residence in the western city district. Bang! A Dali temple constable kicked open the courtyard gate and bellowed. Imperial Court of Justice. All persons inside, surrender immediately. As they burst through the gate, they collided head-on with another group. The chief constable of the Ministry of Justice flashed his badge and barked. Ministry of Justice arrest. All non-essential personnel stand down. What business does the Ministry of Justice have here? We of the Supreme Court had this man in our sights first. Bull. Our minister got the list before dawn. Who the hell do you think you are? Bull. Your minister can't even get out of bed before dawn. What list did he get? Did you follow us? The two groups stood their ground in the small courtyard, spitting venom at each other. The great Joe spy inside the house was stunned into silence. Seizing the moment while the two factions were locked in heated argument, he scaled the back wall and took off running. Chapter 96, Imperial Spy. This bone smells delicious, I must eat it. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly throughout the capital. The two highest authorities tasked with upholding law and order in Great Xia had completely torn apart their facade in a scramble for credit. What began as a verbal dispute quickly escalated into shoving, culminating in a full-blown brawl. You dare touch my men? Brothers, beat them. How dare you? You hit someone from the Ministry of Justice? Beat him to death. In an instant, chaos erupted across the capital. Clubs and fists flew everywhere, mingling with screams and curses. The Great Joe spies caught few suspects, while their own men ended up bloodied and battered, with wounded filling the camp. The commotion was too great, prompting many Joe spies to go into hiding or flee outright. News reached Tingyu Garden. Chu Xiu sat leisurely trimming a plum blossom branch with a pair of small scissors. After hearing Yu Chi's report, his hands paused mid-motion. He shook his head helplessly and muttered, "What a bunch of useless fools." He sighed, his voice thick with disappointment as he continued. They fought over food right in front of them. Setting down the shears, he wiped his hands with a silk handkerchief and sighed. Relying on this bunch of good-for-nothings, Father Emperor's empire will be torn apart by their own people sooner or later. Father must be so exhausted. Chu Xiu rose and walked to the window, gazing at the rare bright sunlight outside. He murmured softly, "Since they're useless, let's not have them get in the way." He turned and instructed Yu Chi. Deliver that most complete list directly to the Imperial Secret Services office. Additionally, have the ghosts eliminate those Great Joe spies who were startled by the Ministry of Punishment and the Supreme Court. Deliver their bodies to the homes of the ministers of both departments. Yes, Your Highness. The Imperial Secret Service Bureau, a hidden stronghold concealed beneath the bustling streets of the capital. Commander Wang Yang sat upright in the main hall, meticulously polishing his ever-present embroidered spring dagger with the precision of a sacred ritual. Suddenly, a trusted spy stumbled into the chamber, his face deathly pale. Forgetting even to bow in greeting, he blurted out frantically, "Commander! Trouble's brewing." Wang Yang didn't pause his knife wiping, not even lifting an eyelid as he replied, "What's the panic?" His voice remained steady, devoid of emotion, as he continued, "If the sky falls, someone tall enough will hold it up." The spy swallowed hard, presenting a brown paper bag and a letter with both hands, his voice trembling with fear. Someone slipped this directly into our council chamber. Not a single one of the 31 brothers inside the council chamber, nor the sentries stationed around it, noticed a thing. Wang Yang's knife-wiping motion froze abruptly. He slowly raised his head, his hawk-like eyes finally leaving the blade's edge to settle on his subordinate's face. The council chamber? The headquarters of the Imperial Secret Service, one of the highest-level secrets within the entire Great Xia dynasty. Only he, a handful of high-ranking officials from the Imperial Guard Command, and His Majesty the Emperor knew of its existence. Now, someone had managed to slip something in undetected, without anyone noticing? A chill shot up Wang Yang's spine, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. This wasn't infiltration, it was a grand, open return home. He took the brown paper bag, its weight heavy in his hands. The accompanying envelope bore no sender's name, only the character red written in vermilion ink. Wang Yang opened the envelope. The letter contained only one line. When food is placed before the dog's mouth, the dog only knows how to bite each other. The Emperor's spies should be more useful than them. The handwriting was neat and elegant. The first sentence carried a hint of helpless disappointment, while the second conveyed a sense of trust that this was only natural. Wang Yang's heart skipped a beat. Father? His mind immediately turned to Chu Xiu. Not any other prince. The crown prince had been in the imperial mausoleum for some time now. How could he possibly have emerged? The second prince spent his days indulging in wine and revelry at his estate, cursing his father at every turn. The fourth and seventh princes lacked the audacity to provoke the imperial spies. The other princes were all stationed in fiefdoms elsewhere, leaving only the ninth prince. Moreover, Wang Yang had interacted most frequently with the ninth prince. This mysterious, elusive ninth prince he constantly speaks of, Father the Emperor. That ninth prince had actually infiltrated the Imperial Secret Service's headquarters. Truly, his reach was far and wide. Wang Yang suppressed the storm raging within his heart and opened the brown paper bag. With a rustle, a thick stack of papers spilled onto the desk. The top sheet revealed detailed intelligence on the brawl between the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, both vying for credit in the street fight. It recorded with crystal clarity which constable had his head split open and which officer had his leg broken. Wang Yang's face twitched. He continued reading. Below was a list. A list so long it made his breath catch in his throat. Zhoumi, Jingzhi Class A No. 3, Undercover Identity, Deputy Director of the Ministry of Ceremonies Postal Service, responsible for monitoring the movements of foreign diplomatic missions, with direct access to Gao Yuan. Sun Shi, Guyu Class B7, Undercover Identity, Staff Advisor to the Director of the Armory Department, Ministry of War. Responsible for drafting the standard military equipment diagrams for the Great Xia Army. Wu Yong, White Class C1, Undercover Identity, Guest Scholar at the residence of the Fourth Prince, Chu Mo responsible for fomenting rivalry among the princes and sowing confusion within the imperial court. Every name, every code, every covert identity, every assigned mission. Every piece of information was detailed to an unsettling degree. This was no longer a mere list. It was a thoroughly dissected and exposed blueprint of the Great Zhou's spies and the Great Xia capital's networks. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Yang's forehead. He recalled yesterday's farce in the capital and the dozens of spies discarded at the gates of those two government offices. It turned out that was just the tip of the iceberg. It turned out that was merely a bone tossed out to tease the dog. Turns out, the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Punishment were truly that useless they couldn't even bite down on a bone fed to them. Wang Yang desperately wanted to shout, "This bone smells so good, I want to eat it." If he could just bite down, he could uproot the Great Zhou's decades-long network of spies in the capital, root and all. He began to suspect instinctively. Who could possibly wield such immense power? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Wang Yang wanted to slap himself silly. What the hell was he thinking? He'd just been speculating that the ninth prince had infiltrated his own prefecture. That ninth prince, Chu Xiu, the one everyone had overlooked before, yet who had quietly stirred up turbulent winds across both the Great Xia and Great Zhou. Besides him, who else could it be? Wang Yang stared at the letter in his hand, detailing the Zhou dynasty's spy network. He couldn't help but recall the annihilation of the northern barbarians' 100,000-strong army, the bloodbath in the capital's official circles, and the downfall of the crown prince and second prince. Each event carried an uncanny efficiency and precision that seemed beyond human capability. And behind each one, the ninth prince himself appeared, or his shadow lingered. Most crucially, these events ultimately all worked to the Great Xia's advantage. Corrupt officials vanished, and the court was cleansed. The northern barbarians were subdued, securing the borders. Now, the spies of Great Zhou are about to be eradicated as well. Chen Xingji's head matter can wait for now. Chapter 97, can't even handle a small task properly? What a worthless piece of garbage. Wang Yang felt his mouth go dry. As the commander of the Imperial Secret Agents, he prided himself on being the sharpest hidden blade at the Emperor's disposal. Yet compared to the handiwork of this ninth prince, his own efforts seemed like child's play. He was loyal to His Majesty, loyal to the man upon the dragon throne. Yet now, a treasonous thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. What if this ninth prince were to reside in the Eastern Palace? What kind of future would the Great Xia then behold? The thought flickered and vanished, swiftly extinguished by his will. He drew a deep breath, his gaze hardening once more into sharp, icy steel. He was His Majesty's blade. A blade needed no thoughts of its own. Clang! The Xiao-Chun sword slid back into its scabbard. Wang Yang rose, his gaze razor-sharp as he issued his command with unwavering resolve. Transmit my orders. All spies within the capital are to be divided into 120 teams and depart immediately. Follow this list. Before midnight tonight, I want every single person on it brought to me alive or dead, body or soul. Tell the brothers, the disgrace brought upon us by those useless fools at the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, we, the Imperial Secret Agents, will personally restore our honor. Yes, sir. At Wang Yang's command, the once silent Imperial Secret Service Bureau, seemingly devoid of many souls, instantly transformed into a high-speed killing machine. Shadowy figures streamed out through hidden exits like mercury spilling from a vessel, silently merging into the capital's night. No shouting, no scramble for credit or shifting blame. Only precise targeting and efficient execution. One by one, the sleeping spies of the Great Zhou Empire were dragged out of their beds. Those who hadn't slept yet, diligently disguising themselves, playing their roles, and gathering intelligence on the Great Xia, were also surrounded. Those who resisted were killed on the spot. Those who attempted suicide had their jaws dislocated. The entire process unfolded in an eerie silence. By the time the first rays of dawn illuminated the capital, the imperial prison was already crammed with nearly 100 Great Zhou spies, their faces ashen. Wang Yang stood at the prison gate, listening to his confidant's report, the shock in his heart lingering long after. Dismissing his subordinates, he stood alone, bowing deeply toward the direction of the rain-listening garden in the eastern part of the imperial palace. This bow was not about loyalty but reverence, utter admiration. The residence of the Minister of Justice. As dawn's first light began to break, a piercing scream rent the silence of the rear courtyard. Xian Kuan, the Minister of Justice, lay limp on his bed, his face drained of color, streaked only by trails of fresh blood. His trembling fingers pointed toward the ceiling in his bed. The steward, his robe still untied, stumbled into the room only to freeze in place. There, a dozen or so dark figures were bound with hemp rope, hanging like strings of dead fish, some piled on beds, others dangling from the rafters. A dagger pierced each victim's heart, blood soaking through their garments and congealing into a dark crimson. Inside the room, the concubines and maids who had attended the night lay unconscious. "Master! Are you all right? Quick, let me help you out of here." The steward summoned his courage to approach, attempting to help Xian Kuan off the bed and away from this terrifying hell on earth. Xian Kuan's teeth chattered. His legs felt as if lead had been poured into them, unable to move a single step. As the esteemed Minister of Justice, he had witnessed countless bloody scenes and executed countless people through the most severe punishments. Yet confronted with this hellish spectacle in which he himself was the central figure, all his composure and fortitude vanished. Just then, his hand, struggling to move on the bed, brushed against something. He turned his head to look. Beside the pillow lay a wooden box. Thud! The sound of swallowing echoed through the room. The butler also saw the wooden box, his eyes filled with terror. The scene was already terrifying enough. What on earth could be inside that wooden box? Xian Kuan clenched his teeth, his jaws chattering, stammering out. "Open it." Without a word, the butler turned to the frozen servant at the doorway and shouted in a trembling voice. Come here. Didn't you hear the master say to open the wooden box? You, all of you. What are you standing around for? Quickly carry the master out." As if facing a fiery hell, the servants gritted their teeth and charged in like madmen, hoisting Xian Kuan onto their shoulders and rushing him outside. The servant, who was a step too late, feeling helpless and tearful, steeled his courage and approached, trembling as he opened the wooden box. Ah! Another scream pierced the air. Inside lay a severed head. Its eyes remained wide open, frozen in the terror of its final moments. Xian Kuan, who had been carrying it to the doorway, recognized the face inside the wooden box. It was the very same Great Zhou spy who had scaled the wall and fled amidst the chaos yesterday, when the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court were locked in a fierce dispute in the western city. The Ministry of Justice had returned and commissioned an artist to create a portrait. This was the first escapee's reward. He had studied it repeatedly and remembered it clearly. The steward stared trembling at the hellish scene inside the room, his face twisted in grief as he asked. Master. What are we to do now? What to do? Xian Kuan's mind went blank. Just yesterday, he had been gloating over the prospect of reaping a huge wave of merit. After the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court clashed over credit, he'd even stormed into the Supreme Court, arguing fiercely with the Chief Justice until both were red-faced, angrily accusing the other of violating martial ethics. Now, the body of the escaped Great Zhou spy had been delivered to his home, placed on his bed and hung from the rafters. This was the message from the person who delivered the list of Great Zhou spies. Xian Kuan's head was no different from the corpses scattered throughout his room. Fail at even a minor task and you're all useless trash. At nearly the same moment, an equally chilling scene unfolded at the residence of Grand Justice Sun Ming. Two department heads, usually imposing and formidable, now cowered like chickens with their necks wrung, not daring to breathe a word. Yangxin Hall. Chu Wei sat on the dragon throne, his face dark and sullen, listening as Wang Difu reported the events that had unfolded overnight in the capital, his voice strained to remain steady. Your Majesty, Commander Wang Yang of the Imperial Secret Service urgently reports that he has apprehended all Great Zhou spies infiltrating the capital according to the list provided by the mysterious figure. A total of 137 individuals have been captured, with not a single one escaping. Commander Wang Yang is currently conducting rigorous interrogations at the prefecture to see if further information can be extracted. Chu Wei's eyebrows shot up. 137. The Great Zhou had planted so many spies in the capital. As emperor, he was practically living on a sieve. Wang Difu paused, his voice dropping even lower as he said. Additionally, this morning, over a dozen bodies were discovered at the residences of Minister Qian of the Ministry of Justice and Minister Sun of the Supreme Court. All of them were Great Zhou spies who escaped during yesterday's arrests. Thud! Chu Wei slammed his fist hard on the dragon-carved desk, sending the memorials on it flying. Useless! A bunch of useless fools. His chest heaved violently, rage burning his eyes crimson. Chapter 98, Chu Mo, 7th Brother, it's time for us to show off our acting skills. Chu Wei roared furiously. Two department heads, fighting over credit, have brought utter disgrace upon my face and the face of the great Xia. Now they've had the corpses dumped right at their doorsteps. Whose face is this slapping? It's mine. The moment Chu Wei slammed his fist on the table, Wang Difu swiftly dropped to his knees, burying his head even lower, breathing with utmost caution. He sensed this anger from His Majesty was unlike any he had witnessed before. This fury carried with it a sense of utter despondency he had never witnessed before. Of course Chu Wei felt despondent. The 6 ministries and 9 temples, specifically the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, the 2 highest judicial authorities in Great Xia, were filled with useless, incompetent fools who did nothing but collect salaries. He recalled the line from Wang Yang's confidential report before the arrest. Feed the dogs and they only bite each other. That casual mockery, that haughty demeanor. And that horrifyingly detailed list, along with the terrifying ability to infiltrate the Imperial Secret Investigation Bureau undetected. Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu. How far does this traitor's reach extend? How vast is his power? He could uproot the Great Zhou's entire spy network, freely enter the heavily guarded Ministry of State residence, and even infiltrate his most trusted Imperial secret agents. Could he also slip into my own bedchamber at any moment? This thought surged through Chu Wei's mind once more, sending a chill down his spine. Chu Wei abruptly scanned the surroundings, convinced that a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows of the Grand Hall. Watching him with keen interest, watching the ruler of Great Xia fly into a rage over such a trivial matter. Transmit my imperial decree. Chu Wei's voice was hoarse and icy. Hold court. The atmosphere in the Golden Throne Hall was so oppressive it felt suffocating. Civil and military officials stood with hands clasped at their sides, silent as frozen crickets. Xian Kuan, Minister of Justice, and Sun Ming, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, knelt in the center of the hall, their faces ashen, bodies shaking like sieve flour in the wind. Emperor Chu Wei's roar echoed through the hall. I keep you in my service to share the burdens of state, not to stage street brawls for the spies of Great Zhou to mock. You failed to seize the credit, failed to capture the man, and now others must clean up your mess. You even managed to kill the body and deliver it to your own doorstep, as if afraid it might escape again. Where is your honor? Where is the honor of Great Xia? Xian Kuan and Sun Ming slammed their heads against the cold stone floor, thudding repeatedly, unable to utter a word. Their thoughts now were not of honor, but whether their heads remained attached to their necks. The entire court trembled in fear. No one could have imagined the Great Zhou spy case would conclude in such a bizarre and terrifying manner. Who was that mysterious well-wisher? Possessing such extraordinary power, he was far more terrifying than the Great Zhou's own spies. Minister of Revenue Qi Wenba shuddered at the memory of the Grand Justice and Minister of Punishment's fate. The scene was truly gruesome. Yet the next moment, a peculiar smile touched his lips. While others remained clueless about the perpetrator, Qi Wenba was certain it had everything to do with the one master he now served. Only that enigmatic master could pull off such a grand gesture. Then, gratitude welled up in Qi Wenba's heart. The plight of the Minister of Justice and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court was far more shocking than his own ordeal in the secret chamber, where he had been threatened by the Ninth Prince's men. From this perspective, His Highness the Ninth Prince had treated him quite well. At that moment, the 4th Prince Chu Mo glanced at the 7th Prince Chu Yu before stepping forward. He bowed deeply and declared, Father, please calm your anger. Your humble son believes that although the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court have been negligent in their duties, the fact that they managed to round up all the spies of the Great Zhou in one fell swoop is ultimately a tremendous blessing for our Great Xia. Chu Wei snorted coldly but said nothing. The assembled ministers watched Chu Mo with curiosity, puzzled why this usually unassuming 4th Prince had suddenly stepped forward today. What was he up to? Chu Mo continued in a clear voice. Moreover, this affair has made one thing abundantly clear to us all. He swept his gaze around the chamber, his voice tinged with an inexplicable fervor. That is, our Great Xia is not without capable men. Though the Great Zhou is mighty, it need not be feared. Chen Xingji, hailed as the Great Zhou's pillar of the north, kept the northern lands secure and the northern states subjugated, yet he too met his end. And the spy network the Great Zhou painstakingly built in our capital over decades, did it not crumble overnight? A murmur rippled through the hall. That said, the might of Great Zhou was common knowledge. Many officials wore worried expressions, unable to feel truly triumphant. A censor stepped forward and declared, Your Highness, you are mistaken. Precisely because Chen Xingji was assassinated, the entire Great Zhou Empire is seething with rage. They have massed troops at the border, and war is imminent. We must respond with utmost caution, not blind optimism. Caution? The 7th Prince, Chu Yu, also stepped forward, his face bearing a perfectly measured sneer. Censorly, I'd like to ask, how exactly do you propose we exercise caution? Should we cede territory? Pay indemnities? Or hand over the assassin who killed General Chen to appease the Great Zhou's wrath? Censorly was instantly at a loss for words. Chu Mo interjected, Father, I believe the Zhou envoys have come solely to demand accountability and exert pressure. But our Great Xia must never show weakness. Our Great Xia not only possesses the capability to slay their commander, but also the strength to shatter their entire army. We should not merely stand firm, we must strike first and make them witness the majesty of our Great Xia. His words rang out with passionate fervor, yet the ministers in the hall exchanged glances, inwardly cursing him as a madman. Take the offensive? With what? Charge headlong into the iron cavalry of Great Zhou? Chu Wei narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. He observed his two sons, their words echoing each other like a rehearsed play unfolding before him. Sure enough, Chu Xiu revealed his true intentions. He abruptly turned, bowed deeply toward the dragon throne, and declared in a voice as resonant as a bell. Father Emperor, your humble son believes our confidence stems from one man alone. My ninth brother, Chu Xiu. Boom! Those two words exploded like a thunderclap within the golden hall. Every pair of eyes shifted. Chu Xiu spoke with sincere fervor. Though afflicted by a chronic illness, ninth brother harbors a heart devoted to the state. With thunderous resolve, he annihilated 100,000 barbarian cavalry and beheaded Chu Xiu, achieving unparalleled feats for our great Xia. Look around this court in terms of strategy and resolve, who can even begin to match our ninth brother? No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Xiu immediately echoed his words, kneeling and crying out with tears welling in his eyes. Your humble son concurs. Ninth brother possesses both literary and martial virtues, serving the nation and its people he deserves the highest reward. Father Emperor, ninth brother has sacrificed so much for great Xia. We must not let his heart grow cold. We still rely on ninth brother to defend us against great Zhou. The assembled officials stared dumbfounded at the seventh prince, who knelt weeping before them, their expressions soon turning to contempt. As the older brother, all he could think about was relying on his younger brother to save him. Put. No backbone. Chapter 99, Chu Xiu. Gao Yuan is a clever man who will help Father Emperor clean up the mess. Chu Wei's eyes narrowed. Chu Yu's final remark had stepped on his tail. As the Emperor of Great Xia, was he supposed to rely on a sickly prince to fend off foreign enemies? Was this a sign of contempt toward him? At that moment, Chu Mo's voice rose sharply, as if genuinely advocating for Chu Xiu's merits. Father, your humble son believes seventh brother speaks wisely. Your humble son dares to implore your majesty's wise decision. Should great Zhou dare to invade, I implore your majesty to issue an edict appointing my ninth brother as grand marshal of the army, commanding all three forces, and leading the imperial campaign in person. With his divine might, he will surely rout the great Zhou, restoring the glory of our great Xia. Chu Yu also crawled forward on his knees, lifting his tear-filled eyes to plead earnestly. Your humble son concurs. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince possesses both scholarly virtue and martial prowess. He will surely vanquish the enemy. The campaign against great Zhou must be led by His Majesty the Ninth Prince. We humbly beseech your majesty's approval. A deathly silence fell over the entire golden throne hall. All the ministers stared at Chu Xiu and Chu Yu as if they were madmen. Appointing that sickly ninth prince as grand marshal? To command the entire army? Wasn't that utterly preposterous? Yet, the memory of the northern barbarians' 100,000 iron cavalry being annihilated, the image of Chu Xiu's severed head, these thoughts left them speechless, unable to voice any objection. A thought, utterly absurd to them, began to take root. What if the ninth prince could truly repel the enemy? Seated upon the dragon throne, Chu Wei felt a bone-chilling coldness spread from his tailbone to every limb and joint. Gazing down at Chu Xiu and Chu Yu kneeling before him, their faces etched with feigned loyalty to the state, his fury nearly burst his lungs. Well done. What a masterstroke using others to do his dirty work. What a masterstroke of shifting blame. They intended to roast Chu Xiu over an open flame, thrusting him onto the brink of a decisive battle with the great Zhou. If he won, holding military power and achieving feats that overshadowed his sovereign, this father emperor would fear him even more, perhaps even forcing him to eliminate Chu Xiu. If he loses, Chu Xiu perishes on the battlefield, exactly what they desire. Win or lose, they stand to gain without risk. Yet they framed it all as reasonably justified, elevating Chu Xiu to a patriot-serving nation and people's status, leaving this father emperor utterly unable to find grounds for refusal. Chu Wei's gaze swept slowly across the assembled ministers below the dais. He saw faces filled with terror, confusion, or restless ambition. He looked outside the hall again, where the brilliant sunlight made him feel dizzy. In his mind's eye, he could see a corner of Tingyu Garden. His frail ninth son, holding a cup of hot tea, wore that harmless smile as he gazed distantly at the golden hall, watching his father, the emperor, being roasted over a fire. Beneath the dragon robe, Chu Wei's hand clenched into a tight fist, his nails digging deep into his palm. He slowly turned his head to Wang Difu beside him, lips moving. In a whisper audible only to them, he forced out a question. Wang Difu, tell me, should I give him this chance? Wang Difu's heart lurched, and he instinctively tried to kneel. But he immediately remembered this was the golden throne hall. Kneeling was forbidden. Instead, he bent his knees slightly, feigning submission as he leaned closer and trembled. Your Majesty, this humble servant, does not know. Chu Wei showed no anger. When he asked Wang Difu, he already had his answer. The great Zhou was formidable. With his capabilities and the resources of Great Xia, resistance was futile. Unless he had 3 more Lin Xiaotian to defend the 3 borders of Great Xia, it would be impossible to withstand the great Zhou's assault. But war was fought with money and grain. Even with 3 Lin Xiaotian, the Great Xia would not last long. That can only. Chu Wei was so frustrated. He refused to accept it. Chu Wei rose to his feet, gazing at the assembled court officials as if seeing nothing but a herd of dull-witted, ignorant pigs incapable of solving his problems. His heart sank. He flung his dragon-embroidered sleeves and declared in a deep voice. Dismissed. With that, he strode out in long strides. The assembled officials stared at the suddenly departed emperor. After a moment of stunned silence, they immediately began whispering and murmuring among themselves. Their questions were inevitable. What could they possibly use to resist the great Zhou? Could the ninth prince truly be up to the task? Even if the ninth prince possessed some talent, commanding armies and waging war was no child's play. Fourth Prince Chu Mo glanced at the myriad expressions among the court officials, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth before he turned and departed. The seventh prince, Chu Xiu, seeing this, hurriedly rose, wiped away his tears, and followed after him. The two princes walked between the red walls and yellow tiles of the palace. Excited yet anxious, Chu Xiu asked. Fourth brother, do you think father will agree to let the ninth prince command the army? Chu Mo, his hands tucked into his sleeves, halted. Gazing up at the sky, clear as washed jade, he narrowed his eyes and replied. He will. Father will definitely agree. Relieved to hear the answer he sought, Chu Xiu sighed softly. Let's hope our plan goes smoothly. Then he asked triumphantly. Fourth brother, how did I do today? Wasn't that a brilliant plan? I played out every word you said perfectly. Not a single mistake. Chu Mo narrowed his eyes and praised him with a smile. You played yourself perfectly. You did a splendid job. Unable to detect the hidden meaning, Chu Xiu nodded his head and pulled Chu Mo toward the exit. Of course. Come on, little brother's treating you to drinks. Listening rain garden. Every detail of the morning court proceedings reached Chu Xiu's ears, word for word. Chu Xiu, who was indeed sipping hot tea, blew away the steam from his cup. Gazing at the clear, bright rose-red tea, he chuckled. Fourth brother and seventh brother did a splendid job. They truly cherish and care for me, their younger brother. They knew what I wanted, yet understood I'd be too shy to ask, fearing it might trouble Father Emperor, so they took the initiative to request it for me. I'll have to think about what to give you in return. Lost in thought, Yao Qi appeared silently beside Chu Xiu, handing him a letter. Your Highness, after the morning court session, Hanlin Academy scribe Lu Shuyu disguised himself and went to the Ministry of Rights guest house. There, he secretly met with Gao Yuan and relayed the events of the morning court. He wishes to serve as an inside agent for Great Zhou. He hopes that after Great Zhou conquers Great Xia, his life will be spared, he will be granted gold and silver, and he will be allowed to return to his homeland. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow in disgust. The position of Hanlin Academy scribe is reserved exclusively for those who have passed the imperial examinations of our Great Xia. They are the pillars of our empire. Reading enlightens reason, studying history sharpens wisdom. The benevolent see benevolence, the wise discern wisdom. How did such reading produce this cowardly traitor, a scum who sells his country for personal gain? No sooner had he spoken than Chu Xiu shook his head in resignation and sighed. Alas, those cowards clinging to life in the halls of power, those parasites occupying offices without merit. No wonder such scum rise to power, they've swallowed their education whole. This rot has spread to the very roots. No wonder Father Emperor has no one worthy to rely on, exhausting himself day after day with state affairs. Yochi, do you think Father will lose sleep again tonight? Yochi answered without hesitation, yes. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, what kind of calming tonic soup should I prepare for Father today? Yu Qi, I don't know, Your Highness. What shall we do with Lu Shuyu? Chu Xiu pursed his lips indifferently. Gao Yuan is a smart man. He'll help Father clear out the trash. By the way, do you think Gao Yuan might defect to my side? Chapter 100, Your Highness, this is my oath of allegiance. Yu Qi stood perfectly still, his voice devoid of any emotion. I do not know. Chu Xiu smiled, shaking his head as he said. I was overthinking it. The most loyal dog of the great Zhou Emperor would never betray his master, even unto death. As long as he can be put to use. More accurately, I'll push things along so he works for me. Yu Qi remained silent, waiting quietly for further instructions. What Chu Xiu desired was not Gao Yuan's genuine allegiance. What he sought was a way to tame this clever dog, Gao Yuan, so that when needed, it would understand his commands and bite those he wished to see bitten. Even if it meant making him bite his former master Emperor Zhou Qian of the Great Zhou. Therefore, whether Gao Yuan chose to defect was irrelevant. When the entire world lay within one's grasp, loyalty was the cheapest commodity. Chu Xiu drained the now lukewarm tea from his cup in one gulp, stretched lazily, and remarked. Enough. I won't trouble myself with such vexing matters. Better to think about what soup to send Father tonight. As one ages, the heart tends to grow restless. We must help the Emperor cool his fiery temper. Honglu Temple Guest House. The main gate closed softly, sealing out the outside world. The sycophantic yet delighted expression on Hanlin Academy scribe Lu Shuyu's face seemed to linger in the air. Zhao Ping, a trusted aide to Gao Yuan, was one of the few remaining civil officials after the arduous journey of the embassy. After seeing Lu Shuyu off, he returned to Gao Yuan's quarters and lowered his voice, barely concealing his excitement. Your Excellency, this man is a coward who values his life above all else he can be put to use. As a Hanlin Academy scribe, he has access to numerous imperial secrets and even participates in drafting edicts. If we can turn him into our mole, he could surely. Shut up. Gao Yuan's voice was soft, yet it sent a chill down Zhao Ping's spine, choking the rest of his words in his throat. Gao Yuan slowly walked to the window, gazing at the bare old locust tree in the courtyard. After a long moment, he spoke. Do you think that person wouldn't know who we met today, or what we discussed? Zhao Ping's face instantly drained of color. The journey from 100 li outside the capital of Great Zhou to Great Xia had been the darkest, most helpless, and most inhumane experience of his life. The Great Zhou spies had been deployed in the Great Xia capital for decades without incident. Yet when that man struck, he uprooted them all at once, leaving not a single one behind, utterly terrifying. Even the innkeeper's head had been delivered to the relay station. All of this was down to that man. Zhao Ping's nerves were on edge as he jerked his head up, his gaze darting across the ceiling beams, the shadows in the corners, and even the floor tiles beneath his feet. He felt as though people were everywhere, as though needles were pricking him, a chill running down his spine. Gao Yuan didn't turn around, his voice carrying the exhaustion of one utterly crushed. While that man's actions led to our spies being uprooted by the Great Xia's imperial spies, it also proves their formidable strength. Therefore, Lu Xiu coming to us now is not an opportunity at all, it's bait. Bait to test whether we're keeping quiet. If we take the bait, guess what awaits us? Zhao Ping's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. He recalled those 137 Great Zhou spies, vanished overnight from the capital without so much as a ripple. As the master said, they took the bait of Lu Xiu, and the only outcome is death. Gao Yuan turned, his expression calm as he said. He can uproot the spy network we've cultivated in the capital over decades. He can terrify the Minister of Justice and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court into kneeling in the Golden Hall. Do you think this humble inn could possibly stand against him? We're not here to outwit or outmaneuver him, Zhao Ping. We're meat on the chopping block. All we can do is pray the executioner is in a better mood and slows his blade. Let us fulfill our mission before being slaughtered. Cold sweat beaded thickly on Zhao Ping's forehead as reality finally sank in. From the moment they crossed the borders of Great Xia, they had fallen into an invisible net. Their recent safety hadn't stemmed from Great Xia's fear of Great Zhou's might. The net's master had never intended to play fair. The enemy was merely toying with them, savoring the spectacle of their desperate struggle. Then, my lord, what should we do? Zhao Ping's voice trembled with the edge of tears. This overwhelming sense of helplessness threatened to crush even him, a diplomat trained under the most rigorous discipline. Gao Yuan twisted his lips into a grimace, a smile uglier than tears, and sighed with utter resignation. What should we do? If we're the bait, we must embrace the role of bait. Go. Gao Yuan's voice became unusually clear and resolute. Go report to the Ministry of Ceremonies. Tell them the Great Zhou delegation demands an audience with the Minister of Ceremonies to expose Lu Xiu, the Hanlin Academy scholar of the Great Xia, for attempting to collude with foreign powers and sell out his country for personal gain. Make as much noise as possible. Zhao Ping was utterly stunned, unable to believe his ears. Exposing someone who wanted to defect to him? This was utterly preposterous. Wouldn't this cause all those in Great Xia who were secretly observing or considering defecting to shun them entirely? Could this diplomatic mission even be accomplished? Gao Yuan looked at him and explained, word by word. This is our pledge of loyalty to him. It tells him we're peaceful, we seek no trouble, and we're even willing to help him clean house. Only by doing this can we survive and wait for the day when we can truly take our place on the chessboard. Right now, we don't even have the privilege to watch the game. Zhao Ping stared blankly at Gao Yuan. After a long moment, he nodded heavily, the terror in his eyes gradually replaced by a resolute determination. He bowed deeply to Gao Yuan, said nothing, and turned to leave in quick strides. He knew this wasn't just about survival. It was also to deliver a humiliating surrender to the devil lurking in the shadows. Alone in the room, Gao Yuan lost the composure he had moments before. He walked to the table, intending to pour himself a cup of tea, but his hand trembled uncontrollably as he grasped the teapot. Scorching tea spilled out, burning his hand red, yet he seemed oblivious. Gao Yuan murmured. To toy with the human heart, what a terrifying adversary. Outside the inn, the sun shone brightly. Yet Gao Yuan felt as though he stood in a bottomless abyss, with a pair of eyes peering down at him with keen interest from the abyss's highest point. He slowly set down the teapot, adjusted his attire, and bowed deeply toward the direction of Tingyu Garden. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured to himself. Your Highness, are you satisfied with this gift? Chapter 101, Lu Xiu, I just switched sides, and my teammates sold me out? Lu Residence. In the study of the rear courtyard, the brazier blazed fiercely, filling the air with the intoxicatingly sweet scent of precious incense. Hanlin Academy scholar Lu Xiu held a white jade wine cup, his face flushed with an unhealthy glow, eyes burning with the fervor of imminent ascension. It's done. He had boarded the mighty vessel of the Great Zhou dynasty. From now on, the sky was his limit. As for the Great Xia, a sinking ship, yet the fools aboard still pledged loyalty to their master, utterly laughable. He sipped the wine in his cup. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, bringing a wave of burning pleasure. He sneered. What a bunch of darlings. When the iron cavalry of Great Zhou tramples your capital, you'll see just how wise my choice is today. He was already fantasizing, once the Great Xia collapsed, he would take the gold and silver bestowed by the Great Zhou, return to the countryside, and buy 1,000 acres of fertile land. Living as a carefree wealthy gentleman, surrounded by beautiful concubines, wouldn't that life be 100 times more joyful than being a lowly 7th rank official in this treacherous capital? Just as his sweet dreams reached their peak. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as the study door was kicked open from the outside, sending splinters of wood flying everywhere. Immediately followed by the piercing screams of servants and the wails of women, the entire Lu residence descended into utter chaos. How dare you? Which dog dares to cause trouble in my residence? Startled by the sudden commotion, Chu Xiu sobered up instantly. Furious, he stormed out of his study, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But when he recognized the figures standing in the courtyard, every word of his tirade froze in his throat. Torches illuminated the courtyard, casting light upon faces as cold as ice. At the forefront stood two figures, one clad in the official robes of the Ministry of Ceremonies, the other in the attire of the Ministry of Justice. Behind them, a dense crowd of armed officers surrounded the small courtyard, leaving no room to breathe. Chu Xiu's heart sank violently, an ominous foreboding sending a chill through his limbs. Yet he forced himself to remain composed, squeezing out a stiff smile as he stepped forward and bowed, saying, "May I inquire if these are the honorable officials from the Ministry of Ceremonies and the Ministry of Justice? This humble servant failed to greet you properly. Please forgive my oversight. May I ask why the two honorable officials have brought so many men to my residence at this late hour? What might be the reason?" The official from the Ministry of Ceremonies, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and loathing, spat out coldly. "Chu Xiu, you have committed treason and sold out your country. The evidence is irrefutable." Boom! Chu Xiu felt as if thunder had struck his mind. He was utterly stunned, his blood seemingly freezing in his veins at that moment. Colluding with the enemy and betraying the nation? How could that be? Only he and the members of the Great Zhou delegation knew about this matter. How could they? An official from the Supreme Court stepped forward, pulling a document from his robe and unfurling it before him. His voice was as cold as the winter wind. The chief envoy of the Great Zhou delegation, Yao Yuan, personally came to our Ministry of Justice to testify, accusing you of attempting to collude with foreign powers and betray the secrets of the Great Xia. Additionally, multiple servants from the Ministry of Ceremonies guesthouse testify to having personally witnessed you disguised and sneaking into the guesthouse today for a secret meeting with Yao Yuan. Chu Xiu, with both eyewitnesses and physical evidence against you, what more can you say? By imperial decree, you are to be taken to the Ministry of Justice prison for interrogation. Resist arrest and you will be shot on sight. No, impossible. Chu Xiu's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. The color drained from his face, his lips trembling as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Yao Yuan? The Great Zhou delegation? Why would they betray me? I was going to defect to them. The cold shackles clicked into place around his neck, heavy chains binding his limbs. The bone-chilling cold finally jolted him awake from his stupor. This wasn't a dream. This was all real. I'm innocent, Your Honor. I'm innocent. Chu Xiu wept uncontrollably, thrashing on the ground like a mad dog, wailing shrilly. I didn't betray my country. It was them. The Great Zhou people framed me. Yet no one heeded his pleas. Two constables seized him, dragging him out of the mansion like a dead dog. In his despair, Chu Xiu's cries turned into hysterical curses. Yao Yuan! You treacherous scoundrel! May you rot in hell! Great Zhou! You bunch of treacherous bastards! Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Instead of silencing him, the officials of the Supreme Court of Justice escorted him through the bustling Zhuke Street, parading him through the capital's most prosperous thoroughfare. The afternoon capital, normally bustling and peaceful, erupted into chaos because of this sudden upheaval. Countless citizens gathered, crowding around to watch the prisoner being paraded. When they heard the charges proclaimed by the officers, the crowd erupted in fury. Colluding with the enemy? Such a traitor deserves to be torn limb from limb. Spit. A scholar in name only, worse than swine. Rotten vegetables, rotten eggs, and even stones rained down on Chu Xiu. He was soon covered in filth and looked utterly wretched, yet the physical pain paled in comparison to the despair and regret gnawing at his heart. He had been betrayed. He had rushed off to defect to the enemy, only to be sold out by his new master as a token of loyalty before he could even taste wealth and glory. He had miscalculated. He assumed the Great Zhou had come to exact vengeance, but now it seemed they'd come seeking peace? Chu Xiu couldn't comprehend it, only feeling the weight of the crowd's scorn. Amid the crowd, several officials in plain clothes watched Chu Xiu's pitiful state, their faces turning pale as cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. One of them lowered his voice, still shaken, and whispered to his companion. What exactly does this Zhou envoy delegation want? They won't even accept those who come to surrender? Another swallowed hard, his voice trembling. This is a trap. It's too bizarre. Thank goodness we didn't go. We must wait and see, absolutely wait and see. They slipped back into the shadows, forcing their restless hearts back into place. Like them, many officials in the imperial court suppressed their own stirrings and chose to stand by and watch. Imperial Palace, Hall of Mental Cultivation. Chu Wei listened to Wang Defu's report, his face dark enough to drip water. He growled lowly. Another one. Another traitorous scum. He slammed his palm onto the dragon-carved desk, his chest heaving violently as he continued. Is this the kind of spineless good-for-nothing we're paying with the salaries of the Great Xia Empire? Wang Defu knelt on the floor, not daring to breathe. After venting his fury, Chu Wei gradually calmed down. Leaning back in his dragon throne, a deep look of confusion flashed in his eyes. Something was off. Who was Gao Yuan? He was Zhou Qian's most loyal lackey. Why would he be so kind as to expose him voluntarily, helping him clean house? Unless... A thought flashed through Chu Wei's mind like lightning, causing his entire body to stiffen. Unless someone forced him to do it. Who could make even that mad dog Gao Yuan obey so obediently, even going so far as to sever his own arm and sacrifice a potential mole to prove his loyalty, crushing any notion of weakness within the Great Xia? Who else in the entire Great Xia, besides the traitorous son, could possibly do such a thing? Chapter 102, Gao Yuan, I'll carry my coffin to the throne hall Emperor of Daxia, tell me, are you afraid? Chu Wei's breathing suddenly grew ragged. He understood. This wasn't Gao Yuan extending goodwill to the Great Xia, this was Gao Yuan begging for mercy at Chu Xiu's feet. And Chu Xiu, wielding Gao Yuan's blade, slaughtered Lu Shuyu a chicken to warn every scheming monkey in the imperial court. What a masterstroke beating the mountain to scare the tiger. Chu Wei closed his eyes. He could almost see that rebellious sun weaving an invisible net, enveloping not just the capital city, but the entire Great Xia Empire. All those harboring ill intent, all potential threats, were being systematically eliminated without a trace. Was he clearing obstacles for himself? Was he fortifying the rear for the impending Great War? This traitorous son, was he doing all this to aid the emperor? A chill of utter absurdity instantly flooded Chu Wei's entire body. He found himself increasingly unable to understand this son. Yet he was clearly committing the most treacherous, most terrifying acts. Yet somehow, every outcome favored the Great Xia, favored him as its emperor. This twisted filial piety terrified him more than the most vicious curse. Yet each time, the rebellious son's words and deeds were so impeccably filial that no fault could be found. Thus, Chu Wei had suspected this rebellious son merely coveted the throne, seeking to render him powerless as a puppet. Yet now it seemed this rebellious son possessed no rebellion, only filial piety. After a long moment, Chu Wei opened his eyes. The anger and confusion within them had dissolved into an abyss of exhaustion and resignation. He looked at Wang Defu trembling beside him and spoke in a hoarse voice. Wang Defu. Your servant is here. Chu Wei fell silent for a moment, as if summoning every ounce of strength before speaking slowly and deliberately. Transmit my imperial decree. The Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War shall draft an edict conferring the title of Grand Marshal of the Northern Frontier upon the 9th Prince, Chu Xiu. Additionally, deliver the mystic dragon armor, the imperial armor bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor from the armory to Tingyu Garden. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Defu's face relaxed into a relieved smile as he acknowledged the order. In his view, His Majesty had finally chosen the most suitable and prudent course of action. Everything still needed to be resolved by the 9th Prince. But just as Wang Defu was about to step out of the Hall of Mental Cultivation, Chu Wei's voice sounded from behind him. Wang Defu, wait a moment. 3 days later. The 10th day of the Great Zhou delegation's arrival in the capital. Outside the vermilion bird gate of the Great Xia capital. The 100-member Zhou delegation, each clad in mourning robes, wore solemn expressions as if they had come not on a diplomatic mission, but to attend a funeral. At the head of the group stood none other than Gao Yuan, Minister of Ceremonies of the Great Zhou. He glanced back at his men. Their eyes, filled with a death-defying resolve, seemed to speak a single phrase. Are you prepared to die? The remaining 100 envoys all took deep breaths before nodding firmly, signaling their readiness. Gao Yuan took another deep breath, steadying his own emotions. This was his final chance, the only opportunity he could possibly create for himself. Even if it meant defying that person's will and facing death, he would do it. Gao Yuan, staff in hand and face as still as water, was followed by 8 burly men carrying a pitch-black, empty coffin. Thus, the procession moved solemnly down the long street toward the imperial palace. All citizens along the way fell silent, scattering to make way. That empty coffin hung like a silent omen, weighing down the entire capital until it could scarcely breathe. The Golden Throne Hall. The atmosphere was so thick it seemed one could cut it with a knife. Chu Weigao sat upon the dragon throne, his hands clenched tightly around the dragon-headed armrests, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Your Highness, Gao Yuan stood tall in white robes. Behind him, the empty coffin rested at the foot of the dais, directly facing the dragon throne like a gaping, black maw. Gao Yuan spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire hall, tinged with undisguised arrogance and icy coldness. Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Xia. Shen Xingji, general of the northern frontier of our Great Zhou, was assassinated at the northern frontier fortress. His head has been delivered as a gift to Your Majesty. This matter is known throughout the realm. With each word he spoke, the heads of the officials in the court bowed lower. Especially those officials who had earlier cheered "Long live the Emperor" for the 1,000-mile tribute of a head now wished the ground would swallow them whole. Chu Wei's cheek muscles twitched slightly. What was bound to happen had finally come to pass. Suppressing the rage and humiliation surging within him, he spoke in a deep, measured tone. "Minister Gao, the assassination attempt on Chen Qingji must involve some misunderstanding. I have ordered a thorough investigation and shall provide the Great Zhou with a proper explanation." "Account?" Gao Yuan let out a cold laugh, the sound grating in the grand hall. He continued. "The Great Zhou dynasty does not need explanations. We demand results." He slammed his staff down with such force that the brass ring at its end clanged loudly, sending a shiver through the crowd. He declared, "I come by the command of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Zhou, demanding 3 things. First, hand over the assassin who struck down General Chen. Second, cede the 3 Yin Yun provinces to appease the spirit of the general in heaven. Third, pay 10 million taels of silver in indemnity to demonstrate the might of the Great Zhou." As his words fell, the entire Golden Throne Hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by these 3 demands. Hand over the murderer? Who is the murderer? Who dares to hand them over? Cede territory? Pay indemnities? This is outright extortion. They aim to tear off the Great Xia's face and trample it into the dust. An elderly minister from the peace faction could bear it no longer. His knees buckled and he fell to his knees, weeping and wailing. "Your Majesty! The welfare of the state must come first. We absolutely must not resort to arms again." His kneeling was like toppling the first domino. The sound of thuds echoed incessantly. In an instant, the hall was filled with kneeling figures, their cries shaking the heavens as they pleaded with Chu Wei to accept the Great Zhou's terms and seek peace. Gao Yuan watched this scene unfold, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Indeed, once exposed to public scrutiny and swept up in the tide of public opinion, even the most formidable opponent could not resist the inevitable. Chu Mo and Chu Yu stood amidst the crowd, observing it all with cold detachment. Chu Yu's legs felt weak beneath him. Had Chu Mo not been by his side, he might have knelt as well. After all, before the Great Zhou appeared, it was all just a performance. But now, with the Great Zhou's threat hanging over their heads, the specter of death looming, there was no room for performance. Only utter disarray remained. After all, the 9th prince's terror was mere conjecture, he was still one of their own. The Great Zhou's might, however, was undeniable and witnessed by all. Upon the dragon throne, Chu Wei's chest heaved violently. He surveyed the sea of kneeling ministers below, then fixed his gaze on Gao Yuan, standing ramrod straight with an air of haughty arrogance. A wave of bloodlust surged through his veins. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. He was the sovereign of a nation, the son of heaven of Great Xia. Yet now, an envoy from an enemy state had brought a coffin to his imperial hall, forcing him before his entire court to cede territory, pay indemnities, and surrender his own son. And his ministers? Beyond wailing and begging for mercy, not a single one dared utter a word of refusal. He knew who the culprit was. That rebellious son was likely sipping tea leisurely in the listening to rain garden right now, reveling in the sight of his father, the emperor, reduced to utter disgrace. He could not speak, nor dare he speak. If he did, what would become of the Great Xia imperial family's dignity? What would become of his imperial dignity? More crucially, what even more insane acts might that traitorous son commit if he spoke? Could he bear it? Could the Great Xia bear it? Chapter 103, Chu Wei, the sword is yours, choose your path. Chu Wei drew a deep breath, his voice barely audible as he ground out the words. Minister Gao, your demands are utterly unreasonable. I absolutely refuse. The Great Xia will never accept it. Gao Yuan seemed to have anticipated this response entirely, his expression betraying not a hint of surprise. He merely pointed calmly at the empty coffin at his feet and said coldly, Your Majesty, our Great Zhou's 200,000 troops have already marched to the border. The northern barbarians' 200,000 iron cavalry also stand ready for battle. This coffin is prepared for the murderer. Within 3 days. Gao Yuan held up 3 fingers, his tone devoid of emotion. If the murderer's head is not placed in this coffin and delivered to the gates of my embassy, then what shall be delivered to His Majesty's desk shall be the Great Zhou's declaration of war. With that, he spared Chu Wei not another glance. He gave a casual bow toward the dragon throne, then turned and walked away. Minister Gao. The chief eunuch, Wang Defu, shrieked in a high-pitched voice. Gao Yuan did not turn back, leaving only one sentence. The coffin, I leave for His Majesty. He strode away with purpose, leaving behind a court of officials, each harboring their own thoughts. The black coffin, standing like a gaping hole in the center of the Golden Hall, seemed like a colossal mockery, sneering at the incompetence of the Great Xia. All the pressure, all the humiliation, ultimately converged upon Emperor Chu Wei alone. The Emperor of Daxia, the sovereign of a nation, felt an indescribable humiliation and suffocating frustration. His withered hands clutched the dragon throne, knuckles turning white. His jaw clenched so hard it creaked. He wanted to roar, to unleash his fury, but as the sovereign of a nation, such a display of unrestraint in the imperial court would only reinforce the minister's perception of his incompetence. Suppressing the rage boiling within him, Chu Wei surveyed the assembled ministers, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. His voice was deep and measured as he asked, "My ministers, what strategies do you propose?" Minister of War Feng Duanyue stepped forward, his brow furrowed. "Your Majesty, Gao Yuanyan claims the Great Zhou has deployed 200,000 troops, with another 200,000 iron cavalry of the northern barbarians ready to support them. Should we engage in battle, our Great Xia's chances of victory are no more than 50%. Your servant believes we should not rashly take up arms." A mere 50% chance of victory? Upon hearing these 6 words, the expressions of the assembled officials were nothing short of spectacular. They stared at Feng Duanyue with peculiar looks. No more than 50%, even a 10% chance is still no more than 50%. What a masterful statement. Do not rashly resort to arms, doesn't that simply mean we can't win? No fighting. That would mean ceding territory and paying indemnities, handing over the murderer. Ceding territory and paying indemnities would break the backbone of Great Xia, making us traitors for all eternity. And the murderer is none other than the enigmatic Ninth Prince. Chu Wei narrowed his eyes, his tone thick with anger. So according to Minister Feng, should I accede to Gao Yuan's demands? Feng Duanyue hastily replied. Your servant did not mean that. Then what do you mean? Your servant. If you have no solution, keep silent. Chu Wei waved his sleeve, cutting off Feng Duanyue's rambling nonsense, and demanded. What do you all intend? The ministers in the courtroom stared straight ahead, eyes fixed on their noses fixed on their hearts, frozen like wooden statues. Oomph. A bunch of useless fools. Chu Wei cursed under his breath, then rose abruptly and strode toward the hall of mental cultivation. All officials hung their heads in shame, daring not to retort. They all shared the same thought. Delay. Delay until it becomes unavoidable, forcing Emperor Chu Wei of the Great Xia to make the decision himself. Wang Difu's sharp voice rang out, dismissed. The officials breathed sighs of relief, scattering like startled birds and beasts, departing in disarray. Within the hall of cultivating the mind, a deathly silence hung heavy. Chu Wei stood alone by the window, hands clasped behind his back, motionless as a stone statue. Wang Difu stood bowed several paces away, breathing as softly as possible. He could sense that the aura emanating from His Majesty the Emperor was no longer the fear and suspicion of recent days. Instead, it was the madness of one driven to the edge of a cliff, poised to leap. After a long silence, Chu Wei spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and strained. Wang Difu. Your servant is here. Tell me, have I erred? Wang Difu trembled violently, bowing his head even lower, too terrified to respond. Chu Wei did not wait for his reply, continuing on his own. He did not turn around, his gaze fixed outside the window in the direction of Tingyu Garden. I believed that by confining him to the cold palace, ignoring him completely, he would wither and die like weeds left to fend for themselves. I thought that by poisoning him, this tenacious weed would wither and die, resigned to its fate. I thought the things he does now are merely for survival, for revenge. Chu Wei's voice grew lower and lower, finally dissolving into a sigh laden with endless complexity. For the first time, his eyes no longer held pure fear. Instead, a dark, mad flame burned within them. My rebellious son. He murmured, as if addressing an invisible son. Is this the outcome you desired? To pierce the heavens, to drive everyone to the brink, to place this blade into my very hands. Testing whether this time, I will abandon you once more. Chu Wei slowly turned around, a strange smile spreading across his face. Very well. Too bad, this time you won't get your answer. I shall see how you intend to mend this colossal hole you've torn in the heavens. Ha! Ha ha ha! Chu Wei suddenly burst into laughter, a hoarse, rasping sound like an old bellows gasping for air, filled with madness and despair. As he laughed, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. What a rebellious son! What a filial grandson of the Great Xia! Wang Difu knelt on the ground, his body shaking like a sieve, not daring to lift his head. Having served the emperor for most of his life, he had never witnessed His Majesty so utterly unhinged. There was no joy in that laughter, only the madness of one driven to the edge. Wang Difu. Chu Wei's laughter abruptly halted. He whipped his head around, eyes bloodshot, fixing his gaze on his trusted eunuch. Your servant is here. Bring ink and brush. Chu Wei's voice carried an unyielding command, each word seeming to explode from his chest. Wang Difu dared not delay for a moment. He scrambled to the imperial desk, trembling hands grinding ink. Chu Wei strode over, shoved him aside, grabbed the imperial brush, dipped it heavily in ink, and began writing furiously on the bright yellow edict. His strokes were bold and sweeping, the force piercing the paper. Ink splattered onto his own dragon robe, yet he paid it no mind. In moments, 2 edicts were completed in one fluid motion. He tossed the brush aside and handed the 2 edicts, their ink still wet, to Wang Difu. Read. Wang Difu tremblingly took them. Glancing at them by the palace hall's light, he was so terrified his soul nearly fled his body, nearly dropping the edicts to the floor. Your Majesty. Please reconsider. He fell heavily to his knees with a thud, his forehead pressed against the cold gold bricks, his voice trembling with tears. To confer the title of Grand Marshal of the Northern Frontier upon the Ninth Prince, granting him supreme command over all military affairs at the border. This is already an immense honor. But this second order commands the Ninth Prince to handle all matters concerning the Great Zhou delegation, including that coffin. Your Majesty, you absolutely must not. Thanks to Chu Wamochuo for the likes, thanks to Chu Yenche who loves Wuda for the inspiration capsule, moi 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 moi. Chapter 104, Let's Go, time to ease father's burden. Wang Difu was truly terrified. This wasn't merely handing him a knife, it was shoving the hilt into that rebellious son's palm and personally instructing him how to stab him to death. Yao Yuan had the coffin carried to the Golden Throne Hall to demand the Great Xia hand over the murderer. But His Majesty? He'd handed the executioner the power to decide his own fate. He was the emperor, after all. Could there be anything more absurd, more insane than this in all the world? Chu Wei gazed down at the old servant weeping at his feet, that peculiar smile returning to his face as he asked. Impossible? Why not? Isn't he capable? Isn't he filial? Doesn't he always resolve this emperor's troubles? Chu Wei snatched the imperial edict, waved it before Wang Difu's eyes, and growled, enunciating each word. I shall give him a colossal worry this very moment. I shall hurl this scalding coffin along with the fate of the Great Xia straight into his listening to rain garden. I'll see how he handles it. How he makes this work. If he wants war, I shall grant him the authority to wage it. If he seeks slaughter, I shall grant him the imperial decree to kill. I shall join him in his madness. Chu Wei, raving like a madman, slammed both edicts into Wang Difu's chest and commanded. Transmit the edict. Immediately. At once. Deliver it to Tingyu Garden. Let all behold how selflessly devoted my good son is, how profoundly he shoulders the nation's burdens. Yes, yes, your Majesty. Wang Difu's voice trembled uncontrollably. He picked up the edicts from the floor, clutching them as if they were two red-hot branding irons. Trembling and staggering, he retreated from the hall of mental cultivation. The palace doors closed slowly behind him, completely sealing out Chu Wei's uncontrollable, maniacal laughter. Listening rain garden. The warm sun had driven away the winter chill, and several wax plum trees in the garden were in full bloom, their subtle fragrance drifting through the air. Chu Xiu stood by the window, meticulously trimming the withered leaves of a clivia plant with a pair of delicate scissors. His expression was focused and serene, as if all the turmoil outside had nothing to do with him. A palace messenger, guided by Yochi, hurried over, sweat pouring down his face. As he hurried along, the eunuch cursed Wang Difu under his breath. Who in the palace didn't fear the Ninth Prince? Since Wang Difu dared not come himself, he was picking on this lowly Mino instead. How utterly shameless. Spotting the Ninth Prince standing there with effortless composure from a distance, the eunuch's legs instantly went weak. Yet immediately following that came a flood of bewilderment. He had heard rumors of everything happening in the capital. That black coffin in the Golden Throne Hall still stood there, like a Grim Reaper's summons. Everyone believed the Great Xia Empire was doomed this time, and that disaster was upon the Ninth Prince in particular. This sudden summons must be related to the Great Zhou's diplomatic mission, and it certainly wouldn't be good news. Yet how could he remain so unperturbed? The eunuch delivering the edict knelt on the ground, his hands raised high to hold the imperial decree on a tray. His head was bowed so low he didn't even dare glance at Chu Xiu, his voice trembling as he said. Your servant pays respects to His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Please. Your Highness, receive the edict. Chu Xiu set down his scissors and carefully wiped his hands with a snow-white handkerchief before slowly turning around. He glanced at the two scrolls of imperial edict, their bright yellow paper gleaming. A pure, flawless smile spread across his face as he spoke gently. Thank you for your trouble, eunuch. Not at all, not at all. It is this humble servant's honor to deliver His Majesty's edict to His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. The eunuch delivering the edict spoke with fawning flattery, yet he kept his head bowed, not daring to meet Chu Xiu's gaze. Chu Xiu did not immediately reach out to take it. Instead, he adjusted his robes, then solemnly knelt facing the palace direction and declared with gravity. Your humble son, Chu Xiu, receives the edict. The eunuch dared not delay, swiftly unfurling the first imperial decree. His shrill voice echoed through the garden. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, the Ninth Prince, Chu Xiu, possesses virtuous character and balanced talents in both civil and military affairs, having repeatedly achieved extraordinary feats. He is hereby specially conferred the title of Grand Marshal of the Northern Frontier, entrusted with command over all military affairs along the northern border. So decreed. By the time the first decree was read, the eunuch felt cold sweat soaking his back. Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Frontier. This means war with the Great Zhou. And it meant sending His Highness to his death. The eunuch took a deep breath, not daring to offer congratulations to His Highness. He hastily unfolded the second decree and proclaimed aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, the Great Zhou Embassy has displayed outrageous insolence and grievously insulted our Great Xia. I hereby command General Chu Xiu, Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Frontier, to exercise full authority over all matters concerning the Great Zhou delegation. Every decision he makes shall be as if I were present in person. So decreed. The phrase "as if I were present myself" struck the eunuch like 4 heavy hammers, pounding relentlessly upon his heart. After finishing the proclamation, he felt utterly drained. This was a direct order, sending His Highness the Ninth Prince a murderer to resolve the very trouble he had caused. The deeper meaning between the lines was nothing short of a death sentence for the Ninth Prince. It's over. The sky was falling. Yet none of the panic, fury, or defiance the eunuch had anticipated materialized. Instead, that clear, gentle voice rang out with a hint of choked emotion, utterly sincere. "Your humble son receives the edict and thanks your majesty." Chu Xiu lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddened, his face radiating filial devotion. He solemnly declared, "Father's worries are my worries. Please convey to His Majesty that your humble son shall not disappoint his expectations. I shall clear away all troubles for him and restore peace and stability to the great Xia, bringing back a bright and clear world." With that, he respectfully kowtowed 3 times toward the palace before rising to personally receive the 2 edicts from the eunuch, documents powerful enough to shake the very foundations of the realm. The eunuch delivering the edicts observed the deeply moved expression on Chu Xiu's face, a blend of profound father-son affection and harmonious ruler-subject devotion. A chill enveloped him, freezing his blood to a standstill. His mind went blank. He muttered a few incoherent responses before scrambling away from the suffocating garden. Only after running far from Tingyu Garden did he dare glance back. Bathed in sunlight, the elegant garden now appeared to him as terrifying as the 18th layer of hell in the underworld. Within the garden, Chu Xiu held 2 imperial edicts. The emotion and filial devotion on his face slowly faded, replaced by a playful smile. He placed the edicts gently on the stone table, picked up the scissors from earlier, and with a crisp snip, cut off the most vibrantly blooming winter jasmine blossom. "Father still cares for me." He brought the plum blossom to his nose, inhaling its fragrance, and murmured softly to Yu Qi, who had silently appeared beside him. "Fearing my cause would lack justification, he specially sent me this title." Yu Qi remained silent, awaiting orders. Chu Xiu casually pinned the plum blossom to his hair, then picked up the imperial edict bearing the words as if the emperor were present and waited in his hand. He turned, gazing toward the direction of the golden throne hall, the curve of his lips growing more pronounced. Chu Xiu strode toward the garden exit, saying, "Let's go. It's time to ease the emperor's burdens." "Where are we going, Your Highness?" Yu Qi followed behind him. "To the golden throne hall." Chu Xiu's voice was soft, yet carried an air of finality. "Return that gift Gao Darren gave to the emperor to him, exactly as it was." Chapter 105, "The coffin is in my hands, follow me." One by one, their bodies tensed, palms sweating on the long halberds they gripped. They instinctively wanted to stop him, but the memory of those 2 imperial edicts that had just spread throughout the palace grounds froze them in place, caught between a rock and a hard place. "General. General of the northern frontier." The valiant cavalry commander guarding the palace gates steeled himself to step forward, his voice dry. Chu Xiu offered him a gentle smile, pure and seemingly imbued with a soothing power. "I have been commanded by His Majesty the Emperor to handle this ill-omened object." He did not raise his voice, yet his words echoed clearly through the vast hall. He walked to the coffin, reached out, and gently brushed the lid, as if removing a thin layer of dust. His movements were as gentle as if he were polishing a precious work of art. Then he turned to the bewildered imperial guards and said, "Gentlemen, kindly lift it." The guards exchanged glances, none daring to move. "Lift? Where to? What does this nobleman intend to do?" Everyone knew this coffin was a hot potato, a death warrant from the king of hell. Touching it was considered bad luck. Seeing no response, Chu Xiu's smile remained unchanged. He simply murmured to Yu Qi behind him, "Give them a hand." Yu Qi vanished from his spot in an instant. The next moment, several dull thuds echoed as the guards felt their knees buckle, all collapsing to their knees in unison. An invisible pressure descended upon them, robbing them of even the strength to lift their heads. The cavalry commander instinctively gripped his sword hilt, ready to draw, but meeting Yu Qi's merciless gaze sent a chill through him, and he steadied himself. He remembered the identity of this ninth prince and immediately clasped his fists in salute, crying out, Your Highness! Spare our lives, Marshal." Chu Xiu's voice remained gentle. "I merely asked for your assistance in carrying a coffin to ease the emperor's burden. How can there be talk of sparing your lives? Or do you think His Majesty's command can be ignored?" His voice turned icy on the last syllable. The cavalry commander took a half step back, swallowed hard, and hurriedly replied, "We dare not. Quickly, rise and assist His Highness in carrying the coffin." "Yes, Your Highness." The guards were terrified out of their wits, daring not to hesitate for a moment. They scrambled to their feet and, with clumsy hands and feet, hoisted the heavy black coffin onto their shoulders. Only then did Chu Xiu nod in satisfaction before turning and striding toward the palace exit. "Let's go. To the Ministry of Ceremonies guest house." Inside the Hall of Mental Cultivation, Emperor Chu Wei sat upon the dragon throne, a mountain of memorials piled high on the imperial desk before him. Yet his mind was elsewhere, utterly preoccupied. His gaze was fixed on the window, staring intently in the direction of the Golden Hall. Has he gone? Your Majesty, the ninth prince, has departed, taking that coffin with him. Wang Difu knelt on the floor, his voice trembling like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. He had just received word from the eunuch sent to monitor the situation and rushed to report immediately. Chu Wei's Adam's apple bobbed once, but he said nothing. Wang Difu gathered his courage and continued his report. Your Highness. Your Highness ordered the Imperial Guards to carry the coffin out of the palace. They're heading to the Ministry of Ceremonies guest house. He dared. Chu Wei abruptly rose from the dragon throne, clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He had anticipated countless possible reactions from Chu Xiu. Defiance, evasion, panic, fury. But what he never anticipated was this. Chu Xiu would be so utterly calm, making no preparations whatsoever, and strike so directly. He actually carried that coffin out of the palace in broad daylight, intending to return it to the Great Zhou delegation. What was he trying to accomplish? To tear off Gao Yuan's face before the entire capital's citizens, to throw the Great Zhou's dignity onto the ground and then stomp on it mercilessly? Mad. This rebellious son has gone completely mad. Chu Wei paced the hall, his chest heaving violently as his breath came in ragged gasps. He had intended to use this coffin to force Chu Xiu into revealing his true intentions, to see what he was really after. But now, he realized he'd stirred up a hornet's nest he could never control. Wang Difu cautiously raised his head and asked, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, perhaps we should send someone to intercept him? Chu Wei chuckled bitterly. Stop them? How? On what grounds? The imperial edict came from me. As if I were present in person, those words came from me too. Everything he's doing now is shouldering this emperor's burdens. If I send men to stop him now, wouldn't that be slapping myself in the face? Chu Wei slumped back into the dragon throne, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. He felt like a mere mortal who had dared to toy with the abyss only for the abyss to open its eyes and stare back at him. Enough! Chu Wei waved his hand, his voice thick with exhaustion. Let him go. I'll see how he cleans up this mess. Zhuke Avenue, Imperial Capital. The humiliation of the morning had yet to fade when, in the afternoon, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The ninth prince of Great Xia, newly appointed Grand Marshal of the Northern Frontier, Prince Chu Xiu, led the procession. He wore plain brocade robes, a pale yellow waxflower plum blossom pinned to his hair. Behind him, 8 Imperial Guards carried a heart-stoppingly ominous black lacquered coffin on their shoulders. Further back, Yu Qi and a squad of black-clad guards, their origins unknown, followed in silence, each radiating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. This eerie procession made its way through the capital's most bustling streets, heading straight for the Ministry of Ceremonies guest house. The citizens lining the streets reacted in stages, from initial shock to hushed whispers, and finally, a surge of uncontrollable excitement. Could that be the rumored ninth prince? The black coffin, it must be him. But what could he possibly be doing carrying that coffin? This morning the Great Zhou people carried a coffin into the palace, and this afternoon the ninth prince carries one out. This means he's returning it. Good heavens! This is going to be a head-on confrontation. The crowd erupted. The pent-up frustration and rage suppressed by the Great Zhou delegation that morning found its outlet in this moment. Countless people spontaneously followed behind the procession, eager to witness firsthand how this prince, renowned for his thunderous methods, would confront this national humiliation. The crowd grew denser and denser, until finally, the streets were nearly deserted. The entire capital was watching Chu Xiu. Honglu Temple Guest House. Gao Yuan sat in the main hall, leisurely sipping his tea. This morning in the Golden Throne Hall of Daxia, he had launched a forceful attack, thoroughly humiliating the Emperor of Daxia and his entire court of ministers and officials. Much of the resentment in his heart had been vented. Moreover, he had already heard that Emperor Chu Wei had issued 2 imperial edicts, enfeoffing the murderer as marshal, and granting him full authority over the diplomatic mission. To Gao Yuan, this represented the Great Xia Emperor's final desperate compromise. He was attempting to lure the murderer himself into negotiations, hoping to extract concessions and appease the Great Zhou's fury. He had already planned it out, when the ninth prince was forced to face reality, stepping out from behind the scenes to beg for mercy with tears and pleas. How he would humiliate him to repay the insult of being toyed with and the hatred of being threatened. More crucially, how to maximize the Great Zhou's interests. He would make this ninth prince a criminal of the Great Xia, to be reviled by all, his stench of infamy lingering for millennia. Gao Yuan took a sip of tea, his gaze cold as ice. Chu Xiu, this is my righteous and open strategy. Let's see how you, a rat who only knows how to harm others in the sewers, will respond. Report. A guard from the Great Zhou Imperial Army burst in, his face twisted with panic. Your Excellency. Trouble. The ninth prince, he's come to our inn with that coffin. What? Chapter 106, High Official Gao, your coffin has been returned. The teacup in Gao Yuan's hand trembled, spilling scalding tea over his hand, yet he remained utterly oblivious. He came with a coffin? What does he intend to do? A wave of intense unease instantly gripped his heart. The panicked report from the Imperial Guard pierced his ears like red-hot needles, each word stabbing deep. He's here? With that coffin? How dare he? Gao Yuan's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never that Chu Xiu would respond in this most direct, brutal, and uncompromising manner. This wasn't negotiation, it was a declaration of war. He had assumed Chu Xiu would hesitate before provoking the mighty Great Zhou. Otherwise, he wouldn't have merely toyed with and threatened the Great Zhou delegation instead of annihilating it entirely. That was precisely why Gao Yuan had devised the coffin-bearing scheme. But he never imagined. Your Excellency! Your Excellency! Are you all right? The Imperial Guards rushed forward upon seeing his deathly pale face and swaying body, ready to support him. Gao Yuan pushed him away, took several deep breaths, and forced himself to calm down. No panic. He represented the dignity of the Great Zhou dynasty, the authority of the Emperor of Zhou. Gao Yuan's voice tightened slightly as he demanded. How many men did he bring? Just one guard, and a few Imperial soldiers carrying the coffin. But there are crowds of commoners following outside, blocking the entire street. Commoners? Blocked the entire street? Gao Yuan's heart sank abruptly. He understood now. That rebellious son wasn't merely coming to humiliate him, he was arriving with overwhelming force. He intended to tear off the face of Gao Yuan and the entire Zhou envoy delegation before the eyes of the entire capital, then trample it underfoot. Thus, he could win the hearts of the people, unite the Great Xia under one banner, and forge a nation of unwavering loyalty. Then, even if the Great Zhou boasted formidable troops and robust national strength, they would still be unable to prevail over Great Xia. Well done, Ninth Prince. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching slightly with rage. He flung his sleeves aside and strode toward the inn's entrance. This official will see what he intends to do. Outside the Ministry of Ceremonies Inn, a dense crowd had already gathered. Numerous citizens, drawn by the commotion, had gathered outside the inn, murmuring among themselves. Yet all murmurs vanished instantly as that eerie procession drew near. A deathly silence fell. Every pair of eyes focused on the figure at the very front. Chu Xiu wore plain robes, his stride composed, a gentle smile even playing on his face. The wax plum blossom pinned in his hair glowed with a pale yellow halo in the sunlight. He looked less like someone seeking vengeance and more like someone out for a spring stroll. Yet behind him, the heavy black lacquered coffin radiated a bone-chilling coldness, signaling his hostile intent. This stark contrast created an indescribable sense of oppression, leaving the gathered crowd holding their breath in silence. Finally, Chu Xiu halted before the inn's entrance. The inn's doors stood tightly shut, guarded by a row of tense Great Zhou soldiers, their hands gripping the swords at their waists. Creak! The gate swung open from within. Gao Yuan, his face dark with anger, emerged from within, accompanied by the rest of the envoy officials. Standing atop the steps, he looked down at Chu Xiu from above, attempting to intimidate him with sheer presence. He scrutinized the ninth prince of Great Xia, a man he had faced in battle multiple times, only to suffer defeat each time. Fair-featured, gentle, sickly. Exactly as described in the intelligence he had received. But Gao Yuan knew all too well that beneath this ninth prince's handsome and fragile exterior lurked a terrifying monster. Gao Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the panic rising within him. His voice was icy, dripping with accusation. Your Highness! What is the meaning of surrounding our Great Zhou's postal station with your men? Chu Xiu lifted his head, offering him a pure, flawless smile as he replied. Minister Gao, you misunderstand. His voice was clear and warm, distinct even amidst the clamorous crowd. You departed in such haste this morning that you left behind a gift in the palace. He turned slightly, gesturing toward the black coffin behind him, his tone sincere. His Majesty is advanced in years and dislikes such inauspicious objects. They only stir his sorrow. As a dutiful son, I could not bear to see His Majesty troubled. I took it upon myself to return this gift to you. Please, Minister Gao, do not refuse it. At these words, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into suppressed chuckles. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! To frame this humiliating coffin as a gift that had been left behind. And to frame his own outrageous actions as filial devotion to the late emperor. His speech was flawless, leaving no room for criticism, and he claimed all the credit for filial piety and righteousness. Gao Yuan's face instantly turned the color of liver. Chu Xiu's words left him speechless for half a moment, his chest heaving violently as if he might explode with rage. He was a master of rhetoric, renowned for his cunning arguments in diplomatic missions across nations. Yet now, he found himself utterly speechless. Return it? Could this thing even be returned? If he accepted it, wouldn't that be admitting he was in the wrong? Wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? Gao Yuan pointed at Chu Xiu, his finger trembling as he said. You're twisting the facts. This is deliberate provocation. Chu Xiu's smile remained unchanged, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of innocence and confusion as he asked. Provocation? How so, Minister Gao? Our Great Xia is a nation of propriety. Returning lost property to its rightful owner is only natural. Or could it be that in Great Zhou, returning lost property is considered an act of provocation? At this point, he turned to the surrounding villagers and asked aloud. My fellow countrymen, judge for yourselves. I am alleviating my father the Emperor's concerns by returning the gift Lord Gao left behind. Is that wrong? The people, witnessing the mighty Zhou envoy delegation humiliated in the Great Xia, beamed with delight and chimed in agreement. Absolutely. The Ninth Prince is absolutely right. The Great Zhou has gone too far. That's exactly how they should be treated. The roar of the crowd surged like waves, crashing relentlessly against Gao Yuan's face. His cheeks burned fiercely, as if he'd been publicly slapped countless times. The Imperial Guard captain following Gao Yuan had never endured such indignity. Burning with rage, he could no longer contain himself and roared. How dare you! Guards! Smash this ill-omened coffin to pieces. Several Imperial guards drew their swords at once, charging forward with demonic ferocity. The onlookers gasped in alarm. Yet Chu Xiu didn't even lift an eyelid. But behind him, Yu Qi moved. No one could discern his movements. Only a flicker of shadow darted before their eyes. Clang! 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 The crisp clang of metal echoed through the air. The great Zhou guards who had charged forward felt a sudden numbness in their wrists. Their swords flew uncontrollably from their hands, tracing arcs through the air before clattering to a halt, all three of them embedded in the lintel of the inn's door. Thanks to Xiaoyang Butaki for the flowers? Chapter 107, Chu Xiu. Are you declaring war on the great Zhou dynasty, vowing to fight to the death? The sword hilt hummed incessantly, vibrating without cease. The guards all clutched their wrists, kneeling on the ground, their faces twisted with pain and terror. Knocking weapons away requires brute strength. But to drive every weapon 2 inches deep into the doorframe, refusing to budge? That required terrifying martial prowess and absolute mastery over one's strength. Across the entire realm, few had ever heard of anyone possessing such prowess in centuries. That such a master could accompany the Ninth Prince of Great Xia. The members of the Great Zhou delegation stared in stunned silence at Yu Qi, who had silently returned to Chu Xiu's side as if he had never moved, their hearts trembling violently. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the ghostly agility and ruthless tactics. Gao Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Only now did he truly grasp the terrifying nature of this seemingly gentle and harmless prince before him. Chu Xiu seemed oblivious to the events that had just unfolded, his smile unchanged. Turning to the petrified Great Xia Imperial Guards, he ordered gently. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and deliver Lord Gao's gift to the gate. Yes, yes. The guards snapped out of their daze, swiftly hoisting the coffin. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, they slowly ascended the steps. The members of the Great Zhou delegation cried out in panic. What are you doing? Stand down. Stand down immediately. The entire contingent of Great Zhou Imperial Guards raised their swords. But no one dared to step forward to stop it. As the black coffin advanced, they slowly retreated. Thud! A thunderous crash. The heavy, black lacquered coffin was slammed down at the entrance of the Ministry of Ceremonies guesthouse, blocking the entire main gate without a single inch of misalignment. At that moment, Gao Yuan's face turned darker than the coffin's lid. This wasn't merely a return. It was a deliberate blockade. This was a blatant humiliation. Gao Yuan could no longer contain himself. Forgetting all decorum, he roared. Chu Xiu! You seek nothing less than an all-out war with my great Zhou. Chu Xiu slowly ascended the steps and approached him. Ignoring Gao Yuan's roar, he leaned close to his ear and whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Minister Gao, this morning in the Golden Hall, you declared this coffin was prepared for the murderer. Gao Yuan stiffened. Chu Xiu straightened up, his face regaining that pure smile. He looked at Gao Yuan, speaking slowly and deliberately. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire inn courtyard. I am the murderer. After speaking, he glanced at the empty coffin, then at the pale-faced envoys behind Gao Yuan. The curve of his lips grew more playful. Now, the coffin has arrived. Only, it remains empty. Chu Xiu extended a finger and tapped the coffin lid lightly, producing a faint sound. His meaning was clear as he asked. Minister Gao, you tell me, with so many of you here, who would be the most suitable to enter first? Dead silence. A suffocating silence descended upon the entrance of the Ministry of Ceremonies guesthouse. Chu Xiu's seemingly casual question hung in the air like an invisible hand, gripping the throats of everyone present. Enter the coffin? Wasn't that essentially a death sentence? Gao Yuan felt his blood freeze in his veins. He stared at the pure smile on Chu Xiu's face, yet felt as though he were gazing into the mask of a demon, ready to devour its chosen prey. Who should go first? He was asking who deserved to die. How dare he? How dare he do it in front of tens of thousands of citizens of the capital? In front of the entire Zhou envoy delegation. Utter such treasonous words. The envoys behind Gao Yuan were ashen-faced, their legs shaking like sieves. They had come to flaunt their might, to bask in the glory of victors, not to choose their own deaths. Many in the delegation recalled the harrowing events they had endured on their journey from the Zhou capital to the Great Xia capital. Those terrifying ordeals had begun to restore some semblance of composure to them over the past few days, only to shatter it once more. A young official from the Zhou dynasty's Ministry of Ceremonies, relying on his status as a member of the imperial clan, shrieked with feigned ferocity. You dare. I am of the great Zhou imperial family. Dare you touch a single hair on my head, and the million-strong armies of great Zhou shall trample your great Xia into oblivion. Chu Xiu's gaze slowly settled upon the young official. Far from anger, he examined him with keen interest, then nodded gently and remarked. Your Excellency appears rather pale and unwell. I imagine the journey has taken its toll, and you're suffering from homesickness. Chu Xiu began walking toward him at a leisurely pace, asking with feigned concern. In that case, why not go inside first to lie down and rest for a while? The young official watched Chu Xiu advance step by step, terrified. He stumbled backward, his legs giving way, and plopped down onto the ground. Terrified, he scrambled backward, a foul-smelling liquid rapidly soaking through his luxurious official robes at the crotch. He had literally peed himself from sheer terror. Unrestrained laughter erupted from the crowd. The people of Dazhou watched the high and mighty noble of Dazhou, now reduced to the pitiful state of a stray dog, and felt the resentment pent up in their hearts for days swept away. Long live His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince! Someone shouted first, and soon a thunderous roar of cheers echoed down the entire Vermilion Bird Street. Long live His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince! Great Xia is mighty! Gao Yuan listened to the deafening roar of the crowd, his gaze fixed on his nephew lying limp on the ground. All color drained from his aged face. It's over. Completely finished. The dignity of the Great Zhou's envoy delegation had been utterly trampled underfoot by this madman today, crushed into the mud. Inside the hall of mental cultivation. With a thud, the young eunuch sent to deliver the news stumbled and fell in the hall, having rushed in too hastily. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his knees before Chu Wei, his voice trembling with fear. Your Majesty! It's terrible. At the Ministry of Ceremonies, someone is about to lose their life. Wang Difu, who had been massaging Chu Wei's temples, flinched at the news, nearly knocking off the emperor's dragon crown. He snapped harshly. You fool! What nonsense are you spouting? But Chu Wei suddenly snapped his eyes open, grabbed the young eunuch by the collar, and hoisted him up. His voice raspy, he demanded. Speak! What has that traitorous son done now? The eunuch was terrified out of his wits, stammering as he recounted everything that had transpired before the Ministry of Ceremonies in stark detail. When he heard Chu Xiu ask who should go in first and actually approach a Dezhou official, a member of the imperial clan no less, Wang Difu felt darkness engulf his vision and nearly fainted on the spot. Mad! Mad! His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince has truly lost his mind. Wang Difu hurriedly pleaded. Your Majesty! He intends to kill the Great Zhou's envoys. This will immediately ignite a war between our nations. Your Majesty, issue an edict to stop him at once. Chu Wei remained silent. He released the young eunuch, his entire body drained of strength as he collapsed heavily back onto the dragon throne. His chest heaved violently, eyes wide and fixed intently on the chamber beyond. Stop him? How could he stop it? Chapter 108. Look, he's scared out of his pants. How undignified. The imperial edict was issued by Chu Wei, the authority granted by him. He himself had handed this traitor the blade, eager to see how this rebel would handle it. Now everything the traitorous son does under the banner of relieving the emperor's burdens, it was all his doing. But this is not what he wanted. And now, matters have reached this point. If he sent men to stop him now, would it not be telling the world that this emperor goes back on his word, slapping himself in the face? Then the emperor of Great Xia would become a laughingstock across the land. More crucially, at this very moment, Chu Wei finally understood completely. Chu Xiu wasn't mad. He was perfectly lucid. Every step he took, every word he spoke, was meticulously calculated. From carrying the coffin out of the palace to draw the masses, to publicly forcing the envoy's death at this very moment. He was using the most extreme, most violent means to win hearts and minds, to consolidate the momentum. He was paving his path to supreme power with the dignity and blood of the Great Zhou delegation. This rebellious son was no rabid dog, out of control and seeking to tear everything apart. He is a cold-blooded, ruthless beast who knows how to exploit everything. And I was the foolish hunter who opened the cage and handed him the slaughtering blade. An unprecedented chill rose from Chu Wei's tailbone, instantly spreading through every limb and bone. Once again, he regretted. Outside the gate of the Ministry of Ceremonies guest house, Chu Xiu had already approached the young official, collapsed on the ground. Looking down at him from above, he maintained his gentle smile as he remarked. Look at you, scared out of your wits, wetting your pants. How undignified. He extended his hand as if to pull the man to his feet. Ah! The young official let out a shrill scream that sounded inhuman, scrambling backward on all fours as if he'd seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Don't come near me! Don't touch me! Demon! You're a demon! Chu Xiu's hand froze mid-air. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a faint look of disappointment. He turned his head to look at Gao Yuan and sighed softly. Minister Gao, it seems your companion isn't quite fond of this prince's hospitality. Very well. Chu Xiu withdrew his hand, his tone becoming flat and emotionless, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yo Qi. At your service. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Qi's figure had silently appeared behind Chu Xiu at some unknown moment. Everyone wore expressions of bewilderment and astonishment. Had this terrifying expert who followed the Ninth Prince been trailing Chu Xiu all along? Or had he materialized behind Chu Xiu at a speed beyond their perception after Chu Xiu spoke? Either way, it was a feat beyond comprehension. The terror of Chu Xiu, the Ninth Prince of Great Xia, once again shattered the Great Zhou delegation's understanding. Chu Xiu spoke calmly. Since this nobleman refuses to enter on his own, I shall trouble you to escort him on his way. As you command. Yu Qi responded immediately, taking a step forward. At that moment, Gao Yuan felt his heart nearly burst from the sheer weight of those two simple words. He was truly going to kill. He dared to kill a member of the Great Zhou imperial family in front of so many people. Halt! Gao Yuan roared with every ounce of strength he possessed. He cared not for the dignity of his great nation or the face of his envoy. His legs gave way, and with a thud, he fell straight to his knees before Chu Xiu. This single act of kneeling silenced every sound in the hall. The officials of the Great Zhou delegation stared in utter disbelief. The gathered citizens of Great Xia were utterly astounded. The Grand Zhou envoy, the very man who had been so arrogant in the Golden Hall, humiliating the Great Xia Emperor and his ministers, had actually knelt. Gao Yuan slammed his head hard against the cold stone steps, producing a dull thud. In a voice trembling with utter humiliation, he cried out, "Your Excellency, the Grand Marshal of the Northern Frontier, please calm your anger." It was this humble official who erred. It was this humble official who was arrogant and insolent. It was this humble official who was blind and ignorant. It was this humble official who offended the majesty of the Great Xia. This humble official retracts all previous insolent demands. This humble official begs your forgiveness. I beg only for the Marshal's magnanimity to spare our lives. As he spoke, he bowed his head frantically. Thud! 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 Blood soon trickled from his forehead, mingling with dust in a pitiful sight. Yet Gao Yuan, in this moment, possessed a courage that seemed almost timid, his heart as still as water. He could bend his knees, kowtow in repentance, and offer a sincere apology. But he could not die. The officials of the Great Zhou who had come with him could not die. He represented the Great Zhou, and his words and actions carried weight. As an envoy, one must die rather than yield. If he dies, the Great Zhou will surely raise an army to avenge his death. Yet the Great Zhou's spies in the capital of the Great Xia had been uprooted. Facing Chu Xiu, this terrifying and unfathomable adversary, he could abandon his dignity and retreat in time. The correct choice was to strive to preserve his life, to relay today's events back to the Jade capital, back to the ears of the Great Zhou Emperor. Only by living could he warn the Great Zhou that a terrifying adversary had emerged in the Great Xia. Only by surviving could he one day trample the Great Xia underfoot and wash away today's humiliation. Chu Xiu watched him silently, neither speaking nor allowing him to rise. Only when Gao Yuan's head pounded until his vision blurred and his voice grew hoarse did Chu Xiu finally speak. Chu Xiu finally spoke, his voice carrying a perfectly measured note of surprise and sudden realization. Ah! So it was all a misunderstanding. He bent down, gently lifting Gao Yuan to his feet with tender care and sincere words. Minister Gao, there's no need for such formalities. Please rise. See? If you just said so earlier, none of this would have happened. Our Great Xia is a nation of propriety, always winning hearts through virtue, never resorting to arms lightly. Supported by his hand, Gao Yuan felt as though a cold, venomous snake had coiled around his arm, leaving him stiff and unable to move. Chu Xiu casually brushed the dust from Gao Yuan's official robe, then surveyed the crowd. Addressing the gathered citizens, he declared with a hearty laugh. Everyone witnessed it. Minister Gao has acknowledged his error. As a great nation, our Great Xia must demonstrate the magnanimity befitting a sovereign power. Since it was a misunderstanding, it's settled once explained. His gaze then shifted to the black coffin blocking the doorway, his brow furrowing slightly. This object is inauspicious. Leaving it here is quite an eyesore. Chu Xiu took a step back and gave a quiet order to Yu Qi. Destroy it. Yu Qi acknowledged the order, stepping forward to the coffin. Under countless gazes, he slowly raised his right palm. Without gathering any power, he delivered a seemingly ordinary palm strike. Boom! A deafening roar. The heavy, black lacquered coffin, crafted from premium nanmu wood, shattered instantly as if made of paper. Wood splinters flew everywhere, raising a cloud of dust in the air. The sheer power of a single palm strike had reached such a level. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. Having accomplished this, Chu Xiu seemed to regard it as a mere trifle. He adjusted his robes and turned to leave. Gao Yuan and the other Zhou envoys stared at the scattered fragments of the coffin. Then they looked at that figure strolling away with such nonchalance. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their limbs numb with cold, their very souls trembling. Yet, just as Chu Xiu was about to descend the steps, his footsteps abruptly halted. Chapter 109, Chu Xiu, Minister Gao, would it be acceptable for me to go to Great Zhou to offer my apologies? A voice audible only to Chu Xiu echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected intense anxiety in His Majesty, extreme dread of war breaking out. Ding. Detected new concerns from His Majesty. Filial Piety System task issued. Mission name, Father Emperor's Anxiety. Task content, at all costs, appease the wrath of the Great Zhou Empire and prevent the war you personally ignited. Allow your father to sleep soundly once more. Reward, 200,000 Filial Piety points, special blueprint, repeating divine crossbow modified. A smile slowly spread across Chu Xiu's face, one purer and more innocent than any he had ever worn before. The previous mission, Father's White Hair, was still 5% incomplete. Unexpectedly, the system had issued a new quest. This time, it even listed the mission reward explicitly. The repeating crossbow had become the repeating divine crossbow, with the addition of the character modified. Just imagining its power was thrilling. Moreover, the guaranteed reward for Father's White Hair was Tiangong Kai Wu Blueprint 1. If both quests were completed, that would be absolutely delightful. Chu Xiu turned around and looked at Gao Yuan, who was still shaken. In a gentle, conciliatory tone, he asked, Minister Gao, you see, this whole commotion is rather unfortunate. Instead, how about this, I shall personally escort you back to your country and pay a visit to your capital city of Great Zhou. How about offering your apologies directly to His Majesty the Emperor? What do you say? A thunderous buzzing filled Gao Yuan's mind, as if struck by a heavy hammer, instantly robbing him of his ability to think. The capital of Great Zhou? Apologize? He stared at Chu Xiu's warm, innocent smile, his composure shattered in an instant. A chill more intense than the one that had gripped him upon receiving the warning letter at the Grand Summer Ministry of Ceremonies guesthouse surged up his spine, freezing his limbs and bones in an instant. Hadn't they already departed? Wasn't it all a misunderstanding? Then why did you go to the capital of Great Zhou? A madman who dared to force the Great Zhou's envoy to his knees before the entire populace in the capital, even threatening to stuff the imperial clan into coffins, and now claims he's going to your capital to apologize to your emperor? How is that any different from a weasel saying it's going to pay New Year's respects to a chicken? No. This is far more terrifying than a weasel. This is clearly a demon in human form, heading to your ancestral graves to feast. The Great Zhou officials behind Gao Yuan had only just regained their footing after trembling. Hearing these words, their knees buckled once more, nearly sending them all crashing to the ground. They stared at Chu Xiu as if he were the Grim Reaper who had already claimed their heads. Seeing Gao Yuan frozen in place, his face drained of color and utterly unresponsive, Chu Xiu's smile grew even broader. He leaned closer and inquired again, his tone feigned concern. Minister Gao, why the silence? Could it be that you do not welcome this commander? Or perhaps you feel my sincerity falls short? His voice was soft, yet it pierced Gao Yuan's heart like a sharp awl. Welcome? I welcome you to your doom. Sincerity? Is your sincerity to smash our emperor's skull like that coffin? Gao Yuan's mind raged wildly, yet his lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. He couldn't refuse. If he dared utter a single no, he had no doubt that the monster behind him, that creature called Yu Qi, would instantly reduce him and the entire Great Zhou delegation behind him to a pile of minced meat within the guesthouse. But if he agreed, it would be like personally leading the most ferocious tiger back into the very heart of the Great Zhou. How did Chen Qingji lose his head? What happened to those 2,500 grain transport soldiers? If Chu Xiu went to Yujing City, wouldn't he stir up trouble? Yu Qi. Could it be the seventh in line? How many formidable guards like Chu Xiu are there? If a group of masters like Yu Qi infiltrated the Great Zhou Imperial Palace and assassinated their brave and wise sovereign in utter silence, Gao Yuan couldn't help but shudder. The onlookers, however, didn't share his thoughts. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, they were stunned at first, then erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince is righteous. Subduing the enemy without fighting. This is the true bearing of a great nation. Your Highness risked your life, entering the lion's den yourself. Such courage leaves us in awe. In the eyes of the people, this frail Ninth Prince had first dealt a crushing blow to the arrogant Great Zhou delegation with thunderous force, defending the dignity of Great Xia. Now, he displayed magnanimity by volunteering to personally travel to the enemy nation to resolve hostilities. He embodied the perfect prince, a blend of formidable strength and benevolent virtue. The people's clamor became the final straw that broke Gao Yuan's resolve. Refusal meant certain death for him and the entire delegation. To agree would be inviting wolves into the fold. He knew he had no choice left. Huff. Gao Yuan took quick breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Suddenly, his heart, already racing with fear, gave several violent jolts. Cold sweat broke out on Gao Yuan's forehead. He had fallen into Chu Xiu's rhetorical trap, losing his rationality. Yujing City was the capital of their Great Zhou dynasty, garrisoned by 100,000 troops, teeming with countless spies and masters. That guard named Yu Qi, though formidable, would meet only death in the capital teeming with martial elites. If Chu Xiu truly went, it wouldn't be inviting wolves into the house, it would be sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. Having regained his senses, Gao Yuan did not alter his expression, maintaining his appearance of panic. Under the gaze of the crowd, under Chu Xiu's seemingly gentle yet utterly unyielding stare, Gao Yuan summoned his finest acting skills, bowing his bloodied head low. With every ounce of strength, he ground out the words through clenched teeth. I dare not. Marshal. Your noble righteousness, this humble officer, is profoundly grateful. The words in tone were thick with stifled humiliation, each syllable seeming to drip with blood and shame. That's more like it. Chu Xiu smiled with satisfaction, patting Gao Yuan's shoulder affectionately, a forceful enough pat that sent Gao Yuan stumbling. Then it's settled. We depart first thing tomorrow morning. With that, he turned away without another glance at Gao Yuan. He waved to the cheering citizens before striding away with composed steps, escorted by Yu Qi's guards. To the citizens of the capital, his retreating figure loomed as majestic as a mountain. Yet to the eyes of the great Zhou envoys, it was a malevolent deity receding into the distance, bound for the Jade capital to spread plague and death. Gao Yuan, meanwhile, touched his shoulder, a fresh wave of dread rising within him. He was indeed a scholar official, but as an envoy, he possessed formidable martial skills to handle emergencies, his strength matching that of an ordinary soldier. Yet just now, that seemingly frail and feeble ninth prince of Great Xia had struck him with a single slap that nearly knocked him off his feet. Thud. Gao Yuan swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. What kind of man is this? Thanks to Lin Tian, who loves flame vegetables, for sending flowers and a hurry-up-and-update charm. On the last day of the double holiday, this gift is truly awesome. I'll wash up and wait for you. Chapter 110, Father Emperor, I shall present the golden toilet bowl to the Emperor of Great Zhou as a wine cup. Yangxin Hall. Chu Wei, no longer the composed figure who had handed the sword to Chu Xiu, paced back and forth with visible agitation. The porcelain shards scattered across the floor were the result of his furious outburst moments ago. Wang Defu stood nearby, bowing low, not daring to breathe heavily, carefully cleaning up the mess. Just then, another young eunuch scrambled in, stumbling and crawling, his expression even more panicked than the previous one. Your Majesty. A matter of utmost urgency. Utmost urgency. Chu Wei spun around abruptly, grabbing the boy by the collar. His eyes blazing red, he demanded. What has he done now? Has he chopped Gao Yuan to pieces? The young eunuch nearly fainted at the sight of his ferocious expression, shaking his head frantically. He didn't kill him. The ninth prince, he said. The little eunuch stammered, spilling out every detail of the new incident at the Ministry of Ceremonies gate like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. His Highness the ninth prince said he would personally escort the Great Zhou delegation back to their homeland, to the capital city of Yujing, to apologize directly to the Great Zhou Emperor. The words fell, plunging the hall into deathly silence. Chu Wei's grip loosened. His entire body felt as if its bones had been pulled out, causing him to stagger backward 2 steps before plopping down onto the dragon throne. Wang Defu's whiz clattered to the floor with a sharp crack, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Apologize? Apologize in Yujing? Countless horrifying images flashed through Chu Wei's mind. That unfilial son, accompanied by that monster called Yu Qi, would twist off the head of the Great Zhou Emperor right there in the Golden Hall of Yujing City, before the eyes of the entire court. This unfilial son sneaked into the Emperor of Great Zhou's bedchamber. Tortured him mercilessly until he revealed all military secrets.